In a ruined place, children were picking through scraps, not to sell them but to trade with the golem. They hoped to exchange them for a little food. No one knew where this golem came from or who its owner was. What mattered was that if you gave it waste, it would give you food. That was what everyone in the district believed. So the moment he saw the golem, one child immediately ran up and held out a rusty flashlight. "Hey golem, I'm giving you this, so hurry up and give me food." The golem's eyes turned red, then went dark again after only a few seconds before it turned away, making the boy shout angrily. "Hey, where are you going? You took a flashlight yesterday." The golem kept walking straight ahead, making him even more furious. "Damn it, why won't it accept it? I need to teach it a lesson." Hearing that, his friend beside him quickly stopped him and told him to calm down. "It will fight back if you attack it. There have already been several cases of golems attacking or killing people on the street." Out on the streets, Jay was sitting on a pile of scrap not far away. At that moment he jumped down, blocked the golem's path and opened his shoulder bag. "Here, take this." The golem's eyes lit up once more, but unlike before, this time it reached out, took Jay's bag of items and poured them into its mouth. Then a pile of food dropped from the golem's arm under the admiring and jealous gazes of the kids. "This makes no sense. How does he get that much every time? That looks like enough to last 3 days. Why don't we do this?" As soon as they heard the boy's idea, his friends strongly objected. "Are you crazy? That's him, the ghost of 17th Street. At the same time, on the way back, Jay keenly noticed that someone was following him. Thinking of this, Jay stopped and said, "Show yourselves. How long are you planning to follow me?" John, the ringleader, bared his teeth in a grin and said, "You really are sharp. We were following you so carefully too." Jay turned around. His cold gaze stared straight at John. "John, I remember warning you last time. If you ever appeared in front of me again, I would make sure you could never walk again. Do you think I'll let you leave as easily as last time? Put the bag on the ground. Do it, and we'll let you leave safely." John threatened him. You're lying. You won't let me go," Jay said with an expressionless face. "You arrogant bastard, let me fix that mouth of yours." As John spoke, he swung his steel-knuckled fist and rushed straight at Jay. Jay put his bag down on the ground, then gently tilted his head and easily dodged John's attack. Then, while John missed and lost his balance, Jay grabbed him by the collar and kicked him, making John scream in pain before landing on his backside. When the other 6 saw this, they flew into a rage and rushed forward to attack Jay together. But in the end, every one of them was struck down by Jay. After dealing with them, Jay turned back and said coldly, "I already told you. I'll make sure you can never walk again." Seeing Jay slowly approach, John panicked and hurriedly pulled out the dagger he had hidden on him, threatening him. "Don't come any closer, you monster." The word monster made Jay stop. A monster, maybe it was accurate. Ever since he was 10, Jay had realized he was different from others. Whether his leg was injured and bleeding, his friends were bullied by kids from another district, or even when they died, he did not feel the slightest emotion. Back then, he realized that he could not feel what other people called emotion. He wanted to be like everyone else too, but 6 years had passed and he still could not feel emotion. Returning to the present, Jay looked at the knife in John's hand. He said flatly, "There's an unspoken rule here. No knives. You brought it because you planned to stab me from the start, didn't you? I only found it in a trash can." John stammered in reply, "There is a saying among the children here. A ghost lives on 17th Street, a white ghost who silently passes by with a face without emotion. Do not look into the ghost's eyes or your lies will be exposed." In fact, that saying was true because he had a special ability. He could see a world that others could not. Everyone had a small vessel inside their body, and when they felt emotions, certain colors of mana would fill that vessel. Emotions such as anger, hatred, and love created red mana. Mockery and indifference created blue mana. Joy and excitement created yellow mana. And there were countless other colors as well. Because of this, Jay could now tell that John was lying based on the color of the vessel in his chest. "If you come any closer, I really will stab you." John shouted while trembling and backing away from Jay. That deep black mana is intense fear. Thinking this to himself, Jay continued approaching John, making John retreat in terror until the wall behind him blocked his way. "A liar like you is being punished." After dealing with John, Jay continued back home to a rundown shack deep within, a cellar that served as the children's shelter. Jay arrived right on time, and Pale, the leader of the underground children, greeted him with a smile. "Brother Jay?" The children were overjoyed when they saw him and rushed over, clinging to him like little monkeys, making Pale laugh. "Come on, everyone, don't cling to Brother Jay like that. You kids are heavy, you know." Only then did the children obediently let him go, and they all sat in a circle around the candlelight. They began checking what they had managed to gather after a whole day of wandering. 1 piece of bread, 1 stick of gum, 2 chocolate bars, and a few small coins. How were they supposed to split this among 7 people? While Pale was at a loss, Jay took out the bag full of food he had gotten from the golem. The children immediately cheered with delight. "Wow, you're the best, Brother Jay. Amazing. Did you get all of this from the golem?" "It wouldn't even take anything I gave it. You're incredible. That's because the golem only takes objects filled with excess mana. You can't get anything from it unless you can see mana, Jay replied silently in his mind. Now shall we divide the food? Thanks to Jay, we won't have to go hungry today. Then let's start with the youngest. Hearing Josephine say that, the children lined up on their own in order, from youngest to oldest, to receive their shares from Pallet. Meanwhile, Jay quietly stepped outside. We have never gathered enough food for everyone. Should I go to the storage warehouse? I have a duty to look after this group. I owe them for saving my life. 1 year earlier, these children had found Jay and saved him when he was buried beneath deep snow during a blizzard. Jay's principle was to repay every debt, whether kindness or vengeance. That was why he felt obligated to care for these children. Pale came out of the tent and said with a smile, "You'll get your share too." Pale's voice pulled Jay out of his thoughts. He stopped, looked at him, then turned away and replied, "It's fine. I'm not hungry." But Jay's stomach betrayed him, growling at that exact moment and making Pale burst out laughing. "Your stomach doesn't seem to agree. Let's share." After saying that, Pale broke a piece of bread in half and handed it to Jay. "Jay, have you noticed? The rainwater is black now." "Yeah, I know," Jay replied. "They say it's because the mages have used too much magic. It seems the mages live in the lower numbered districts. I'm also pretty sure the golem was sent here by a surplus mage. It might just be a type of machine. I'm certain it moves through magic." Pale said this, then looked up at the sky, his eyes shining like stars in the night. Jay looked closely at Pale and thought to himself, "Actually, I agree with Pale too. When the golem moves, it absorbs the surrounding mana into its core. Then it blends together inside before being released as black gas. Black rain and black gas. I can't help thinking there is a connection between the two. Of course, the most important thing right now is, I'm going out for a bit." Jay left those words behind and ran into the black rain despite Pale trying to stop him. Whenever it rained, everyone stayed indoors for shelter. They believed even the smallest raindrop could bring disease. However, Jay could shield himself from the rain, so for him, working in the rain was easier. He ran straight to the food warehouse. Just as Jay had expected, the guards were busy playing cards. That was their habit whenever it rained. Naturally, loose security gave him the perfect chance to make his move. Jay slipped through the fence and carefully crawled toward the familiar hole in the wall, entering the warehouse smoothly. "It's too dark. I'll have to gather mana." He created a small flame. There were hundreds of different types of mana in the air. Among them, Jay gathered mana of a certain color and blended them together according to the proper formula. Just like now, he condensed red mana to create light. Although I don't really understand the principle behind it, I can use this method very well. But for some reason, red mana is harder to control. Still, I wonder if I could fully sense the emotion connected to it. Would I be able to? Could I create a bigger flame? Jay thought as he took a few cans of food from a crate. He had just put out the flame and was about to leave when a knife suddenly flew at him from nowhere. Luckily, Jay's reflexes were excellent, so it only left a shallow cut on his face. Otherwise, he would have frozen stiff in terror. After narrowly escaping danger, Jay immediately hid behind a crate. The rat finally shows itself. "Trying to steal our food, kid? You're faster than I expected," a voice said from the other side. Were they hiding behind the pillar among those crates from the start? Jay thought. There's the little rat hiding. How pathetic. Struggle as much as you want. From the sound of their footsteps, Jay could tell there were 3 of them in total, and they knew his exact position. "I didn't expect them to have equipment like night vision goggles. Keep hiding, you're right where we want you." Without another word, the short-haired guy threw a knife straight at Jay's head. Jay quickly dodged, his eyes glowing. Then he zigzagged forward to approach his opponent. "What, this kid?" The short-haired guy panicked and was scolded by his companion. "Idiot, aim properly." "No, there's something off about this kid." Just as the short-haired guy tried to explain, Jay kicked him. "Damn it, how is this possible? Can he see us? Don't act cocky." One guy raised his knife and rushed toward Jay. By observing the mana flow from their containers to their arteries, Jay could predict their next moves, so very quickly. Both were knocked out by Jay in an instant, but it didn't stop there. The warehouse door was kicked open. A bald man stepped in. "Oh no. I came to check because it was so noisy in here. Looks like all 3 brothers were taken down." Speaking of which, his expression turned fierce, and they were defeated by a mere rat too. Jay pulled his hood down low, glancing at the newly arrived bald man. The operator of the Hitler organization, Humphrey, is as terrifying as rumor. "I have to get out of here immediately," he thought, rushing toward Humphrey and throwing a punch. Humphrey stood still, taking the punch from Jay without moving an inch. "Try dodging, then." Humphrey's hand shot toward Jay like lightning. Jay quickly leaned aside to evade and jumped back. Humphrey said, "Not bad." Jay's face was serious, thinking, this is on another level. Now it was Humphrey's turn to attack Jay. Jay could only use his agility to continuously dodge. "My instincts tell me I can't win by striking head-on." Then hit the opening. Thinking this, Jay dodged another of Humphrey's attacks, then used magic to create a small flame and struck the gap at his chest. Hit by the attack, Humphrey frowned, let out a quiet grunt and stepped back. By the time he recovered, Jay was gone. Lost his trail. Soon after, the entire warehouse was ransacked by the Hector organization's men to track Jay. He just fought Humphrey, he couldn't have gone far. Find him. Where did he run? Look that way. Jay hid in a corner near the iron fence. Seeing two men approaching, he thought, I've been spotted. Jay didn't wait. Before they found him, he decided to climb over the fence. However, he had barely climbed when a security camera detected him and triggered an alarm. Near the exit, that brat, I'll get him, chase him. Hector's men immediately ran toward the alarm, but it was too late. Jay had already climbed over the fence and picked a direction, running quickly. He thought, I just stole from Hector's notorious warehouse. Getting caught means certain death. I'm not afraid to die, but without me, the kids won't last long. I won't be able to pay my debts. After multiple fights and constant fleeing, Jay's stamina drained quickly, so he had to stop to recover. There it is. A shout suddenly came from behind. Turning around, Jay saw it was Hector's men closing in. Not good, he thought, carrying his fatigue. He continued to flee. Seeing this, the two behind him sped up. Catch him. After a while, Jay had to stop, muttering, no way out. Behind him, Hector's men had caught up. They drew daggers, staring threateningly at Jay. Hey brat, no way out. Hand over the stuff you stole, or I'll stab a hole in your stomach. Jay's face remained emotionless. Observing them, he thought, Humphrey isn't here, then I can win. Opposite him, Hector's men, seeing no response, angrily rushed forward. The first man stabbed toward Jay, shouting, Are you deaf? Jay calmly used one hand to push the attacker's knife aside, leaned to dodge, and delivered an uppercut, knocking out the first man. Then he quickly spun around. He grabbed the hand of the second man rushing at him and squeezed, forcing him to drop the knife in pain. His other hand sparked yellow electricity, aiming at the second man's face. Seconds later, the second man's face blackened, smoke coming from his mouth, collapsing motionless on the ground. Over there, they're shouting again. Jay picked up the dagger, thinking, I can't keep this up. I can't rely on magic forever. Then his eyes fell on a nearby trash bin, thinking, that's quick. Hector's men are closing in on this spot. Damn it, where did he go? Do not lose him. After watching for a while and finding nothing, they ran off to check somewhere else, never realizing the person they were looking for was hiding in the trash bin right there. Inside the trash bin, Jay heard the footsteps fade away and knew he was safe for the moment. They will not find me here. I will stay here overnight. If they follow me across the bridge, the kids will be in danger. When is this rain going to stop? With those scattered thoughts running through his mind, Jay gradually drifted off to sleep. The next morning, rays of sunlight slipped through the narrow gap in the trash bin lid and woke Jay up. I overslept. There is probably no one left now, he thought. Jay immediately jumped out of the trash bin. To his frustration, he heard an unwelcome voice ring out again. Found you? Jay turned his head and saw a man from the Hector organization holding a spear pointed at him, grinning as he spoke. Good thing I came back, huh? Jay raised his dagger defensively and thought to himself. Judging by the color, the man was extremely angry. I still have not fully recovered. Seeing that Jay also had a knife in his hand, the man bared his teeth in a vicious grin. What, you have a knife too? How manly, then I do not have to hold back anymore. I take that back. He lunged at Jay, but Jay dodged. The man's eyes went wild. He quickly reversed his grip and slashed out. Jay was caught off guard, so he dodged a little too late. A few strands of his hair were cut off and fell. His body also lost balance and he fell backward. Seizing the chance, the man immediately rushed in to attack. Jay could only watch as the tip of the dagger drew closer and closer to his eye. But just as the blade was about to stab into his eye, a gunshot rang out. A hole appeared in the man's head and he collapsed to the ground. Jay paid no attention to the blood splattered across his face and looked toward the young man holding a gun not far away. The young man smiled. That was dangerous. Then he lit himself a cigarette and asked, What are you doing so early in the morning? Jay realized the man was none other than Niles Stockton from 17th Central Street. Jay wiped the blood from his face and asked, Did someone call you? You normally never wake up this early. Niles smiled and replied, Yeah, I heard some Hector guys were prowling around here. Putting that aside, did you pick up some things from Hector? As he spoke, Niles looked at the pile of items Jay was clutching to his chest. Jay chose to stay silent. Even though he said nothing, Niles had already guessed. He said, you are pretty reckless. Jay calmly replied, Thanks, that was not praise. Looking at the color of the mana around Niles' chest, Jay thought someone like Niles is very hard to deal with. People like him have dull emotions, they can never fill the vessel. Niles said, If you keep this up, you will be put to sleep for good. Not everyone can be messed with. Jay said, If I do not do this, we will all starve. Niles sighed helplessly. Fine, then consider this repayment for you saving me. Jay explained, I dragged you out because I thought you were an object. I never intended to save you. Niles laughed. Come on, either way, you saved my life. Jay said, and you have already repaid me. A year ago, Jay had accidentally pulled Niles out of the river. It seemed he had once been the leader of Zone 46 but had been betrayed. Jay did not think he was lying. The way Niles taught him how to fight as repayment was quite systematic. Thinking of this, Jay hesitated before speaking. Niles, about what you said before. Niles asked, What? About wanting you to join an organization. I will join your organization. In his heart, Jay thought, if I join his organization, the children will be safe. Niles silently stared at Jay for a moment, then said, Jay, you can use magic, right? Jay asked in surprise. You know about magic? Niles smiled and thought to himself, just as I expected. I thought I had seen wrong when the boy started a fire without a lighter beside him. Jay pressed him again. Tell me, what do you know about magic? Niles looked at him and said with a smile, only a little, because I once asked a mage from my former organization. You need mana to use magic, and mana exists in the air. Oh, and only a small number of people can identify and use mana. Jay asked again, did they say anything about colors? Niles asked suspiciously, colors? No, they even said mana cannot be seen with the naked eye. Hearing that, Jay raised his head and looked at all the colors existing in the air, wondering to himself. Then what am I seeing? Still unwilling to give up, Jay pressed him. Is that all? Are you forgetting anything? Niles snapped back in annoyance. Do you want to get punched? Looking at the man's expression, Jay knew he would not get any more information, so he calmly said thanks. His attitude only made Niles even angrier. You little brat, you did that on purpose, did you not? As he spoke, Niles tried to flick Jay on the forehead, but Jay dodged it. After they finished joking around, Jay asked seriously, what about my request? Niles answered bluntly, no. Jay asked, why are you suddenly rejecting me? Niles fell silent in thought. All the zones ran along the Elton River, and going upstream would lead to other zones. He might be able to escape the slums and seek an opportunity up there. It would be such a shame for a child with so much potential to be left here. Thinking of this, Niles looked at Jay and asked with a smile, kid, have you ever thought about leaving Sector 50? I can get you a ride. Jay replied, no. You know I still have to look after the kids here. Niles smiled and said, don't worry, I've already thought about building an orphanage here. Jay asked in surprise, an orphanage? Niles rubbed Jay's head and said with a smile, yeah, I'll take in all the orphans like you so you won't have to wander the streets. Jay instinctively looked at the color of the mana on Niles' chest and thought, the color is too faint. I can't tell if he's telling the truth, but he probably is. He always keeps his word. Then Jay remembered something and said, by the way, be careful. Hector seems to be preparing for war. I saw him receive several trucks loaded with weapons. Niles' expression remained unchanged as he said, I know. Seeing that, Jay was a little surprised, but when he recalled how Niles had opened fire earlier, he immediately understood. Opening fire in any dispute was the same as declaring war. Jay said, the people in the shops will suffer badly if you lose. I thought your protection fees were pretty reasonable, Niles said. That's only because there are plenty of people who look worse than me. And don't act like I'm that old, I don't even have a wife yet. Jay said matter-of-factly, you are old. Niles angrily swung at Jay, but Jay dodged him. Just then, a black car drove over. The driver looked at Niles and said, boss, it's time to go. Niles replied, all right, let's go. Before getting into the car, Niles still did not forget to warn Jay, this place is about to become a battlefield, so find somewhere to hide. Take this. As he spoke, Niles tossed something to Jay. This is, sitting in the car, Niles pointed at his own hand and said with a smile, a survival feat. After parting ways with Niles, Jay walked toward the central square of 17th Street. There, he ran into Josephine sitting by the roadside with Viola. When Josephine saw Jay, he happily said, Jay, why didn't you come back yesterday? Why do you look so battered? Then the little boy walked over and asked while crying, did you get into a fight? Who did this? It must hurt a lot. Jay said, it's nothing, I just fell. He looked at the bright, multicolored mana on Josephine's chest and thought, how amazing. One person can have so many emotions at the same time. After that, Jay took out the things and handed them to the boy, saying, take these and go back first. Tell Viola I'll be there soon. Okay, after answering, Josephine carried the things and ran off. Once the boy was far away, Jay said, Viola, did you say something to Josephine? Viola smiled and replied, oh, is that what this is about? I just told him a story about a rainbow. Jay said, don't tell the kids things like that. If they keep hearing fantasies, they won't be able to get used to life here. Viola said, children should know how to dream. Observing Viola, Jay thought, what is this emotion, this color? I've never seen anyone besides Viola with this color. Before leaving, Jay turned back and warned her, you should move to another street. War is coming. As Jay's footsteps gradually faded, Viola thought he really is a kind child. The next morning, Jay knocked on the door of an abandoned house. Delivery. Soon, a man opened the door. When he saw Jay, he said in surprise, oh, it's you, Jay. John just said he was going to handle the delivery. Jay replied, is that so? In his heart, he thought, not a chance. John already broke both his legs. Then Jay carried the box in his hands into the house and asked, aren't you planning to evacuate? If war breaks out, this place won't have any customers. The man replied, if I abandon this shop, where else can I go? Besides, war might not happen. Jay asked, what do you mean? The man pointed toward the green door and said, Hector and Niles are talking in there. If they reach a deal, there won't be a war. Just then the green door opened. Hector walked out with a smile, followed by two of his underlings. When the man saw them, he bowed, while Jay pulled up his hood to hide his face. Hector saw Jay and said, a kid doing odd jobs. Have all the adults tuck their tails and run. He walked over and placed one hand on Jay's neck. With his other hand, he took out a few silver coins, dropped them into Jay's hand, and said with a smile, good job, kid. Work hard, that's the only way to survive. Take the money and buy yourself some snacks. After that, he walked toward the door and called out, "Let's go, boys." One underling immediately answered yes and followed after him. Only Humphrey stopped, casting a suspicious look toward Jay, specifically at the bandage on Jay's arm. Jay noticed it too and hurriedly used his hood to cover the wound, thinking, "He recognized me." Just then, Hector called from outside, "Humphrey, what are you doing?" Hearing this, Humphrey stared at Jay for a few more seconds, then replied, "I'm coming." After they got into the car and left, the man finally let out a relieved sigh and said, "They're finally gone." Jay remained silent and took off his hood. Looking at the wound on his arm, he wondered, "He recognized the wound on my arm. Why did he leave without saying anything?" When the man still did not see Niles come out, he suspiciously went inside and asked, "Niles, what happened?" Jay followed him in as well and saw Niles speaking with a pensive expression. "Negotiations failed, prepare for war." The shop owner spoke. "Really, Niles," Niles said, "I cannot accept such unreasonable terms. Like them wanting to take over our organization. This is truly the worst outcome." The shop owner clenched his hands and said, "It's not your fault," Niles said to Jay. "I won't be able to run the shop for a while. Jay, don't leave the kids' hideout during this time." Soon after, Jay left the man's shop. Alone, he walked slowly down the street, deep in thought. "I won't be able to move freely if war breaks out. I need to gather as much food as possible before that happens." While thinking, Jay suddenly saw a car speed by ahead. The driver was none other than Humphrey. "Humphrey, I've never seen a car like this in District 50. That's suspicious. I need to investigate." With that in mind, Jay quickly chased after the car. A short while later, at the entrance of Hector's organization on Street 18, Jay hid in a bush and saw Hector's people. They stood respectfully beside the car Humphrey had driven earlier. Moreover, he saw Hector personally open the car door and say with a smile, "We've been waiting. We will escort you inside, Master Wizard." Then Zay saw the person Hector called the Wizard step out of the car. He was a man wearing an eye patch over one eye. Who is he? Dark blue, almost black. An absurdly large amount of mana. That color resembles the mana of a golem when it moves. Also, what are the circles around his container? There's a lot of mana around those rings too. It seems he's using those rings to prevent the mana from escaping. That man is very dangerous. I need to inform NIOS. Thinking that, Zay left and ran to the NIOS organization on Street 1. When he arrived, he saw people busy unloading boxes of weapons from the vehicle. Not paying much attention, he went to the red-haired man and asked, "Where's Niles?" The red-haired man looked suspiciously. Seeing Zay, he exclaimed in surprise, "Zay, how did you get in here?" Zay replied, "The gate was open." "Anyway, where's Niles?" The red-haired man said, "The boss went out to prepare for war. It's dangerous, so you should go too." Unable to meet Niles directly, Zay could only say to the red-haired man, then pass on a message to Niles. The red-haired man asked what. Zay thought, "I can't tell him about the mana." So Zay said, "Warn him about the one-eyed man." That night, Zay returned to the kids in the basement. After the children fell asleep, Bala and Zay went outside the tent to talk. Bala lifted the flap to look at the kids sleeping soundly. Inside, he said, "The war can't last long." Zay replied, "But don't you think it will end within a week?" Bala asked, "Zay, who do you think will win?" Zay answered, "I don't know. Both organizations are evenly matched." In his mind, but NIOS must win for the kids' safety. If Hector wins this war, street children will be sold into slavery. Bala said the war must have already started. Just as he finished, a loud noise echoed from afar. Bala worriedly asked, "Did you hear that?" Zay stood up, clenching both fists. "Yes." Bala said, "I've never heard anything like this before." Zay didn't respond to Bala. He was thinking, strange, something's wrong. Meanwhile, elsewhere on Street 17, two NIOS members were frantically firing at the golem in front of them. Their magazines emptied, fear and despair were clear on their faces. They said, "It doesn't even leave a dent. What's happening to this golem?" At that moment, the golem opposite them raised an arm and shot a column of dark blue light, instantly killing one person. Then the golem approached the other terrified person sitting on the ground, grabbed him and squeezed hard. A few minutes later, the golem went to the one-eyed man. The one-eyed man looked at the blood on the corner of the golem and said, "Smells like trash." "Yes, my masterpiece, clean everything here." Back in the basement where Zay and the kids were hiding, the noise grew louder. Seeing this, Bala noticed Zay was about to leave, so he hurriedly stopped him. "Zay, where are you going? This is different from usual. If you're going, let me go with you." Zay said, "No, Bala, you stay here." At that moment, a boy rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Why is everyone still awake?" Bala turned, ruffled the boy's hair and smiled, "Sorry, did we wake you? We'll be back inside soon. Go back to sleep." "All right," saying that, the boy went back inside. Once he entered, Zay said, "Bala." Bala turned around, solemnly placing his hands on Zay's shoulders. "All right, Zay, I'll stay here with the kids. We can't leave them alone. But don't go too far and come back when you know what's happening." Zay said, "Okay, I'll be back soon." A while later, Day walked onto Street 17. Around him now, only flames and smoke burned the houses on both sides of the road, with bodies scattered across the ground. Before long, Day saw the red-haired man he had met earlier that morning, badly wounded and collapsed on the ground with his head lowered. Day stepped closer and asked softly, "What happened here?" As if he had heard Day's voice, the red-haired man lifted his head and murmured, "Day, Day asked. Are you all right? What happened? The red-haired man replied, those bastards brought a golem with them. The man wearing a monocle was controlling them. We were no match for it. Run, Day. After saying that, the red-haired man breathed his last. Day stood there in silence for a moment, then crouched down and gently closed the red-haired man's eyes. After that, he picked up the man's throwing star. He turned and left, thinking to himself, at this rate, Niles' group will lose. I have to help Niles. At the same time, under the bridge where Day and the other children lived, Pale, covered in blood, was holding a child in his arms. Around him were the still warm bodies of the children, lying in pools of blood. In front of him, a golem raised its hand. A dark blue light began to gather. Seeing this, Pale made no attempt to dodge, knowing it would be useless. He stood there silently, waiting for the light to fire. Only one thought remained in his mind now. Day, don't come back here, at Street 17 Central Square. Day, holding a small knife in his hand, stood and witnessed the ruins around him. Looking at the people sprawled across the ground, he told himself, I'm too late. They were all Niles' subordinates. He did not understand what had taken them down. After searching for a while, he realized Niles was still nowhere to be found. Maybe he was still alive. Behind Day, a massive explosion erupted. The thunderous sound made him freeze. He quickly turned his head. That direction was the tunnel district. Day hurried toward the explosion, worried about the orphaned children. Under the stone bridge, thick smoke rose into the air and the huge golem was standing there. Rain began to fall. Day stood rooted to the spot, panting from exhaustion, the rain soaking his eyes. In front of him, the camp that had just been attacked was billowing with smoke. The blood-covered golem stood there with large pools of blood before it. Day froze, unable to believe his eyes. In an instant, he jumped down with the knife in his hand. His eyes burned with rage as he prepared to stab down at the golem. It noticed his movement. It immediately raised its hand and turned around. Its crimson eyes were filled with deadly intent. It threw an extremely powerful punch, leaving Day no time to react. The blow made him cry out in pain, blood spilling from his mouth as the overwhelming force slammed his entire body into the wall. Then Day fell and a huge crack appeared in the wall from the impact. Even as he kept coughing up blood, he still told himself in his mind, I have to check whether they are still alive. In his mind, he remembered the children's voices calling out to him. Whenever he traded for food and returned to the tunnel district, the children would run out together to welcome him. They would look at Day with excitement, smiles, and joy, asking, You're back, brother Day, you're back. Just remembering it made his heart ache. He stood up and a voice called his name. Day, I don't want you to go back there, came Palia's voice and image. That made Day stare wide-eyed at the loss before him. In front of him, the children had been slaughtered and lay on the ground, including Lorraine. Lee was holding someone tightly and Gordon and Miles were there too. All of them lay completely still, while Josephine had died in Palia's protective arms. Day reached out with trembling hands, unable to believe what was before his eyes. Filled with regret, he told himself he had not yet repaid everyone for what they had done. Day struggled to reach toward them. The golem moved closer to him. A dark blue mana ring appeared from the golem's massive hand. The sound was exactly like the strange noise Day had heard during the battle. He stared at it, realizing this was the very golem that had killed everyone, the children beneath the tunnel, and Niles' subordinates and all the people on the street. Though he rarely showed emotion, Day looked furious now. He told himself he would avenge them. With that thought, he had to act immediately against the danger before him, because the golem was still gathering mana without stopping. Day's whole body trembled as he reminded himself, hurry up. Suddenly, a car came flying down from above and slammed straight into the golem. Day's eyes widened in shock. The golem was sent flying. The car glided lightly in front of it, then drifted. It knocked the golem into the river. From inside the car, Niles opened the door and asked, Day, are you okay? Then he rushed down and ran toward him. Niles grabbed Day by the shoulders, supported him, and said, looks like none of your bones are broken. Thank goodness. Day clawed hard at the ground and called Niles' name. He stammered, the children. Hearing this, Niles seemed to understand. His eyes went blank. Niles stood up and looked over there. The night was silent. Tonight's battle had brought a loss far too great. He clenched his fist, then bowed his head slightly before him. I'm sorry, Zay, I got here too late. He was someone without emotion. Yet Zay's tears were falling along with the rain. He replied, how could that be your fault? Looking at the boy before him, burdened by loss, Niles called his name. Then he crouched down and pulled him tightly against his shoulder. After a moment, Zay unconsciously reached up and gripped that shoulder. Zay sat there and asked, Niles, what about your men? He answered, they're all dead. Niles ran a hand through his hair and cursed, Hector, that bastard. I never thought he'd bring in mages from somewhere else. Damn it. Zay looked up and asked, What are you going to do now? Niles answered, I'll go back to the street and look for survivors. As for Hector, for now he'll have to. Before he could finish, he screamed in pain. A stream of dark blue mana shot straight through Niles. Blood began to flow. Zay's eyes widened. Once again, he had to watch someone fall right in front of him. The golem behind him had just fired an incredibly powerful stream of mana, leaving a huge hole in his body. Its hand remained in the same position. The emotionless golem had those familiar red eyes. Zay called Niles' name while his body still stood there with a huge hole in his abdomen. Blood splattered onto Zay, but he still showed no emotion. Niles smiled, ready to accept it, and muttered, damn it. Then his body collapsed. Onto Zay, his face falling onto the boy's shoulder. Zay wrapped his arms around him and felt the red blood flowing out of Niles' body. He did not understand what was happening. In that instant, his heart pounded hard. Zay remembered the days when Niles taught him how to fight. The days when, after collecting items, the two of them would sit together and eat donuts, and the gentle smile that called his name every time they met. Zay's emotionless heart was now burning, blazing fiercely and filled with agitation. He stood up to face the golem. A blood-red aura radiated from his body. The golem continued raising its hand, gathering dark blue mana. On this side, Zay was furious too. His whole body was filled with murderous intent as he shouted, I'll kill you all. In the pitch-black night, as rain fell and blood mixed with sweat, two people sat there. Before the golem, Zay held Niles tightly and softly called his name. But there was no response. That wound had taken his life. Zay lowered his head. He thought to himself, if this is only a dream, then I want to wake up right now. The golem moved closer, while the rain felt like tears for this night of loss. Zay gritted his teeth and tears flowed from his eyes, even though he had no emotion. The golem did not care. Its mission was to kill every living thing it saw, and now it raised its hand again to channel mana. Likewise, Zay raised his blood-covered hand. His eyes now glowed red, filled with death and hatred. Two streams of mana, one blue and one red, shot from their hands. In the golem's hand was blue mixed with dark black, deep and sinister. On Zay's side, the mana in his hand was red with rage and hatred. The mana shot forward and collided, creating a dazzling white ring of light. They clashed against each other, evenly matched. Zay stared straight into its lifeless eyes and told himself, I'm not like you. His eyes also turned red. Zay now realized that he was human and he had emotions too. His power gradually overwhelmed and crushed the golem's blue mana. Then it blasted away the mindless monster before him. Its metal body was scorched, gradually melting and vaporizing. The battle ended and Zay's expression still did not change. A long, bright red streak appeared on the ground where the burning mana had just passed. Zay laid Niles on the ground, trying to call him and hoping he would wake up. No matter how hard he tried with that wound, there was no way Niles could survive. Zay looked at him lying there and said, you can't die. But strangely, Niles suddenly spoke, startling Zay. Stop shaking me, you bastard. I'm already in enough pain, cough. He struggled to continue. I knew I could never have a peaceful death, but I didn't expect that day to be today. Niles thought to himself, I have no regrets. Someone who used to be scum like me still managed to come this far. But if I had struggled a little sooner, would things have turned out differently? He remembered himself as a child, trapped in a spider web and unable to escape. Looking at the boy before him, Niles had been about his age back then. He had just turned 16. Seeing him wake up, Zay tried to stand. Wait, let me get medicine from the car or something. But Niles quickly grabbed his hand. He smiled at him and said, you should leave this place. Using the last of his strength, he urged him to go somewhere better. All this time, Niles had always seen him as his little brother. He hoped Zay would swim against the river and not be swept away by the rapids. He believed the boy in front of him could do it. Niles used the last of his strength to hold Zay's hand tightly. But what had to happen finally happened. His hand fell powerlessly, leaving Zay a key and a small note. Zay stared numbly at the things in his hand and glanced down at him lying there. Motionless, his eyes widened and turned a bright white. Deep inside, he felt breathless and suffocated. It was hatred and despair as Dai looked up at the sky. He screamed in agony. Those were the first emotions he had ever experienced. The next morning, still in the tunnel district, Dai was sitting there. He slowly opened his eyes. What happened last night left him feeling empty. At that moment, Dai began to feel the pain in his body from the wounds left behind yesterday. His body trembled slightly and he let out a faint groan. He looked at his hands and thought to himself, it feels like I just went through a very long dream, just remembering yesterday alone. The corpses scattered everywhere, the sight of Niles beaten to a pulp, and that golem filled with mana were enough to throw Dai's mind into chaos, just like last time. He shut his eyes tightly and felt a blazing red aura spreading out. Something had changed. After summoning his mana, flames burned in the palm of his hand. Dai realized, the greater his anger, the stronger the flames became. So the power of emotions really did affect his magic. Then, with a sudden puff, the flame in his hand went out completely. Dai clutched his head. It seemed he had pushed himself too far. After that, he silently thought for a long while. Then he went to clean up, arranging the bodies of the children and Niles neatly. He put on his cloak and hood again, then rushed off. It was time. He had to go, he told himself. I need revenge whether it is right or wrong. Back on 17th Street in the Central Square area, Hector's soldiers were ordering everyone to clean up and to carry the bodies away. The people of District 17 whispered to each other, Hector has won. Life is only going to get harder from now on. The other person immediately stopped him and whispered, enough, keep your voice down. They'll kill you. Dai stood in a small alley looking toward Hector, who was standing by the street, laughing and talking with his subordinates. He told his underlings, that bastard Niles, if only he had obeyed. Then Dai activated his mana again. His entire body turned red as he held his knife, stared toward him and muttered, found you. Suddenly a large hand grabbed his shoulder and stopped him. Hey, kid from Squad 1. As if by reflex, he spun around and swung his knife backward. It turned out to be Humphrey. The knife had just swept across his neck, nearly taking his life. Blood sprayed from his throat. It was a small cut but not deep enough to kill him. He backed away a short distance, then spoke, calm down. Dai raised the hand holding his knife and took a fighting stance. He recognized him as Humphrey, the leader who had almost caught him the night before. Dai continued charging into attack, thinking, everyone under Hector has to die. A series of slashes struck Humphrey. He raised his arms to block them. He grew anxious. What kind of insane movements are these? That knife is aiming straight for the body's vital points. Humphrey looked at him and realized this brat had never been this strong before. He worried, if this keeps up, I will lose. In that case, he willingly took one of Dai's stabs with his shoulder. Dai was startled when he realized Humphrey had used his shoulder to block it. Humphrey seized the opening and grabbed Dai by the clothes. Then he delivered an extremely powerful punch. Looking at him, he asked, you are not planning to choose death over something as petty as revenge, are you, ghost of 17th Street? He shoved him down there and added, I have an offer for you. The two of them went to a nearby alley. Dai leaned his back against the wall and listened as Humphrey explained, Dai, I have been watching you for a long time. So listen to what I have to say. Dai glanced at him slightly, his eyes still filled with a hint of suspicion. Everyone called him Silent Humphrey. They called him that because he was quiet, yet he always completed his missions perfectly. Dai observed him carefully. Judging by that expression, it did not seem like he intended to deceive him. After checking his emotions, Dai said, say what you want to say. Humphrey replied, I want you to leave District 50. Dai immediately asked him for the reason. Humphrey said frankly, I want you to find my younger brother, the one Hector sold to the Magic City. Humphrey continued, Hector said that if I worked for him for 10 years, he would tell me where my younger brother is. That is why I have been working for him all this time. By now, he should be around your age too. But it is not that simple. Dai asked him, then why should I agree to help you? Dai, you can use magic, right? Hearing him say that, Dai was slightly startled. Humphrey gently pulled his shirt aside, revealing the wound on his chest, then continued. After the battle at the warehouse, I became certain of it. But even if you can use a little magic now, you still cannot defeat Hector. Dai folded his arms and listened closely to what he would say next. Humphrey continued, he always has a terrifying mage by his side. The pitch-black mana inside Humphrey's chest radiated fear, making him tremble. He is a demon wearing the skin of a mage. As long as anyone defies him, he will freeze them instantly. He even once trapped someone inside a water sphere and drowned them on the spot. He is terrifyingly powerful and unimaginably cruel. Humphrey reached out, trying to persuade Dai, leave this place. You need to survive if you want a chance at revenge. Dai also felt that Humphrey was right. They thought, I've never studied magic formally, just instinctively used it, while my opponent is a true expert. At this rate, I have no chance of winning. Humphrey continued, I heard the Magic City is upstream along the Elton River. Only mages can enter. Then he handed Zay a bag of money. This is all the savings I've collected in my lifetime. Inside was a paper with my brother's name and description. Zay asked him, why trust me with all this money? What if I break my word? He smiled. I know you're not the type to betray trust. Besides, from what I've seen, you clearly have the ability to enter higher level areas. You can do it. His gaze and expression showed absolute confidence. Zay hesitated, his eyes focusing, sinking into thought for a moment. Humphrey quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. The others are arriving soon. Decide now. Zay replied, I have one condition. Zay grabbed the money and said, bury all the corpses in the basement. Only then will I go look for your brother. He smiled and nodded. All right, I'll take care of it. Zay turned to leave, wait for me. He dashed down the alley, leaving Humphrey with hope, I'll be back. While later, Zay stopped, catching his breath at the intersection leading to 4 streets. He carefully looked behind and relaxed. Good, no one's following. He went to see Viola, the blind woman who often told stories to children. Dropping a coin into the tin, Zay spoke. Viola, I have a question. I don't have much time, so please answer quickly. Hearing his voice, she tilted her head and smiled gently. Oh, Zay, all right. What do you want to ask? His question startled her slightly. That story about the rainbow, is it real? Zay was completely serious, asking if finding the rainbow would allow him to make a wish. He recalled Josephine saying, "Brother, they say there's a rainbow somewhere in the sky." He didn't even know what a rainbow was. Excited, the boy said to him, "It's a really long strip of all colors appearing when the rain stops, like a beautiful donut but with a bite missing. And if you find where the rainbow touches the ground, you can make a wish. Pretty cool, right?" Zay teased the boy. A donut? The kids at the orphanage also said they wanted donuts, which made him furious. He ignored it, causing Josephine to keep punching him and calling him a fool. Now standing in front of Viola, he became serious, talking about the rainbow. The blind woman softly said, "Rainbows exist, whether wishes can be made or not." They observed that her mana flow was stable, still the usual transparent purple. "I don't know if she's lying, but at least there's some basis." Remembering Humphrey mentioned earlier, it comes back now. "A mage once came here searching for something. Could it have been the rainbow?" Zay clenched his fists. That mage also sought the rainbow. They must have had solid evidence of its existence. He asked Viola seriously, "If I find this rainbow, could I resurrect someone who has died?" Viola just smiled, answering briefly, "Who knows?" She added, "They say wishes can be made, anything could come true." Her answer seemed to give Zay more hope. "But no one knows where the rainbow is. Perhaps it's very far away." He bowed politely. "All right, thank you." Zay pulled his hood and left, reminding the blind woman, "Oh, by the way, you should relocate." At the edge of District 50, Street 23, Zay sat with a piece of paper. The location Niles marked was here. On the paper, the red dot was next to an old, crooked building. A while later, having found it, Zay saw a white car. He recalled Niles' words earlier, "At least prepare a car first." It turned out to be a black four-seater. As he grabbed the door handle, a voice shouted from behind, "Who are you?" "Looks like Niles' kid." He stepped forward silently. He was Hector's man holding a syringe. He seemed freshly injected, stepping up to ask Zay, ordered to bring the car. He dangerously smiled, asking, "Where's Niles?" Zay didn't answer, thinking, "I thought I'd lost all of Hector's men. No time to waste." He quickly yanked the door open. Noticing this, Hector's soldier widened his eyes. He lunged, shouting, "Where are you running?" At the same time, Zay slipped inside the car and started it. He quickly shut the door, hands on the wheel. But the man still managed to grab the door. He slid forward, using both hands to try opening it while Zay pulled hard. He angrily shouted, "Open the door." Meanwhile, Zay had used too much mana earlier. His enhanced magic was depleted. He tried to gather mana again into his hands. Then he raised two fingers like a gun. Boom! A red mana blast shot straight over Hector's man. Zay then kicked him down, quickly closed the door, shifted gears, and pressed the gas. The white car surged forward, leaving the body behind. He looked ahead. Finally, Zay left District 50. With the car Niles left, he drove along the Riverside Road heading toward District 50. It was still the familiar ruined, desolate scenery, a place where even crows had to search for food in the trash. Zay stopped and stepped down from the back of the vehicle. He opened the trunk and looked at the things he had prepared. With this much, he had a fairly decent supply of food and water. But at this pace, it would still take several more days to reach the next district. As night fell, Zay lit a fire and sat there thinking, "I need to learn more about magic when I get there." For now, what he knew was still quite basic. Zay closed his eyes tightly and began to feel it. There were two kinds of mana. Red mana could be used immediately without any special preparation, while other mana required different colors to be combined. Mana was not easy to control, but by focusing on a certain emotion, I can use some types of mana more easily. The first thing he thought of was anger. The sight of the people closest to him being killed and lying there. The moment he thought of anger, the emotional sphere inside him blazed with red mana. It continued again, but it still looked incomplete. Zay stopped, raised a hand to his chest, and thought, "This is my limit. If I lose focus on that emotion, the mana slips away." He raised his hands and different colors appeared. "Then let's try combining them." Zay rotated his hands together, gathering mana between his palms. He tried to focus on harmonizing and merging them. However, they could not bind together and instead immediately scattered. Zay looked at his empty hands in confusion. He realized that incompatible types of mana repelled each other. Combining colors required finesse and at the same time consumed a great deal of mental strength. In return, certain combinations would definitely produce results. For now, I'll just keep experimenting. Thinking back, I never needed to do this before, but now it's different. Zay opened his eyes wide, looking at the colors before him. Now he had a reason to do it. Zay continued driving the vehicle forward. He traveled while resting along the way, stopping to eat and drink whenever he grew tired. At night, he continued studying how to combine the colors. Forms of mana appeared in his hands, like ice and snow, wind, or fragments that looked like earth. Zay let out a breath. It was probably quite exhausting, so he decided to stop there for now. Lying on the roof of the car, Zay wondered if he could guide mana more gently. If he could keep mana inside his body and use it when needed, the entire process would become far more efficient, like the circles surrounding that mage. He closed his eyes, planning to rest, and once I reach District 49, I'll find a way. Back in District 50 on Street 17, near the bridge, Hector's men were turning the whole area upside down as they searched for something. The mage sitting in the vehicle asked, "Still nothing?" The soldier stammered, "My lord, I apologize. Please give us a little more time, we will find the golem." Sitting in the vehicle, he raised his staff and pointed it straight at the soldier's face, ordering him to keep his hands still. Terrified, the man trembled all over and stammered, "I apologize, my lord, please give me more time." The mage replied coldly, "I do not like those who fail to understand what I say." The man collapsed to his knees, his mouth twisted and his eyes pitiful. He knew he was going to die, but he could not resist. Trembling, he reached out and touched the staff with his finger. A freezing light flashed blindingly. He screamed in agony as he watched his arm freeze right before his eye. Then the ice spread across his entire body. He was turned into a block of ice before the horrified eyes of everyone standing there. The mage used the tip of his staff to push the ice block over. Fragments appeared and slowly cracked apart. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Useless." A report came from outside. "My lord, there is something over here." It was a long groove left behind by Zay. The soldier handed something to the mage and said, "It seems the golem fought here." A fragment of it was left behind at this spot. He narrowed his eyes and looked toward the groove beside him. After observing carefully and sensing the area, the mage realized that mana still lingered in the air, magic powerful enough to leave traces behind. He stepped to the side as it seemed the other side still held a resonance of mana. The mage brushed his hand across the ground, then called the soldier over. He asked whether anyone had ever lived here. The soldier Dundun replied, "Yes, my lord, some stray children used to live here." He froze. "Orphans?" The soldier continued. "Yes, my lord, this area is quite suitable for shelter, so they must have left to avoid the war." The mage tightened his grip on his staff, suspicion in his eye. Could an orphan child truly use magic? He smiled, then threw his head back and burst into loud laughter, leaving the soldier confused. Holding his head, he thought, "An orphan from this street can use magic," and discovered an incredibly complex combination of elemental magic on his own. Among the countless possible combinations that exist in this world, that is impossible. The mage did not believe a child could do such a thing. He walked away and said, "Clearly another mage came here and destroyed the golem. Find out what happened." The soldier bowed respectfully, "Yes, my lord." He remained calm, yet still thought about the tiny possibility that if the impossible had truly happened, then that child was certainly a genius who could become the greatest archmage in the world. As for Zay, he had reached District 49, seen from the outside. This area is filled with palatial castles in a Western style. Remembering back at the tavern, Niles and Jay had sat there together. Niles raised a mug of beer and talked about where he was born. District 42 was similar to this place, a mess. He recounted that if he had to mention the difference, this area might be larger than District 50. The buildings are taller, the streets more numerous. Dai listened intently with a cup of coffee in hand. In the lower areas it was the same. The further upstream he went, the more the scenery changed. Now in Dai's eyes, District 49 was truly enormous. He walked in, observing his surroundings. Dai quietly watched the orphaned children on the streets, and noticed something strange. He wondered to himself, there were no golems here. Do they only appear in the southern district? Dai walked along the street. He heard locals asking each other, "How's Luong doing?" Another laughed loudly, replying, "Great, now I have money for drinks again." Dai frowned. He was standing on Street 36. The number of streets here was at least twice that of the southern district. He reminded himself to hurry. Dai muttered to himself, "I need to study magic as soon as possible, especially that wizard and his magic circle. That will be key to my revenge." He thought, "I also need to investigate the prism colors and the magic city. And most importantly, I need money." He sighed. Humphrey's money was still available, but he didn't know how long this journey would last. Something along the roadside caught Dai's attention. He stopped in front of a house. There was a sign saying Veronica Bookstore. Dai looked up, thinking it sounded like someone's name. He wondered, what is a bookstore? Meanwhile, while some children had to scavenge for food, others struggled for survival. Dai sat there, listening carefully as Niles taught. He circled a symbol and said, "This is your brother." Then he asked Dai to read after him. "Read after me, brother," but Dai seemed indifferent. Thanks to Niles, Jay learned to read. Dai looked inside the bookstore. There were things he had never seen before. In Dai's eyes, inside were all squares with letters on them. He didn't know they were called bookshelves. While he was observing, a voice from above startled him. "Hey!" From the window, a red-haired girl pointed down, shouting, "You broke the window, didn't you? Stealing our books again?" She raised her fist slightly fearfully. "Go away. Why do you always target us?" Hearing this, Dai looked back inside. "Books, that's what's inside." The red-haired girl snapped, shouting, "I won't repeat myself, go away." Dai analyzed her emotions carefully. Red, excited; yellow, happy; dark blue, displeased; dark green, annoyed. He could sense all these emotions at once. The girl's voice continued above. "Didn't you hear me? Adults are coming, you gonna stand there." Jay didn't understand what she was saying. He muttered, "What a weirdo." Hearing this, the red-haired girl's face turned purple with anger. What did you just say? She raised both hands and yelled, do you know who my grandfather is? Ignoring her, Dai turned and walked away, thinking, not the time. He walked along the street. The area was quite crowded. Dai glanced around and at the roadside. Some kids about his age were sitting there, silently watching him. Dai noticed their wary eye. He thought to himself, no wonder they saw a stranger walking through their streets. They probably think I'm here to cause trouble. To Dai, this place wasn't much different from District 50. Night fell and he decided to park outside for safety. Dai lay in the car, thinking he had walked through many streets, but still hadn't found any clues about magic. He closed his eyes, planning to continue searching tomorrow. But sounds outside alerted Dai's keen senses. The kids from earlier were stalking nearby, weapons in hand. Dai opened his eyes, they had finally arrived. He sensed 4 of them nearby. After a while, thinking he was asleep, they crept closer to the car. They discussed, kill him. The one wearing a hat waved it off. Take him alive, don't let him scream, another suggested. Also grab the car keys, seems like there's food in the trunk. While they were talking from above, Dai quietly grabbed a piece of cloth. Then he suddenly struck down the red hat guy. Then he followed with a punch to the face, knocking him backward. The other 2 panicked. Damn, what was that? To keep the element of surprise, Dai immediately jumped onto the back of one of the remaining 2. He turned around but was hit in the chest. These kids were no match for Dai. They screamed in pain when hit. Dai remained completely calm, with just a fragile piece of cloth. Dai had taken down the 2 lying there. The last one, wielding a stick, jumped and shouted, you bastard, Dai. Dai reached out and grabbed the stick, surprising him. He threw it aside and stepped closer. The boy hurriedly fell to the ground, stammering. Scum, don't come near me. Dai twirled the cloth in his hand and said, tough it out. Fear was clear on the boy's face, his body trembling, whimpering at him. In the dead of night, besides the crickets, there were the miserable cries of the 3 kids. After being beaten, their faces swollen, they knelt before Dai. He crossed his arms and asked, how many streets do you control? Seeing them silent, Dai barked sharply, answer me. He repeated, I'm asking how many streets you've taken. The red-hatted boy clammed up, glancing away without a word. Jay swung across its face, making it flinch in fear. It hurriedly stammered, 3 streets, all of them. Jay asked again, which ones? His eyes stared straight at it. Redcap whimpered, from Street 23 to Street 25. Jay looked into its emotion. Anxiety, unease, fear. He raised his hand too quickly. You're lying. The other 2 knelt there trembling as they heard the miserable cries beside them. I'm sorry, please spare me. Jay turned to the one beside him, looked at him, and shouted, you. Before he even needed to ask, the guy hurriedly spoke up. I'll tell you everything. We have a total of 14 streets and 52 members. He lowered his head. Our leader is Cedric. Our base is an abandoned house. Jay thought 14 streets, that's bigger than I expected. Hearing him shout, raise your head, the guy quickly obeyed. Jay continued the interrogation. What's your name? He answered. I'm Nezu, Jay asked. I see. Nezu, what mission did your leader give you? He answered honestly, beat you half to death, then steal all the food you have. And he said that someone was watching everything from behind Jay. The 4th guy revealed himself, holding a sharp knife in his hand. He gripped it tightly, stabbed down at Jay, and shouted, die. Mana energy radiated from Jay's entire body. So he was watching me. Around him, wind rose and stirred up dust, blasting the ambusher away. The guy raised his hand to shield himself and wondered, why is there wind? The dust is stinging my eyes. Immediately after that came a blow to his mouth and stomach. The other guy collapsed right beside the cart, and Jay slowly approached with a cloth-wrapped stone. He clutched his bloodied stomach, trembling and unable to say a word. Jay stood there and said, tell your leader. He grabbed the guy by the hair and lifted him up, then continued by saying he was not the only one watching. The next day, while walking down the street, Jay realized this place was similar to District 50. The people in District 49 knew nothing about magic. He had heard that books were bundles of paper filled with information. If they contained all kinds of information, then there had to be books about magic too. While he was lost in thought, someone blocked his path, a group of 3. The one in the middle smiled and said, can you come with us? Jay looked at them, and the guy immediately explained, we didn't come here to fight, so calm down. Jay asked, are you from the group of kids who came looking for me yesterday? He replied, that's right. Last night you beat Anthony, Owen, and Melberg half to death. He continued, and you did it in a pretty flashy way too. So our leader, no, our boss took an interest in you. You're really good at fighting. Then he took out a piece of paper and asked the ones beside him, hey, do you guys know how to read this? The 2 beside him were confused. I can't read. How would I know how to read? He told me I had to read exactly what's written here to you. Jay snatched the paper from his hand. Give it here, I'll read it myself. They wondered, you know how to read? Jay held up the paper, read it, and replied, a little. The kids were curious. Isn't he from the streets? How can he read? Only the boss and Waver know how to read. The paper said, work for me, and I guarantee you'll never go hungry again. Jay asked the group in front of him, how do you choose your leader? They felt uneasy. He repeated, I'm asking how you choose your leader. The guy blankly answered, by fighting. The strongest one becomes the leader. No, the boss. Jay walked past them and said, all right, let's go. They wondered, go where? Jay turned back and replied, to meet your leader. A while later, the four of them stood before a warehouse, the base of Cedric's group, an abandoned factory. The guide pointed and said, we're here. Then he slowly pushed open the warehouse door. The four of them stepped inside and the door behind them slowly closed. A rather large group was standing around a bonfire while one guy sat in an armchair. He spoke up, so it's you. Jay remained calm. The guy stood up, walked toward him and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Cedric. He looked tougher than the others. Jay replied. I'm Jay. Suddenly, Jay widened his eyes as he looked toward him. The ring on Cedric's hand radiated an intense mana presence. Sometimes mana would leak from piles of scrap, but Jay had never seen anything with this much mana before. He invited Jay to sit across from him and said, I invited you here not as an enemy but as a guest. Behind Jay was a crowd of Cedric's underlings. It was as if they were applying pressure. The underlings never took their eyes off Jay. He realized Cedric was trying to display his authority. He was about the same age as him, yet his leadership was already this solid. Cedric continued, seeing you in person, I like you even more. You really have guts. Where are you from? I heard you came here by cart. Jay answered briefly, District 50. That answer shocked everyone and the crowd broke into murmurs. Is he lying? I've never heard of anyone coming down from District 50 before. They say it's a very distant place, so does that mean he drove the cart here himself? Cedric raised his hand to signal the crowd to be quiet. Enough! He clasped his hands in front of him and looked thoughtfully at Jay. If that was true, then it was truly astonishing. You're more than qualified to join our organization. Jay was slightly puzzled. Organization? Cedric smiled. That's right, we're an organization. We plan to join a real organization. That organization is called Mage, a very famous organization in District 45. We made an agreement that once we have 66 members, we'll be allowed to join their ranks. He said excitedly, what do you think? Isn't that a convincing enough reason for you to join our organization? This is your chance to raise your status, Jay said coldly. That is quite an interesting story. Joining a group isn't difficult, Cedric nodded. That's right, it's a wise decision, once you join this family. Jay cut him off. However, I don't work for anyone weaker than me. His defiant answer made the entire storage room fall silent. Cedric stood up with a low voice, somewhat angry as he growled. Did you just say I'm weaker than you? Jay replied, in District 50, we choose our leader by strength, not by talk. With that, he cast a challenging look at Cedric. One underling could not take it and rushed forward to defend his leader. You bastard, how dare you? But Cedric instantly grabbed him by the neck and stopped him, lifting his subordinate up as he asked, who gave you permission to speak? You know I hate being interrupted, don't you? Seeing his terrifying, furious gaze, the underling hurriedly apologized. Jay noticed enhancement magic appearing on Cedric's body. However, thanks to his special ability, Jay realized it seemed Cedric was not casting it himself. The ring on his hand was emitting mana. Jay turned to the person beside him and asked, when will this end? He whispered, it won't end, it only stops when one of them falls. Jay pointed lightly. I think I can break that ring. The mana around the ring seemed to gradually fade. Cedric let go, dropping his subordinate in front of him. He rubbed his head and gave an awkward laugh. Sorry, I got a little heated. His mood changed suddenly. He walked toward Jay. Now, let's get back to what we were talking about. You said I'm weaker than you, right? Let's put that to the test, Jay challenged him. Yeah, you're weaker than me. A chair flew past his face. Once again, Cedric grew furious and roared, you bastard. Say that again? He asked his underlings. Do you brats think he's stronger than me too? They stammered in fear. No way, of course you're stronger. You're the strongest one here. Jay realized the ring reacted to Cedric's emotions. Seeing that Cedric did not react when the mana from the ring was interrupted, it seemed he did not realize what the ring was doing for him. He raised his hand and asked, all right, Jay, you want to see my strength, don't you? Jay challenged him. Fight me for the leader's position, Cedric. If I lose, I'll work for you. Cedric smiled smugly with full confidence. Good, we'll fight in 1 week. He clenched his fists slyly in front of everyone. Both my people and those from the other gangs will be there. That way it'll be clear who's stronger, right? Jay agreed to that. Then he asked, but where did you get that ring? Cedric raised the ring and looked at it, then answered, beat me and you'll find out. But that won't happen. Along with those words came the blazing red gaze he directed at Jay. The next day, on the streets of District 49, Jay walked while thinking about the ring. What exactly is that ring? While he was lost in thought, something flew toward him. Jay sharply raised his hand and caught the stone. Another group of street kids approached with weapons in hand and asked Jay, you noticed it. Who said you could wander around here freely? On the other side, another group of 3 blocked his path. You must be out of your mind. They surrounded him and warned, don't even think about escaping. This area is under our control. We'll teach you how to behave. Jay cut them off and told them to shut up, then raised his hand and said, come at me. A little while later, the whole group was sprawled across the ground. Jay thought, Everywhere I go, someone wants to pick a fight with me. News about the fight with Cedric must have spread. Even if Cedric's people won't attack me under his orders, the other gangs aren't the same. To them, letting an outsider walk around freely is an insult. They've even allied with each other to hold me back. But this is also going according to plan. My magic gets stronger the more I use it. The more experience I gain, the faster I can cast spells and the less energy I spend. Provoking fights on purpose was the right choice. After taking that group down, Jay realized there was still one person secretly watching him. He looked toward the narrow alley and said, "How long are you planning to spy on me?" A kid wearing glasses and a hat was hiding over there. He stepped out and said, "Gray hair, expressionless face." Kid asked Jay, "You're the hunter, right?" With an innocent face and large round glasses, he looked gentler than the street kids. Jay observed him and saw that he was smaller than others his age. He was also alone and did not look like he was good at fighting. How strange. Jay clenched his fist and walked closer, demanding, "Take off your glasses. If they break, they'll hurt my hand." The kid hurriedly raised his hands to stop him. "What? Wait," he panicked. The kid crossed his arms in front of himself as a signal. "I didn't come here to fight." Jay felt a little confused. The kid had also predicted that he seemed puzzled about why he was here. He explained, "Calm down, I'm not the fighting type. Look at this scrawny body. How could I possibly fight?" Jay wondered, "Then what do you want with me?" He regained his composure, adjusted his crossbody bag, then introduced himself. "I'm Philip, and I have a proposal for you." He looked extremely serious. Philip led Jay through a garbage dump. "This way, I work at the Eastern Junkyard." The boy turned back and smiled. "Hunter, I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Everywhere I go, people are talking about you." Jay thought, "Hunter? It seems I got that name after defeating those people, even though I'm just a stranger in this land." The two continued walking in silence, and Jay did not say much. A while later, they stood before a building in the middle of the junkyard. Philip pushed it open, flinging the door wide. Inside, everything was noisy, the complete opposite of the silence outside. It was so large that Jay was a little surprised. People were chatting and trading with ease. The boy said excitedly, "Welcome to Philip's Hotel." He was the hotel's owner and had named it after himself. Jay said, "It looks like there are over 100 people here." Philip replied, "To be more precise, there are 186 people, including the ones working outside." Jay looked around and said, "Everyone here has one thing in common." Philip immediately asked, "You noticed?" Jay answered, "It seems like they would have trouble joining other groups. Most of them are young or small in build." Philip let out an impressed sound. "You're right, you're very observant." The boy raised his hand and continued, "There are many ore mines in Sector 49. Jay assessed, "So a lot of adults have died." Philip replied, "That's right, which is why there is so much work here. The shops are willing to hire even children. There are so many wanderers that even the gangs controlling the streets cannot handle them all." Philip acted as a middleman for them, exchanging labor with several groups. The boy agreed to pay a small kickback and send workers to them when needed. Philip smiled proudly until his eyes curved. "I'm a kind of broker and I even provide lodging, of course not for free," Jay asked in admiration. "You created all of this by yourself?" Philip answered confidently, "Of course. You have no idea how hard I worked to set up this system." Another boy ran over and called out to Philip. It was Jonathan. The boy asked how the restaurant job was going. Jonathan said excitedly, "Great, no one bullies me at work at all." Then Jonathan handed the boy this month's rent and walked away, not forgetting to wave in thanks. Philip took out a notebook and pen. Then he wrote down the rent he had just collected. Jay stood beside him and watched. The boy flinched. "Sorry, I have to record it right away." Then Philip handed the notebook to Jay and said, "This is the hotel management ledger. You look curious, want to take a look, but you might not understand it." Jay took the notebook in his hands and flipped through the pages. He reached the section about himself. "Hunter from Sector 50. Often drives through the southern junkyard, shows very little emotion. Extremely frightening in combat, approach him with the utmost caution." Jay said, "You investigated me pretty thoroughly." Philip was a little nervous and surprised. "You can read." Then the boy hurriedly apologized. He seemed a little tense and Philip's whole body trembled slightly. "I'm not making excuses, but I like observing people. So please forgive me." Jay replied, "You're the complete opposite of me. No matter how hard I try, I can't understand people." Returning the notebook, Jay brushed it off. "There's no need to apologize, I don't mind." Hearing that, Philip breathed a sigh of relief. "All right." A while later, the two arrived in front of a room. Two people were standing guard outside. Seeing him with someone else, they were a little surprised. Alden asked, "Who is he?" White Shirt added, "You know we can't just let strangers in here so easily." Philip introduced him with a bright smile. "He's the hunter, the one everyone has been talking about. I said I would bring him here as a guest." The two entered the room. Philip said frankly, "I use this place by myself, so make yourself comfortable. Sit down." As the boy opened the safe to take something out, Jay said, "When I first heard about you, I thought you were someone being bullied." Holding a money pouch in his hand, Philip replied, "Come on, I wasn't lying. Trust is the most important thing in business." Placing the money pouch on the table and sitting down in a chair, the boy continued, you can earn money back at any time, but once you lose trust, it becomes very difficult to regain it. Hearing that, Jay felt that he did not seem like someone his own age at all. He wondered, so what is this about? You said you had a proposal for me. Philip's hands trembled slightly and the boy thought to himself, he's still a little frightening. But if I want to make a profit here, I have to get over that. Philip's eyes lit up, radiating confidence and seriousness. The boy held out his hand and said to Jay, I have a serious proposal for you. Become my business partner after you defeat Cedric and become the new leader. The two sat across from each other in Philip's private room, and Jay used his eyes to observe the boy's emotion. The boy had less black mana than before. At first he had been afraid of him, but now he was filled with courage. Jay asked, you don't think I'll lose? Philip answered honestly, I can't rule out that possibility, but your chances of winning are very high. Jay wondered why. Philip replied, because of intuition. The boy explained, I already told you, didn't I? I like observing people. If I watch a person's behavior and habits for long enough, I can guess their true nature. For example, when talking to others, you have a habit of lowering your gaze. Instead of looking into their eyes, you focus on their chest. The boy raised his hand to his chin, reasoning, I don't know the reason, perhaps you have some psychological trauma related to the gaze or facial expressions of others. Anyway, let's return to the main issue. I have a very keen eye for people, I can tell that you. Jay interrupted, asking, is there more? Can you recognize any other habits of mine? How many habits? Tell me. Philip continued to comment on Jay. When turning a corner, you always step with your right foot first. Perhaps it's an instinctive precaution, ready in case of a sudden enemy because you are right-handed. And also the way you fight. Jay listened intently, hearing such a detailed analysis for the first time. Until now, everyone has only glanced at me superficially. They think you are overly scared or perhaps something is wrong with you. They only see Jay as cold or intimidating. Even now, except for anger and sorrow, I must focus intensely to perceive the emotion. So why does he make me feel like a key that allows me to access emotion? Philip looked intently at the notebook. After all, Cedric has a habit of letting emotions dictate his fighting, but you are different. You fight by observing your opponent's movements and calculating carefully. So I believe your chances of winning are very high. Jay replied, I agree. The boy, quite surprised, asked back, I haven't even finished explaining. What about the reward? Jay let the boy decide, just don't take it lightly. Philip beamed, rubbing his hands together, and said, all right, of course. As they stepped outside, Jay added, besides, I have one condition. The boy was a little worried. Jay looked down and said frankly, Philip, it seems you have many connections here. I need you to find something for me. 2 days later, Jay sat by his car in the middle of the junkyard. Under the car, someone was repairing something and asked, are you really from District 50? He added, looking at the condition of your car, if you say you crossed the desert, I'd believe it. By the way, it seems Philip has quite an affection for you, He rarely sends someone with skills like mine outside. Jay still sat there, watching coldly. The mechanic requested, hand me that wrench along with a 6-bolt. Jay saw they were placed on the toolbox. He used blue mana and moved the items beside the mechanic. Seeing them, the mechanic was quite surprised. It's right next to me. When did I bring it? It seems Day has used mana a bit too skillfully. A while later, the mechanic stood up, wiping sweat. Done. Apart from the engine overheating, nothing serious. I replaced the coolant with the best type. It should be fine from now on. He leaned close to Day and whispered, I secretly got it from work, the most expensive kind. Day nodded, well done. The mechanic put the tools away, smiling. No problem, it was Philip's request. Philip is our savior. He spoke excitedly about the hotel owner. Without him, we wouldn't have been able to get jobs in the first place. So, taking a portion of our income. To pay him, we had no complaints. Day had to admit he was quite famous. The mechanic handed over a piece of paper and said, all right, Philip asked me to give this to you. He carried his belongings and continued. He said it's hard to remember all the messages, so he told me to write it down. He waved goodbye to Day. See you, Hunter. Day held the paper in his hand, a little pensive. Recalling the other day, he had set a condition with Philip. I need information on the Mage. The boy replied, Mage, I've heard about them. I'll investigate anyone showing suspicious signs. It won't take much time. Philip smiled confidently. Does he find me strange? Sitting in the car reviewing the contents of the paper, Day was quite surprised. I didn't expect he could gather so much information in just 2 days. Some information included, Street 2, Gup Bakery, male, 42 years old, baker. Street 8, Kenny Andrew Shop, male, 23 years old, salesperson. And another piece of information made Day pause. He focused. This person is worth verifying. Day entered the street according to the directions on Philip's note. A chef with 2 boxes on his shoulders. Day stood behind, observing him silently. He noted it on the paper. Lenin was ruled out due to no circle mark on the chest. The other subjects were crossed off. Only one remained. According to the description, an abandoned shopping district, number 32, male, aged 30 to 40, frequently moving between the surface and underground, carrying food, likely living below ground. Once, when a steel pipe fell by accident, he dodged it with a strong gust of wind. Yet he showed no surprise. High probability he is a mage. Thinking so, Day proceeded to search for him. While moving, something ahead made him stop. Two boys stood in front of a bookstore, chatting. Today they were also closed. At this rate, sooner or later they won't be able to open again. How could they withstand us throwing stones every day? If we stop here, we'd lose our jobs. The boy in blue snapped harshly. Idiot, they'll pay us double if we force the shop to go up for sale, so we can't stop here. He held a large stone in his hand and grinned wickedly. This time, throw it at the second floor, not the shop. We'll force them to leave this place. Now let us show you how it's done. As soon as he finished speaking, the boy raised his arm, ready to throw. It was the red-haired girl again. She opened the window and shouted, "Hey, get lost, all of you." With the same fierce attitude as before, she scolded them. I heard everything. So it was you who threw stones at the shop. Scram, you bastard. Jay watched her emotions from afar. The pale yellow showed courage and conviction, but he saw it being swallowed by black mana. It seemed she was terrified. The two boys ignored her words and replied, "You think we can't see you shaking with fear? Must be nice having a home, huh? We don't even have a place to sleep." The girl clenched her fists and raised June to threaten them. "Shut up, the adults here will." Before she could finish, a stone slammed straight into the wall beside her, startling her into a loud scream. They taunted her, "You think we don't know there are only kids and a few fake sick teachers in there?" The red-haired girl still tried to drive them away. "Shut your mouths and get out." Jay had been standing by the alley watching the whole time. The boy in white threw a stone and shouted, "This time I'll aim for her face." Jay was about to rush out to help, but what he saw surprised him. The girl raised both hands filled with blue mana, then blasted the stone back at the two boys below. As the stone flew back, they wondered, what the hell just happened? The mana faded, and the red-haired girl was still standing by the window. Her pure face showed a little anger mixed with helplessness, as if she was about to cry. Jay realized in surprise that the girl might actually be a mage. The two boys asked each other again in shock, "What just happened?" The boy in blue patted the other on the shoulder to reassure him. It was probably just an illusion. Try again. Unlike them, Jay realized it was clearly magic. The girl stretched out her hand again and yelled, "Damn it, get out of my sight." The two boys ignored her and kept throwing stones, acting tough. "What can you do to us from there?" As two stones flew closer, worry became clear on the girl's face. She squeezed her eyes shut and braced herself, thinking she would not be able to block them all. At the same moment, Jay raised his magical hand toward the window. He created an even stronger gust of wind than before. The two boys raised their hands to cover their faces and asked each other, "What now? Damn it, the wind is too strong." Suddenly, something flew straight into the boy in blue's face, knocking him backward. The boy in white stood beside him in panic, not understanding what had just happened. While he was checking on his companion and asking, "Hey, are you okay?" another stone hit him right in the face. Jay walked over, tossing a stone in his hand. He stepped past the two boys lying there, looked at the astonished girl above, and greeted her. "Long time no see." The two boys had been thrown into a corner of the street, lying there trembling and covered in blood. The girl calmed herself, went inside the bookstore, and bowed her head to thank him. Jay brushed it off. "You don't need to thank me. Actually, there's something I want to ask you." The girl also wanted to ask him something, and the two spoke almost at the same time. "You're a mage, aren't you? You used magic just now, didn't you?" Their faces were strangely close, and the red-haired girl became a little flustered. She immediately raised her hand and asked shyly, "Would you like to come inside and talk?" The two of them entered the room inside the bookstore. The girl closed the door and introduced herself with a smile. "I'm Veronica, the owner of this bookstore, and you are?" Jay answered bluntly. "Jay." Veronica replied, "Jay, I see." The girl bowed slightly and apologized sincerely. "I'm sorry for yelling at you last time. Back then, I thought you were one of the kids throwing stones too." Jay brushed it off. "It's fine. Under those circumstances, it was easy to misunderstand." The girl seemed embarrassed. "Still, thank you for helping me. Without you, I would probably have been in serious trouble." Jay replied without showing any emotion. "You don't need to thank me so much. I only wanted to stop by and take a look at this bookstore." He thought to himself that at first, he had only intended to learn about magic, but meeting a mage here was an even greater gain than expected. Veronica seemed surprised by Jay's answer. She thought to herself that people here usually accepted gratitude more easily. This boy is really strange. The two sat down at the table to talk, and Jay asked first, "Veronica, where did you learn magic?" The girl answered honestly, "My grandfather adopted me and my siblings." Hearing that, he leaned closer and asked in surprise, "Your grandfather knows magic too?" Veronica answered with some concern, "Of course, he's a mage." Jay immediately asked, "Can I meet your grandfather?" The girl smiled. "Probably, but let me go upstairs and tell him first." She noticed the wound on his face and spoke up, "Wait, your cheek is scratched." Jay lightly brushed his hair aside, revealing the cut. "It probably just grazed me, it's nothing." Veronica worriedly said, "But if you leave it like that, it could get infected." With that, she raised her hand to the wound and told him to wait a moment. A strange light shone from the girl's hand. In that instant, white mana entered and healed the wound. In just a short time, the wound on Jay's face had completely disappeared. Veronica drew her hand back in relief. "All done." Jay shot to his feet and asked in confusion, "How did you do that?" The girl flinched and drew back, asking, "What do you mean?" Jay moved closer, somewhat excited. "You just moved white mana, then used it to create healing light for me." In Jay's mind, he was thinking, no matter how hard I concentrate, I can't move white mana. White mana. It only reacts when someone shows genuine care or makes sacrifices for others. All of that is far from me, someone almost emotionless. Veronica replied, "I only use restorative magic." "So what do you mean by white mana?" Her question reminded Jay of a previous conversation. Back then, Niles had said to him, "Colors, I've never heard of that. They say mana is something invisible." Now Jay had another question. Even wizards can't see mana. Veronica said, "I know what white mana you're talking about. You mean the restorative attribute, right?" It was the first time Jay had heard those technical terms. Veronica began explaining. The attribute used in the magic just now is called the restorative attribute. Normally, restorative magic only uses a single attribute, restoration. But you can also add one or two secondary attributes. Jay was curious. "How many attributes are there in total?" She replied a bit hesitantly. "Actually, if you only count natural attributes, there are quite a few, but including things like amplification, chaos, control, and restoration, there must be at least over 100 attributes." Jay clenched his fists, thinking, learning something new again. "If I meet her grandfather, could I learn even more?" Jay asked. "Is your grandfather on the second floor?" Veronica replied. "Yes, he's seriously ill, so he can hardly leave his bed." Then she walked up the stairs and told him, "Can you wait at the table for a while? I'll check if he's awake." Veronica dashed off and called back, "I'll be right back." Meanwhile, Jay wandered around the bookstore, skimming the titles on the shelves. He remembered hearing that books were extremely expensive. Touching them with these hands would only decrease their value, so he pulled back his hand. Thinking back, the last time Jay bathed was when it rained and there was clean water. He didn't mind the smell much, but surely many others would find it unpleasant. Jay recalled Veronica and wondered, does she not smell it or is she just enduring it? Something on the table caught his attention. Jay saw the notebooks on the table. They didn't look much like books, they were more like journals. One had the title, Research on Regional Attribute Distribution. Another focused on the causes of black rain, which also piqued Jay's curiosity. A while later, Veronica hurried down the stairs. She glanced across the first floor, didn't see Jay, and looked a bit surprised. Veronica wondered, did he leave because I took too long? But Jay had been standing right behind her all along, saying, "I'm still here." She jumped, letting out a shout completely opposite to his usual cold demeanor. Veronica slowly calmed herself and said, "Oh, you were reading books." Then she thought, "I had no idea he was right behind me." Jay asked, "Are there any books on magic here?" I looked but couldn't find any. She looked quite surprised and asked again, "You can read. Have you checked the titles?" Veronica thought, this kid is more interesting than I expected. Jay asked, "How is your grandfather?" She replied, "You probably can't talk to him right now. He's sleeping deeply." She blushed slightly and asked again, "Can you come back tomorrow?" Jay agreed and left, promising to return the next day. As he opened the door to leave, Veronica called out. She asked, "Hey, why do you want to meet my grandfather? From the start, that seemed to be your goal." Jay froze, unsure how to answer. Then he opened the door and replied, "The prism. I'm looking for a prism." At a restaurant in the neighborhood around 4:30 p.m., Jay continued reviewing the suspicious individuals from the note Philip had given him. There was one person who always went out around 7-8 a.m. and 6-7 p.m. every time they returned. They carried a basket full of food down to the basement. Across from the restaurant where he was sitting was where this person lived. Jay sat there, hoping to gather information related to magic. The note said, "Source provided by Junie." At the same time, a waiter with the name tag Johnny brought the food, smiling. "Here's your order." Jay recognized the familiar name. The same as the source provider's name. He declined because he hadn't ordered this. Johnny smiled. "Consider it a gift from the restaurant. You're a hunter, right? Now you're a hero in the eyes of the kids." Jay nodded. "All right, but I have a question too," Johnny cheerfully said. "Go ahead, I can even give you the restaurant's storage password." Jay thought maybe that was too much information. He held up the note and asked directly, "By the way, how precise is this man's schedule?" Johnny replied, "Almost 100%. In the 3 months I've worked here, I've seen him go into the basement at the exact time every day." Jay remembered. "It's almost 7 p.m. now, right?" Johnny added. "Thanks to him, I don't even need to check the clock," the manager shouted. "Johnny, are you slacking again?" The boy quickly apologized. Then he said to Jay, "I have to run. If you need anything else, just call me." With that, he hurried inside, glancing at the clock. It was a little past 6 p.m., meaning about an hour left. Jay would have to wait, and in the meantime, he enjoyed the restaurant's food. In no time, the steak was finished. Jay lifted his glass, eyes still on the basement entrance across the street. He suddenly realized the mysterious person was walking right past him. Jay looked at their chest and noticed mana rings like the one worn by the one-eyed wizard. Clearly a wizard. The moment had come. He quickly left, not forgetting to thank Johnny for the meal. The boy replied enthusiastically, "It's an honor to serve you." Jay quickly reached the entrance. That man had left the house for about an hour. He had to find clues about the magic within that time. Jay went down into the tunnel below, but the door had been locked tight. Jay thought he could not turn back now. He had to find a way inside no matter what. Suddenly, the colorful streams of mana inside his body reacted violently. The mana in his hand began flowing into the lock. In the blink of an eye, the lock opened without leaving a single trace. The door swung open and Jay stepped into the mysterious man's room. He looked at his hand and wondered, what did I just do? No, he had to focus. This was not the time to think about that. He used the time to investigate the man. The trash can inside was full of scrap paper. What mattered now was finding information about this mage. He noticed the discarded scraps of paper scattered on the floor. He read what was written on them. "The blazing flame of my life, how long has it been since you acknowledged me?" It seemed to be a letter the man had not finished writing. On another sheet, "The red bloodstone I was given can make me stronger. I gathered 66 orphaned children." Reading that made him think of Cedric. The man had promised to bring them into the organization if they provided 66 people. He wondered if this was the former executive of the mercenary group Cedric had mentioned. Judging from the contents of the letter, the man had been expelled from the organization. Jay noticed something else strange on the table. Inside the white box, red mana was radiating intensely. He picked up the box and opened it. It was the same kind of stone that had been set into Cedric's ring. This had to be the red bloodstone mentioned in the letter. Jay picked one up and examined it. Mana was still mana, but it was not like the mana in the air. This stone could absorb it in a far more tangible way. He wondered what would happen if I used magic with this. A massive flame erupted from Jay's hand. "This is the brightest red flame I've ever created. Normally, casting a spell takes much longer too." Footsteps sounded from outside, coming down the stairs. Jay anxiously put out the fire and turned toward the door. Is he back already? It hasn't even been 15 minutes. The mysterious man opened the door and stepped inside. He walked over to the table and muttered, "Damn it, I can't believe I forgot my wallet. I'm getting stupider with time. That's exactly why the boss threw me away." Jay hid behind the door. The man said to himself, "But don't worry, Walter. Once you finish this, you can return to the organization." He headed back out. "I need to buy more food than usual. That way I won't have to go out for a while." Jay watched through a narrow gap as he continued walking away. Suddenly, the man stopped and said, "Wait, there's one more thing I need." He pulled open the door right where Jay was hiding. With a cold stare and a sinister smile, he said, "I need to buy more rat poison too." He shouted, "You think I don't know you're hiding here?" Jay immediately pulled out his knife to defend himself. He swung the blade across the man's face. Blood sprayed out. The man staggered back a few steps, raising one hand to cover his face while bracing the other against the wall. "Damn it, you little bastard," he asked angrily. "Who are you? I thought you were an assassin from the organization, but you're just a brat." He panicked. "Damn it, blood is getting into my eye." Walter continued questioning him. "How the hell did you open the door?" Without saying a word, Jay charged in to attack again. With the knife in his hand, Jay thought he would subdue him and drag out everything he knew. However, the man was stronger than he expected. Jay was shocked. The man cursed at him, "You little punk," as he used his bare hand and red mana to grip the knife tightly. He kept yelling, "How dare you ignore an adult and point a knife at me?" He roared, "And why the hell are you so strong?" Jay yanked the knife back, then jumped backward to create some distance. He felt a flicker of worry when he saw the man channel mana into the hand holding the blade. He was using magic to keep the blade from cutting into his flesh. Walter pulled out an iron hook and shouted, "I went easy on you because you're a child. But now I'm going to tear your face apart." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed in and slashed wildly. Jay was thinking about whether he could use magic that way too. The iron hook came slashing straight down at him. Walter suddenly froze, unable to speak. He wondered, how can you use that magic? Jay clearly remembered the color combination and ratio of the magic Walter had just cast, so now he was blocking the hook blade with his bare hand. Walter launched into a frenzied attack, forcing Jay to retreat. He found it strange and thought to himself, "What the hell is this? Metallization is a unique magic I invented myself. Could this brat be?" Jay focused on observing him, waiting for a chance to counterattack. Noticing a slight opening, Jay did not hesitate to slash straight at his face. Walter leaned back to dodge it, but that left his side exposed. Jay seized the chance and stabbed diagonally. Blood spurted out. The blow made him cough several times as he glared at Jay. Blood flowed onto the floor. He dropped to one knee, gripping the wall to keep himself from collapsing. His eyes glowed red as he smiled dangerously and said, "I guessed right. The boss definitely sent you here. I heard there was someone among the assassins who could copy magic." The moment he finished speaking, Jay's knife pinned his hand to the wall, making him scream in pain. Jay told himself he needed to lower his voice to hide his identity, then said to him, "There are many things I need to ask you. From now on, answer every question I ask." Walter curled his lips into a bitter smile. "I never expected the rumored assassin to be this young." Jay knew from experience that people like this were very hard to talk to if he could not get any information out of him. Maybe it would be better for him to kill Walter right here, But then something unexpected happened. Walter fought back, his body bursting into flames. He said, "Fine, I get it now. I'll make the boss acknowledge my abilities whether he wants to or not. Let me burn you alive, you damn assassin." Jay was blasted far away. From beneath Walter's feet, a towering pillar of fire erupted. He pulled his charred arm free from the knife and shouted, "Tell the boss that blood-eyed Walter is coming for him." He stood up, his entire body now covered in crimson flames. He looked at Jay and continued, "Of course, that's only if you make it out of here alive. The boss must be regretting it now. Regretting that he threw me away." With that, Walter threw back his head and laughed loudly. Jay focused his gaze on Walter's chest. Mana was spinning violently around the magic circles. Because of that, red mana was rapidly spreading throughout his body, through the thin veins. It was truly dangerous. Without mana to protect himself, Jay might have been in serious trouble. Walter raised both hands to the sky, long pillars of fire forming in his hand. "Assassin, you came here to kill me and take the red bloodstone, didn't you? Then try killing me." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched his fiery hand straight at Jay. Jay quickly raised both hands in front of him, creating a multicolored mana circle for defense. A multicolored mana barrier appeared, blocking Walter's attack. Seeing that, Walter grew excited and said, "Protection, huh? Good. If you're an assassin sent to kill me, you should at least be able to use magic of this level." Walter attacked wildly and roared, "Are you planning to keep defending forever?" But for how long? Cracks had already appeared in the barrier. Jay could not get close to him now, because flames covered his entire body. This protection would not last much longer either. Suddenly, Jay's eyes lit up as if he had found a way. Walter laughed loudly and challenged him, "So what now?" Then he used all his strength to unleash a much larger pillar of fire as an attack. Jay pulled his hands back. He could not block this blow, but first he had to put out the fire. Seeing that, Walter became even more confident. "You're dispelling your protection. Are you insane?" But Jay silenced him. Jay used magic to create water, making Walter wonder, "What did you just do? You're using two main types of magic at the same time." Jay did not explain. He focused on creating water to extinguish the flames in front of him. He raised his water-covered fist to counterattack. Walter's eyes widened in terror. "The water element too. Could it be that you're not an assassin?" A blow filled with water struck through him, instantly extinguishing the flames. His entire body was engulfed by the water element. A while later, familiar footsteps echoed through the street. Jay walked slowly, looking rather exhausted. Blood ran from his nose. This was the aftereffect of using magic beyond his mental limit. He hurried away and thought, the destructive power of that magic just now was completely incomparable. The mana circles rotated so smoothly, and the speed of color blending was much faster too. That Walter was truly powerful. I can't even imagine how terrifying that monocled Mage must be, Jay told himself. With my current strength, I can't take revenge. Even so, he remained deeply determined and clenched his fist. Given enough time, he could still become stronger. Jay reached into his pocket and muttered, "If I had known things would turn out like this, I would have taken all of them." In his hand was the bloodstone he had taken from Walter. The next morning, at Veronica's bookshop, footsteps quietly approached as promised. Veronica was carrying a stack of books, and when she saw him, she immediately brightened. "Jay, you're here, welcome." Jay looked rather different today. The girl asked, "Did you change your outfit? You were still wearing a raincoat yesterday." He answered plainly, "I threw it away." Jay thought to himself, even though the room was too dark back then for him to see my face, if I wear that outfit again, he might recognize me. Veronica led Jay inside, saying as they walked, "I told Grandpa about you, that you used magic to help us and that you're looking for a rainbow." As they walked, Jay sensed something watching him. Behind them, two boys were hiding behind a door and staring after them. When the children realized Jay had noticed them, they looked slightly flustered and slammed the door shut. Veronica said, "They're my younger brothers. Grandpa brought them back from the orphanage, just like he did with me, Monta, and Junfin." Jay immediately asked to teach them magic. Hearing that, the girl was a little startled. How did you know?" he said calmly, "because there's no other reason. Besides, you also said before that you learned magic from your grandfather." The girl innocently realized, "Oh, that's true, isn't it?" The two stopped in front of a door. "Veronica's grandfather is inside." The girl called out, "Grandpa Graham, I brought Jay here. He's the one who helped us." The two of them entered the room. Before them sat an old man with snow-white hair and beard, holding a book in his hand. He said to the girl, "Veronica, could you step outside for a moment?" The girl obeyed, stepped out, and gently closed the door. Jay sat there beside the old man, trying to break the rather heavy atmosphere. Grandpa Graham spoke. "First, I want to express my gratitude." He looked at Jay and continued, "I heard that you helped Veronica drive those children away. That should have been my responsibility. But as you can see, I no longer have the strength." Jay brushed it off because it had not been difficult at all. He focused on the man's chest to confirm it, and realized the old man had as many as 4 circles. Red represented anger, orange was comfort, yellow was excitement, green was shame, blue was indifference and deep blue was sorrow. Those emotions were very difficult to feel all at once, so this was not mana, but different colors imprinted on the soul. Dense waves of emotion accumulated over the years had left their marks. Jai understood that someone as experienced as the old man before him was very hard to read. In any case, the old man had heard that he had many things he wanted to ask. Day said frankly that he had been searching for a mage all this time. Graham asked, "You are a mage, are you not? According to Veronica, you use magic very skillfully. However, there are still many things you do not know." The old man continued asking, "Is that right, Mr. Han? You are not from around here. Where did you come from?" Day fell silent for a moment, and seeing that, the old man realized it. "You look as though there is a very long story behind you. If you find it difficult to answer my question, then why not do this?" Graham created a light and suggested, "Let us play a game. The winner of each round may ask the loser one question." The two looked at each other. "Your quick reaction proves your senses are very sharp." He then asked, "Can you sense the mana between us right now?" Day opened his eyes wide and answered yes. Not only could he sense it, he could also see it. The old man noticed that Day's reaction had completely changed, then explained further, "Every type of magic uses a different element. When elements meet, they can even create new elements." Day listened intently as Graham explained, "The element between us right now is. This is the element that helps magic remain stable without being affected by outside factors. And precisely because of that stability, it is also the most difficult element to control." After saying that, he gently stroked his long beard. Day immediately asked, "What about the element beside it?" Hearing that, Graham was extremely shocked. In a panic, he asked, "You can sense two elements, not just one?" Day replied, "Yes, two." He thought to himself, "One is light gray, and the other is a darker gray. They are definitely two different shades." Graham held his head and laughed loudly. How could this be possible? His mind was a mess of thoughts. "I no longer need to search through hundreds of orphanages." He immediately recognized the two elements of sustainment and continuation, something an ordinary mage could not achieve even in an entire lifetime. Looking at the boy before him, Graham could only marvel inwardly. "Oh, fate is truly ironic. I do not have much time left, and yet I have found a true genius." Day asked him, "Then what is the name of the element besides sustainment?" He smiled at him. "If I tell you right away, it will not be any fun. Win the game and find out for yourself." Graham explained the rules. "Between us right now exists a sphere created from two different elements. Try to pull that sphere toward yourself. Once someone touches it, the game ends. I often play this game with Veronica." He moved the sphere toward Day. "Therefore, to be fair, I will place the sphere a little closer to you from the start." Day thought with a hint of worry that defeating a mage more advanced than himself would be very difficult. But with this advantage, it would not be impossible. Graham raised his hand and prepared the game between them. In the first round, the sphere flew quickly toward the old man. Day could not react in time. His eyes widened in astonishment. Graham held the sphere in his hand and smiled faintly. It happened almost in an instant, and that speed left Day frozen. He had to admit the old man was far too fast. Graham looked at him and said, "I will ask the first question. Who taught you magic?" Day answered briefly, "I taught myself." Hearing the answer, Graham smiled. "You have surprised me twice in just one day." Day blurted out, "Is a self-taught mage that rare?" He replied, "I will answer that question if you win the game, because that is also a question." Hearing that, Day raised his hand without hesitation. "Then let us continue to the next round." The old man's loud laughter echoed through the room. Day sat there expressionless, and the sphere was not in his hand. It was in the old man's hand. He had won this round again. Graham did not forget to explain, "The result of this contest depends entirely on each person's mana control. The number of circles does not matter." Day clenched his fist and thought, "I am only giving him information. At this rate, I am gaining nothing from him at all." He concentrated intensely. He needed to use a different method. Graham continued moving the sphere toward him, saying, "Then let us keep playing." This time there was a change in Day's approach. His other hand was using blue mana, which surprised the old man slightly. This time he managed to take the sphere. Graham exclaimed, "Good heavens, it seems you changed your strategy." Day replied, "There is no rule saying I cannot make things difficult for my opponent." The old man accepted it and smiled. "Ask anything you like." His question was extremely brief. "What is mana?" Graham gently closed his eyes, preparing his answer. "Mana is the most fundamental element that makes up everything in this world. It cannot be seen or touched, but like lightning, fire, or hail, its movement can be observed through natural phenomena. Furthermore, a very small number of people are born with the ability to sense mana. From what I have heard, you seem to be one of them. However, being able to sense mana does not mean one can use magic, because sensing mana and controlling it are two completely different fields." Dane then asked if, when he spoke of talent, he meant the ability to control mana. Rael realized this was the second question, but he decided to overlook it and continue explaining. "That is right. That talent refers to the ability to separate the elements that make up mana and combine them in precise proportion. Usually, those who understand themselves well have greater talent in Using magic. In a way, magic is a discipline that explores one's own self. That is why people say mana must call to those who are honest with themselves. Rael explained this happily, and Dane repeated his words. Mana calls to those who are honest with themselves. In the next round, the orb was drawn toward Dane again. The old man was stunned. The sustaining element was considered difficult to control. Yet he was learning how to handle it by understanding its properties in real time. Dane held the mana in his hand and breathed softly. Rael spoke. So what is your next question? Dane answered frankly, I want to know about the rings that mages have inside them. Rael replied, rings? You can think of those circles as vessels for mana. Mana in the air automatically gathers inside the rings that have been created. After one refinement, the distribution of elements within them differs, depending on the mage's constitution. Dane asked curiously, does the refinement process make mana easier to use than mana that remains in the air? That is correct, but there is another important reason for this process. Using mana from the air a few times is fine, but if done continuously, it will cause mana poisoning. Normally, a reaction occurs the moment a mage uses mana from the air. They may feel hazy, sleepy, unable to stop laughing, or unable to stop shedding tears from sorrow. Some even experience a reduced ability to endure anger. The symptoms of mana poisoning vary from person to person. Dane listened intently. When these symptoms accumulate, they develop into a permanent psychological illness. Dane recalled Cedric's expression and wondered whether mana and emotions could influence each other. Using unrefined mana makes the user hysterical. Then that explains why I never suffered from mana poisoning. Because until recently, I could not feel emotions. Dane hesitated for a moment, then said, if someone could use mana from the air without suffering mana poisoning, they would have a huge advantage. Rael replied, that is a unique idea. However, I have never met anyone like that. If such a person existed, they would be incomparable to mages who use only refined mana for safety. Because there is an infinite amount of mana in the air. Rael asked Dane about his dream and what he wanted to become in the future. His gaze turned serious. There is something I want to do. There is someone I want to kill and someone I want to save. The old man smiled. I have heard many people speak of the first before. However, this is the first time I have heard of the second. Rael raised his hand and asked, Dane, would you like to learn magic from me? The sudden offer startled him slightly. Dane wondered why a fourth-ring mage would want to teach an orphan child from the streets. I do not understand his purpose. What does he want from me? As if reading his mind, Rael immediately said, I want nothing from you. Dane fell silent for a moment, as though thinking it over, then looked at him sincerely. All right, I want to learn. The old man rested his hand on the table and looked toward the door. Veronica, come in. His voice rang out, startling the girl outside. She stepped inside and explained, I did not mean to eavesdrop. Rael knew that. He understood what kind of girl she was and told her to sit beside Jay. He asked Veronica, do you remember why I adopted Monta, Junfin, and you from the orphanage? She answered, it was to pass down your knowledge as your legacy. He nodded, that is right, and this is part of my knowledge, so you must listen as well. Rael began the lesson. This is about the rainbow, Jay. I heard you are searching for the rainbow, are you not? The rainbow is a tale passed down from ancient times. Even now, many people still wander the world in search of it. There are hundreds of theories about the rainbow, but they all converge on one point. Whoever finds the rainbow can become a godlike being. Veronica quickly asked, Grandpa, then what is a god? Rael replied, to put it simply, they are omnipotent beings. They can accomplish anything they desire in this world. Jay thought quietly, so that is why the mage with the monocle is searching for the rainbow as well. Veronica continued asking, Grandpa, then that rainbow. But before she could finish, a stone shattered the window and flew inside. She was startled and had no time to react. Fortunately, Jay was there. He held Veronica with one arm while catching the stone with the other. By accident, the girl ended up completely in his embrace. Veronica widened her eyes and slowly came back to her senses. She stood up, watched the shards of glass spinning in the air, and wondered, is this wind magic? Jay also stepped forward and looked outside. Thinking back, he had clearly warned them back then by numbing one of his arms. But they still accepted that vandalism request. The two kids were running hurriedly through the alley. Greyhound smiled, you saved us once again, thank you. He looked slightly worried. This should have been my job, but I do not have the strength. Veronica, please heal Jay. From the girl's hand, that white light with a faint golden hue appeared again, slowly flowing into Jay's hand. Veronica carefully wrapped a bandage around it. The girl said gently, it will be done soon. Jay thought to himself, it is only a small wound. Besides, it is not even on her body. Seeing the girl before him with tearful eyes, two streams of tears about to spill out, Jay wondered, is this really worth crying over? Veronica remained very caring. If it is not treated right away, it will leave a scar. In truth, Jay thought having a few scars would be fine. They were marks of honor left by enemies, which did not sound bad. Rung reminded the girl, Veronica, do not use magic before drawing a circle. It seems you have used too much mana from the air. After hearing that, the girl adjusted herself. A while later, Veronica cleaned up the broken glass. Jay sat there and asked him, I heard they have been throwing stones for a long time. Rung replied, for more than a month now. I think someone is behind this. The old man stroked his beard. Someone keeps offering to buy the bookshop, so it is very likely they are the ones doing this. He immediately asked, you are not planning to sell the bookshop, are you? He stroked his beard and said thoughtfully, that is what I have been thinking up until now. But this has truly become hard to endure. Rung recalled, half a year ago, I opened this bookshop to teach students and complete the research I devoted my life to. Back then, the children even congratulated him on opening the bookshop. He happily accepted flowers from them, and he himself was quite satisfied with this life. I could meet children and people who needed books. However, because of my illness, Veronica had to manage the shop in my place. Jay continued listening attentively. If I die, everything will only get worse. A bookshop run only by children would be the easiest prey. After saying that, he looked toward the fragile girl before him. The old man stroked his beard and continued, I have to sell this place and find somewhere suitable for the children to live. Hearing that, Veronica reacted fiercely. The girl clenched her fists and said loudly in a slightly trembling voice, no, you cannot sell the shop. She gripped her dress tightly and continued, this is the place that holds your dream. You said you had wanted to run a bookshop ever since you were little. Rung tried to calm the girl. Veronica, thank you for caring. But not everything in life goes the way we want. The girl sank down, tears streaming nonstop. But I do not want that. I do not want to close the shop. I do not want to see you disappear. The girl's tears kept falling, looking at him, looking at Veronica. The old man also found it somewhat hard to hold back his emotion. The girl came over and buried her head in his lap, sobbing, it seems I have placed too much of a burden on you. Jay witnessed all of those emotions, strange and unfamiliar to him. That evening, rain fell outside the bookshop. The old man was sleeping, and Veronica's soft voice sounded from outside. It is eternal sleep disease, a rare illness. The girl sat there with her head lowered and continued, it started 2 months ago. His sleeping time will keep getting longer until he never opens his eyes again. He can no longer move, and he can only wake up for 2 or 3 hours each day. Jay gently lowered his gaze toward her. Veronica looked up, smiled at him, and asked, can you come back tomorrow? He usually wakes up in the morning. A while later, the girl awkwardly handed Jay a raincoat. Thank goodness my raincoat fits you. Veronica did not forget to arrange to see Jay again tomorrow. Jay stepped out the door and remembered the times the orphaned children had cried. He could not understand other people's sorrow, but he also knew a few words and actions that could comfort them. Before leaving, Jay said to Veronica, do not worry, everything will be all right. First she was surprised, then moved. The girl thanked him. Jay left. The girl remained standing there, wiping her tears with her hand. Jay circled around the street, searching for the vandals and wondering. Where did they go? 8th Street, where the Oxford shop was located, was the territory of the Jeffer gang. Those children from back then must have come from there too, Jay thought. Did all of them go back into hiding because of the black rain? I was planning to deal with Jeffer, but it seems I will have to adjust the plan a little. Jay ran quickly down the road while the rain kept falling. First, he had to find Philip because Philip was connected to the other gangs. He might be able to arrange a meeting with Jeffer. Jay stopped short when he saw people who seemed both strange and familiar. He hid to one side and observed those people. He recognized them as Cedric's gang, though he did not know what they were doing there. Those street thugs talked among themselves. When will he be finished? Our boss will be at it until morning. Jay used his ability and tried to look inside. He saw Cedric inside the container, and the person in there with him was Philip. Jay was quite surprised to see that. Cedric stood in front of Philip and cursed, you arrogant bastard. He angrily raised his fist and shouted, looking at someone like you makes me want to. The sound outside cut off his anger. Cedric did not understand what was happening outside. After taking care of the underlings, Jay kicked the door open and charged in. Cedric's men lay scattered on the ground, and Jay called Cedric's name. Jay showed no emotion at that moment, but inside, it seemed he was quite upset to see Philip being bullied. Cedric sneered and asked, Jay, what is going on? Do you have business with this guy too? Philip was sitting over there, trembling all over, his body covered in wounds and blood. His face was pale and his eyes were tightly shut. Jay looked over and wondered, Philip, has he passed out? I never had any obligation to be loyal to him as a business partner, but he has helped me more than a few times. Jay was a man of principle, and his principle was that debts had to be repaid, so he stepped forward to protect Philip. Cedric gave a sinister laugh and said, you're really impatient. Our duel is tomorrow. The ring in his hand continued to fuel the anger inside him. He challenged Jay, do you want to fight right now? Jay silently observed him. Red mana seeped out and Jay's eyes turned crimson. Jay looked at Cedric's chest. He had changed. Both his body and the ring's mana had grown stronger. and it was far more obvious than before. It was as if he had become stronger by keeping it with him. Jay spoke. I didn't come here to fight, I only heard something. He asked Cedric, why did you do that to Philip? Cedric looked surprised and asked back, what, you know him? Jay stood there calmly and listened. So this brat came crawling to you too? Spouting that nonsense about business partnerships again, right? Cedric kept laughing as he talked about Philip. That's all that bastard knows how to do. Cling to the strong just to survive. As soon as he finished speaking, Red Mana nearly swallowed him whole. Cedric roared fiercely and charged in to attack. Seeing him makes me sick. Philip still sat there motionless. Unable to just stand by, Jay's threads wrapped around Cedric, then hurled him backward. Cedric's eyes burned red with rage. Both his feet skidded across the ground as Cedric drew his hand back into a mana-covered fist. His face was full of fury. In an instant, his fist shot out, closing in on Jay. Jay calmly raised his hand and caught Cedric's fist, blocking the attack. The two stood face to face, and it seemed this fight would be impossible to avoid. Jay's grip was so strong that Cedric's hand trembled slightly. Cedric said, "Get lost. This has nothing to do with you." Jay stubbornly asked, "Tell me why you did this." Cedric clenched his teeth. Why? Then he yanked his hand free from Jay's grip. He shouted furiously again, "Just seeing weaklings is enough to drive me so mad I can't stand it." Outside, the rain was still pouring. Inside the container, Jay asked him, "Do you hate the weak?" Cedric raised the hand with the ring and covered his face. An evil gaze hid behind the gaps between his fingers. He replied, "I despise them. They make me sick. But that's no reason to hurt others." Hearing Jay say that, Cedric punched the wall. Then he told Jay to get out immediately, before looking down at Philip and warning him, "Unless you want to end up like him." He declared, "I'll show you what happens when someone invades my territory. I'll turn him into a lesson for everyone." Jay fell silent for a moment to think. If I use this gem right now, I could deal with this situation easily. But I don't know what side effects it has, so I can't use it. In that case, he decided to lecture Cedric in the hope of changing him. "I don't understand. If you want to set an example, there's a much better way." Hearing that made Cedric flinch slightly. Jay crossed his arms and repeated, "I said if you want to make an example for others, there's a more effective way." He continued, "From what you're saying, it sounds like you plan to kill Philip. But if you do it in the dark where no one knows, what's the point?" Jay made a suggestion. "If it were me, I'd do it in front of everyone. Wouldn't that be far more effective?" Jay's persuasive reasoning sounded very appealing to Cedric. He imagined dealing with Philip in front of everyone, and to him, that method really did seem more reasonable. He thought for a moment, then answered Jay, "Not bad at all." Jay added, "If you're going to execute him, it's best to do it on the day of our duel. By then, all the strongest people in District 49 will be there." And Cedric agreed. However, he pointed toward Philip warily. "But what if he runs?" Jay accepted responsibility for the boy. Cedric smiled. "Fine, you don't seem like someone who breaks his word." Then he walked toward the door, not forgetting to warn him, "Jay, I trust you won't do that. But if you let Philip go or he escapes from here, then you'll take his punishment in his place." He left, leaving behind an extremely dangerous smile and gaze. Now only two people remained inside. Jay hurried back to where Philip was sitting. He shook the boy in front of him and asked, "Philip, are you all right? Can you speak?" The boy's body moved slightly and he let out a faint groan. Jay realized Philip was more badly injured than he had thought. A while later, the rain was still falling outside Philip's hotel area. There was a knock at the door. Jonathan was startled. "What, at this hour?" The boy opened the door, still half asleep, and muttered, "Don't you know that on days of black rain we don't open the door?" Then he panicked when he saw the person outside. It was Jay, carrying Philip on his back, covered in wounds and blood. Jay parted his lips slightly. "Help." Outside the clinic, the black rain continued without any sign of stopping, making the atmosphere unbearably gloomy. Jay quietly sat in the hallway outside the ward, waiting for Franco to treat Philip. Hearing the sliding door behind him, he looked up at Franco. Franco had stepped out of Philip's room. He crooked a finger, signaling Jay to come inside, then said, "Philip has regained consciousness." Jay looked at Philip on the hospital bed, assessed him, and spoke. "Looks like you're doing better, huh?" Philip looked at him gratefully and replied, "Thank you. I heard the kids tell me what happened. You brought me back here. Thanks." Jay brushed it off. "Being alive is good enough." Philip smiled and replied, "You're right." Jay voiced his confusion. "But why were you knocked down by Cedric there?" Philip looked somewhat helpless, lowered his head, and replied, "It was only because I was caught off guard." Remembering what had happened then, he explained, "I planned to scout the area first, so I could take control of the neighborhood later and bring the hotel's people to the commercial district. Unfortunately, I ran into Cedric. At the time, Philip was busy taking notes. 4 taverns, 2 restaurants." Jay exclaimed in surprise, "I thought you were a coward." Philip replied awkwardly, "I still am a coward, but there are times when you have to overcome your fear." Hearing that, Jay looked a little unconvinced. He looked at Philip and asked, "Huh, like when?" Philip's face lit up with a bright smile as he rubbed his index finger and thumb together. "When there's a chance to make money." Jay looked at the mana on Philip's chest and thought, he says he's doing it for money. In his container there is more pink than gold. He looked at Philip in confusion and wondered, why does he need to save every single coin like this? Jay set his thoughts aside for the moment and asked, looks like you've known Cedric for quite a long time. Philip scratched his head and replied shyly, you noticed that too. I wasn't planning to hide it. Suddenly Philip's voice sank slightly, filled with nostalgia. He slowly said, Cedric and I. Philip's gaze drifted into the distance as he recalled memories from childhood, then continued. We were childhood friends. Back then, he and Cedric were always together. Cedric always protected Philip then, remembering the times they stole just to get enough food to survive the day. Philip spoke nostalgically, we were both tiny children on the streets. He continued, it was only much later after we built this hotel that our lives became a little more stable. At the time, Philip was filled with determination and anticipation, thinking we can finally open the hotel. He turned towards Cedric. Cedric had been standing there silently all this time. Philip said excitedly, Cedric, what do you think of this place? Do you like it at all? Now, as he looked carefully at Cedric's expression, Philip realized that Cedric's attitude seemed off. Cedric's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and growled in resentment. Are we treated like rats? How much longer do we have to keep hiding from them? Philip's eyes widened, startled by Cedric's fierce reaction in front of him. He recalled it and told Jay. Cedric was always full of resentment inside. Back then, Philip was always carefully watching Cedric. Cedric was always angry with everyone. After work, he always went off to train. Their relationship gradually grew distant from then on. Philip only dared to secretly watch him from afar. He recalled sadly then, half a year ago, Cedric left the hotel on his own. Philip could not understand Cedric's action. After that, he went around picking fights with people on the street like a madman. Jay asked doubtfully, with only simple physical training like that, he was able to win every fight. Hearing that, Philip replied somewhat helplessly, no, at first Cedric still lost. He was fairly small compared to those thugs. Jay continued Philip's thought as Philip stared blankly, but then the situation changed. Philip nodded at Jay's comment and continued recounting. Suddenly, he became much stronger. Remembering Cedric's fights, Philip said doubtfully, you could say his strength increased all at once. Jay rubbed his chin and asked Philip, did Cedric wear any rings before? Philip thought for a moment, then replied hesitantly, a ring? Do you mean the one he's been wearing recently? It seems he got it after becoming the gang leader. He never cared about things like that before. Jay quickly followed up, Cedric's personality wasn't violent before either, was it? Philip silently admired Jay's judgment, thinking, he's really observant. He nodded in confirmation. It's true that his personality changed after he left the hotel. Jay had formed some guesses of his own. He thought, could it be? Jay suspected that Cedric had met the man in the basement while wandering the streets, just as Jay had guessed. After leaving the hotel, Cedric went through many hardships and was beaten black and blue. At that exact moment, he met Walter. The man looked down, taking in Cedric's ragged appearance at the time. Suddenly, he smiled in a terrifying way, his eyes gleaming. After finding his next prey, Jay continued his line of speculation and received the ring from him. Sure enough, after seeing and possessing that ring, Cedric's eyes slowly began to change. Philip continued speaking, pulling Jay out of his thoughts. After Cedric left, he grew even more distant from me. Even when I called out to him, he ignored me and even looked at me with contempt. Looking at the color of the mana around Philip now, Jay thought with some suspicion. The pink around him is now covered by a pale pink. Philip drooped and sobbed sadly. He even tried to kill me just now. Jay silently judged that it was the color of sorrow and longing. He suddenly asked Philip, have you tried talking to Cedric? Startled, Philip stammered, talk to him. Jay gave a straightforward suggestion. You said you two were childhood best friends. There must still be some friendship between you. Do you want to make peace with him? Philip lowered his head in thought, struggling fiercely inside. His brows were tightly furrowed in distress. Suddenly, as if he had made up his mind, he clenched his fist and shouted with determination. If I can, then I want to. At that moment, the color of the mana around Philip changed, glowing with a brilliant golden light. Jay stared closely at Philip's transformation. Finally, he spoke, then let's go to the arena. After the match ends, I'll create a chance for you to meet Cedric. Hearing that Jay could help him meet Cedric, Philip was overjoyed and exclaimed gratefully, Jay. However, his voice suddenly sank with disappointment as he said, that's impossible now. Philip sadly lowered his head, sighed, and continued answering, I can't enter the arena. He helplessly analyzed that only people from major gangs could get in there. Philip had to admit, how could someone like me do that? Jay cut him off and replied confidently, don't worry about that. I told you I could bring you to meet Cedric. Philip asked, both surprised and delighted, really? He clutched his chest and breathed in relief, looking at Jay gratefully as he replied, thank you so much. Jay's expression did not change at all. Looking at Philip seriously, he said, no need for that. He told Philip the price of being able to meet Cedric. If I lose in front of the entire gang at the arena, you'll be publicly executed. Hearing this, Philip's face turned deathly pale with fear. He stammered and asked again, publicly execute me. Jay ignored Philip's gaping expression and calmly confirmed it. That's right. If Cedric beats me, you'll die. Jay continued. It will probably be a pretty miserable death. Philip stood up and asked, "Are you kidding?" Jay quickly replied, "No." Philip still could not believe it and asked again. "Kidding?" Jay confirmed once more, "No." Jay looked at the frightened Philip and suddenly asked, "Are you scared?" Philip covered his face and thought helplessly. Honestly, he didn't know whether he was scared or not, but the person who could bring him to his death was standing right beside him. Suddenly, Jay patted his shoulder, cutting off Philip's thoughts, and said confidently, "You won't die." His eyes showed no emotion, but they were filled with confidence as he continued to affirm, "Because I won't lose to Cedric." Moved, Philip raised his head and stared at Jay. He called out emotionally, "Jay." Inside, Jay was secretly calculating that if Philip owed him after this, he would have to help him later. Philip had no idea what Jay was thinking. Regaining his spirit, he answered with determination, "All right, I'll go with you." Jay secretly rejoiced and thought, "Good." He nodded at Philip encouragingly, "You're making the right choice." Jay looked at Philip and continued, "There's one more thing you need to do at the arena." Before Philip's uneasy expression, Jay informed him, "This is my second proposal for you." A shrill scream rang out from the clinic, tearing through the silence of the black rain night. "You kidding me?" In the ward, Philip kept waving his hands and said agitatedly, "You're taking this joke way too far. No matter what that." Jay crossed his arms and looked at Philip, questioning him and making him suddenly feel guilty. "Didn't you say you couldn't pass up a chance to make money? You can overcome your fear for that." He looked straight at Philip and persuaded him, "This is a business opportunity for you. You can make a huge amount of money." Philip's thoughts began to waver a little. He secretly calculated that this was not wrong. The spectators for those matches were all just kids from the three minor gangs. Philip imagined the day of the match and guessed that the leaders of the other groups would definitely show up too. People like Jeffer and Russell. Imagining the amount of money he could earn, Philip thought to himself. In other words, a source of capital far greater than usual would gather there, but on the other hand, he also worried. However, will everything go according to plan? If he loses, I'm finished. Jay understood Philip's thoughts and immediately spoke to reassure him. "I just need to beat Cedric," he affirmed confidently. "The rest of them aren't worth mentioning." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately looked at Philip with a determined gaze. Seeing Jay's eyes, Philip widened his eyes, somewhat speechless. Then he quickly turned around, pulled open the drawer beside his bed, and took out a stack of documents. Philip seriously handed them to Jay. Jay looked at his actions with some confusion. Suddenly, Philip's expression changed to one full of excitement. He shoved a pen into Jay's hand and said, "All right, I'll leave everything to you. This is our contract. Sign it, Jay." The scene quickly shifted to 2 days later. Bright sunlight shone in the sky. At that moment, in Area 49, the southern junkyard, Cedric's hideout. The day of the match between Cedric and Jay had arrived, and everyone was gathering here to watch the fight. The stands were already packed with people who had come to join the excitement. The center of the arena was surrounded by flames. At the center stood the two main figures, Jay and Cedric. The atmosphere in the stands grew hotter and hotter. The excited cheers of those watching the spectacle stirred up the entire arena. Beside them was the premium area for the heads of the gangs. They were also looking forward to today's match in the middle of the arena. Cedric cast a provocative look and smiled as he assessed Jay, who stood there calmly. The noisy discussions in the stands kept mocking him. "So Jay is the hunter. A kid from Area 50 wants to become a leader. An outsider dares to act so recklessly. This punk is arrogant." Someone shouted provocatively, "You think you're going to win?" The crowd shouted, "Cedric will probably win." Someone said doubtfully, "But he's no pushover either." Another person immediately denied it. "How could Cedric possibly lose?" They continued discussing. "That's true. After all, Cedric will still win anyway." The staff quickly went to collect the bets, and the crowd shouted noisily, "I bet 10,000 shillings on Cedric. I bet 30,000 on Cedric winning." Andrew, sitting beside them, spoke up. "Everyone's betting on Cedric, huh? The odds aren't high, but it's a sure thing." Axel also mocked, "Who would bet on that outsider?" He smiled slyly at Andrew and said, "Everyone came here to make money." Axel drew a finger across his neck in a slashing gesture and sneered, "That guy must have come here just to get beaten up by Cedric." Down in the arena, Jay calmly observed the color of Cedric's mana and assessed, red and yellow, excitement and greed. Cedric looked at Jay and questioned him, "You came alone. This is not what you promised me at all." His eyes turned furious as he growled, "You ignored my warning." Jay was not shaken at all by Cedric's pressure and slowly replied, "Don't worry, he'll come." The moment he finished speaking, the doors outside the arena slowly opened. Chris pushed Philip, who was sitting in a wheelchair, slowly inside. A small suitcase rested on his lap. The noise in the stands grew louder and louder. Someone asked doubtfully, "What about the others?" Once they clearly saw the face of the person being pushed in, the crowd grew even more restless. That was, a shout of recognition rang out. Although Philip was somewhat afraid, his eyes were still full of determination as Chris pushed him inside. The people in the stands discussed it mockingly. "What's going on? This isn't an infirmary. Why would a cripple like him come here?" Someone even said viciously, "No one comes in a wheelchair just to get beaten up." Cedric suddenly became angry and shouted furiously, "Enough, shut up." He nodded, stared at Philip and said, "He is my guest. I originally planned to let him watch one of my bloody battles." Cedric turned toward the newly arrived Philip, reached out his hand, and said in a strange tone, "Philip, is that you?" Philip did not look well, but he still looked straight at Cedric dark. "That's right, it's me." Jay turned back, glanced at Philip, and nodded to him meaningfully. Their eyes met like the sound of an alarm. The plan had officially begun. Cedric confidently raised his hand and said, "Everyone's here now, shall we begin?" "Wait," Philip's voice rang out, cutting him off. Only then did Philip slowly speak. "I'm placing a bet too." With that, he began lifting the suitcase he had brought. Philip slowly opened it. In front of hundreds of spectators, his light voice slowly rang out under countless disbelieving stares. "Everything I have, for a total of 2,250,000 shillings. Philip confidently turned the suitcase full of cash toward everyone and announced, "I'm putting it all on Jay to win." Back when Jay and Philip were discussing the plan in the hospital, Philip asked Jay in shock, "You want me to bet all my assets on you?" Jay answered firmly, "Yes. A lot of people will bet on Cedric to win, so my odds will be pretty high." Philip asked after some thought, "Wouldn't putting everything on you be pretty risky?" Back at the match, the crowd erupted after Philip's announcement. "How much did he bet?" Someone shouted joyfully, "This guy is an idiot." "Then I'm going to make a fortune," they shouted over one another. "In that case, I'll put everything on Cedric." The crowd seemed to be stirred up by Philip and dragged the staff over to bet everything on Cedric. Cedric lowered his head, held his forehead, and asked Jay, who stood opposite him, "Did you send Philip here?" Jay did not mind admitting it and replied, "You could say that." Cedric suddenly looked up, smiled with delight, and said, "Fine. If you want to bring me money, I won't refuse it." He quickly turned around and shouted to signal the match coordinator, "Ring the bell." The man immediately replied, "All right," without waiting another second. Cedric raised his fist and charged straight at Jay, shouting, "Die!" Faced with his powerful, frenzied attack, Jay merely tilted his head and dodged it. His eyes swept past Cedric's fist as he silently judged, "He's much faster than before." Immediately afterward, Jay caught Cedric's right hand with only one hand. He easily restrained him and thought, but compared to Humphrey, he's still far too clumsy. Jay raised his elbow high, preparing to deliver a decisive blow to Cedric. "This move will only break your arm." Cedric looked up. He seemed to have realized Jay's intent behind the next strike. Cedric quickly shifted his center of gravity, forcefully shoved Jay away, pulled back his right hand, and retreated. Jay quickly steadied himself after the push. Cedric appraised him with interest. "Just as expected, you do look pretty good." He looked at Jay excitedly and said, "You really do have skill, Jay." Cedric's gaze was terrifying as he focused on Jay and declared, "But in this fight, I'll show you the full extent of my strength." Jay's eyes remained extremely calm as he looked at Cedric and the blazing red mana color before him. Quick as lightning, Cedric pushed off the ground and charged straight toward Jay. Cedric swung his leg, launching a kick at Jay. Jay quickly slipped to the side and dodged the attack. He raised one hand, leaned forward, and fixed his sharp eyes on his enemy. Jay swung his fist hard at Cedric. Cedric smiled, then tilted his head slightly and dodged Jay's strike. Up in the stands, Andrew clenched one hand and exclaimed, "Wow, both of them are insane." Axel rested one hand on his chin and muttered, "Well, that really is good fighting." Philip frowned and thought cautiously, neither of them is backing down. Down in the arena, Jay and Cedric continued fighting. A thought appeared in Philip's mind. If they keep this up, they'll really burn themselves out. Cedric glared at Jay with a furious stare and shouted, "Die!" Cedric raised one leg. His body spun backward. He kept attacking Jay. Cedric stomped hard and kicked toward Jay. Jay quickly ducked down to dodge the attack. Jay glanced down at Cedric's legs. He thought, facing him head-on would only waste my strength for now. I have to take him down first. Jay shifted his foot and his body began to move. He rushed toward Cedric. Jay lunged forward and wrapped his arms around Cedric's body. Cedric was pushed backward. His eyes widened. He was startled by Jay's sudden attack. Cedric placed one hand on Jay's back. A hint of surprise flashed across Jay's face. Cedric grabbed the back of Jay's shirt with both hands. He shouted angrily, "Do you think I'll just let you do whatever you want?" Jay pushed upward, and Cedric's entire body was quickly lifted into the air. Jay swung both arms hard and hurled Cedric toward the pillars of fire. Up in the stands, Adam saw what had just happened and cried out, "Did you see that?" Mark beside him immediately added, "With that kind of force, his bones must be broken." A voice rang out in shock, "How is that little guy so strong?" Philip looked toward Cedric and murmured worriedly, "Cedric." Jay stood motionless, raising a hand to wipe the sweat from his cheek. Someone's voice rang out, "Is this even possible?" Another person said, "The hunter is better than I thought." Cedric lay still on the ground after that last blow. He looked as if he had passed out and someone exclaimed, "More importantly, Cedric is down." Another person continued, "At this rate, Cedric is probably going to lose." Cedric suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze glowing red and filled with rage. Cedric pushed himself up and slammed one hand hard against the ground, muttering, "You damned bastard." Jay narrowed his eyes, his expression cold as he calmly stared at his opponent. Cedric slowly stood up, an unfathomable force radiating from around his body. One hand clenched tightly over his chest. Cedric raised his head. His teeth were clenched and his eyes burned red. He shouted, "There's no way I can lose." As soon as he finished speaking, Cedric bent his legs and charged fiercely straight at Jay. Cedric raised one hand, clenched it into a fist, and let out a roar. Cedric swung his fist at Jay. Jay raised both hands, his body slipping slightly to the side to dodge the attack. Cedric swung downward and Jay was forced back. He thought every one of his blows is heavy. Cedric continued attacking. Jay raised one hand to block the strike. A thought flashed through his mind. At this rate, this match will never end. For a moment, the image of Niles appeared in Jay's thoughts, and he said, "Usually, your body weight is the deciding factor in a hand-to-hand fight." Cedric threw another punch at Jay, and Jay quickly raised both arms to block the attack. Cedric gave a sinister smile, his eyes glowing red. They were fixed straight on Jay. Jay thought helplessly, "I can't use the protective shield to block the full impact of all his attacks." His conversation with Niles continued to surface in Jay's mind. Niles' voice rang out. However, Niles folded his arms and said, "There is one way to overcome a difference in weight." Jay looked toward Niles. He asked curiously, "What is it?" Niles raised one finger into the air, smiled, and gave his answer. "Joint locks." Back in the fight, Jay suddenly spread his arms wide. He leaned forward. Cedric was startled. He realized something. Jay wrapped both hands around Cedric's head, bent his legs, and sprang upward. His body rose into the air. Jay threw Cedric down and used all four limbs to lock tightly around his body. Cedric placed his hand on Jay's arm, his voice trembling. "You bastard!" Cedric began struggling. He shouted, "Let go, let me go, you dog." Jay held Cedric tightly and whispered, "Surrender and admit defeat." Suddenly, Cedric clenched his teeth. The ring on his hand flashed with a red light for an instant. Cedric forced himself to stand, dragging Jay along as he clung to Cedric's body in confusion. Jay narrowed his eyes and thought, if he keeps this up, he'll only destroy his own body. A surge of magical power burst out from Cedric's ring. He was startled, his eyes widening. In an instant, Cedric gradually lost consciousness. He collapsed to the ground, and Jay slowly released Cedric's body. Jay's eyes remained fixed on his opponent. The magical power inside Cedric's ring slowly faded. Cedric lay motionless on the ground, and Jay lowered himself down. He reached out and removed the ring from Cedric's hand. In the stands, a voice rang out, "What just happened? Did he pass out?" Voices from the audience began to rise. "So Cedric lost. He can't get up, it's over. Does that mean the hunter will take control of their ice worm? What about our bets? I wagered a mountain of money on Cedric. Damn it." Zay's eyes shifted down to Cedric, thinking he wouldn't be able to move for at least a week. Philip approached Zay in a wheelchair, calling out loudly. Zay grabbed the box from Benny, wide points. "I'll keep this until the duel is completely over. Who knows what tricks they'll pull." Philip looked at Zay, thinking with concern that his priority was money. Across from them, Cedric gradually regained consciousness, clenching his teeth in anger. Zay glanced back. Cedric slowly stood up, his voice trembling. "Not done yet." Cedric looked at Zay, panting with rage. "I haven't lost, I'm not weak." Suddenly, a can flew straight at Cedric's head, accompanied by an angry voice. "You lost." The audience in the stands began throwing things at Cedric. They shouted angrily, "Because of you I lost my money." "Useless, you idiot, drained my wallet." Someone shouted, "You're worthless, get lost." Cedric's body trembled, his eyes blazing red, muttering, "No, I'm not weak." All eyes turned to Cedric, his mind pleading, "Don't look at me like that." Cedric reached forward. He grabbed a nearby fire pillar. Zay glanced back at Cedric. Philip next to him gasped loudly. Cedric threw the fire pillar at the audience, yelling, "Damn it, I'll burn you all." Flames erupted violently. The audience began screaming in fear. "Oh no, the seats are on fire. Has he gone mad? Run." Cedric laughed loudly, shouting with pride. "That's right, I'll turn you all to ash." Flames roared higher. Someone shouted, "It's burning, run." Chaos spread rapidly. People rushed to flee the arena. Someone yelled, "Move quickly." Another shouted, "Damn it, get down there fast." Meanwhile, Cedric held his head with one hand, laughing as he watched the scene. He looked up at the sky, forcing a smile, and spoke. "Now no one dares to underestimate me." As soon as he finished, Cedric's body seemed to lose all energy, collapsing motionless to the ground. A stream of demonic energy rose from Cedric's back. Zay closed his eyes slightly. He thought, Cedric can't move. Zay stepped back, thinking that if he saved Cedric now, both he and Philip would be in danger. Suddenly, a shout from behind made Zay freeze. "Cedric." Zay's face showed surprise. He turned his head, eyes scanning the source of the voice. Nearby, Philip was trying to wake Cedric while Zay stayed silent. He stood still, watching them. Philip supported Cedric, whispering, "Let's get out of here quickly." The arena was engulfed in flames. Philip helped Cedric to his feet, calling loudly, "Wake up, Cedric." He struggled to balance while supporting him. His voice trembled, "Let's get out quickly." Zay stepped forward. He spoke, planning to drag him away with that wheelchair. Philip smiled faintly, whispering, "I thought you'd leave immediately." "You're coming to save me, Zay." Philip carried the box on his shoulder. Zay reflected. 2 days ago, Philip was almost killed by Cedric, and now he was willing to risk his life to save him. Philip carried Cedric toward the wheelchair, then turned back, speaking, "Can you give me a hand?" Zay remained silent, his body still. He looked at Philip and Cedric with concern. Zay placed Cedric in the wheelchair, lowering his face as he was unconscious. Zay put his hands on the handles and asked Philip, now that he's seated, what next? Philip replied, "Just push him out of here." His voice was serious. He continued, "You can even take all my reward money. Just save Cedric, and you." Zay looked at Philip. His voice sounded, "I can't save both of them in this sea of fire anyway." Philip placed a hand on his chest, forcing a smile and whispering, "I'll be fine." Zay clenched his hands, thinking, everyone will prioritize their own life. Jay frowned, asking, "What's the benefit of doing that?" Philip seemed not to understand the question, saying, "Benefit." Jay continued, "You risk your life to save Cedric. What do you gain?" Jay frowned, asking, "You're always good at calculations, Philip." Philip looked at Jay, replying, "There's no benefit at all. I just act on what I think I must do." Jay looked puzzled, asking softly, "Then why?" Philip interrupted, "No reason." He scratched his cheek and smiled, saying, "Cedric and I have been best friends since childhood. I just want to protect him." Hearing this, Jay froze. His eyes widened in surprise. He stood still for a long time, still looking at Philip. His mind reflected how strange. Images of Neo's family appeared in Jay's mind, wondering, do friends really risk dying for each other? A memory surfaced in Jay's mind. Anna handed him a cake, smiling, "Just for you because you and Jay are friends." Kai beside her handed another cake to Jay, interrupting Jay, "Eat this from me." Rue handed Jay a cloak. He said, "Jay, we fixed the cloak for you." Marn placed both hands on his hips, laughing loudly. Even the older sister helped. Jin from afar was sewing a garment, speaking up, I just gave advice." Neos leaned against the wall and said, "Since you remind me of my younger brother, that's why I care. Having an older brother like me isn't so bad, right?" Pale pressed 2 fingers together. He shyly said, "The reason I used expensive medicine to save you, because I can't let someone die right in front of me. At that moment, I only thought about saving you." Jay's voice echoed in confusion. "Huh." Pale smiled brightly. He continued, "Next time I'll do the same because we're friends." Jay reached toward Pale, thinking, because we're friends. Jay stretched out, his mind imagining just a little closer. Jay's thoughts raced on, I can touch the true meaning of friendship. Jay stood drenched, frozen in place, thinking. But no matter how hard I tried, Jay collapsed in the dark space. His mind filled with despair. I still can't reach it. Jay furrowed his brow, eyes fixed ahead, staring into the endless void. Scene change, back to reality, Philip walking beside him. He asked, "Are you really helping us?" Jay pushed Cedric's wheelchair. He replied, "It's hard to get out now, the fire has engulfed everything. It's safer to stay here. At least the fire hasn't reached inside yet." Immediately, Jay took off his long-sleeved outer shirt. Philip saw this and shouted in panic, "Jay, why are you suddenly?" Philip yelled in confusion, "Did the smoke get to your head?" Jay tore the shirt in half. He denied, "No, it's not that," realizing something. Philip's eyes widened in shock, stepping back. A light shone from the torn shirt. Philip stood frozen, his face full of astonishment. Philip's body trembled as he exclaimed, "Is that magic?" Jay held the drenched cloth toward Philip. He said, "First, cover your nose, don't inhale the smoke." Philip put the cloth over his face, thinking, when asked to find a mage. "Honestly, I thought it was impossible, as if magic didn't exist at all." Philip placed a hand over the cloth and thought, wait, if there is magic, could he create water to put out the fire? Jay put the cloth on Cedric's face, saying, "Magic isn't unlimited. Ask later, get out first." Jay turned to Philip, "Now answer my question." Jay lowered his voice, looking at Philip. "What do you think friends are?" Philip raised a hand, "Does it matter now?" Jay interrupted, "It matters." Philip adjusted the cloth on his face, replying, "Friends just treat each other well." Jay continued, "I know." Jay looked at Philip, "But the friends I know seem different from what you're saying." Philip bent down to check Cedric. Thinking, "Oh no," Philip replied, "So what are you then?" Jay lifted the cloth and answered, "People can only be close for a certain time." Hearing this, Philip froze, silent for a long moment, eyes on Jay. He lowered his hand, thinking, "Is this the sense of distance I feel when near him?" Philip spoke, denying, "Jay, you're not wrong, but it's still not enough." Philip bowed his head slightly, speaking quietly. "Friends can help each other unconditionally, and they're also people you can receive help from." Philip looked up, pulling the cloth down, speaking clearly and loudly, "That's what true friends are." Jay stared at Philip. With a serious gaze, he asked, "Aren't you afraid? You could die here." He smiled slightly, eyes calm as if accepting everything. "No, I'm just following my heart." He smiled slightly, eyes calm as if accepting everything. "My heart?" Philip nodded, "Yes, the feeling of wanting to protect friends." He looked ahead, gaze firm, no hesitation. Just the simple feeling of wanting to protect a friend. Jay nodded slightly as if understanding something. "I see." Suddenly from above, iron bars shook and began to fall violently. Amid the raging fire, both Philip and he froze, realizing imminent danger. Their eyes wide, bodies stiff from the unavoidable threat. He clenched his fists, gaze wavering. "Seems there's no avoiding it. This time we're done for." Past memories flashed in Jay's mind, making him hesitate. Unlike any other night, his eyes deepened, recalling the previous battle. "Back then, I only thought about killing the golem. Day gritted his teeth. His heart began to race. Why, he thought, if the kids die, I won't be able to repay them, right? A chaotic emotion surged, making Day lose his composure. Is it really just this feeling? He closed his eyes for a moment, then opened them with a completely different gaze. No, Day closed his eyes briefly, then opened with a new look. Now I'm sure I understand. He raised his hand, mana gathering around his body and spreading strongly. His eyes became resolute as he thought of the life he always yearned for. I want to live a normal life like other children. Day clenched his fists, his heart pounding harder. I want to protect the people I love. He reached his hand forward and a fierce white light burst from his palm. Philip, sitting beside him, froze in shock, unable to believe what was happening before his eyes. Day looked down at his own power as the brilliant white light filled the entire space. Philip suddenly spoke up as he witnessed the scene before him. Day reached out his hand, and then Philip suddenly spoke in astonishment at the sight before him. Is this magic? Day turned back, his voice calm yet firm in the dangerous situation. Do not move, just stay exactly where you are. Philip asked, slightly bewildered. What is going on? Philip swallowed as a thought flashed through his mind. Am I about to get stabbed? Day focused his power and white light wrapped around Philip's injured leg. Philip widened his eyes as he felt the pain vanish completely. Oh, my broken leg has healed. Day did not stop, continuing to guide the stream of energy into Cedric's body. Philip looked at Day with eyes full of gratitude and deep emotion. Thank you so much, Day. Philip lowered his head slightly, his voice becoming sincere. I will never forget that you helped me and Cedric. Day shook his head lightly, his expression calm as if it were only natural. It is all right. Another thought flashed through his mind. From now on, you still have many things to do for me. Besides, I also wanted to test my white power. Philip looked around. The flames were still spreading everywhere. So what do we do now? Day turned his head, his determined gaze fixed on the exit ahead. Let us get out together. Philip asked in slight surprise. Are you going to use magic again, Day? Day shook his head, his voice calm as if he already had a clear plan. No. Day raised a hand as a signal, his serious eyes ordering Philip to stop. Leave everything to me, just wait here. Day looked up towards Cedric. Cedric was unconscious and Day's gaze darkened in thought. He is still out cold, his body leaning against the chair, completely unaware of everything happening around him. Day took a deep breath and quickly formed a plan in his mind. I need to hold a defensive magic barrier until the fire goes out. Nesu stood frozen, his voice trembling. Our house has burned down. Leify's eyes widened in panic. Oh no, that cannot be. He panicked, his voice turning urgent and desperate. What are we supposed to do now? We do not have a home anymore. Zephi crossed his arms and answered with a cold gaze. This is all Cedric's fault. He was the one who threw the burning plank and set the house ablaze. He turned away, his tone decisive. This is not our fault, therefore we are leaving. You people can deal with it yourselves. Leify clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with anger as he watched their backs. Those bastards. Chris collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he thought about leaving Philip behind inside. His leg is still broken too. How could he possibly get out? Suddenly, Chris stopped crying, his eyes widening as he noticed something ahead. From within the thick darkness, a hazy space gradually appeared through the smoke and flames. The smoke billowed with the wind, slowly scattering to reveal an opening ahead. Chris stood frozen, unable to take his eyes off the scene that was slowly becoming clear. Day strode proudly out of the burning house, his composure almost unbelievable. Chris pointed forward, his voice trembling with shock. Oh, look over there. In the thick smoke, Day's figure slowly emerged as though stepping out of hell. He stammered, unable to hide his extreme astonishment. Do not tell me that. Leify took a step back, his voice filled with confusion and disbelief. The hunter, he is still alive. He made it through that fire unharmed. Day stopped, his cold gaze sweeping over everyone standing before him. If you people intend to charge at me, he curled his lips, his low voice carrying overwhelming authority. Then come at me all at once. I will take you all on. As soon as Day finished speaking, the air around them grew so heavy that everyone trembled in fear. The group in front of him immediately dropped to their knees. Their whole bodies shook and they did not dare raise their heads. One of them collapsed to his knees, bowing until his face touched the ground, his body trembling nonstop with fear. Nesu glanced at those around him. His pale face turned toward his companion. Behind Day, a massive explosion rang out from the fiercely blazing flame. Day stood proudly in front, his gaze sharp and cold, as though no one could ever reach him. Inside the White House directly across from the burned house, the air still carried the smell of smoke. Ava looked outside and said, the children, they are coming this way. Ben narrowed his eyes for a closer look. Is that Philip? Bowden answered gruffly, that crowd belongs to Cedric. Day slowly walked toward the closed door. His cold eyes observed the situation. He strode forward proudly, while Philip gently pushed the injured Cedric, moving him ahead. Day raised his hand as a signal. His firm voice rang out, "Everyone stay exactly where you are until I give the order. No one is allowed to act." Philip hurriedly spoke up, a hint of worry in his eyes. "Wait, Day, can you hold on for a moment?" Philip turned his head, his eyes moving toward Chris, who was hesitating behind them. He spoke in a gentle but clear voice, "Chris, are you not coming in?" Chris lowered his head, his voice trembling with guilt and fear. "But Philip, I was the one who abandoned you before. How can I possibly go in there?" Philip smiled faintly, his eyes gentle as if he did not mind at all. "It is all right. If it were me, I would have done the same." He took a step forward. His voice became warmer and more sincere. "I do not blame you at all. Hurry and come into our home." Chris clenched his fists. I still couldn't shake the guilt in my heart. Even so, I was still terrified that I had abandoned you and run away. Philip smiled and said, "I told you it's fine. Jay can come in too." He stood still as a strange thought flashed through his mind. This hotel belongs to him. "Why is he asking me?" Jay shrugged slightly, his voice calm. "It's up to you." He lowered his head a little, his eyes filled with gratitude for that approval. "Thank you for allowing it." He walked along crying as he said, "You really are far too generous." Leify stood behind them, unable to hide her surprise at the scene before her. "Hunters can own hotels too," Chad rubbed his head and said. "And he even agreed to let in the one who abandoned Philip." He lowered his spirits and murmured, "If we do well, then maybe we can also." A gentle glow gradually lit up in the air, spreading throughout the room. Ben stepped closer and asked, "Philip, are you feeling better now? You won that duel, right?" Philip raised his hand, signaling him to stop. His voice turned serious. "Everyone needs to have their injuries treated first." Polly looked toward him and asked, "Who are those kids outside? Isn't that Cedric?" Niles narrowed his eyes, studying him with an appraising gaze. "He looks really battered. It seems like he's badly hurt." He gestured with his hand and said, "Step aside for a bit. I'll explain everything to you." Philip frowned in thought. The infirmary is on the second floor, but with him injured, how can he get up? "Come on," Jay stepped forward and demanded loudly, "Move aside." Without hesitating for even a second, he bent down and decisively lifted Cedric up. He hurried after them, his eyes never leaving Cedric as Jay carried him away. The two quickly entered the infirmary, and the air inside became strangely quiet. Philip took a deep breath, regained his composure, and spoke up to ask, "Can I ask what I've been wondering about now? I mean what I saw in the arena." He shrugged lightly and answered in a calm tone, "What you saw is exactly what it was. I can use that magic." He nodded slightly, his gaze sinking. "Then I understand now." Philip thought to himself, Jay doesn't like talking about himself at all, so I need to start with. By talking first, Jay took out the box and quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, let's deal with the payment first." He gave a brief reply. He nodded in agreement. "Oh, sure." He calmly read out the total amount of the wagers. "The total wager is 424,000 spirit credits." Jay pushed a share of the money toward Philip and said, "This is your share," he said in surprise. "You calculated that so quickly." He tilted his head slightly and continued with a serious look. "I also need to ask you for a favor." Philip frowned, looked curiously toward Jay, and immediately asked in return, "What is it?" His voice became serious. "Our base has burned down completely. I want to ask you to find somewhere else for us to move to." Jay folded his arms. His voice was calm. "Tell me if the rent isn't enough." Suddenly, he cut him off and softly called Jay's name. Philip's voice became confident. "I can handle finding a new base. Even buying the furniture won't be a problem." He raised his head, his eyes firm, his voice certain and without the slightest hesitation. "But I absolutely cannot accept this money," he asked, not understanding. "Why?" Philip immediately explained. "Because splitting it this way isn't right. You should receive more. Everything was thanks to you." Jay stared at him blankly and asked in confusion, "Why are you so stubborn?" He sighed softly, looking slightly irritated as he pushed the money forward. "Just take it." He clenched his fists, his eyes turning serious as he pushed the money back toward Jay. "I can't accept it." His cold gaze fixed directly on Philip. "I don't really understand." He froze, his eyes full of confusion as his thoughts wandered. "Is he angry?" Jay gently closed his eyes, sensing the energy flowing through Philip's body. There was very little golden mana, while white mana overflowed. "He's worried." He observed carefully, his focused gaze looking deep into the source of mana within him. Jay tilted his head slightly, his eyes carrying a trace of curiosity, and asked directly, "Are you worried about me?" He suddenly froze, his voice a little flustered. "I'm worried." "About you?" Philip frowned slightly, inwardly admitting that Jay was the strongest among the kids of District 49. His heart was filled with turmoil. If there was anyone to worry about, then I would only worry for the villains who have to face you. Philip looked straight at him, his voice calm yet firm. "I have nothing to worry about when it comes to you. I just think the split is unreasonable." Jay did not understand and asked, "I don't get it. What do you gain by doing this?" He smiled lightly and explained, "Think of it this way. I'm investing everything in you." He froze slightly. "Investing?" Philip nodded firmly. "That's right. This money will bring returns in the future. If you use that money to make the group stronger, then the hotel can focus on business without worrying about anything else." Jay fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded slightly as if accepting that explanation. "All right," he breathed out softly, his eyes returning to normal as he said, Then next is. Someone came running over in a panic, his face alarmed as he delivered urgent news. Something big has happened. Jeffy and Rosen have appeared and they brought all their subordinates with them. Philip and Jay turned their heads at the same time, their eyes growing tense when they heard the unexpected news. He ran while speaking urgently. They've sent people to monitor everywhere. They already know we brought the money here. Jay smirked slightly. With a cold gaze he replied, I knew there would be trouble with those guys. Philip turned to him, his voice laced with mockery, so why didn't you stop them? He stood upright, his eyes calm but filled with confidence. Sooner or later, both sides have to face each other. He frowned with worry. But you just finished a battle. Day tilted his head thoughtfully, saying, Philip, what did you just say? Something about investment profits. Philip hesitated slightly. His eyes showed confusion at the sudden question. Ah, dividends, why bring that up now? He smirked lightly, his gaze cold as he looked ahead at the enemy. You're about to receive dividends. Jeffy stepped forward from afar, his gaze full of disdain. Finally, you found your way here, so you really survived the fire, huh? Rosen stood nearby, smirking with ridicule. I thought you guys had been burned to ashes. He squinted, his eyes full of suspicion. Unbelievable, how did you survive? Jeffy crossed his arms, his voice tinged with doubt. Many people died in that fire. Or did you set it on purpose, trying to swallow the betting money, perhaps? He smirked slyly, his eyes cunning. How could you trick us like that? You really disappoint me, Philip. Jeffy raised his hand forward. In a commanding tone, he demanded, enough talk. Bring out the betting money you earned now. Do it, and we'll withdraw. Philip clenched his fists, anger rising inside. This is absurd. He hesitated slightly. That day stepped forward, his eyes cold as he decided how to handle the situation. I'll give it. He raised his hand gently. With a sharp snap of his fingers in the tense air, several coins sparkled and shot forward at high speed. The coins clattered to the ground right in front of Rosen and Gap. He looked at them coldly, his voice dripping with contempt. That's all you get. Jeffy gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes red as he looked at the meager pile. He stood tall in the crowd, his cold gaze sweeping across them. If you want the money, take it by force. That's the law of the street. Jeffy gritted his teeth, his face twisted in fury at Day's direct provocation. Damn it. He leaned forward, ordering him, Philip, go into the hotel first. Philip nodded quickly, got it. The man turned his head and shouted urgently, grab that guy quickly. Jeffy stepped forward, looking down on him with contempt. A foreigner like you dares to speak here. Day took a deep breath, clearly aware in his mind. His body was still not fully recovered from the recent battle. He clenched his hand lightly, his gaze sharpening, but dealing with these two won't be a problem. Day smirked lightly, retrieving a hidden magic ring. Because I have this. He raised his hand to block, calmly intercepting the simultaneous attack from both. The collision shattered the wooden stake in Johnson's hand in two. His eyes widened in shock, staring at the bent pipe after the impact. What the hell is this? Day focused his strength into his arm, spinning to counterattack both opponents fiercely. The explosive force pinned them to the ground, unable to resist. The henchmen behind just froze, too afraid to advance. Their faces turned pale, mouths agape at the overwhelming power. He lifted his head, his cold gaze sweeping over the hesitant crowd ahead. What's wrong? Not rushing in anymore, one henchman shouted. Shut up, bastard, keep attacking him. He's exhausted. They all drew their weapons, roared, and charged at Day with ferocity. He stood still for a moment and then erupted with energy, sending all enemies flying, his eyes glowing red. The magic ring blazed fiercely, full of pressure. His body surged with power, his strength and speed skyrocketing. Day charged into the crowd, landing powerful punches that knocked each down. Leify watched from the side, eyes wide at the scene. This guy's crazy, he swallowed, his voice trembling. Fighting alone against so many and he's not overwhelmed at all. Chat standing nearby couldn't contain his amazement. Impressive. Leify turned to him, eyes annoyed. What? Hey, wake up, our leader is Cedric. Chat argued back, but he'd already lost to that hunter. He took a deep breath and shouted. And everyone knows Cedric is troublesome, always doing as he pleases, and it never ends well. He hesitated slightly, his gaze wavering. That's true. But some of the other henchmen sneered, voicing their true thoughts. Actually, when he got knocked down by the hunter, I was pretty happy. Another added, me too. That way he'll be safe later. I'd rather have the hunter as leader, it's more comfortable. Jayek stepped forward and shouted. Split into two groups, break into the hotel. He and Chat turned, eyes wide at the order. Day paused for a moment, his gaze sharp as he realized their intent. What? Zay gritted his teeth, killing intent surging fiercely as he looked toward the group heading for the hotel. Damn them. Zay took a deep breath. His chest swelled as if he were preparing for something huge. He quickly drew in another breath, his eyes locked sharply on the target ahead. Zay stared straight at the crowd and shouted furiously. Stop them. Hearing him, the man and his underlings immediately trembled as they sensed danger. Leify panicked and covered her ears tightly, her eyes trembling as she turned back to look at him. He swallowed, his voice shaking slightly as if he had just realized something extremely dangerous. Stop! Chat clenched his fist, his gaze firm as he rushed forward. It is the hunter's order. Let us go. The man widened his eyes in surprise. What? His voice rang out decisively. Capture them, Jayak roared angrily, his eyes filled with fury. What is wrong with you people? Our enemy is the hunter. He is the one who defeated Cedric, our leader. The man turned back, his eyes cold as he declared something that shocked everyone. Shut up. Our leader now is the hunter. The man gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with rage. You are accepting that guy as your leader. A group of Rosen's underlings shouted, block the door. That bastard Philip and the others are inside. The people standing on Zay's side quickly responded. The hunter gave the order, we need to stop them. His underlings kept shouting, attack and break down the door quickly. The people on his side immediately formed a line, their voices filled with resolve. Defend it at all costs. He stood high up in the hotel, his eyes observing the entire situation below. The people inside the hotel began murmuring in confusion. Cedric's underlings are helping us. This makes no sense at all. What is wrong with them? Philip suddenly widened his eyes in panic as he realized something was happening outside. Cedric's underlings shouted loudly, gripping their weapons as they charged forward, ready to smash the door apart. Charge! Leafy gritted her teeth, her eyes full of worry as the situation descended into chaos. You lunatics, the people in front shouted, trying to push everyone aside to open a path for a direct attack. Get out of the way. A massive pillar was lifted high, ready to slam straight into the hotel door. Philip and everyone else stared at them in shock. A deep voice rang out, causing the surrounding air to freeze. Enough! The underlings all froze at once, their eyes shifting into panic as they realized something. The dust slowly cleared, revealing a foot planted firmly right in front of the attack. One of the underlings trembled, unable to believe his eyes when he saw him standing there. Did the hunter stop it? Zay panted lightly, his cold eyes sweeping across the entire crowd before him without the slightest wavering. Another man stepped back several paces, his voice trembling. He was clearly still behind us just now. The others ignored it and shouted, so what? Crush him to death. Right, we outnumber him. Zay tightened his arm muscles, gathered every last bit of strength he had left, and suddenly launched a fierce counterattack. One man in the group cried out in panic. As he saw the situation spiral out of control, his trembling voice shouted, keep your balance. Zay suddenly yanked the pillar hard toward himself. The tremendous pulling force sent the people in front flying away. Those standing behind him on his side stared wide-eyed in shock, unable to believe what had just happened. Philip stood above, his eyes wide, his trembling voice unable to believe the strength he had just witnessed. Impossible. Zay dropped the pillar to the ground, his breathing ragged, but his eyes remained icy sharp as he stared straight at his opponents. The underlings trembled and backed away. A few collapsed onto the ground, no longer daring to advance. He stood silently amid the chaos. His cold gaze seemed to pierce through every person before him. Zay narrowed his eyes, his sharp stare sweeping over each fear-stricken face in the opposing crowd. Several men panicked, turned, and ran, shouting in utter terror as they fled. Run, we cannot beat him. He stood still in the middle of the battlefield, breathing heavily, and began to realize in his mind, now I have reached my limit. Suddenly, loud cheers rang out around him, making Zay flinch by reflex. One of the allied group stepped forward, eyes shining with admiration, and praised him aloud. The hunter is amazing. Many others shouted along, their voices full of excitement and trust. Everyone cheered together. As expected of Lord Hunter, that is right, he is our leader now. Zay stood amid the cheers, his eyes wavering slightly. This is the first time I have seen this color. What emotion is this? Zay frowned faintly, trying to understand the feeling in his heart. He could not figure it out. Philip pushed through the cheering crowd, trying to get closer to him with a deeply worried expression. Zay still stood there, his gaze gradually softening as the feeling in his heart became clearer bit by bit. But this feeling, just as Philip arrived, he saw him stagger. Philip's eyes instantly filled with panic and worry. Zay's body finally could not endure any longer. He collapsed to the ground after using up all his strength. In the moment when his consciousness began to fade, he gave a faint smile, not bad at all. Philip rushed over in panic to catch his collapsing body, shouting loudly amid the chaotic crowd. Zay. In a silent, hazy space, Zay slowly opened his eyes, his low voice echoing through the boundless void. This place, he looked around, overwhelmed by a strange feeling. Zay murmured in confusion, where is this? Is it raining? I was never someone who dreamed much. In the quiet void, he instinctively raised his head and saw a beam of light in the distance. Zay forced strength into his hand, slowly climbed toward the guiding light ahead. Upon reaching the endpoint, he let go and landed on the ground. Covered with debris, he stood still, looking up ahead. His eyes were filled with curiosity and caution. A blinding light shone straight down from above, illuminating his face. He squinted at the strange sight. A deep voice echoed through the space. White light in a dark world. He tilted his head slightly, sensing the unusualness, the voice softening. A strange feeling, he slowly stretched, moving closer to the source of the light. Ahead, he observed the light carefully, his eyes reflecting the odd transformation. The light had always been white. He slowly reached out his hand toward the crack appearing in the light source. The moment his fingertips touched it, the light burst forth with brilliant colors spreading everywhere. The surrounding space transformed, a mix of colors interweaving like a garden of light, leaving him stunned. His eyes widened, his voice full of amazement at the unprecedented scene. What is this? His eyes reflected the vivid streaks of color. The light danced as if alive before him. Suddenly, he jolted awake, breathing heavily as awareness returned. He looked around. A thought crossed his mind, is this Philip's medical room? He frowned slightly, trying to recall what had happened in that strange dream. It seemed like he had dreamed something. Francos immediately asked, "Are you awake now?" Buston stepped forward, concern in his eyes, gently asking, "Did you sleep well?" He looked at him, voice full of worry continuing, "Are you hungry?" He bowed politely, ready to serve according to his request. "If needed, we can prepare food for you." He sat up, waving his hand lightly, calm but still slightly tired. "No need. What day is it today?" Both responded clearly in unison. "Today is July 11th. He quieted, eyes thoughtful. "Have I slept for an entire day?" He stood, adjusted his clothes, and said briefly, "I'll step outside for a bit." Both bowed immediately in response. They replied promptly, "Yes." In the lobby, a few people were gathered chatting. One asked, "Starting tomorrow, the workers in Zone 6 will be Kopsin and Nepen, right?" Another nodded in agreement. "Yes, I've been free lately, nothing else to do." He paused briefly, gradually understanding the situation. While he was asleep, Philip had already handled the work in Cedric's zone. Nesu approached, scratching his head slightly, a bit hesitant. Can we help with anything?" He quickly added, eyes shining with enthusiasm. "You can order us to do anything, we're strong." Nesu hurriedly waved his hand, smiling awkwardly as if worried about being misunderstood, not bragging. He then suggested, "Could you move the crates in the warehouse?" He immediately nodded, face bright, accepting without hesitation. "Sure." Leify stepped forward, arms crossed, smiling lightly. Speaking casually as he decided to join in, "We'll help too. There's nothing to do right now anyway." The person who requested help smiled in relief. "Thank you, everyone." He and the others standing nearby exhaled, voice full of gratitude. "We were worried about how to move these crates." He stood at a distance observing, eyes focused on the pale blue mana fluctuating within Nesu's body. A sudden, indescribable, heavy feeling rose in him. Guilt. Gu noticed him instantly and spoke up, her voice full of clear respect. "The hunter has awakened." People in the hotel quickly gathered, their eyes mixing worry with admiration. "Are you all right?" A few couldn't hide their excitement. Constantly praising, "You were so cool in the fight. Thanks to you, we won." The crowd began chatting excitedly, eyes full of expectation. "Please be our captain, just tell us what you need." Questions poured from all sides. The atmosphere turned chaotic from endless curiosity. "We will assist you. What size shirt do you wear? How are you so skilled in battle? What shoes do you wear? Show us your moves." Standing in the middle of the crowd, his face slightly tense, he gradually felt overwhelmed. "What should I do? Too tired." Day glanced around, considering how to escape the current situation. Maybe just slip away somewhere. Suddenly, chaotic sounds came from afar, making everyone turn their heads. "What's that?" This voice. A man ran over, pointing forward, voice urgent. "Stop! Catch that person!" Cedric appeared, holding a small knife. Rushing toward him at high speed, he almost shouted the name, eyes full of uncontrollable emotion. Deck. Another nearby man panicked, pointing at the knife in Cedric's hand, voice trembling in warning. His hand, the scalpel. Jinho stepped forward. "Ready to act, we'll stop him." He raised his hand to signal a halt, eyes serious, standing firm. He gritted his teeth. Pouring all his emotion into a scream, he lunged to attack. "Die Day!" Cedric leaped powerfully from the ground, body soaring high. The knife pointed straight down at Day's position. The blade flashed, slowly drawing closer to his face in a breathless moment. The distance between the blade and Day's eyes kept shrinking, until only a hair's breadth remained. But at that very moment, he suddenly trembled, his body stopping in midair as if frozen in place. Cedric roared in rage, but his voice shook as though he were locked in a violent inner struggle. "You bastard, I'll kill you." Dai stayed perfectly still, his calm eyes fixed straight on him. He did not waver at all. "What is it?" Dai quickly reached out and seized Cedric's wrist, holding it tight so he could not keep acting. Dai looked straight at the knife, his voice cold, as if he had already understood his true intent. "Weren't you planning to slit my throat with this?" Cedric gritted his teeth. His eyes shook violently, but he could no longer speak as he had before. Dai observed closely and thought there was no trace of red magic power in him at all. There was no hostile aura. He was not trying to kill anyone. Cedric suddenly turned the knife around, a move that left everyone around him stunned. The underlings behind him widened their eyes in terror. No one dared step forward to interfere. Dai acted immediately. His gaze sharpened as he realized how dangerous the situation was. Dai struck with force, knocking the knife out of Cedric's hand and sending it spinning through the air before it fell. Dai tightened his grip on Cedric's trembling hand, holding it firmly so he could not do anything reckless. Dai raised Cedric's hand high, locking it in place to take complete control of the situation. Dai looked straight at him, his voice dropping with heavy pressure. "Stop and come with me now." Dai's eyes became more serious than ever. "There are a few things I need to say to you." Philip lowered his head in apology, his eyes filled with regret. "It was my fault. I should have cleared all the sharp objects out of the infirmary." Dai stood beside him with his arms folded, his eyes calm and his voice gentle. It's all right, no one was hurt after all. The three of them sat in the room. No one said another word and the atmosphere grew heavy. Philip took a deep breath. His voice was serious as he asked directly, I heard about what happened, Cedric. Were you really planning to die? Cedric sat there, his eyes empty but his voice was firm. Yes, I was serious. Philip froze, unable to hide his confusion. Why? Cedric clenched his hands, his voice trembling slightly. Because I lost the duel. Now everyone will think I'm weak. They'll look down on me and laugh at me. Philip kept shaking his head, trying to reject that negative thought. That's not true. No matter what happens, you'll still get through this. Cedric reacted at once, his eyes cold and his voice harsh. What would you know? Cedric stared fixedly at him. His eyes were full of suspicion and anger. What do you know about me? Dai sat quietly beside them, observing closely, and noticed that the flow of mana was changing unnaturally. Dai quickly analyzed the condition in his mind. Cedric's mana was draining at an abnormally fast rate. A memory surfaced in his mind and a familiar voice echoed. I think it was accumulation crystal. Dai remembered and repeated the phrase. Accumulation crystal. In the memory, Veronica continued explaining that it was a type of magical tool capable of automatically absorbing, storing and refining mana from the air. But accumulation crystals also had limits. Her voice continued to echo. It cannot refine mana perfectly like a mage's magic circle, so there is a risk of mana poisoning. Cedric lowered his head, his voice choked. Why did you save me? It's over. Everything is truly over. You should have just let me burn to death. Philip looked straight at him, his eyes sincere and without hesitation. Of course I had to save you. You're my friend. Cedric froze for a moment, his eyes widening in shock at those unexpected words. Friend? Cedric gritted his teeth, his voice trembling as he repeated it. Philip, have you forgotten? I once tried to kill you. Not only that, I mercilessly beat and drove out the underlings at your hotel. Overcome with emotion, Cedric looked at him with complicated eyes. And you still call me a friend? You can still say words like that. Philip answered calmly, his gaze unwavering. I think there must be more to it, because you're not the kind of person who would do that for no reason. Cedric immediately brushed it aside, his voice turning harsh. Stop talking nonsense. Dai remained focused as he sat beside them, thinking. There was no red magic power in the vessel at all. Could Cedric only be pretending to be angry? Philip took another step forward. His eyes softened, but his faith did not waver. We have lived beside each other for half our lives. How could I not know you? Cedric gritted his teeth and looked away. I told you to stop talking nonsense. Philip looked straight at him. His voice deepened. Then tell me now, why did you do it? Cedric clenched his fists, his voice growing quieter as he struggled to hold back the emotions rising inside him. Please. Philip stepped closer, his eyes sincere. He was almost begging Cedric to open his heart and speak. Cedric, I'm begging you. Refusing to give up, Philip continued, his voice trembling slightly. If you still consider me your friend, please tell me. Cedric stood in silence, his eyes wavering as chaotic emotions surged within him. Why? Cedric lowered his head, his mind blank as if he had tried to bury all his painful memories. I've forgotten everything. Images of the two of them laughing together suddenly flashed in his mind. The times he had been praised Mage. Cedric so proud that he smiled brightly. Guilt welled up as he suddenly realized, I treated him like that. The memories of them laughing and talking together in the past appeared as vividly as if they had never disappeared. Their hands had once held tightly as proof of an unchanging friendship. Cedric felt embarrassed, so why can you still call me a friend? His voice trembled. His lips pressed tightly together as he finally uttered, I'm sorry. Tears kept falling. Cedric bowed repeatedly. I'm sorry, Philip, I'm really sorry. He gently comforted him. It's okay, don't cry anymore. Sitting beside him, he observed, momentarily surprised by his true self. Cedric turned out to be someone who cried easily. He clenched his hands, shyly confessing everything. I'm truly sorry for treating you all badly. I hate my weak self, hate it so much that when I see you like me, I feel incredibly angry. Cedric continued speaking in regret, his eyes full of torment. I could have worked in another district under the hotel's name, but I hated the scene of bowing to pay the strong. His voice became firmer, so I thought I had to become stronger myself. Cedric recalled the harsh days, imagining countless fights with rival other gangs and the daily intense physical training in memory. A strange voice sounded. Let's talk for a bit. He had no doubts then, following the stranger with a simple thought. Talk, okay, let's go. Now, Cedric bowed his head, realizing everything. I thought the opportunity had finally come, but it was just my illusion. He bit his lip. His voice carried deep regret. I should have returned to the hotel then, but I didn't want to lower my pride. Cedric's eyes pained as he admitted, so I deceived myself by hating you all. I told myself I was different from you, that I would not submit to power or accept reality. He looked up, recalling a fateful moment, and then I met that person. In the memory, Walter looked at Cedric with understanding. His voice full of meaning, you're full of anger, like a powder keg about to explode. What made you so angry? He did not hesitate then, honestly revealing what he had always hidden. It was myself. Cedric's voice lowered. I hated myself so much I couldn't bear it. The man shook his head slightly, smiling ambiguously. Oh no, that's not it. Walter smiled meaningfully, extending the ring to him. Take this ring. His eyes became serious, his voice deep. You currently have a malignant condition preventing your muscles from reaching full strength. This ring will stop that. Cedric froze. He could clearly feel the change in his body. What he said was completely true. Walter frowned slightly, his voice a clear warning. Never remove this ring. Without it, the condition may return. He immediately nodded, yes. He continued, also form a gang. Ideally 66 people, all strong and muscular. If successful, I will grant you an even greater reward. Cedric recalled, eyes mixed with regret and bitterness. I happily accept it. Becoming the leader of a gang has always been my dream. Philip softly called, Cedric. He looked directly at him, his gaze calm but resolute. First, you need to know one thing. Your strength didn't come from recovering from the disease. Cedric flinched, pupils contracting at those words. What? He held up the ring, speaking firmly. It was magic. This ring is enchanted to enhance the body. He immediately reacted, eyes fierce as he reached to reclaim it. What are you saying? That's my ring. Give it back now. Cedric glared angrily, his eyes full of hatred directed at Day without hesitation. He remained calm, slowly explaining. There is something called mana in this world. With mana, people can create fire or strengthen muscles. That wizard tricked you. His voice trembled, unable to believe what he just heard. Impossible, magic. Cedric clenched his hands, mind in turmoil as he gradually realized the harsh truth. If that's true, if it's all magic, his voice broke, nearly unable to accept the collapsing reality. Does that mean I never became strong by myself? No matter how hard I tried, I just returned to being weak as before. Day shook his head slightly, his eyes firm as if trying to pull Cedric out of negative thoughts. You don't need to go back. He looked up, eyes full of confusion at not understanding him. What? Day stepped forward, his voice certain, offering Cedric a new path. You don't need to return to the old ways. From now on, just follow my instructions. His gaze became sharp. Then I will give you something even better than this ring. He stood there in silence, his eyes blank as he listened to Day's firm words. Cedric lowered his head, his sincere voice filled with deep gratitude. Thank you, I truly appreciate it. He gently turned around, opened the door, and slowly walked out, his mind in turmoil. Philip watched Cedric's back as he left. He turned to Day with a worried, uncertain look. Do you really want to choose Cedric as the main assistant and leave him in charge of everything from now on? He thought for a moment, then answered in a calm but firm voice. That's right. Once everything is settled, I'll leave. Day suddenly recalled his earlier conversation with him. Cedric immediately asked, are you planning to train him personally, like the way you joined the fight the other day? He replied. Yeah, he's already trained his body fairly well, so his foundation isn't bad. Day's voice continued echoing in the memory, clear and practical in its guidance. As long as he has the right techniques, he might even make up for the gap in strength and physique. Understand? He looked at him, his gaze softening as he expressed his sincere gratitude. Thank you for worrying about me, Philip continued speaking. His voice was thoughtful as he brought up the decision just made, and also for using the reward to bring Cedric over to our side. I think that was a very wise move. He fell silent for a moment, then continued. Defeating an opponent with force isn't always the best option. Philip's voice slowed and a trace of thought crossed his eyes. To be honest, that was true. Sometimes they would keep their pride and find a way to take revenge. Jay stayed silent for a while, remembering. I can't even remember the last time someone retaliated against me. Probably because I scared them so badly they didn't dare do that to me. Then he spoke, his voice calm but filled with absolute confidence. Anyway, I still believe strength is the most powerful tool. If people fear you, they won't dare oppose you. He shook his head slightly, his gaze deep as he gave his own view. But strength alone can't create true loyalty among the children. Jay frowned in thought, a hint of doubt in his eyes as he asked back. Then what should be used? Philip smiled faintly and answered calmly. The answer is a worthy reward, just like your promise to Cedric that you would teach him how to fight. He crossed his arms, pondering what he had just said. I don't completely agree, but I can't deny it either. After all, Philip is very good at dealing with people. Downstairs at the hotel, Jay turned back to look at everyone. His voice became serious and warning. For now, we'll stay at the hotel while we look for somewhere more stable. If you do anything that causes trouble for the kids in the hotel, I'll deal with you myself. He continued speaking, his eyes moving over everyone as if reestablishing order. From now on, Cedric will be the main assistant or deputy leader. Most of my orders will be passed through him. Treat his words as my own. Ness stood nearby, scratching his head as he looked around and commented on the situation. Looks like yesterday's matter has been settled properly, Leafy said softly. Cedric used to be a leader of his own group before joining us, right? His old group must have taken him off to train. Jay stayed silent, gradually piecing everything together in his mind. A worthy reward might be the key to gain it. Loyalty, he suddenly spoke and Jay took a step forward. His decisive voice drew everyone's attention. I'll return all the betting money everyone put down. I already earned enough from the other groups. His eyes widened in shock and his voice stammered. Are you serious? You really want to give the money back? No matter what, I will always support hunters. Philip stepped forward and reminded Jay of the old issue. Jay, we still haven't dealt with Jeffy and Dawson. He and the other left together, quickly heading to the place where the two were being held. Jay stood in front of them, his gaze cold as he got straight to the point. Veronica bookstore, you know where it is, don't you? Jeffy kept shaking his head, his eyes dodging as if he were deliberately hiding something. Before he could say anything else, a powerful punch from Jay sent his whole body reeling. Jay bent down and looked at him, his icy gaze making the air feel suffocating. Looks like you still don't understand what's going on. The man trembled as he asked, what do you people want? Money, or… Before he could finish, Jeffy took another heavy slap that knocked his head to one side. He cut him off coldly, his voice without the slightest patience. That's not what I asked. Jay stood up straight and yanked the gag from Rosen's mouth without hesitation. He sucked in a sharp breath, then hurriedly confessed everything in fear. You're talking about the bookstore on 8th Street, right? I was hired to cause trouble and force them to leave. Someone wants that place. He narrowed his eyes and continued interrogating him. Who hired you? Rosen swallowed, his voice trembling. Fred, the grocery store owner on 3rd Street. Jay nodded slightly, a flash of understanding in his eyes. So that's how it is. He quietly bent down, tightened his grip on the man's hair, and yanked his head up without hesitation. Without delaying even another second, Jay drove force into his arm and slammed the man's head into the cold ground. Blood dripped from Rosen's nose. His head was pulled back up while he was dazed and in pain. Jay did not stop at all and continued attacking. His eyes were cold, as if he had no emotion whatsoever. In that moment, Philip suddenly realized that this was Jay's true self. But it still was not over. Deep inside him, an indescribable feeling continued to rise. Not yet. Philip quietly watched the entire chaotic scene. He gradually understood more clearly. By punishing Zeffy and Rosen in public, Jay had made the children in the hotel feel much more at ease. A few people standing behind them began whispering in voices filled with excitement and satisfaction. Nice. I still remember those kids I beat up. Messing with hunters is just asking for trouble. He let out a soft breath, his gaze growing calm, and that act also served as a major lesson for Cedric's group. Philip continued thinking, an indescribable feeling toward this person rising in his heart. If this was all part of his plan, then it was cold but effective. Jay stood upright before the two people he had knocked down, his gaze icy. I've got a private job for you. Destroy that grocery store at any cost. He lowered his head slightly, his voice low but full of pressure. Remember this well. If we suffer any losses, Jay took another step forward. His sharp gaze seemed to pierce straight through the opponent trembling on the ground. I'll hunt you down until there isn't a single one of you left. No survivor at all. Rosen and Zeffy lay curled up on the ground, their whole bodies shaking, their eyes filled with fear. A few people from the group came closer, quickly helped the two of them up and dragged them away from the place. The tense atmosphere quickly faded, replaced by the lively noise of the crowd. Let's eat and drink as much as we want today. Isn't this unbelievably satisfying? Did you see their faces back then? They totally deserved it. It was like a joke. Sam looked around, trying to find a familiar figure in the crowd. Has anyone seen the hunter? Liam replied he was just here. He looked at the tray of food and said, I was going to bring him some food, but now he's disappeared, up on a quiet upper floor. Jay sat alone in silence, gazing out at the distant sky. He rested his hand on the railing. His gaze was calm as he remembered Philip's words. That's someone who can help without asking for anything in return, and who can also accept help without hesitation is truly a friend. Jay gently closed his eyes, recalling the things he once believed. I thought friends were people who had known me for years. Then the images of what had just happened slowly became clear in his mind. But it turns out that the people who always worry about me are my true friends. Maybe those kids are the only ones I have ever truly worried about. Jay slowly opened his eyes, his gaze turning toward the wide sky before him. And I also want to see Neos as a friend. Can you become friends with someone more than 20 years older than you? A hint of hesitation passed through his eye, as if he were asking himself whether he still had the chance to call someone a friend again. Jay lowered his head slightly. His hand clenched gently. Maybe not. I'm different from everyone else. I'm someone without emotion. He quietly closed his eyes, sinking into his deepest thoughts. The only ones who treated me sincerely, without prejudice, were Neos and the kids living under the bridge. It would probably be hard for anyone to truly understand me. From behind, he walked over lightly, breaking the quiet atmosphere with a warm, gentle voice. Even so, silence is still better than noise, isn't it? Philip reached out and handed Jay a steaming cup of hot cocoa. This is hot cocoa. I thought you liked sweet things. Jay looked at the cup in his hand and thought, I used to eat candy and chocolate to recover my strength, so that's why he thinks I like those things. Philip cheerfully asked, can I sit beside you? He nodded and replied, yeah. Jay lifted the cup of cocoa to his lips and slowly took a small sip in the silence. The moment the sweetness spread across his tongue, he paused slightly as if he had just realized something. Philip saw his reaction and smiled faintly as though he had expected it. Jay looked down at the cup in his hand, its warmth spreading through him and making him feel at ease. It's warm. He fell silent, his gaze softening as he felt the warmth seep deep into his heart. Warm enough to let me briefly forget the cold emptiness inside me. Philip thought for a long while, then slowly made his final decision. In that case, I'll head north. I heard there are many abandoned factories there. Jay nodded lightly and replied, got it. He quietly blended into the crowded flow of people ahead and gradually disappeared from sight. From behind, two strangers followed him, whispering to each other in a hurried and anxious tone. Hey, hide, hurry. Jay quickly passed through many deserted alleys and returned to the familiar house. He stood before the door, took a deep breath, then reached out and opened the old door. As soon as the door opened, Veronica ran out from inside with a relieved expression. Jay, you finally came. She stepped closer and said, I was worried because you hadn't come by for days. Grandpa and I were both waiting there. But as she spoke, Veronica suddenly stopped when she noticed something strange. Her gaze turned serious as she looked closely. Something happened, didn't it? Were you fighting? And you've gotten darker too. He lightly pressed his lips together, acting as if he did not care about the wounds on his body. These wounds are nothing, Veronica. Her voice carried both reproach and worry. How can you say you're fine when you're hurt like this? Jay's gaze softened in a strangely gentle way. So beautiful. In his mind, her image appeared like a gentle little sun. He lowered his gaze as an emotion welled up inside him. I've never felt this way before. Maybe now that I know how to worry about others, I can finally see things I never could before. She hurried forward, her hands glowing faintly. Wait, let me heal you, my mana. Jay gently raised a hand to stop her, his voice calm but firm. I've already given myself first aid, so I don't need healing. Besides, if you keep using the surrounding mana, you'll get addicted, right? Veronica sighed softly. Her eyes were still filled with worry as she looked at him. I saw that you were hurt, so I just reacted on instinct. Jay smiled faintly and calmly walked toward the house. I'm fine, let's go see your grandfather. She stood frozen in place, her heart trembling slightly. Was he worried about me? He suddenly stopped mid-step and turned back to look at her. By the way, Veronica, Jay's eyes grew more serious as he asked an unexpected question. Do you consider me your friend? She was briefly surprised. Then she smiled softly and answered without hesitation. A friend? That's sudden, but yes, you're my friend. A vague, hard-to-name feeling suddenly rose in Jay's heart. That's clear enough, I'm just curious. What standards do people usually use to consider someone a friend? If I worry about someone, does that mean they're my friend? Veronica lowered her head slightly, her eyes restless as she thought about their relationship. Is Jay my friend? Jay saved me twice, so I owe him. And we're both mages, so there is some sense of understanding between us. But I haven't known Jay long enough to call him a friend. He stood silently, his gaze fixed entirely on her without looking away. Veronica turned aside slightly, her cheeks flushed from the tangled thoughts in her mind. After hesitating for a while, she took a soft breath and finally confirmed it. Yes, you are my friend. Jay nodded lightly as if he had come to understand something quite clearly. I see. Then let's go see your grandfather. Veronica hurried forward. She reached out as if trying to hold him back. Wait, Jay, do you? Jay turned back and calmly asked, what is it? She gathered all her courage. Her voice trembled slightly. Do you also consider me your friend? Veronica stood there with both hands clenched, her face bright red as she waited expectantly for his answer. Jay stayed silent for a moment, his honest gaze looking straight into her eye. He answered decisively, his voice calm and without the slightest hesitation, making the air fall silent. Veronica's eyes immediately widened, her face burning red with a mix of anger and embarrassment. Unable to hold back her emotions, she shouted loudly in frustration. After calming down, Veronica turned away and said in a normal voice, you go in first. I still have to feed the little ones. I'll come later. Jay stood outside, confused and unable to understand what had just happened. Why did she suddenly yell like that? He raised his hand. He gently turned the handle and opened the door to the room ahead. As soon as the door opened, a familiar voice came from inside. It's been a long time since you last came. Rayung lay there, speaking with a faint smile in his familiar teasing tone. People say the older you get, the less you sleep, but I only seem to sleep more. At this rate, I'll probably sleep all day. He sat down, his eyes turning slightly serious. I heard you're sick. The old man smiled softly, his gaze gentle. Veronica must have told you, right? Jay clenched his hands slightly, his eyes growing heavy. Are you going to die soon? Rayung sighed softly, his voice calm as if he had accepted his fate. Yes, at most, I probably have half a year left. He looked straight at Jay, his eyes becoming more serious as he made a decision. So starting today, I will teach you magic. Jay lowered his head slightly and replied with a serious, respectful attitude. Yes. Jay raised his hand, took out an item and looked at him curiously. But before we begin, please tell me what this thing is. In his hand, a small ring gave off a strange, glittering light. Rae-young looked at the ring, and his expression changed slightly when he recognized it as a type of mana battery. He lifted the ring and slowly explained more about its structure and function. It contains a small amplification and enhancement effect inside. Rae-young continued, his voice growing lower. It has also been enchanted. Under certain conditions, it increases strength and reflexes, and also, he paused for a moment. His eyes turned serious as he mentioned the dangerous part. It has also been mixed with life-draining magic. Jay frowned slightly, confused by the type of magic he had just heard about. Life-draining magic. Rae-young nodded lightly in confirmation. Yes. He slowly explained. Normally, a mana battery gradually wears down as it is used, eventually becoming an empty shell. Rae-young looked at the ring, his voice lowering as he spoke of the difference. But this type of battery is different. The ring was designed to absorb the wearer's life force and restore itself. Jay widened his eyes, unable to hide his shock. Is something like that really possible? The old man laughed softly and replied, of course. The ring's energy source is mana, and human life force is merely another form of mana. Rae-young spoke in a low voice. More importantly, not just anyone can engrave this formula. Where did you get something this dangerous? Jay thought for a moment, then calmly told him about his past. I used to be the leader of a group of wandering children, and I received it from the previous leader. He said he got it from a man who claimed to be a high-ranking member of Mage. The old man immediately froze, his expression changing noticeably when he heard that name. Mage? Jay raised his head. He looked at Rae-young with curiosity, wanting to confirm what he had heard. You know them, the old man said softly, of course, who doesn't? Rae-young slowly explained, his voice heavy. Mage is the strongest and most dangerous underground organization in existence today. They trade everything from firearms and illegal substances to human trafficking. He continued, his eyes distant as if recalling many unpleasant things. Compared to other large gangs, they have fewer members and their movements are far more mysterious. Rae-young paused for a moment, then emphasized. But what truly makes them terrifying is that all members are mages. Day furrowed his brows, showing doubt. Mages aren't exactly easy to find. He shook his head, firmly denying, of course not. Rae-young pointed to the ring, continuing to explain. Regarding identification, the red stone is the symbol of Maycrest member. The mana pins they always carry are proof that they do not fear mana addiction. He lowered his voice, recounting an ancient legend few know. It is a well-known tale among those who pursue the rainbow. It is said that part of the rainbow is in the hands of the Maycrest organization. Day froze, eyes wide in surprise at the information he had just heard. He frowned and asked, isn't a rainbow just a band of colors in the sky? So why would Maycrest be able to possess it? Rae-young admitted, indeed, the common belief is that a rainbow is only 7 colors high above. Rae-young nodded slightly, then continued. But when we studied the rainbow more deeply, we obtained a red stone from a Maycrest member. His voice grew deeper. Its quality far surpassed that of ordinary mana pins. We began to wonder how they could equip such items for all members. Then an idea about the rainbow flashed through our minds. Rae-young lowered his voice, emphasizing a hypothesis that made everything even more terrifying. That in reality, the rainbow is a gem emitting infinite light and mana. Day stood still, the words infinite echoing in his mind. He asked further, please explain more. He closed his eyes, as if recalling stories passed down from ancient times. Graham's voice was deep and warm, guiding one into a lost era. The sky was always clear, and the land fertile and prosperous, at the center of the first city built by humans. There was a brightly colored gem containing life and light from the rainbow gem. It enriched the land, and diseases gradually disappeared through its healing power. These miraculous benefits gradually became known. Graham paused, his eyes heavy as the story shifted, but then, he clenched his hands slightly and continued recounting the events that changed everything. Many forces rose, craving the rainbow gem, and the battle between factions erupted. After a long war, the rainbow gem. Graham's voice deepened, tinged with regret as he spoke of the tragic outcome. It shattered into 7 pieces, scattered across the world. Day quickly connected the information, his eyes sharper. So Maigret is holding one of those fragments. He nodded in confirmation. Exactly, the stones the members carry are fragments of the rainbow. Graham sighed lightly, his eyes wary when mentioning that organization. We have also met many with similar thoughts. We yearn to understand more deeply. But Maigret is an extremely dangerous organization. Day slightly bowed his head, the image of the man in the basement appearing in his mind. Day pondered, gradually connecting the important information he had just heard. From this conversation, it is certain he is a member of Madrid, but it is unclear whether he is a high-ranking figure. His gaze became serious. From now on, we need to investigate Macrest thoroughly. Hope surged in Day's heart as he considered the possibility of uncovering a major secret. Perhaps it is the key to finding the true rainbow. Graham looked at him, smiling lightly as if he had anticipated it. It seems you are about to embark on a dangerous adventure. I feel that trying to stop you would be useless, right? Rayam looked at him and nodded slightly, showing acceptance. I respect your decision. He placed the ring into Day's hand and exhaled lightly. That is all I know about Magra. Rayam looked directly at Day, waiting to see if he had any more questions. Do you have any further questions? Day looked down at the ring, his gaze thoughtful and slightly worried. About the enhancement magic and the engraved power on the ring, can they be removed? Just then, Veronica's familiar voice rang from outside the door. Grandfather, I'm coming in. He turned his head, smiling as he began the lesson for both of them. Today we have a new student, so we'll start with the basics. All right, Veronica, how do you feel? She responded confidently. I'm fine. Graham nodded in satisfaction and began explaining. Excellent. First, all magic starts by creating a circle. He raised his hand to illustrate, explaining clearly about mana sources and usage. You can use mana from the air or mana pins to cast spells. But as everyone knows, due to the risk of mana addiction, creating the circle is mandatory. Rayam continued teaching. When the surrounding mana flows into the circle, it is purified. The elements in the circle vary depending on each individual's traits. He concluded in a firm voice to emphasize his point. That meant each person had their own limits on the kinds of magic they could use. Jay quietly thought it over, recalling the mages he had met before. Their rings had also emitted different colors of mana. Rayung smiled faintly. He turned to Veronica as if testing her basic knowledge. Creating a circle is actually very simple. Veronica, try explaining it. She took a light breath. She regained her composure before beginning her explanation. Yes. Jay watched Veronica raise her hand. She focused her mind and began giving specific step-by-step instructions. First, concentrate mana in the palm of your hand. She continued speaking, her voice steady as if repeating a familiar lesson. Use the type of mana you find easiest to control. Veronica closed her eyes, explaining while carrying it out, then guided the mana along her arm toward her heart. After that, let the mana rotate around the heart. A gentle blue light spread out, gradually covering the entire area around her heart. Veronica kept her eyes closed, trying to maintain the state and keep the mana from being interrupted. Do not stop. Gradually increase the rotation speed. Suddenly, the blue mana surged powerfully and shot out of her body. But in the blink of an eye, all of that mana vanished without a trace. Veronica was startled, her eyes widening as she realized she had just lost control. She lowered her head, her voice sorrowful as she admitted the result was not what she had hoped for. I failed right at the circle creation step. I should have held the mana steady until the final moment. He smiled kindly, gently reassuring her so she would not lose confidence. Do not worry too much. You have been improving a great deal every day. Veronica nodded softly, regaining her spirits. Yes, determination welled up inside her. But this time I still want to complete the circle for him to see. It was truly not easy at all. Rayung turned to Jay, his eyes full of expectation. What about you, Jay? Want to try? Jay nodded in agreement, his expression rather serious. Yes, Jay stood still, slowly closed his eyes and focused his entire mind. In his mind appeared a radiant space filled with countless different colors. Jay told himself inwardly, first, draw in mana, the type I can control best. He hesitated for a moment, then decided not to limit himself anymore. Any color will do. Before Jay, a brilliant red stream of light gradually appeared, fluctuating intensely. That light slowly merged into his beating heart. Jay clenched his fists, pouring all his will into holding the rotating stream of mana steady. Sweat began rolling down his face, but he persisted and refused to give up. Veronica widened her eyes, worried as she sensed instability from Jay. She turned to Rayung, her voice trembling with fear at the situation. Grandfather, what is happening? Jay gritted his teeth, clearly feeling the terrible pressure bearing down on him. My body feels like it is about to burst apart. Jay pressed his hand tightly against his chest, trying to endure the pain rising within him. Only willpower and determination remained in his mind. But I have to endure it. I have to overcome it at any cost. Jay silently told himself there was only one goal left for him to pursue, for the sake of his goal. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as if he had just escaped that dangerous state. Jay gasped for breath, trying to calm himself after the pressure he had just endured. Jay frowned, unable to understand what had just happened. Why did the mana that was rotating just now suddenly disappear? His heart seemed to stop for an instant, leaving his body strangely frozen. Suddenly, a blazing red light erupted from deep within his body. That light moved continuously, spinning throughout his body as if searching for something. It gradually gathered and shone powerfully right at Jay's heart. He stood still, clearly feeling the source of power surging inside him. Jay let out a soft sound, unable to hide his surprise at the change that had just occurred. A gust of wind rose violently from Jay's body, leaving all three of them astonished. Jay stared blankly at the terrifying power radiating from him. Jay placed a hand on his chest and murmured inwardly, "Did it work?" Veronica's praising voice rang out. "Amazing, that is truly incredible." Then she took both his hands, unable to restrain her excitement as she spoke. "You really created a circle." She happily held Jay's hands and shook them up and down. "You really are a genius. Incredible." Jay murmured inwardly. A genius, Rayung glanced at Jay, secretly satisfied. Even I, once called a prodigy, took 3 months to create my first circle. Yet he did it on his very first try, Jay said modestly. Wait a moment. Calling him a genius is still not enough, the old man said from the bed. Most of your circle contains the elements enhancement, weakening, and regeneration. But there are other elements as well. Rayung pondered for a moment, then continued. The proportions are very small, but almost every type is there. He explained in detail. Red mana symbolizes anger, pale pink mana represents sadness, white mana represents anxiety, along with every color of mana that exists in the world. Veronica could not help crying out, is something like this really possible? Jay asked seriously. Can you truly see the mana inside my circle? Rayung answered frankly, I cannot see it, but I can sense the energy. If you do not want others to see your circle, then simply cut off the flow of mana. Jay thought to himself, cut off the flow of the magic circle on my chest, and immediately afterward, the magic circle seemed to be controlled and gradually faded away. After the magic circle on his body had completely disappeared, the old man said, that is what you should do in daily life. It is best to hide your circle. There is no need to flaunt the fact that you are a mage in this harsh world. Rayung looked at him and taught him more about using magic through the circle. The circle will appear, but the degree to which it is detected depends on the distance. He smiled, secretly praising him. He has only just created a circle, yet he does not look tired at all. Right after that, Ray Hero spoke while channeling his spiritual power. Let's try it now. I'll cast a spell and you see if you can imitate it. He clasped his hands together. Rays of light shone through the gaps between his fingers. A few seconds later, a polyhedral mass of electricity appeared, hovering above Gray Ung's palm. He smiled, held it up in front of Jay and asked, well, can you do it? Veronica sat beside him, secretly panicking. Grandpa. She rubbed her arm, inwardly freaking out. That spell just now used more than 7 complex elements. It was terrifying. It required calculating the exact elemental ratios and formula. Yet he told him to try it without explaining anything. Even for Jay, that was. Veronica broke into a sweat and looked at him. But shockingly, Jay was now holding that polyhedron in his hand. Both Veronica and Graham were stunned, frozen in disbelief. The old man could not help praising him. Very good, try this one too. What about this one? And this one? Rayung presented 3 models and made him copy them. And Jay reproduced all 3 perfectly. Rayung gently closed his eyes, secretly satisfied. I thought creating circles merely meant he was talented. Who would have thought? On the other side, Veronica shouted in frustration, are you seriously a genius? The old man silently added, he has far surpassed my imagination. A moment later, Rayung lay neatly in bed and fell asleep. The two of them then quietly opened the door and stepped outside. She turned to Jay excitedly and asked, you were amazing just now. How did you do that? He thought to himself. I cannot say I can see mana. After thinking it over, Jay answered, I just tried it and it worked. Veronica pouted and asked, you are hiding something, aren't you? He calmly replied, no, I am telling the truth. She had no choice but to let it go for now. Fine then. Veronica turned away and praised him with a bright smile. Either way, it was incredible. I was truly impressed. As she walked down the stairs, she kept talking. Maybe you are the best mage I have ever seen, even though the only ones I know are Grandpa and you. Jay remained silent the entire time. Just then, he suddenly called out, Veronica. Veronica turned back in surprise. Jay voiced the question that had been bothering him. Are you jealous of me? She gave an awkward smile. I guess I am. Veronica secretly grumbled, what? He is asking that directly. Jay said coldly, do you hate me or feel annoyed or angry with me? As he spoke, he remembered the hateful stares directed at him. That guy is the only one the golem shares food with. There is no way we can get along with him. Jay looked down indifferently and continued. Or something like, you should have been the one to create the circle, not me. He thought to himself, people usually react that way. Veronica asked back, are you asking whether I am jealous? Jay answered softly, yes. She touched 2 fingers to her forehead, closed her eyes, and thought seriously. After pondering for a while, Veronica answered honestly, I admire you. But I am not jealous. He asked in confusion, why not? She smiled shyly at Jay, because you are my friend. He never expected to hear that answer, and he froze slightly. Jay asked suspiciously, friends do not get jealous of each other. Veronica crossed her arms, thought for a moment, and answered, not always. But most of the time, that is how it is. She broke into a sweat and thought, so you should say I am your friend too. I am not the only one who thinks we are friends, right? Old memories of Palace suddenly flooded his mind. Do not starve yourself just to give your share to the younger ones anymore. Split it in half and let us eat together. Jay seemed to freeze. He said, I understand, something like that. Veronica stared at his expression in surprise. It was expressionless, yet it looked truly sad. As she turned away, she said, you really are a strange kid. Jay's eyes filled with sadness and lowered as he silently told himself. But she is not wrong. He suddenly called Veronica's name. She turned back and asked in confusion, what now? Jay asked seriously, Veronica, can you teach me how to read and write? She rested her chin on her hand and thought, you can do that, right? He stared blankly at Veronica. She closed her eyes and thought, I have never taught anyone before, but I have helped my younger siblings with their studies. Can I really do it? Then a fierce fighting spirit flared up inside Veronica. All right, I will teach you. Jay looked at her expressionlessly and obediently replied, thank you, I will do my best to learn. Veronica thought to herself, Jay is my lifesaver. So even if I am not good at studying, I will do my best. She raised one finger and gave him a condition. But first, there is something you must do before we start studying. His face darkened as he secretly calculated. As expected, advanced knowledge will not come for free. Maybe she is planning to send me to wipe out the Zephyr gang. I need to stay on guard. Jay cracked his knuckles and asked coldly, do what? Veronica smiled and pointed her thumb toward the stairs. Go take a bath, there is a bathroom on the second floor. After hearing her answer, he pressed his lips together in silence. She smiled, completely unaware, and continued, clean yourself up. I will prepare new clothes for you. The scene shifted. At that moment, someone suddenly called Veronica's name. She was preparing something, and when she heard someone call her, she immediately turned to look and answer. Jay, are you done bathing? Jay walked out. He was wearing a bathrobe. As he walked, he dried his hair with a towel and asked Veronica again, where can I put the towel? The moment Veronica saw Jay like this, she instinctively became embarrassed. Her cheeks instantly turned as red as tomatoes. Looking at Jay's delicate features, Veronica unconsciously thought, he is so handsome. Jay saw that she did not answer and was just standing there in a daze. He asked again, why are you staring like that? Hearing his question, Veronica finally snapped back to her senses. She hurriedly threw the clothes into Jay's face and loudly said to him, no, it is nothing. Hurry up and get dressed. Confused by Veronica's intense reaction, Jay only blurted out, what? After Jay finished putting on his clothes, he and Veronica sat down at the table facing each other. She immediately asked him, anyway, can I ask why you want to learn how to read and write? Hearing that question, Jay calmly replied, because I want to read. He continued to explain to Veronica the deeper reason he wanted to learn to read. If I continue the journey upriver on the Elton, I need more knowledge than I currently have. At that moment, he remembered the times he spent with Niles. Back then he had taught him letters. Jay thought to himself, even though I learned to read from Niles, it wasn't systematic or thorough. After hearing Jay's reason for wanting to learn, Veronica became extremely excited. She stood up and said, I understand now. So since we can't open a bookstore, you can come by any time and I'll teach you. Jay, sitting across from her, looked a bit awkward and spoke up. About that, seeing him hesitate, Veronica asked curiously, yes. Jay rested his hands on the table, eyes slightly avoiding hers, and said, you could open it right now, those kids won't come back. Hearing this, Veronica's expression changed. Her face went pale and she thought, come to think of it, I haven't seen those kids throwing stones lately. Wait, Jay might have. Cold sweat ran down her back. She didn't dare think further and asked Jay, did you kill them? Hearing such a childish question, Jay immediately replied, I wouldn't kill anyone just for throwing stones at the store. Relieved, Veronica slumped onto the table. She let out a sigh and said, oh, you scared me. She then continued speaking to Jay. Then I'll open the store right after we finish today's lesson. Jay responded, that's a good idea. Right after that, the books were brought out. They were stacked into a tall pile, countless books arranged by Veronica in front of Jay. She gestured while speaking to him. These are the textbooks I used when learning to read, and these are my summary notes. Seeing the towering piles, Jay timidly asked, how long did it take you to learn all of this? Hearing his question, Veronica thought for a moment and then raised one finger, saying, about a month. Hearing this, Jay stayed silent, looking down. After a pause, he finally spoke. I understand, I'll try my best to learn. Seeing this, Veronica clenched her fists, encouraging him. Wonderful, and I'll do my best to teach you. Then Veronica and Jay began their lessons. She even brought out a board, writing on it and explaining in detail. So the subject and predicate connect in this order. Jay sat attentively at the table, listening closely. After a while, Veronica looked down and asked him, this is a tricky section. Do you want me to explain it again? Jay replied, no, I understand. Let's continue. She then handed him an exercise sheet. She held it out and said, all right, try solving these exercises. Jay took the sheet and began answering the questions. Quickly, he finished all the questions and put his pen down. Jay handed the sheet back to Veronica and said, I'm done. Veronica, still wiping the board, looked surprised and asked, really? Already? Less than a minute had passed. She immediately began grading his work. After carefully reviewing Jay's answers, Veronica, hands slightly trembling, called out, Jay. She held the sheet before him, eyes sparkling, and said happily, you only got one wrong. At this pace, you'll finish reading the whole book in no time. Jay sat at the table. Though his expression didn't show it, he responded. Glad to hear that. Veronica then said to Jay, let's stop here for today. I still need to prepare more materials. Jay, taking notes in his book, nodded in agreement. All right. At this point, Veronica hesitated, then continued speaking. I have something I want to ask you. Jay looked up at her, curious. Veronica looked away, touched her flushed cheeks, and whispered, could you watch me while I try to form a circle? Jay, hearing her request, replied, I don't think I can help much. I'm not good at teaching like you. Hearing this, Veronica quickly said, it's fine. She was a bit flustered and waved her hands at him. You don't need to do anything, just watch me. But if you have any ideas while observing, feel free to tell me. Jay then stood up from his chair, looked at Veronica and confidently said, Sure, I can do that, he thought to himself. I'll treat this as part of repaying the lessons she's taught me. Seeing his agreement, Veronica became delighted. She immediately smiled, eyes squinting, cheeks flushed, and said, Thank you. After finishing their conversation, Jay stood up and left. Veronica took the chance to organize the books she had brought out. Looking at the books now put back into the boxes, she thought, There's so much to clean up. She guessed it was understandable since the store had been closed for so long. At that moment, Jay called out, Veronica, can I read here? She turned to look at him standing by the shelves and replied, Sure, just make sure to keep them clean. But can you read on your own? Jay replied, I'll try. Veronica then said, Start by picking a dictionary from that shelf. Hearing this, Jay reached out and selected a book from the shelf. Then she asked, A dictionary? Veronica had just finished tidying up the bookstore when she said to Jay, This is a book that gives the definitions of almost every word in the world. It will be very useful whenever you come across something you don't understand. After hearing her say that, Jay frowned and asked seriously, Does it also have definitions for things like circles? Veronica immediately replied, I've never checked. But since that's a term related to magic, it probably won't be in there. Jay held the dictionary in his hands, looked at it, and said, I understand. At that moment, on the bookshelf, one book that looked different from the rest suddenly began to glow. Right after that, the brown book, whose cover was decorated with patterns, flew off the shelf. Jay quickly caught it with his magic. He held it in his hands. The other books were also quickly pulled from the shelf by Jay's magic. He looked at the books floating in the air and thought. In the past, he could barely lift even one book. But now that he was using the mana from his ring, everything had become much easier. When he returned to the carriage, he should try experimenting with other spells as well. At the moment, the mana stored in his ring from greatest to least was red, light pink, and white. As Jay recalled using red magic, another thought continued through his mind. In the past, he often used light pink mana because it was rigid and difficult to control, exactly like white mana. But that was no longer the case. The layer of light pink energy in the ring did not feel rigid at all. Zen sat down on the floor and flipped through the pages of the book. As he read, Zen thought that if he kept experimenting like this, he might even discover new forms of magic. But for some reason, he did not want to use it. Though the boy did not realize it, Zen was still reading the book. At that moment, he spoke again. Red and white energy are enough for now. In Zen's mind, he was thinking that it was because the emotion tied to the light pink mana was sadness. He never wanted to experience that feeling again. It was an unconscious defense mechanism. He had developed a deep aversion to anything connected to sadness. Zen was still sitting intently on the floor, reading the book. In his mind, he thought, just as Veronica had said, there was nothing here related to rainbows. Zen placed his hand on the pages. He was tracing each line of text. Suddenly, Zen seemed to discover something. His eyes widened in shock. This is... Immediately after that, Zen sprang to his feet and hurried off somewhere. As he passed Veronica, he said to her, I'll be back in a little while. Seeing this, she only had time to turn and look. Seeing Zen in such a hurry, Veronica asked with some concern, where are you going? Zen heard her and said to her, I'll read these books when I come back, so please leave them there. After giving Veronica those instructions, Zen quickly picked up his cloak and put it on. As he left, he thought to himself. Now he understood what that man truly wanted. That man, as Zen read the book, he muttered two words. Sacrifice. It was the act of offering an item, an animal, or even a human being in exchange for something. He read the book intently. That man appeared to be plotting to use the wandering children as sacrifices for some purpose. Judging by the extraction technique on the ring, it was probably to strengthen that gem. And now, the number of gang members was almost reaching 66. That man, Zen thought as he formed a guess, must be eagerly waiting for Cedric's report. The scene shifted. At a table packed with dishes, he silently looked at the plates of food. Zen leaned one hand on the table, tilted his head, and stated, I only ordered a glass of water. Johnny brought out another glass of water and said with a bright smile, Even so many people have prepaid for you to enjoy a full meal. Every time you stop by, you can eat like this 10 more times. He asked curiously, What about that person? He thought back, then answered, Today he stayed out 3 hours longer than usual. That's never happened before. Zen asked further, Were there any other unusual signs? Johnny covered his mouth and whispered to him, I saw him pass by. He was smiling and muttering something like, It's almost time. Zen held the spoon in his mouth, his face revealing a thoughtful look. The scene shifted to the magnificent old city beneath a cloudy sky. Zen, wearing his coat, stood before the basement. There was new information about Margaret in the basement, but since it was unclear when he would return, Zen could not search it on his own yet. He looked coldly down below, asking himself, what should he do now? At that moment, not far away on the road, 3 boys were laughing and chatting happily with each other. Zen silently watched the 3 of them as if calculating something. The 3 of them were now at the foot of the stairs. One of them spoke up. Back then, I was the one who threw the punch, just as he was laughing smugly. A hand landed on his shoulder. Hold on, look over there for a second. The boy turned around irritably and raised his fist. What's this? Who's butting in? When they saw Zen's face, all 3 boys could not help but freeze in fear. That's the hunter. His face revealed a murderous aura as he glanced at all 3 of them. The other 2 stood whispering behind him. He looks really angry. That guy is finished. I told him not to take this road. The one who had just tried to punch Jay was now trembling nonstop. What is going on, Hunter? Jay glanced away and thought to himself. Philip once talked about the stick and the carrot. After the 3 heard Jay's plan, they asked again. So when that person, the one you mentioned before, appears, we have to report it right away, correct? Jay crossed his arms and answered, that's right. Do well and I will reward you. One of them asked, what kind of reward? Jay pointed toward Johnny, who was carrying a plate of food and the table piled high with dishes. The 3 imagined the delicious food and all began drooling at once. Immediately afterward, the 3 boys shouted together, I will do my best. Jay praised them in satisfaction. Very good. The scene shifted beneath the basement. Jay rushed down the staircase. When he reached the end, he stopped in front of the closed door. Jay stared at the lock hanging from the door. He lifted the lock with one hand while channeling mana with the other. This was never here before. Jay infused mana into the lock and streams of mana flowed in. But another force blocked his mana. Jay frowned and thought to himself, it must be some kind of protective charm or magic. He turned around and calculated silently. If we break the doorknob, they will know we came in here. Or we could remove the door hinges. The boy hurriedly rushed up to the basement door and called out, Hunter. He loudly reported, he is here, that person. Jay stepped onto the stairs, then suddenly froze at his own thought. Wait, will he recognize me? The basement that day was very dark, and I disguised my voice too. He probably will not recognize me. At this moment, he had removed his cloak and stood before the basement with his arms crossed. Walter put his hands in his pockets and calmly walked toward the basement. He frowned, glaring down at Jay from above. Jay still stood there silently with his arms crossed, completely calm, and then Walter did not notice anything unusual and continued into the basement. Jay glanced at the place Walter had just passed, secretly delighted, just as I thought. He did not recognize me. That means I have gathered a bit of useful information. The scene shifted to the next day, noon, at a ruined area. Jay and Cedric stood before a house. Jay remained as calm as usual, while Cedric was so nervous that he was biting his nail. Cedric turned to him fearfully and asked, it will be fine, right? Jay comforted him, do not worry, just do as I say. Right afterwards, Cedric broke into a sweat and glanced toward the source of the sound. In front of them was Walter. With his hands in his pockets, he slowly walked over. Walter raised his head, his sharp gaze sweeping over both of them. Both of them bowed down at a 90-degree angle. Cedric respectfully shouted a greeting. It has been a long time, master. Jay looked at him and said, that is enough greeting. Show your face, Cedric. Cedric immediately replied, yes, master. He quickly continued. This report concerns the number you have been waiting for. Walter suddenly interrupted him. Before that, wait. He placed a hand on Jay's shoulder, his eyes filled with murderous intent and hostility. Who is this guy? I do not recognize him. A newcomer, Cedric placed a hand on his chest and hurriedly answered. He is the newly appointed leader of Team A. I thought I should bring him to meet you. Walter still did not release the hand on Jay's shoulder and ordered, raise your head. Jay immediately raised his head and looked at him. Walter glared at him fiercely and interrogated him. What is your name? Jay silently glanced at the bulging veined hand resting on his shoulder. Jay looked straight into his eyes and gave a name, Neos. My name is Neos. Walter slipped his hand into his coat pocket and turned away. Is that so? Then do your job properly. Jay thought to himself, you do not remember meeting me yesterday? Outwardly, Jay obediently answered, yes. Walter asked as he walked. So how many people do we have in total now? Cedric followed after him and replied, precisely 63 people at the moment. Walter said, we are still short by 3 people, correct? The standards must be quite strict. Cedric smiled cautiously and replied, yes, absolutely. We select them very carefully and only take the outstanding ones. After hearing Cedric's words, Walter clenched his teeth with a grin, then burst into mad laughter. Excellent, everything is progressing very smoothly. Walter patted both of them on the shoulders and continued, once the number is complete, I will bring you into the organization immediately. Cedric forced a smile and looked up at him, unable to believe that he would truly become a member of the organization. Walter smiled, raised his hand, and said, you are lucky. The organization has just made plans to train a special operations unit. Cedric responded with a stiff smile, meeting you is the greatest fortune of my life. Jay thought to himself, how can you lie so blatantly? Cedric looked at Walter's clothes and thought irritably. Someone dressed in rags like a homeless man is actually a high-ranking member of the organization. Or did I temporarily lose my mind back then and believe him? Jay suddenly raised his hand and spoke up. Ah, may I ask a question? Walter immediately replied. Go ahead. Jay then asked, if there is a headquarters, how many branches are there? I would also like to know where the headquarters is located. Walter replied, the organization has no branches in Macra. Members simply move from place to place, carrying out their own mission. Jay stared at Walter and silently gave an answer. That is true, there was no fluctuation in his mana when he said that. Walter looked down at Jay with gritted teeth. The headquarters is located in Area 43. All plans begin from there. Sensing Walter's magic circle fluctuate, Jay reached a conclusion, but that is a lot. There was a fluctuation in his mana as he spoke. He looked up and asked, then, what kind of person is the boss? When he heard that question, his whole body froze for a moment. Walter's face darkened and he slowly turned around and repeated, the boss? His pupils shrank to their limits as Walter muttered blankly. The boss is, he hugged his trembling body, the words the boss echoing endlessly in his mind, as if a towering figure were watching Walter from within his thoughts. The boss, he lowered his head and said hoarsely, the boss is a powerful man. Walter kept trembling, tears pouring down like rain. Someone like me does not even dare look directly at him. He is a great man. Zay stared at his expression and quietly confirmed it, reverence, but also full of terror. Walter suddenly asked, by the way, Cedric, when are you moving here? Cedric answered respectfully, within the next 2 days, sir. He instructed him, then I will return in 3 days. I need to carefully examine the people who will enter the organization. Cedric broke out in sweat and answered, yes. Right then, a red glint appeared in Zay's eyes. A thread of mana appeared in Walter's palm. That thread of mana stretched from his palm down to the ground. Zay coldly made his deduction. There is a tiny amount of mana. What is he deliberately using mana to probe? Walter used his mana to draw part of a spell. Zay thought to himself, this entire abandoned factory is turning into a giant spell formation. After a while he stopped and the formation was complete. Walter reached into the front of his coat as if searching for something. He then held up several bright red stones. Cedric stared at the stones in confusion. What are those? Walter bared his teeth in a sinister smile, infused the stones with inner power and replied, something very special. The stones merged with Walter's spiritual power. They became thick with murderous energy. Cedric gritted his teeth and looked anxiously toward Zay. They looked dangerous. Is this really okay? At that moment Zay still faced Cedric calmly. It is fine. The 5 stones suddenly flew upward, separating in 5 directions. The 5 stones landed on their corresponding spell circle. Walter stood at the center and poured streams of spiritual power downward. He raised his face and smiled. Do not be so afraid, Cedric. This gem is the same type as the ring I once gave you. Walter looked toward Cedric and continued, it can prevent illness and enhance strength. Cedric bowed and stammered, thank you for your concern, sir. Walter walked toward Cedric, looked down at him from above and instructed him. Good, gratitude is good, and remember you must never touch the gem. Cedric obediently replied, yes, I understand. Walter suddenly slammed his hand onto Cedric's shoulder. One more thing, he threatened in a low voice, treasure what I gave you as if it were your own life. You must never lose the ring, Walter. Do you hear me? Cedric looked at the ring on his finger. Yes, I will remember that. He stepped out through the door and pulled his hood down. Then, I will see you again in 3 days. As soon as he finished speaking, the door slammed shut violently with an extremely loud bang. Cedric collapsed to his knees and shouted, he is gone, he is finally gone. He looked up at Zay and asked, what should we do? What is he planning? Zay answered coldly, we will only know after investigating. Zay said to Cedric, go back to the hotel for now. I still have a few things to deal with here. He stood on the stairs, silently looking down below. Zay looked at the formation drawn below and cursed inwardly. What the hell is this? It is clearly related to a magic array. He remained silent and carefully recorded everything in his notebook. Zay suddenly closed the notebook. Forget it. I already know what I needed to know. The scene shifted to a fresh early morning. In the apartment, a complex magic array was drawn on the page. Zay had recreated every detail. Rayam looked away from the notebook, raised his head, and called to him. Hey, he frowned and said, is the thing you just drew related to the person you said was the director of Mo Greg? Zay was secretly shocked. I have not even said anything yet. How does he know? He muttered, how annoying. Rayam furrowed his brows tightly and closed his eyes. His aged face showed exhaustion. He opened his eyes and gave his conclusion. You have gotten involved in something dangerous. This is a magic array. Zay asked blankly, a magic array? Rayam confirmed, that's right. He pointed at the center of the formation. It is a kind of formula that greatly enhances the power and range of magic. Magic arrays are very difficult to create. Not just anyone can make them. Rayam frowned and continued worriedly. At least, judging from the shape you just drew, he added, this is a perfect magic array. Rayam broke out in sweat, glanced at him, and was secretly horrified. What is even more astonishing is that you accurately copied a high-level magic array without any prior knowledge. A magic array contains a large amount of mana within a very small space, so reading the mana on site and copying it is like untangling an extremely tangled thread, using only the sensation in your fingertips to separate each strand with precision. He touched the lines of the drawing and thought to himself, even a mage with extremely sharp perception could not do this without fully understanding magic array. Rayam looked pensive. This is too perfect. It is almost as if you could see the magic array. Zay pointed at it and asked, what does this magic array do? He glanced at him and explained, this is extraction magic. It is similar to the magic on the ring you once showed me. Rayam frowned and thought to himself, I made a very foolish assumption that you could see mana. You ask, this spell has a much wider range and far greater power, doesn't it? He lowered his head and answered, that's right. When the spell is activated, a blazing red light surges violently from the magic circle. A blazing red vortex appears, then a torrent of mana erupts, swallowing whoever stands on the magic circle. Every living creature in the area will be annihilated, and their life force will be converted into mana. Jacer thought in silence. So that's it. The sacrifices and the 66 children. With this magic circle, that man intends to use Cedric's group as sacrifices. However, he took a deep breath and continued, mana that dense cannot be used by humans. Zay asked in confusion, why not? Rayam explained in detail. Mana created from life force carries a very strong toxicity. If it is used recklessly, one will suffer mana poisoning. It cannot be refined again and put into a magic circle. He concluded, so it is usually used to supply energy to creatures or strengthen magical tools. You asked another question. Can a mana battery be strengthened? Rayam answered, mana batteries have limits, so they usually cannot be strengthened. He looked at you and added, but that ring is a different matter. After hearing that, Zay fell into deep thought. Seeing that, Rayam wondered aloud and called his name. Zay. He looked at Zay and asked again, what are you planning to do? You closed your eyes and silently thought for a long while, as though analyzing a difficult problem. After a few short minutes, Zay opened his eyes and raised his head as if he had found the answer. The scene shifts to 3 days later at the previous location. On the appointed day at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, you stood properly in front of that same house. Not long after, Walter leisurely walked up to Zay. He bared his teeth and asked, where is Cedric? Why are you the one coming out? You said coldly, the boss is inside, arranging the people. I came out to receive you in his place. Walter immediately turned his head away and laughed mockingly. So you're here to receive me? Fine, let's go. He walked toward the door and praised him. I figured you would gather enough people. You did well too. Zay stood behind Walter, his face darkening beneath the hood, becoming extremely cold. He spoke softly, it is all thanks to you, just as the door opened a crack. He curled his lips into a sinister smile and slowly opened the door. The space inside was pitch black, empty, and there was nothing there at all. Walter was stunned when the scene inside was nothing like what he had expected. What? Walter said in surprise, speaking unconsciously. Why is there no one here? Suddenly, a sword came flying at him from behind. Sensing the killing intent, Walter quickly turned around and drew his scythe to block Zay's attack. Walter was shocked, his eyes widening as he stared at the person before him. He roared angrily, you bastard, what are you trying to do? You did not bother answering Walter and instead circulated spiritual energy, creating a flame in your palm. Then Zay threw the flame straight at his face. Walter looked at the flame flying toward him and was secretly shocked. Magic. He quickly leaned backward, dodging the dangerous strike. After dodging, Walter shouted viciously, you damned bastard. You dare attack me? At that moment, the entire space suddenly went dark. He looked around in bewilderment and thought to himself, the door. Walter looked at the person opposite him and demanded loudly, who are you? Zay pulled up his cloak to cover his head again and called his name. Walter, you prepared to attack and said coldly, I came under the boss's orders to deal with you. After hearing Zay's words, Walter laughed madly and blurted out, the executioner? Walter turned his gaze toward Zay in front of him. Executioner, now I understand. You realize that the magic circle was set up here. Am I right? He hurriedly reached into his coat to draw his weapon, and that the spell will activate exactly at 3 o'clock, with no expression on his face. You lowered your head, staring at the clock. 2:14 in the afternoon. Walter's feet began to change, flames billowing upward. Actually, that's fine too, instead of using those useless brats as sacrifices. With his body engulfed in red flames, he laughed savagely. You will be far more useful. Holding a sharp sickle, Walter charged forward. Die, executioner. His hand gripped the sharp weapon tightly, while Zay's face showed no emotion at all. Back at Philip's location, he was looking out to observe something. Sitting beside him was Cedric, who asked in confusion, how is it, Philip? Can you see anything? Hearing the question, Philip looked puzzled. I can't see anything clearly from here. We blocked all the windows and doors just as Zay instructed. Hearing the result, he sighed, don't tell me that even though he's a hunter, His mouth was clamped shut by a pair of hands. Cedric Philip hurriedly raised a hand to his lips, signaling to the still confused Cedric. SHH. Cedric whispered in his ear, "He's a mage too, right?" After rummaging through his memories for a moment, Philip nodded. Yeah, Zay brought him here. The more he thought about it, the more pensive he became. Are they really that close? A question rang out. It was aimed directly at Veronica, who was leaning against a wooden crate. Hey, your name is Veronica, right? She turned to look at the two of them. Yeah, and you're Philip, right? The person beside you is Cedric. He quickly sat down beside Veronica. That's right, are you really worried about Zay? Her answer was firm. No, it left Philip somewhat stunned. Why not? Back to Zay's side now. A continuous series of slashes followed one after another. Walter raised his hand high, sending a flame toward him. Zay is the most talented mage I have ever seen. With an expressionless face, Zay lightly shifted aside and dodged. And even outside of magic, he is excellent as well. His actions made Walter furious. He screamed madly, so I am not worried about this little rat. Filled with surging rage, Walter swung his sickle down toward Zay below. Back with Veronica, she stressed every word. I believe Jay will win. The look on her face startled Philip a little. Her hands were shaking like that, yet she said she was not worried. Veronica's hands were clasped together, tremors running again and again through those slender fingers. He thought to himself, she really is worried, but she still believes in him. Still, Philip forced a smile to comfort her. You're right, then let's believe in our Jay. Back with Jay, the small, razor-sharp blade had shattered into pieces before his eyes. Seeing Jay's weapon destroyed, Walter showed obvious delight. His mouth formed each word with deliberate emphasis. Give up. The moment he finished speaking, the weapon in Walter's hand shot swiftly toward Jay's face. Jay remained calm, his eyes wide open as he stared straight ahead. In an instant, a new knife appeared, gripped tightly in Jay's firm palm. With only a light swing of his weapon, Walter's scythe flew out of his hand. Just like that, Walter was forced onto the defensive. He hurriedly looked back at his weapon, his eyes wide with astonishment. Stabilized elements. How can he control multiple elements at the same time? Giving him no chance, Jay slid the knife lightly toward Walter's throat, but suddenly froze. It seemed something was happening here. Jay stopped in place, facing Walter, who was lightly holding his own neck. It turned out Walter's neck was covered by a layer of metal. You little rat. Jay was slightly surprised, his eyes lowering to the shattered knife. Metal transmutation. My attack is useless against a two-circle mage. Using a magic array to deal with him is still the best way. Walter's expression changed, his mouth curling wide before dropping again. You are stalling for time until the array activates. Am I right? His buttons burst open and a large, round, crimson barrier appeared on Walter's chest. Facing each other, Jay declared powerfully, "Do you think I will just let you?" From within the barrier, a fire snake shot out, aiming at him as its prey. Give up, executioner. Jay stayed silent, his legs moving as he quickly retreated. It turned out Jay was trying to escape the dangerous fire snake before him. Watching him, Walter laughed triumphantly. It's useless. It will not disappear until it devours its target. Jay's feet moved faster and faster, the ground cracking apart under his strength. Several minutes passed, and Jay kept weaving away from that huge, ferocious monster. He kicked off the wall, tucked in his body, and rushed down to the ground to regain his balance. Jay's face was filled with deep thought. This situation would never end. He turned his eyes toward the arrogant Walter. That man has to stand still to control the flame. A plan took shape. Jay's feet slammed down hard enough to sink into the ground. Then he changed direction, turning the tables as he charged straight at Walter to attack. Seeing Jay overestimate himself, Walter sneered. Do you think you can control an attack in midair and hit me with that snake? You think such a cheap trick can bring me down? Executioner. Jay remained silent, his hand channeling inner force as a faint blue aura appeared. I know very well that he is a two-circle mage. A one-circle mage cannot face him head-on. Jay recalled the diagram he had discussed with Veronica. That is why I asked Veronica. As he thought, Jay recreated a magic circle aiming directly at the snake. At that moment he hid nothing. Teach me how to draw this magic circle. In just a few short seconds, Walter's fire snake was completely destroyed. The result before him drove Walter mad. Damn it, this is not first-level circle magic. Suddenly, Walter froze as if he had seen something not far away. Standing opposite him was Jay, calmly raising a finger filled with blue aura. Executioner. A stream of blue energy shot forward like the wind, crashing straight into Walter. With the job done, Jay silently and calmly lifted his head to look ahead. A moment later, Walter had lost all his power and collapsed in Jay's direction. Walter lowered his face and an extremely cold silence surrounded the space. Jay was silent too, lightly pulling back his sleeve to look at his watch. The time displayed clearly on it without the slightest error, 2 hours and 50 minutes. On the other side, Walter suddenly sprang up, slightly surprising Jay. I have to get out. Walter still kept his head down, drenched in sweat. Request permission to see the boss. I must go back. watching Walter's figure gradually move away. Jay called out, "Walter, stop!" No matter how Jay ordered him, Walter raised his hand and lightly turned the doorknob. Jay quickly took out the ring. Threatened Walter, "Stay away from the door. If you do not, I will crush this ring." With his hand already on the handle, Walter remained determined to leave. It is useless. What is issued to officers is different from ordinary supply. By now, Jay's body was exhausted. "My body has reached its limit. I need to buy time." He tried to keep Walter there, who said that. Every word Jay spoke made Walter's body tremble. The red bloodstone issued to officers is indestructible. Knowing this method was working, Jay continued. If a certain elemental combination is added to bloodstone, internal cracks will appear. At that point, it can be destroyed with only an external impact. He held the quartz ring and raised it high. He had cleverly mixed true and false information, but it could still be broken. Hearing the words from Jay's mouth, Walter bared his teeth and clenched them, his face like a monster's. He roared and declared, "I will break all your limbs, then get out of here." Jay quickly pulled back the ring and gripped it tightly in his palm. "Try it and find out." Jay gathered momentum, drawing his arm a considerable distance behind his back. Then he hurled the ring Walter treasured straight ahead. The sight threw Walter into a panic, and he ran after it to catch it. "Damn assassin!" The ring struck the ground, making Walter's heart tremble with fear. He tried to rush forward and chase after it, reaching out to grab the ring. But Walter was too late. The ring slipped far out of his grasp. When Walter turned back, Jay was already standing beside his only escape route. He hovered in midair, holding two stones that spun around his fingers. Realizing he had been tricked, Walter went berserk and screamed until his voice was hoarse. Damn it, Jay had safely escaped from the room. He gripped the door lock tightly to keep the other man from getting out. Inside the room, she suppressed her panic as the man charged forward. "It's all right, Walter, we still have 5 minutes. Walter clenched his teeth and searched for Jay's figure. "Follow that guy right now." Suddenly, a red barrier appeared on the ground, surrounding him without leaving a single gap. Walter froze, utterly bewildered. What? Wasn't there still time before activation? Outside, Walter's voice was completely heard by Jay. "Walter, didn't you know?" Veronica's image appeared along with her warning. 5 minutes is the limit for shortening the activation time. Inside the room, a stream of red spiritual energy erupted from the barrier and struck him. Walter's face froze in horror, tears streaming down both cheeks. The magic circle had already been set up. "Boss," a moment later, Jay turned the door lock and stepped into the smoke-filled room. On the floor lay the fairly new clothes the man had once worn. He reached down and picked up the ring left behind on Walter's clothes. Then Jay, with lifeless eyes, carefully examined every surface of the ring. Back with the other 3, Cedric complained anxiously. "It's been too long, this is impossible." As soon as he finished speaking, he gave a faint smile. "He definitely won, just wait a little longer." His face was gaunt from being beat. Cedric added, "He's that strong, there's no way he could lose." Right? Suddenly, Veronica seemed to sense something and her eyes widened. She shot to her feet, startling both of them. "Mana. It's getting more violent." Cedric looked at Veronica in concern. "Wait, what do you mean?" Philip quickly suggested, "Let's follow them first." So the two of them hurried after her. "Veronica, what's going on?" After only a few steps, they both froze, their faces turning pale. "What is that?" A foot blazing with red flames appeared, standing completely still. The owner of those feet was none other than Jay. He had returned. "Jay, look at Jay's body." Veronica trembled as she announced, "He's been infected by mana poisoning. If this continues, Jay will be in danger." The news left both Philip and Cedric stunned for a few seconds. Regaining his composure, Philip grabbed some equipment to shield Cedric. Cedric used a steel pipe and some kind of metal plate. "They said the boss is in danger. We have to do something." As soon as he said that, he rushed toward the dazed Jay. On this side, Jay stood like a soulless person, spreading his hand and firing mana towards Cedric. Cedric was blasted far away, trembling in fear and only able to stare at Jay. Jay stepped forward, raised 2 fingers and prepared to take his life. Jay, snap out of it. Philip rushed forward and used his own body to shield Cedric. "It's me, Philip." Ignoring Philip's screams, Jay gathered more and more mana. Seeing the danger draw closer, the two could only cling to each other. Just as the mana made contact, Veronica desperately rushed in and pulled them back. She spread both hands and looked over at Philip, giving him a signal. "There are 2 ways to stop Jay." Veronica kept explaining it to him. "One is for him to stop the activation himself. The other is to use outside force to extinguish the flame." Philip declared, "I'll bring a fire hose." Then he quickly carried Cedric onto his shoulder. "Can you hold out for 5 minutes?" She hurriedly became their shield. "I can." Jay stood silently, raising his hand and gathering a massive amount of mana. Then he attacked, and all the mana surged toward Veronica. The terrifying sight sent chills through both Cedric and Philip. Veronica's eyes opened wide, filled with both fear and surprise. "Veronica, this can't be stopped anymore." She gave a faint smile, her face lowering slightly. "I'm fine, it's just..." After a few seconds, Veronica stopped and clasped her hands together. "I hope you stay safe." Right after the battle with Walter ended, Jay innocently picked up the man's ring. The red currents from it multiplied, and and the mana inside his body increased significantly. His eyes also gradually began to change color. Although it still could not compare to the mana level of the loot, it was enough. After 1 or 2 brief seconds, Jay's pupils were flooded with deep crimson. An image appeared of someone kneeling, his voice pleading, "I beg you, please be merciful and forgive me. I'm truly sorry, please don't torture me." A young Walter, tears streaming down his face, pleaded desperately, "I didn't steal anything." Suddenly, a force came from somewhere and struck one side of his cheek. After watching for a while, Jay understood what was happening. Could these be that man's memories? Walter was beaten terribly, collapsed to the ground, and remained unconscious for a long time. A few hours later, Walter braced his hand against the ground and struggled to get up. "In the future, I will definitely become stronger." He smiled, blood seeping from his forehead. "And then I'll take revenge on all of them." As Walter's words ended, Jay's pupils erupted with mana. An image appeared of a man holding him tightly. Protecting Jay, he said, "Let your blazing rage devour that person's body." That very man had protected Jay with his life, burning everything to ashes. Seeing his loved one die, Jay screamed in madness, "Wipe them out, destroy them, erase them." In an instant, Jay was manipulated. He turned into a different person, "Kill them all." Walter, his body wrapped in mana, whispered into Jay's ear, "You kill them." Then Jay attacked, and all the mana converged as it surged toward Veronica. That terrifying sight startled both Cedric and Philip. Veronica pressed her lips tightly together. Someone was calling her own name. Veronica clasped her hands together. Tears kept streaming from her eyes. Veronica's unpredictable action made Jay freeze. A stream of white spiritual energy was overwhelming his mana. A white sun. Like a child, Jay reached out to grab that white sun. How wonderful. His hand simply caught that strangely colored sun. In the same way, Jay returned to normal and turned his gaze forward. He opened his hand and looked toward Veronica. Veronica. Tears ran down her face as she murmured, "Jay," in a large house on an empty lot. 3 days later at Philip's hotel in a room with clear lettering. Medical care area, Veronica lay on the bed and asked Jay for help. "Jay, could you get me some water?" Holding a glass of water, he gently drew back the curtain. "Here, take it." Seeing Jay, she was overjoyed. "Thank you so much." Only his expression was unusual, looking extremely strange as he stared thoughtfully at Veronica. The image of her lying in the hospital bed flooded Jay's mind. Veronica had been sick for 2 days because of the consequences of using too much mana, and that had happened because she helped me. So in the end, I had to take care of her. Just like that, Veronica used her privilege as a patient to make all kinds of requests. "And you, could you also get me volume 2 of Light and Roses, the book I'm reading? Also, bring me 2 more back pillows if it is convenient. Make sure you pick ones that are really soft and comfortable. You can take the glass back now. I have finished the water." Taking the glass away, Jay could only silently agree. "My principle is to repay whatever I have received." A while later, sitting on the sickbed, she asked in confusion, "That was mana poisoning back then, right?" Leaning his shoulder against the chair, he nodded. "Yes, just think of it that way for now." Feeling irritated, Veronica questioned him, "Why do you always use raw, unfiltered mana? And handle it so recklessly?" Remembering something, Jay put his hand into his pocket. "But more importantly, I think this is the root of the problem." He pulled out the ring containing Walter's stone. That was the mana battery of that man. The moment she came into contact with it, she shuddered. His mana gave off an unusually suffocating feeling. Veronica broke out in a light sweat. "My grandfather said mana emitted by humans is quite toxic. Do you want to use it?" Jay clenched the ring tightly in his hand and declared firmly, "No, I will not use it." If Veronica had not been there that day, I might have burned myself to ashes. Seeing how determined he was, she also felt relieved. Exactly, it is best not to touch things like that. But deep inside Jay, it was different, at least for now. Looking at Veronica for a long time, he muttered, "And one more thing." Jay looked away awkwardly and confessed, "Thank you sincerely for helping me. I truly appreciate it." As soon as he finished speaking, her face turned uncontrollably red. Veronica scratched her arms lightly and stammered, "Why are you suddenly saying that? Do not tell me you are still affected by mana poisoning." An arm appeared, drawing the sheer curtain wide open, and hurriedly called his name. "Jay." Philip appeared and looked toward Jay. "Do you have a moment?" Back in the room, Philip handed over a box of information. "These are the belongings of the man you asked for. I had the children open the basement door and move everything up." He reached out, took a sheet of paper from the information box and looked it over. The information about Walter surprised Jay. Walter Orphanage. The lines of text on the page and the photograph left him confused. It was hard to tell whose face was whose. They all looked somewhat similar. "I will check it carefully later." Continuing the conversation, Philip pointed at the red notebook. "This seems to be the notebook he often used. It looked important, so I kept it separate." Flipping gently through the diary pages, Jay frowned slightly. District 43. Bond. Mildred withdrew from the area immediately after the defector in the assassination case was dealt with. G009. District 58. Kettermany Bank sees a transport vehicle to block the escape route. Completed. F142. District 47. Jido Vehicle Field. Contact approved for the use of magic due to the epidemic. Completed. These are instructions from Margaret. Near the middle of the notebook, he suddenly paused, frozen for several seconds. A handwritten line of information appeared clearly. District 31 Emerald Investigator Kelly Gold Auction House failed. No results obtained. The pages continued with similar content. District 48 Sapphire Investigator Mount Gon failed. No results obtained. Yellow Gem failed. No results. Orange Gem failed. No results. The rainbow from the story had shattered. A theory about the rainbow breaking into 7 pieces, and orders to hunt down those gems. Corresponding to the colors, could Margaret be searching for the fragments of the rainbow? Reading this far, Jay lightly touched his chin. Or it was also possible that it was not the actual rainbow but completely different gems. Either way, it was worth verifying. Looking at his expression, Philip guessed. It seems you have made your decision. He eagerly opened his mouth and asked Jay, "You said you would be leaving this area soon, right?" Then Philip took out a large pouch of money and placed it on the table. "This is your payment for everything up to now. I added a personal bonus of my own. Think of it as my personal thanks. Without you, I never would have been able to reconcile with Cedric." Jay was slightly surprised and could only look at Philip in silence while he was still in this area. "I will have someone deliver your daily payment. If you feel the amount needs adjusting, do not hesitate to tell me." Philip's face turned red and he lightly scratched his neck. "And once you decide the day you will leave, remember to let me know. I will come see you off myself." Philip became strangely sorrowful. His gaze lowered because once you leave, we may never have another chance to meet again. A slender hand opened toward him along with a call of his name. "Philip." Jay straightened his back and spoke in a serious tone. "When I leave this area, would you be willing to come with me?" Jay's sudden words left Philip utterly stunned. After several seconds, Philip finally came back to his senses and shouted wildly. "What?" Philip stammered for a few seconds. "Are you serious or are you joking?" Jay straightened his back and declared firmly, "I am completely serious." Hearing that, Philip panicked. "This is far too sudden. I have never left Sector 49 before. If I go, I will have to give up everything I have built here." Without giving Philip a chance to refuse, Jay emphasized one sentence as the main point of his persuasion. The two faced each other and Jay continued, "Is that not something you can only achieve by leaving this place?" Philip recalled the past when the two of them had sat side by side. "What I told you last time." Thinking of that moment, Philip held a cup of water, took a sip, and sank into deep thought. He was remembering the image of his mother comforting him when he was young. At that thought, he clasped his hands together. "You still remember." Philip pressed his lips together and swallowed, as if gathering more resolve. With both hands on his knees, Philip nodded and made his decision. "Fine, I will go with you." Then he slowly stood up. "But give me a little more time. I need to arrange matters at the hotel." Watching his friend, Jay asked curiously, "How long will it take?" Philip spread his hand to signal to him. 2 weeks. 2 weeks will be enough." Jay accepted it. "All right." Before long, 7 days had passed, and Philip said goodbye to Cedric and the others. After that, Philip carefully guided Chris through every detail. Meanwhile, Jay also arranged his own affairs and headed somewhere in his private car. He had a discussion with Gray in a sealed room with no one else present. After that, Jay went to Veronica to complete the drawing of the magic circle. Holding the paper in her hand, she was astonished. "I have nothing left to teach you." "Do I? You truly are a genius." Jay kept the same expression and denied it. "It is only because you taught me so well." That attitude left Veronica discouraged. There he goes, praising people in that Jay-like way again, as if guided by a third sense. Jay lightly glanced toward a nearby direction. Hidden behind the bookshelf were 2 children peeking at them, their faces completely flushed. Once they were discovered, they quickly ran away, leaving Veronica flustered as she explained. "Sorry, the children are a little shy." She repeated what the 2 kids had once said about Jay, "but it seems they really like you. They said they dream of becoming hunters." "You know what they ask? Miss, what do hunters like? What is life like out there?" "Slow down, you two." As soon as she finished speaking, Veronica made a new suggestion to him. "Shall we switch turns now?" And so she changed places, sitting down quite decisively in the chair Jay had just left. Veronica began circulating her power, and white spiritual energy flowed through her body without any sign of stopping. Seeing that Veronica was doing well, Jay inwardly praised her. "You control mana far more skillfully than before. I did not teach you anything that special either. If anything, it was only a little." Then he continued, "Hurry up." Being urged like that annoyed her. "I have to go even faster." Jay gave a slight nod. "More." Just like that, Veronica's heart pounded nonstop from using too much inner force. Sweat continued pouring down her face. "I have always been in such a hurry." Veronica recalled the image of her grandfather, Gray beside the sickbed. "Because my grandfather does not have much time left, but now." Then she looked toward Jay's stern figure and thought to herself, "I have someone walking this path with me." The more Veronica thought about it, the tighter she gripped the hem of her clothes. "Faster, I have to be faster." She remembered gathering together with her grandfather and her 2 younger siblings. And so, returning to reality, Veronica tightly shut her eyes and focused her inner power. "I do not want to disappoint everyone." Her heart pounded nonstop. accompanied by a strange light radiating outward, bringing a look of complete shock to her face. Veronica slowly raised her eyes and looked forward. Jay, standing nearby, had already realized what had happened. The empty ring was now filled with mana. After all that effort, Veronica had succeeded. She lost her balance and collapsed. "I did it." Jay quickly ran over, using his body as a firm support for Veronica, then asked about her in a gentle voice. Veronica lightly touched her face with her hand. Veronica spoke. "I am fine, just a little tired," looking at her current state. Jay's eyes widened in surprise, and he did not know what to say. Veronica's tears fell, and her hand clenched the hem of her clothes until it wrinkled as she spoke softly. "Thank you." Her tears poured down like rain. "It is thanks to you that I was able to create that circle." Seeing Veronica like this, Jay immediately fell into a state of panic. "I barely did anything, so why are you crying?" Then Jay reminded her. "Hey, didn't you say you would show it to him as soon as you finished making the circle?" Veronica quickly wiped away her tears and replied, "That's right." She swiftly gathered herself, hurried up the stairs, and called out to Jay. Seeing Jay still standing there, Veronica asked in confusion, "Why aren't you coming with me?" Looking up from below, he said, "Why should I go?" Holding the stair railing, she smiled. "Because I only managed to do it thanks to you. Come with me, let's tell him together." In the end, he agreed to go upstairs with Veronica. The two of them climbed the stairs together, step by step. She looked like a child, so happy that her eyes curved with her smile. As for Jay, he sighed helplessly but still went along with her. A while later, the two reached the upper floor and stood before the wooden door of the room. Veronica raised her hand and knocked lightly a few times to let the person inside know. Then she turned the handle and slowly walked in. "Grandpa, I'm coming in," Veronica said cheerfully to Graham, smiling brightly. "Grandpa, just now I—" After taking only a few steps, she froze, a strange and confused expression appearing on her face. Veronica's reaction also left Jay somewhat puzzled. He quickly looked ahead and his pupils suddenly widened in shock. On the floor, Graham was lying motionless without the slightest movement. Seeing him like that, Veronica froze as if she had turned to stone, standing there in silence before crying out. "Grandpa." The next morning, the city was bathed in clear dawn sunlight. After 2 days in an unconscious coma, Graham finally woke up. Looking at him, Jay spoke with concern. "You've regained consciousness." Seeing him, the old man murmured, "Jay." Graham wondered aloud. "How long was I asleep?" Sitting beside him, Jay told him, "About 2 days." As though he understood his own condition well, the old man gave a faint smile. "Is that so? It seems I don't have much time left." Veronica, beside Jay, was an empty chair because Veronica had already left earlier. Without needing to ask, Graham already had his answer. "I see. It seems that child doesn't have the courage to face my final moments. She has a gentle soul, though she is somewhat fragile." The old man continued sharing his thoughts with Jay. "Jay, I want to express my gratitude to you. My sudden request that you learn magic must have surprised you. Thank you for staying with me all this time." Jay pondered for a few seconds, then replied, "I only saw it as an alignment of interests between both sides. You needed someone to pass your knowledge on to, and I needed someone to learn from." His response made Graham quietly assess him. This child was still as strange as ever. The old man then got straight to the point. "I think this may be our final lesson. Is there anything else you want to ask?" At Graham's suggestion, Jay thought to himself, since it's now then. He straightened up and voiced what was on his mind. "I can't perceive emotion." Listening to Jay's question, the old man remained fairly calm. "Is that so?" Jay suddenly realized something. "You already knew." With his eyes closed, Graham nodded. Looking at the old man's face, Jay explained clearly, "I can't recognize emotions in everyday life. I have to focus with all my effort just to grasp a few specific emotions." He immediately asked, "Is this an illness?" Staring into space, Graham explained, "A problem of the soul is certainly worthy of being called an illness." Through the old man's words, the image of a body weeping came to mind. There are people who, after being tortured or enduring pain. Jay listened to Graham's words. "As for you, someone who can choose which emotions to perceive, you may be an unusual case." Jay raised a hand to his chin in thought. "I can't think of anything clear either." Jay then asked Graham another question. "Then I want to know what kind of magic you are using." That left the old man slightly bewildered. "What do you mean?" Jay began analyzing it for Graham. "Even though you never say it, you always understand what I'm thinking. You know what situation I'm facing and what I'm pondering." Hearing this, the old man held his forehead and chuckled. "Magic, does that trouble you? Are you saying it isn't magic?" Raising his index finger, Graham explained, "It isn't magic. I'm simply reading your expression, Jay, but I don't show anything." The old man pointed straight at him and continued, "Every time you understand and successfully cast a spell, the corners of your mouth lift slightly. Every time you think about someone else's words, your gaze becomes sharper. Even now, I can still tell that you haven't truly understood what I'm saying." At this point, Graham smiled faintly. Of course, these signs are extremely subtle and hard to notice, but they are still expressions. From a distance, his hand seemed to frame Jay's face. Try practicing how to read other people's expressions. If what I do seems like magic to you, and you want to learn it. A new problem arose for Jay. I can't distinguish other people's appearances. To me, they all look similar. I truly can't remember anyone's face. Lying by the sickbed, Graham looked exasperated. Oh, for heaven's sake! After talking for a while, Jay left the old man's room. Deep in thought, he slowly walked down the staircase he had climbed earlier. Suddenly, Gray froze, one hand gripping the railing. Looking down at where Veronica was hiding beneath the old kitchen, he called her name aloud, making her flinch slightly. Veronica. Gray got straight to the point. I don't think he can stay much longer. Hearing him say that, her hand clenched so tightly it began to bleed. I don't want to have to witness that. I don't want to have to watch him pass away. Gray emphasized his final words. This is your last chance to talk to him. As soon as he finished speaking, Veronica sprang up and swept past Gray like a flash, running as if her life depended on it. She rushed straight toward her grandfather's room. Grandpa. Grandpa, please don't let me be too late. Veronica turned the door lock and pushed with all her strength to get inside. Grandpa. Seeing her, the two innocent younger siblings clutching his hands suddenly burst into tears. Big sister. Graham tried to lift himself, using the last of his strength to turn his head and look back. Veronica, he smiled and murmured a few words. Little one, you're here. Veronica tried so hard to hold back her tears that her whole body trembled uncontrollably. Then she looked toward Graham and proudly said, Grandpa, I finally did it. I created a spell circle all by myself. Hearing those words, he proudly pointed toward Veronica. I always knew you could do it. She hurriedly held her grandfather's wrinkled hands tightly with both of her own. Grandpa, Graham's grip tightened more and more around Veronica's hand. You once held my hand tightly just like this and told me not to worry anymore. Memories flooded back, making her remember the time when she and her two siblings surely. You said I would no longer have to suffer in the cold, and that I would no longer go hungry, and that I no longer needed to wait for someone who would never come back. At this point, Veronica placed his hand on her head. I was so happy when you told me to come with you. Her words made her two siblings sob even harder. Don't worry, you've taught us so many things, haven't you? No matter what happens, we'll be fine. Lying on the sickbed, Graham closed his eyes tightly and declared, I won't worry. One of his hands held Veronica's while the other embraced the two children. I understand very well just how strong you all are. Every word from Graham was heard clearly. I'm also deeply content to have met you all. Some time later, in the solemn cemetery grounds, heavy rain began pouring down. Graham's grave lay there. Veronica spared no expense in preparing the burial site. The gravestone and funeral were all arranged for him. Graham was buried in the largest central cemetery in District 49, back at Veronica's house. She quietly opened the door to check on her two younger siblings. After seeing that the two children were fast asleep, she gently closed the door at once, then looked over at Gray and thanked him. Thank you for helping me. I definitely couldn't have moved it on my own. Through his eyes, Veronica's body was filled with white energy. Veronica had not shed a tear, even though she looked as if she might shatter at any moment. The sight of her made him wonder, what kind of expression is that? Memories of Graham's teachings flooded back. You can't sense other people's faces? Then try this. Following his experience, he looked past the shape of Veronica's hair instead of taking in a person's entire appearance. Then his gaze stopped at her tear-filled eyes, focus on each separate detail of their face. Sure enough, Veronica had been unable to hold back her emotions. She was crying. On this side, Dai watched Veronica, and tears unconsciously streamed down his face like rain. He raised a hand to his cheek, somewhat surprised by himself. Wait, this isn't right. I didn't mean to feel sad. After losing Graham, Veronica collapsed. Her knees buckled and she fell to the ground. Veronica's vein-covered hands trembled again and again. Grandpa, suddenly Dai stepped forward, spread his arms, and held her tightly in comfort. There was something hard to describe in his eyes, mixed with sorrow. No, Dai remembered the figure of the man who had protected him years ago. Perhaps this was actually a good thing. He reached out and gently stroked Veronica's short red hair, earnestly comforting her. And just like that, someone as emotionless as Dai came to understand his own heart, because I can sincerely comfort someone, driven by a desire that comes from within myself. Cedric stood behind them, generously seeing off the close friend who was about to depart. Philip, I'll miss you so much. You have to promise you'll come back here. He patted his shoulder in comfort. I understand. The carriage began to move. Philip quickly stepped in and sat beside Dai inside. He looked out the window, then turned and asked, It seems like they aren't coming. You said they already came. Didn't you? Dai answered calmly, but everything had already been arranged properly. I explained it clearly to them. They know. Today we'll depart at 10 in the morning. Dai recalled how startled Veronica had been when she heard his proposal. Go together? He nodded in confirmation. Yes, Philip and I are going together. Dai silently evaluated Veronica. She will be very useful with theoretical matters such as magic circles. I still lack knowledge in that. field. I also thought about the mysterious ability she had displayed earlier, and also that so-called white sun she possesses. I'm very curious about it. She could help me escape danger. She took a step back, clearly not yet mentally prepared for this. Wait, this is too sudden. I still have to take care of my younger siblings. He answered immediately. Philip's hotel will look after them. I've already discussed it with them. Veronica's eyes widened, unable to believe things had been arranged behind her back. What, when? Jay shrugged and answered gently. They said they'll do as you wish. She asked again, but if I'm not here, who will run the shop? He tilted his head and explained further so she would understand that everything had already been taken care of. You only need to close it temporarily. Cedric and his people will watch over it every day. No one will be able to touch it. Jay looked straight at Veronica, wanting to know what choice truly lay in her heart. You don't want to leave, do you? Veronica crossed her arms, hesitation clear in her eyes. It's that obvious, isn't it? He nodded slightly. Yeah, she turned away, taking a deep breath to sort out the thoughts in her mind. Give me a little time. I need to think about it some more. Philip looked at his watch, reminding them that it was already time to depart as planned. Jay, it's 10 o'clock. He looked straight ahead, his voice firm, as if he had already been ready. Let's go. Cedric stood watching them, his voice dropping when he realized they really were leaving. They really left? From far away, Veronica came running. Her voice was urgent, as if she feared she would be too late. Wait for me. She ran while waving her hand, trying to shout loudly enough to get their attention. Let me come with you. He glanced quickly through the mirror and spotted her figure hiding. Behind us, it looks like she's hiding behind a rock. Stop. Veronica shouted loudly, running while signaling that she did not want the vehicle to stop. Don't stop, keep driving and open the door. Philip's eyes widened, unable to understand the reckless thing she was about to do. Is she going to climb onto the vehicle like that? Jay immediately stood up and handed over the steering wheel. Take the wheel for me for a moment. Philip froze, unable to react in time. What? She kept running, staring at the vehicle approaching her. Her face was full of astonishment. He opened the vehicle door and reached his hand forward with an extremely serious look. Hold on tight to my hand. Hearing those words, Veronica froze for a brief moment, surprised by his action. Tears welled up, and she laughed while unable to hold back the emotion rising inside her. Veronica reached out and gripped Jay's hand tightly, as if clinging to her only chance. Lying inside the vehicle, she panted repeatedly after just escaping the dangerous situation. Philip turned toward her and gave a faint smile after seeing Veronica's final decision. Looks like you finally chose to come with us. He tilted his head, still not understanding the reason behind her reckless action just now. But why did you tell us not to stop the vehicle? She sat up, her voice slowing as she spoke the true feelings in her heart. I felt that if we stopped for even 1 second, I wouldn't be able to leave. Jay and Philip both fell silent, turning to look at Veronica with thoughtful eyes. Philip let out a soft laugh, teasing her to ease the tense atmosphere. You're even more timid than I am. She immediately reacted, her voice somewhat annoyed but still mixed with embarrassment. I had to muster all my courage for this, you know. After the vehicle stopped in a deserted place, Jay quickly checked its condition. There's absolutely nothing wrong with the vehicle. Veronica looked ahead. She spoke as if she were ready for the long journey. We'll drive straight for 10 hours without stopping. Philip rubbed his stomach, his face twisting as hunger began to torment him. My stomach is still growling. Jay looked around the area, then decided they should rest. We'll set up camp here tonight. We'll continue tomorrow morning. Both of them answered in unison. All right. The campfire blazed strongly, its light spreading out and driving away the cold night. He sat down near the fire, his gaze distant as he mentioned his true goal. My goal is to find the rainbow. Hearing that, Philip immediately turned toward him. His eyes widened in astonishment as he looked at Jay. She remained silent, remembering the words she had once heard about this journey. Back then he also said he was hunting for it. She tilted her head and asked curiously, may I ask what the rainbow is? Philip thought for a moment, then took it upon himself to explain clearly. Let me explain. He began speaking, his voice steady, as if recounting a familiar legend. Here's how it is. The rainbow is a jewel that produces an infinite amount of mana. Right now, it has been split into 7 pieces and scattered across the world. If you gather the entire rainbow, you'll be able to make one wish come true. Jay nodded slightly. That's right. Philip looked at him, bringing up the dangerous enemy they had once encountered. And when we faced that person, you also learned that Macrest is hunting for the rainbow too. The mages are saying that Macrest's boss is holding one fragment. He looked straight at Jay, guessing the next direction of their journey. So from now on, I suppose you'll be following the rainbow trail connected to Macrest. He looked at both of them, his voice dropping. If you follow me, your lives will be in danger. Even so, I'll protect you both as best I can. I'll also help each of you accomplish your own goals. Jay paused for a moment, as if giving them a chance to reconsider their choice. If you're afraid, we can still turn back. Veronica looked into the fire and answered briefly, without the slightest hesitation. I suppose so. Philip smiled faintly, not seeming too concerned about the danger ahead. I've faced death a few times already. He crossed his arms, taking on his share of responsibility. You want me to handle the finances, right? I'll also take care of situations that require negotiation. She nodded, calmly accepting the task suited to her abilities. I'll handle the guidance on magic. He looked at the two people before him, feeling an emotion rising within him that Jay rarely showed. Courage. Jay looked into the fire. A stronger resolve than ever rose within him, and his light would shine brighter than anyone else's. Philip sat up straight, his voice slowing as he began to share. I'll talk about my goal too. My goal is to find my mother. His gaze grew distant. He remembered a childhood starved of affection. When I was little, my mother left for another land to earn money. In his memory, his mother's gentle voice still echoed clearly in Philip's ears. I'm going to earn money. Until then, you have to stay here and wait for me. The image of his mother smiling kindly before she left was still deeply etched in his mind. I love you, my son. Philip lowered his head slightly, his voice growing heavy as he spoke of an unfulfilled promise. My mother promised she would come back. That's why I'm trying to earn money too. We were separated because of poverty. Veronica raised a hand to wipe her eyes, moved by the emotional story. Oh my gosh, that's so sad. Jay sighed softly and glanced at him with a look that was mildly reproachful, yet sympathetic. Philip, you made her cry. He hurriedly waved his hands, flustered by her unexpected reaction. Wait, my story isn't that sad. Veronica took a deep breath, regaining her composure before speaking. My goal is to complete my grandfather's research. She looked down at her hands, her voice serious as she mentioned the troubling subject. He was researching the black rain. The black rain discolors the land and causes many illnesses. Veronica's eye grew determined, showing her resolve to complete her grandfather's final wish. The diseases it causes are severe, and current medicine can't cure them. The eternal sleep disease my grandfather has is one of them. I'll complete his work so no one else has to die from the black rain like my grandfather. Jay nodded, his voice sincere as he promised to support her as much as he could. I'll help you however I can. I'm not good in that field, but I'll support you in other ways. She looked at Philip and answered with determination no weaker than his. I'll help with everything I've got too. Jay smiled faintly, feeling the bond gradually forming between the three of them. Great, let's help each other from now on. Consider it a deal. He and Veronica turned to look at each other, slightly surprised by the suggestion. Philip looked at Jay and softly called his name, his eyes filled with trust. Jay, he stretched his hand forward, smiling as if to mark a new beginning. From now on, we'll stand together. She did not hesitate, immediately placing her hand in and nodding in agreement. Yeah. Jay sat there, looking puzzled as the two waited for him to join in. A practical thought flashed through Jay's mind. What a meaningless gesture. Touching and stacking hands together won't make our bodies stronger like magic does. Veronica softly called his name. Jay, Philip frowned, keeping his hand extended as he began to feel annoyed. My hand is getting hot. It feels like it's being cooked. Jay sighed softly and finally, reluctantly stretched his own hand forward. Jay placed his hand on top, his voice still calm but no longer refusing. Let's stand together. He and she both smiled, answering with clear unity and resolve. Yeah, absolutely. As they got into the vehicle, the warning Jay had given earlier flashed through both their minds. He said their lives would be in danger. Ahead of them, the ground shook as a herd of crazed stone deer charged toward them. The two had no time to react, their thoughts still unfinished, but already. Philip leaned back against the seat, his voice weary. How many days has it been? Veronica replied, I don't know. It feels like it's been 7 days. Jay kept his hands on the wheel, answering calmly as if he had been tracking the time clearly. Today is the 9th day. He estimated the remaining distance and travel time. We should be almost there. It took me about 10 days to get from Zone 50 to Zone 49. The distance should be about the same. Suddenly his eyes stopped, focusing warily outside the vehicle window. Philip looked in the same direction, surprised to see a huge cloud of dust. What's that? A dust cloud. From far away, a herd of crazed stone deer was charging toward them at tremendous speed. He was startled, unable to understand what was happening before his eyes. What is that? She narrowed her eyes to observe, quickly recognizing them. Those are stone deer, Philip repeated. His voice was still full of disbelief. Stone deer? Veronica continued explaining based on the knowledge she had once read. They're cracked like stone. No, to be more accurate, they have a layer. A hard shell. They're exactly the creatures I read about in books. He swallowed and asked anxiously, are they dangerous? She shook her head slightly. No. They're quite gentle, but their migration season is still a long way off. Jay tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his eyes sharpening as he made a quick guess. Something must have happened, probably behind them. He quickly analyzed the situation in his mind, searching for a way to handle it. Even if we turn around, they'll catch up. Charging straight into them is impossible. Then Jay immediately gave an order. Veronica, prepare a defense. Veronica froze. Defense? Where? He continued quickly. Create a spherical barrier with the vehicle at the center, 3 meters in diameter. Adjust the elements so the barrier moves with the vehicle. She closed her eyes, trying to visualize the structure Day had just requested. If it had to be 3 meters long and move with the car, he looked ahead. His voice grew urgent as danger closed in. They're here. The crazed stone deer charged forward, the ground shaking violently beneath them. He spun the steering wheel quickly, controlling the car to avoid the dangerous head-on impacts. The car wove through the herd of stone deer and entered the gap in the middle. The repeated impacts made the car shake violently, and Philip began to panic. Day did not look back, continuing to give orders while keeping the vehicle steady. Use all your mana to reinforce the defense. His voice became more serious. It absolutely cannot break. Veronica clenched her hands, pouring all her strength into maintaining it. I'm doing it. She squeezed her eyes shut, focusing with everything she had to control the rapidly draining flow of mana. Day observed the situation and thought to himself that this still was not enough. Veronica would run out of mana first. He turned to him and suddenly made a proposal in the middle of the tense situation. Philip, you said you wanted to learn how to drive, right? Day continued immediately, giving him no time to hesitate or refuse. Now is your chance. Philip froze, then quickly understood his intention in this situation. Wait, if you let go of the wheel now. Again, I get it. A blazing red force began gathering beneath Day's feet, radiating intense heat. He sprang onto the roof of the car, observing the entire herd of stone deer moving chaotically. Day's eyes darted everywhere, searching for something unusual in the flow of movement. He stopped and focused on the left side of the charging herd. On the opposite side, a different color appeared, drawing Day's special attention. Blue. Realizing this, he was immediately startled as he understood the cause behind it. Day's gaze suddenly stopped and the answer flashed through his mind after he observed carefully. Found it. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his voice urgent as he struggled to keep the car on course amid the chaos. How much farther do I have to go? He was still standing on the roof as he answered. Keep going this way. We're almost there. A rising beam of light suddenly shattered when the stone deer ahead charged in. Both Philip and Day were startled by the unexpected sight. He turned back, worriedly calling her name when he realized something was wrong. Veronica. Philip looked more closely and noticed something unusual on her body. You're bleeding, he quickly observed and realized the limit Veronica had just reached. This is as far as I can go with the shield. Day quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. I can't create a shield as large as Veronica's. She can do it because her ring mainly contains white mana. His gaze became determined as he immediately began coming up with an alternative plan. Then what I can do now is. Suddenly, the defensive layer surrounding the car cracked and shattered into pieces, leaving Day stunned. He panicked when he realized their only layer of protection had completely disappeared. It broke. He raised his head, staring straight into the empty space where the shield had just vanished. Day's face darkened and his eyes turned cold as he looked ahead. Amid the sounds of impact and shattering, Philip shouted his name in panic. Day. Veronica also raised her head and looked outside, her trembling voice filled with worry. Day, she cried out instinctively as if the worst had happened. No. But when she looked more clearly, Veronica's eyes suddenly changed because of the scene before her. The cloud of dust slowly cleared, revealing a figure standing in front as a shield. She froze, unable to believe what she was seeing at that moment, and shouted. Day, in his mind, his final thought became clear with no more hesitation. What I can do. Day clenched his hands, pouring all his power into the only option left. His metallized the entire car. He turned back, his voice firm as he gave instructions. I've reinforced the car, but if you stay outside, you could get hurt. Get inside. Veronica did not hesitate and quickly obeyed. Okay, Day turned back to the front, continuing to command while maintaining his enhanced state. We're almost there. Keep going. Philip tightened his grip on the steering wheel and answered. Got it. Under the metallic reinforcement, the car charged through the chaotic herd of stone deer ahead. After they broke through, he immediately turned back to check on the whole group. Is everyone okay? She panted as she answered, I think I'm fine. He answered as well, I'm fine. Day stood frozen, his gaze gradually turning cold as he witnessed the bloody scene ahead. Philip took a step back, his voice trembling slightly. God, was this because of us? She observed more carefully, still remaining calm as she gave her assessment based on her knowledge. I don't think so. Stone deer have extremely hard shells, so this could not have injured them. He crouched down to inspect and quickly discovered something unusual. Veronica is right. These stone deer were shot. Day narrowed his eyes and began analyzing in his mind. These bullet wounds are much larger than anything I've ever seen. Could they be specially made bullets? An unfamiliar voice rang out from behind, immediately putting all three of them on guard. What are children doing in this wasteland? Are you lost? Vector walked closer, smiling as he spoke. I'm sure you didn't come here by yourselves. Where are the adults? Vector tilted his head, his gaze stopping on each of their faces as if evaluating them, looking closely. An unreadable smile appeared, making the atmosphere even more dangerous. You all have rather cute faces, she called softly, her voice low but full of worry. Day he stepped forward, his voice calm, though his eyes did not let down their guard at all. I have a question. How far is Zone 48 from here? He chuckled softly, his voice carrying a hint of mockery. Want to hurry home, but what is with that tone? Without warning, Jay rushed forward, grabbed the other man by the collar and slammed him hard to the ground. Right after that, he pulled Vector up, his cold gaze throwing the man into utter panic. Jay held a knife behind him, his voice cold as he gave the order. Here, take it. He stared straight at the target and continued in a tone that allowed no hesitation. When I give the signal, cut his throat. Philip froze, his mind in chaos, never expecting the situation to become so extreme. What? He stood rooted in place, his eyes confused, unable to believe Jay had said that. Though trembling, Philip still bent down and picked up the knife, gripping it tightly but unsteadily. Fear flashed through his mind because he had never done anything like this before. I have never held a knife to anyone's throat before. Veronica stood behind him, her eyes filled with worry. Philip gritted his teeth, forcing himself to do something he had never imagined. But we still have to do it. Philip tightened his grip on the knife, his voice shaking as he tried to sound tough in front of the enemy. Do not just stand there. Hand over everything you have, otherwise. This guy dies. He and she exchanged a glance, thinking, he is surprisingly skilled at this. The man behind them snapped angrily. These brats are unbelievably stubborn. His eyes were full of contempt as he sized up the three of them, thinking they looked like bandits who preyed on passing travelers. Kylie stepped forward, his voice calm but clearly laced with danger. Kid, let him go. Do not make this any more complicated. He kept talking, trying to sound sincere. We really only wanted to help. Jay did not waver, his voice cold. Cut his throat just enough that he does not die. The moment the order rang out, Philip instinctively acted without hesitation. He stared at the enemy, his voice low but carrying heavy pressure. I am warning you, do not even think about lying. One person in the opposing group stepped back, his voice panicked. That kid just cut Vector's throat. Another spoke up. Captain, why do we not just finish them all off? Kylie stood still, thinking about who they really were. Where on earth did these brats come from? He let out a soft sigh and dropped the fake act he had put on at first. Fine, we never had good intentions from the start. Kylie smirked, his voice casual, as if everything was still under his control. So what difference does it make? He gave a small hand signal. His gaze turned dangerous. Are you not the ones at a disadvantage here? With just one word from me, your people will be shot full of so many holes you could not count them. Jay stood still. Energy began gathering, making the surrounding air feel heavy. He looked straight at the other man, his voice icy, as if challenging all of them. Try it. Flames slowly flared around his body, clearly showing the power Jay was using. He replied, if you can. Kylie narrowed his eyes, realizing Jay's true identity through that energy. So you are a mage. He immediately lowered his head, his voice dropping. I apologize, we have made a grave mistake with you. We would be grateful if you could generously overlook this. Jay held his position and continued, I do not want to make this a bigger issue either. Just answer a few questions and I will leave. He looked straight at Kylie, his gaze cold as he began asking for information. What are you doing here? Kylie swallowed, trying to stay calm. Nothing special. We are just looking for something. He paused for a moment. Then he explained the target his group was pursuing more clearly. A deer with a blue stone embedded in its head. Jay narrowed his eyes. He demanded a more detailed explanation. Be more specific. Irritation flashed through Kylie's mind at having to explain. I really cannot understand what goes through the minds of mages. He scratched his head lightly and reluctantly continued. Well, Kylie began to recount the story, his voice even, as if repeating the client's words. Our client is a man who was once famous for running a private water company in District 40. John Green, he continued giving background about the man's past. When he was young, during a crisis in the desert, a tiny drop of water suddenly fell and soaked into the man's sleeve. He looked up. He saw the image of a blue stone deer shining brightly. Kylie folded his arms and continued telling the story. He encountered a blue stone deer, and he wants us to find it for him again. He shrugged, clearly skeptical. I remember him saying the stone deer flew down from the sky and gave him water to drink. Or its body turned into water, something like that. It sounded so ridiculous that I did not really pay close attention. Jay stayed silent for a while, then suddenly asked a question that startled Kylie. Where do I have to go to meet your client? Kylie asked. What? Worry instantly surfaced in Kylie's mind. Damn it, I cannot let that old man learn anything unnecessary. He quickly adjusted his expression. It would be difficult to meet him directly. Jay gripped the knife tightly, his icy gaze leaving the other man afraid to move. Kylie swallowed and tried to continue, but his voice had lost its earlier confidence. He is in District 42. Jay cut him off at once, his voice sharp and allowing no room for anything else. No matter how he tried to twist the lie, he had lied. His mind was in chaos. How did he know? Does this kid know how many years I have lived as a mercenary? Calais began to panic, realizing the opponent was not easy to deal with. I don't know how he does it, but he sees right through me. Finally, he decided to tell the truth to save his life. District 48, Ganlot Hotel, that's where our client is. Jay's expression did not change. He continued to ask directly about the more important issue. Are you the ones responsible for the migration of the stone deer? Calais shook his head quickly, trying to explain clearly to avoid misunderstanding. No, stone deer usually move in large herds, often dozens at a time. The distance between herds is very far, so humans couldn't gather thousands together. We were just following them because we saw them moving chaotically. He continued recounting what his group had witnessed. We arrived at District 48 5 days ago. On the first day, we scouted the suburbs and were shocked by what we saw. They moved in large herds much earlier than usual. Calais' voice dropped, revealing regret. Their antlers and meat sell for a good price. Unfortunately, we hadn't prepared enough transport vehicles in advance. You paused for a second, then issued your final demand in a decisive tone. Fine, this is my final request. Inside, Calais felt relieved. Finally, he agreed to release us. He looked up, trying to stay calm. All right, what do you want us to do? They stared at him coldly. The herd of stone deer changed direction and charged toward us. That's your fault, and because of your actions, we faced great danger. You looked straight at him, calm yet clearly imposing. Even though we escaped safely, our vehicle might have been damaged because of that. Therefore, I want you to compensate a reasonable amount for repairs. Philip stood beside, smiling in an infuriating way. Money for repairs. Jay turned to ask for an opinion, as if giving him the decision. Philip, how much do you think is reasonable compensation? He was startled, not expecting the question. Me. He nodded slightly. After leaving, Philip couldn't hide his surprise at the money they just got. We robbed, no, successfully traded with them. I didn't expect we'd make 250,000. He smiled lightly, speaking as he prepared to store the money. I'll put it in the trunk safe. Jay shook his head. No. We will split this money evenly. Philip frowned, not understanding why. We didn't even do anything, right? Veronica immediately spoke up. Showing agreement, that's right. You then explained clearly. We can't argue each time we earn money about who did how much and how to divide it. Jay thought it's best to prevent disputes from the start. You continued, your tone firm as if setting a rule for the group, even when money isn't involved. We will also handle everything as fairly as possible. She nodded, finally accepting this way of thinking. All right, I understand. She nodded slightly as well. Agreed to the principle you just set. Got it. From inside Veronica's coat, a small sound unexpectedly drew everyone's attention. The three immediately froze, eyes focused on where the sound came from. Philip's eyes widened, not understanding the strange noise from the small creature. What is that? The small creature called out again, as if seeking attention. She was flustered, unsure how to explain this sudden appearance. Well, Veronica looked at it, recalling the moment she had seen this tiny creature before. It looked like a child lost from its herd. At that time, the small creature trembled. Its eyes sparkled as if about to cry. She softened her voice, sharing her thoughts about leaving it alone. I think it would be dangerous to leave it there. She tilted her head, asking again with an expression not fully agreeing with this decision. So you want to take it along? It called out again. Veronica gently stroked its head, her tone firm as she made her decision. Fans will surely notice if we leave it. Keep it with us, at least until we find its herd. Philip frowned, asking, Fan, you've already named it. He continued to question. Also, Fan is a boy's name. How do you know it's male or female? She smiled. Watch how it obeys me, surely a boy. Fan called out happily. Philip still hesitated, his gaze showing clear concern about this decision. Even so, taking it along, he looked at Jay while he remained silent, pondering this. Jay recalled the scene earlier when he had observed from above. When I climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, I saw a stone deer that looked like its parents. Jay continued, connecting the event to the story they had just heard. It reminded me of the story we just heard. Take it along. Veronica nodded immediately, unable to hide her joy at this decision. All right, Philip sighed, oh dear. The next day, she looked around the new area, eyes full of curiosity. There really is another area, meaning there are places beyond where we used to live. She suddenly remembered the small creature with them and asked, what about Fan? Veronica smiled gently. He's sleeping, so I covered him with a blanket. She added, showing care after checking everything. I already checked the vehicle doors. So don't worry, a rude voice rang out, cutting through the group's peaceful atmosphere. Hey you guys, can you talk to us for a bit? Marcel stepped forward, eyes full of challenge as he stared at the three. Who let you into our territory? He smirked, tone full of sarcasm as if checking their road rules and whether a toll was paid. After a while passed, the sky gradually darkened, and the surrounding atmosphere carried a strange heaviness. Jay stepped forward, his gaze calm as he faced the opponent directly. Who's the leader of your gang? Marcel, with a battered face, replied immediately. It's Renat. Jay nodded slightly, his tone cold as he delivered a clear message. Tell your leader to come to the Ganlos Hotel on 22nd Street. I have a matter to discuss with him, understood. Marcel looked at his companions and nodded, not wanting to cause more trouble. We got it. After they left, Veronica sighed, recalling the scene. So this is the 6th time. She looked weary, wishing they wouldn't show up again. Jay responded promptly, his tone firm as if he understood the rules of this world. No way, ignoring outsiders would make the gang lose face. Philip heard this and his expression turned thoughtful. He pondered for a moment, then proposed a somewhat unconventional idea. What about this? Philip explained excitedly, clothes can completely change a person's impression. If we clean up and dress well, no one will mess with us. They also mentioned that the place we're going to is a high-end hotel. He added this, thinking about situations requiring dress code compliance. Having a suit or tuxedo ready is a good idea. After all, we never know when we might need to dress like this. That fits the dress code. Veronica stepped out after changing, turning slightly as if to get an opinion. How do I look? Does it suit me? Jay looked at his outfit and thought, can changing clothes really change anything? Philip stood at the counter, speaking politely to the staff. Please leave the clothes you came in at the nearby accommodation. The assistant bowed lightly and quickly agreed to the guest's request. Yes, I understand. Jay suddenly asked, but how did you get a discount? Philip smiled mysteriously. That's a professional secret. After changing clothes, the three of them stepped out with noticeably more confidence. Suddenly, Jay froze, sensing an unusual energy around him. A familiar color associated with a special feeling appeared in his mind. Purple. Jay slowly turned, his gaze directed toward the source of that emotion. An intense sensation rose, making him realize the nature of that energy was desire and envy. Jay thought quietly, noticing the change in how others reacted to them. Though other people's reactions can change so much just from changing clothes. He turned to Philip, curious. Is there any other way to influence how others respond to your presence? Besides clothing, Philip thought for a moment and gave a general answer. In general, anything that changes your appearance works. When you meet someone for the first time, the only thing you can judge is what you see externally. Philip continued, emphasizing the key factor. However, the most important thing is a person's aura, like a flow of energy. That's why some people radiate special energy even in cheap clothes, while others don't stand out even in expensive outfits. He glanced at Jay. His eyes seemed to recognize something clearly. In Philip's mind, Jay appeared with a different impression than ordinary people. He belonged to the first type. Saying he looks like a rich kid isn't enough. It's like facing an entirely different person. Veronica stood in front, suddenly speaking when she saw what they were looking for. Found it. She looked up, astonished. It's so tall. This is the first time I've seen such a tall building. Jay didn't hesitate, stepping forward decisively. Enough. Philip called out quickly, wait. He looked at both of them, speaking quietly but worried. We could get caught, so let's coordinate our story. Jay replied calmly, showing no concern. We won't. He walked past the bodyguards, his gaze steady and unhesitant. The bodyguard looked down at them, scrutinizing but not intervening. Veronica and Philip forced smiles, trying to stay calm as they passed. Bodyguard unexpectedly smiled, letting them pass without stopping. She exhaled in relief. It's really okay. He also breathed out, though still tense. I thought we'd be caught. Philip turned to Jay, curious how he knew the guard would let them pass. He answered briefly, calmly, just a hunch. Zalip looked back at the guard, confirming his previous impression. I didn't sense hostility or caution from him. At that moment, Philip stepped forward, smiling friendly as he started a conversation. Hello. The butler scanned them from head to toe, calm in tone. What brings you here? Philip didn't hesitate, quickly explaining. We were heading to our room but forgot the room number. He continued, asking to confirm their information. What name is the room registered under? Philip replied immediately, naturally, as if it was obvious. John Green, that's our grandfather's name. The butler checked quickly and announced he was in room 207. Philip politely thanked him before leaving the counter. Thank you very much. The three of them quickly moved down the hall toward room 207. Veronica's eyes showed a hint of admiration for how he handled it. You're really good at that. He waved lightly, showing humility. This was just a bit of street smarts. The door suddenly swung open, making all three of them flinch at the abrupt reaction. Louis's eyes were filled with surprise and caution. What is this? I think you boys have entered the wrong room. Philip remained calm and immediately gave a reason to avoid any misunderstanding. We came looking for you through the Kylie mercenary company. He went straight to the main purpose. We want to hear more about the stone deer you are looking for. He frowned, clearly annoyed. Are those damn mercenaries really that loose-lipped? Philip did not back down and continued to propose cooperation. We may be able to help you. Louis folded his arms, his voice cold as he refused. The representative is busy. He is not someone kids like you can meet just because you want to. Jay watched from behind, thinking that leaving this to Philip might not work. He began to focus. The energy inside him was quietly awakened. In Jay's mind, he quickly pinpointed their positions, one person on each side in the room behind the lobby. I can sense two more people deeper inside. Louis took one step forward, his voice carrying a warning. If you understand, then leave quickly. Before I use force, Veronica sensed something unusual. Her gaze immediately turned serious. Why is the mana in the air fluctuating? By the time she noticed it, light had already begun gathering clearly in his hand. In Jay's thoughts, when what I want is right here, I will not hesitate to use any means necessary. A calm, deep voice rang out from inside, instantly changing the atmosphere. Let us stop here, John spoke gently. He dispelled the tense atmosphere. My guests. Louis immediately bowed his head, showing clear respect. Representative? Veronica tilted her head slightly and whispered just loudly enough for him to hear. You were about to use the mana in the air, weren't you? He gave an order in a calm voice. Bring them inside. Louis had no choice but to accept if you say so. Sir, all three quickly followed and headed deeper into the spacious room. John smiled faintly, appearing hospitable as he invited them to sit down. My guests, please make yourselves comfortable. Then he slowly observed each of them as if assessing their work. Let me see. John tilted his head slightly, going straight to the matter they had mentioned earlier. You want to hear about the beast I am searching for, correct? He leaned back in his chair, his voice lowering as he began to tell a story from the past. George Griss of the Sector 40 area. John gazed into the distance, as if recalling people in an era long gone. He was the head of Connell Walter, a drinking water company that sold something the poor would not even dare dream of buying. Jay tilted his head slightly and asked a question to confirm the information. Was the Elton River already polluted back then? John nodded lightly. That's right. John slowly continued, his voice heavy as if carrying dark memories. The water was murky and always full of trash drifting along, not much different from now. He paused for a moment, as if regretting something that had disappeared. Now there is almost nothing left. Then John sighed and began to speak about who he truly had been in the past. I was once a nomad. Because the local residents rejected us, we could not settle in the district. His gaze grew distant. So we wandered the wasteland, living like nomads. When the oasis we had claimed dried up, we set out again to find the next one. Ron's voice sank because whether they could find a new oasis would decide the fate of the entire tribe. Another voice echoed in his memory. It carried despair and helplessness. It's all over. Muhayo's group also lost contact after leaving recently. They must have died without finding an oasis. He immediately refuted it. His eyes were resolute. Not yet. The other person's voice was full of worry. Ron. John turned away and called out loudly to everyone, everyone, wait for me. He clenched his fists, his eyes filled with determination before an uncertain journey. I will find a wholesale oasis and come back. John walked through the vast desert. His body gradually weakened under the scorching sun, and his hands clawed fiercely at the sand. He clung on desperately as despair rose within him. John bent down over the ground. His breathing was heavy from exhaustion and severe dehydration. Even so, he still tried to continue, his hands constantly digging through the sand as if searching for hope. The desert wind blew past, carrying dust that covered the surrounding space. Suddenly, a drop of water fell from above, startling John out of his daze. He raised his head and saw a glowing blue stone deer before his eyes. The deer stood there, its calm gaze seeming to observe Ron from afar. His eyes widened, unable to believe the sight unfolding before him. The strange creature began to move, stepping lightly down onto the sand. It let out a cry, releasing blue light that spread throughout the surrounding space. John raised his hand to shield his eyes, unable to endure the blinding brightness. From afar, other stone deer also cried out at the same time, responding to the signal. When the light faded, he slowly opened his eyes and looked ahead. A mysterious scene appeared, far beyond anything Ron had ever imagined. The sky changed color, and then rain began to fall in the middle of the barren desert. He returned to the present and continued the story in a calm voice. Based on that oasis, I began the water business. I once tried to provide water at a relatively low price. John looked down at his hands as if recalling that feeling, the thirst of being unable to drink clean water. I understand that better than anyone, his voice sank. It showed regret, but everything now was no longer as it had been. John continued speaking about the harshness of reality and ruthless competition. That water source has now dried up and every exploitable site has already been developed. Countless companies have rushed into the water business. He let out a faint, bitter laugh, as if accepting the unchangeable laws of the world and money. That is how things operate. Ron's eyes darkened as he recalled those scenes. I saw my own blood relatives go mad and start stabbing each other. That was when I realized I should leave that industry. He sighed softly, his gaze distant. I only have one wish left. Before I die, I want to see that logia fish again. John looked down at his hand. His voice grew low as he remembered the grace he had received years ago. I want to thank it for saving my life. Day frowned slightly, repeating the name with a thoughtful, measured look. That logia fish. His eyes were firm as he offered his support. We will help you find it. Day continued, emphasizing his commitment like a promise he could never take back. That logia fish, you will have our help in finding it. The man smiled faintly, grateful yet still maintaining the necessary distance. I am very glad to hear that, but your kindness alone is already enough. However, John tilted his head, his gaze turning sharp. I am still curious about who you young men and ladies are. They did not hesitate and answered calmly, we are a group of mercenaries. Veronica and Philip flinched slightly, repeating the unexpected introduction in their minds. We are mercenaries. Michael and the man exchanged glances, then breathed softly as if somewhat reassured. Suddenly, from outside, Louis heard a steady knock at the door. Kylie's voice rang out from beyond the door, polite yet full of caution. "Sir, please allow me to disturb you for a moment," he spoke in a panic. "You already have guests." The man looked toward the door and recognized the person who had arrived. "We have met before, haven't we? They are guests who came after hearing your story." Kylie cursed inwardly. Damn it. He lowered his head slightly, trying to salvage the situation. "I apologize, I accidentally revealed the request. If I may explain in detail." John waved his hand lightly, his voice calm. "There is no need. If someone like you said it, there must have been a proper reason." He shifted his gaze to Day and the group, continuing to probe their identities. "More importantly, these people claim to be mercenaries. What do you think?" "Well," John curled his lips slightly, making a doubtful comment. "People dress this well working in the mercenary world. The mercenary world is not that easy." Kylie was flustered for a moment. Well, in Kylie's mind, his thoughts were the complete opposite of what he was about to say. "You foolish old man, the person standing before you is a mage." Day sat quietly, his calm eyes observing the two people speaking before his eyes. He quickly analyzed the situation. "We gained an advantage at the hotel entrance thanks to these fine clothes." Day quietly adjusted his thinking, realizing that his initial approach might have been wrong. But now it is the opposite, to avoid being seen as a fraud. "I should have worn shabby clothes." He exhaled softly, then calmly spoke the truth directly. "Of course, we are not real mercenaries." John turned to look at Day, while Day held his gaze steady without avoiding it. The man smiled faintly, his voice carrying a hint of suspicion. "Impossible. If someone dressed like this became a mercenary." John paused for a moment, as if weighing his thoughts further before continuing. "It is not impossible," but suddenly a bolt of lightning flashed above his head, changing the atmosphere in the room. Day's voice was firm, as if explaining. "Standards, normally mercenaries are armed and possess corresponding skills and experience." The man was slightly startled. "What is this?" Day thought to himself, "You mean a weapon like this?" Michael's expression changed slightly. A guess flashed through his mind. "A mage," he frowned. "Why can't I sense a magic circle?" Day glanced lightly toward Michael. His sharp gaze seemed to read the other man. Day quickly assessed the level of the person before him. "So you are a mage, and a second circle mage at that." He curled his lips slightly and asked the question as a way to test their reaction. "With this level of ability, can I be considered a mercenary?" Michael immediately spoke up to stop him. "All right, please stop." John looked straight at Day, his gaze icy. "Who exactly are you?" Day remained calm, his tone unchanged as he answered. "At this level, can you call me a mercenary now?" The man nodded slightly, as if he had reached his own answer. "That is enough." Michael took a step forward as if to stop him. "Sir," John raised his hand, signaling him to stop, his calm voice easing the situation. "No one was hurt, calm down." "Michael," he lowered his eyes and reluctantly obeyed the order, though he remained vigilant. "If you say so, sir." The man turned back to Day, his voice carrying clear consideration. "So you want to help me?" Philip quickly cut in, his voice full of enthusiasm. "Yes, we will definitely be useful." John was still not completely reassured, his gaze carefully examining each of them. John turned to Kylie, wanting to hear the opinion of the person who would directly participate in the mission. "Kylie, what do you think? You will be in charge of the search, after all." He trembled and began to speak hesitantly. "You want to join the operation?" Kylie quickly thought, keep them close. Building a relationship with a mage may be useful. He put on a polite smile, his voice becoming friendly. "Of course." "Welcome." Taylor emphasized the true value Day could bring. "Having a mage here will be a great help." The man nodded, giving his final decision. "Let's decide that way." Outside, Veronica's voice lowered, full of worry as she asked, "Hey, are you sure?" She recalled what had happened earlier. "Isn't that person dangerous? He will surely want revenge on the small gang." Philip chimed in, a hint of worry in his voice. "He probably doesn't like us. We tricked him before too." DZY crossed his arms and pondered. "Come up with a reasonable plan. It's better to have someone guide us than wander the desert alone. You focus on searching the streets, I'll look for Fan's parents." "This method works better." They both responded in unison. "That's not what I meant." "You analyze Kale's behavior from the moment we met until now. He did show hostility toward us." DZY continued reasoning, but didn't seem vengeful. "He looked more scared than angry." "Narrow your speculation, focus on the more notable person. The one showing stronger hostility is." DZY turned to him, wanting to hear the perspective of someone more objective. "Philip, what do you think about Kyler and John's relationship?" In his memory, the man's voice echoed with meaning. "You must have a reason." Philip furrowed his brow, trying to analyze. "For now, John seems very handsome." "Trust Kylie." He continued pondering, but a single meeting was too soon to judge. DZY asked further, wanting more insight from her. "And you?" Veronica nodded lightly, agreeing with Philip's assessment. "I think so too. He didn't even know the guy dropped the request and went hunting." She spoke slowly, her voice carrying trust. "But John really seems like a good person. He has dedicated his life to making the world better." He closed his eyes slightly, lost in thought after hearing Veronica. Behind them, Marcel's urgent voice called out as he spotted it. "Target found him, he has a wallet." Renat stepped forward, eyes cold as he heard, "That kid hit you." "I heard more than one group got taken down." He waved his hand, showing indifference. Never mind, just have him show the money first, that's why I came here. Suddenly, a shiny coin flew out, stopping in front of the two. On the opposite side, DZY stood calmly, tossing the coin casually. He looked straight at them, voice calm but teasing. You guys know how much is in here? Renat squinted and asked, how much? DZY smirked slightly, continuing, want to know? He nodded immediately, of course. DZY stopped. Revealing the amount changed the atmosphere instantly. 1 million supernatural. Renard's eyes widened in shock, clearly stunned by the massive sum. Jai turned lightly, signaling them to follow into a more secluded place. Let's continue in that alley. He paused, voice lowering as if giving clear terms. If you want the money, follow my instructions exactly. Jai glanced around. Don't waste your effort. From afar, Philip and Veronica watched, filled with worry and helplessness. See, I told you not to start trouble. He turned back to them, beginning to make specific demands. I want 3 pieces of information. Dizai's eyes grew serious as he listed what he saw. The rainbow, the black rain, and a middle-aged woman with brown hair like the one behind you. He crossed his arms, voice firm as an unnegotiable contract. Report to my place daily. I'll reward anyone who brings satisfactory results. He stepped forward, trembling, asking, how much is the reward? DZY looked straight at Marcel. Calmly, 100,000 supernatural. But I only give it to the one who brings the best information. Clear. The guards immediately bowed, showing respect. Yes, sir. He stood behind, observing, quickly realizing the intent behind Dizai's action. Clever, he was intentionally inciting competition. After reaching an agreement, the gang quickly dispersed and left the area. DZY turned to the two, voice serious. I've warned the gang. But to be safe, don't go alone, stick together. Philip nodded immediately. Yeah, she also agreed, okay. He glanced at them. In his mind, he assessed their self-defense abilities. Without him, it wasn't a big problem. DZY continued to think deeper about the mana energy in Veronica's ring. Behind the white was sky blue mana. A series of connections appeared in his mind. The associated emotions were joy and delight. The primary element was wind. Change, speed, and connection. It's mainly used to enhance movement or to accelerate magic projectile. DZY continued reasoning, adding its direct combat applications or to create wind. He shook his head slightly, understanding that her personality would affect how she uses her power. If Veronica wanted, she could create wind blades to shred enemies, but knowing her, that's unlikely. DZY raised his hand, signaling both to come closer. They reached out, she and Philip complied, and he quickly drew a linking magic circle. Both felt a strange energy spreading, eyes showing surprise. He looked down at his hands, curious about what had just happened. What did you just do? Veronica observed carefully, quickly realizing that's connection magic. Philip repeated, trying to understand better, connection magic. She explained further, her voice calm, as if teaching a basic lesson. It was originally a spell commonly used by mages who controlled spirit beasts or creatures. By concentrating, you can sense each other's location. Veronica calmly explained further. If you channel mana into the magic circle, it will resonate and you can use it to send a warning signal. He scratched his head lightly, looking a little embarrassed. But I can't use mana. She smiled faintly, offering a simple yet effective solution for the situation. Then just don't leave my side. Philip let out a breath and said, anyway, it's pretty convenient. Jay continued in a calm voice. You two go back to the lodging first. I still have somewhere I need to stop by. Veronica immediately reacted, worry in her eyes. What? You're going alone, he cut in. Showing trust in his abilities. If it's Jay, he'll be fine on his own. I'm worried about Philip too, so let's hurry. She looked back and forth between the two of them, then reluctantly accepted. All right. Veronica turned back and added a warning, her voice gentle but still filled with worry. Make sure you come back soon. After they left, Jay stood still for a while, then suddenly spoke. You can come out now. From the shadows, Kaylee stepped out. His face showed no surprise at having been discovered. I wasn't planning to hide anyway. He crossed his arms and explained why he had not appeared right away. I just saw you talking, so I was going to wait until you were done. Jay looked straight at him, his voice even as he asked about his true purpose. Do you need something? Kaylee gave a slight shrug, then shifted into a serious tone related to the upcoming schedule. I want to have a brief conversation with you. Mage, he tilted his head, signaling that he wanted to move somewhere else to talk. If you agree, shall we go somewhere else? Jay did not answer immediately. He only stared silently at Kaylee with cold, probing eyes. The scene shifted to a noisy beer hall, where someone slammed a full mug of beer hard onto the table. Foam spilled out around it. He sat down first, speaking casually as if trying to make the atmosphere more pleasant. Today's on me. Kaylee pointed toward the private room that had already been prepared, his voice polite but full of hidden meaning. I thought a private room would be more comfortable, so I reserved one in advance. Mage, what would you like to drink? Jay pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes still cautious despite his calm appearance. Juice. Inside the tavern, Kaylee held a gleaming golden mug of beer in his hand and sighed in admiration. This alcoholic stuff, you mean? He looked straight at Jay and spoke with deep meaning. It is a kind of potion that can turn a person into a dog. Kaylee teased him. A little brat like you can't handle something like this. After saying that, he poured the beer straight into his mouth and gulped it down. Kaylee's face flushed red and he began slurring, already getting tipsy. Jay sat upright and looked at this strange man, thinking in confusion. Why does this person keep calling me over and over? Whatever, since he's treating me to food, I still benefit. Jay silently picked up his own glass and took small sips, watching Kaylee drink beer in a sloppy manner. Suddenly, Kaylee stopped, looked at him, and slowly spoke. I will introduce myself properly. Kaylee placed a hand on his chest and smiled as he introduced himself. I am Kaylee, from Kaylee's mercenary company. Jay did not react and looked straight at him. His eyes were now filled with the yellow hue of the person before him. Looking at the color of Kaylee's mana energy, which was radiating an intense golden light, Jay could not help sighing inwardly. I've never met anyone this greedy before. And Kaylee's mind at that moment was also full of calculations. No matter what, I have to build a relationship with him at any cost. He spoke up to start a conversation with Jay. If you don't mind, may I ask which mercenary company you belong to? Jay slowly replied without emotion. I haven't decided on a name yet. Hearing that, Kaylee was slightly stunned by his answer, but with his veteran experience, he quickly understood the situation and answered accordingly. So you're planning to operate as a mercenary from now on? Jay nodded, confirming Kaylee's guess. Kaylee suddenly looked a little awkward and spoke with embarrassment. Thank you for not telling the client about the hunt. Remembering John, Kaylee muttered to himself. If they found out, it would be a real problem. He imagined John's disappointed reaction when he learned the truth. I never expected you to be like this. Please leave immediately. At that time, Kaylee could only answer awkwardly. That is not what I meant. Jay cut off his thoughts and asked, you are still tracking that herd of deer, right? Kaylee quickly answered, of course. My subordinates are following them from a certain distance. He continued with a bit of pride. At the same time, that also helps control their numbers. Jay spoke thoughtfully. About that, Jay suddenly made a decision that startled Kaylee so badly he sprang to his feet. Stop the hunting. Jay calculated silently in his heart. If the stone deer get dragged into this, it will be a huge problem. Kaylee regained his composure, looked at Jay in front of him, and slowly asked again about what he had just said. He sat down, wearing a fake smile on the surface, but his voice and the color of his mana had now shifted to red. Holding himself back, he asked Jay, may I ask why? Jay sat across from him, taking in every expression on his face as he thought. He's starting to show hostility. Dark red mana slowly gathered at Jay's fingertip, then shot straight toward Kaylee, shattering the beer mug in front of him. At that moment, Jay seemed to become a completely different person. Around him was a force that made the person before him submit. He asked through gritted teeth, do you have a problem with that? Kaylee stared at the scene before him in fear. His pupils shrank and his mouth trembled as he answered, not at all. Kaylee took out a handkerchief and slowly wiped the beer foam that had splashed onto his face, then explained submissively, that is not it. I was only curious about the reason. Jay watched Kaylee's mana shift from red back to yellow, even tinged with a bit of blue-purple, and thought to himself that the hostility had lessened. Jay continued reasoning, after I leave, whether you hunt or not is your choice. But while I'm here, it's not allowed, with your resourcefulness. Kaylee quickly regained his composure, nodded with a smile, and replied, understood, that won't be difficult. Jay maintained his cold tone as he asked, when do you plan to depart for Walia? Hopefully soon. Kaylee immediately responded, we can leave as early as tomorrow morning. He spoke excitedly, more importantly, let's eat. Kaylee called the servers to bring a table full of food. This place was famous for its exquisite dishes. District 48. Kaylee continued to guzzle beer heartily as if the earlier tensions had never occurred. He laughed joyfully, constantly flattering. Whatever you want, I can help with. Wizard, with me here, the mercenary registration will be handled immediately. With your skills, high-paying tasks shouldn't be difficult for you. Jay remained silent, not replying to him. Jay watched Kaylee's mana dance with excitement at the mention of the deal and thought to himself, I wonder how long this greed will last. Jay stared at Kaylee, intrigued, thinking, should I provoke him a little more? 5 million supernatural currency in the treasury should be enough bait. He reconsidered his decision and calculated silently. No, revealing assets carelessly would be too dangerous. Jay stabbed a sharp fork into a plump grilled sausage on his plate and thought. He observed them and began to analyze. Mana follows emotional expression, so what if it's reversed? Glancing at Kaylee enjoying his meal across the table, Jay schemed. What if I force my mana directly into the opponent's channel? With that thought, he silently pointed at Kaylee, his finger slowly gathering a strand of golden mana. Jay's mana slithered like a small serpent toward him, quietly infiltrating the center of Kaylee's mana. It probed and tried to penetrate the opponent's mana but failed. Jay realized silently, no, it's already saturated with other emotions. Unfazed, he considered another approach. Suddenly, Jay's hand clenched. He thought, then I just need to force them out. Jay increased his strength, directing his mana to aggressively invade the opponent's mana. Soon, the outer layer of defense shattered under his power. At the same time, Kaylee felt a change in his body. Startled, his pupils contracted in pain. Kaylee tried to maintain a calm expression and continued conversing with Jay. If you register with our mercenary group, but inside, he was doubtful and wondered. Suddenly, Kale clutched his chest in pain, thinking, damn, did I drink too fast? His body trembled, cold sweat pouring over him. I muttered, but from earlier, Kale's greed seemed manipulated by an unseen hand, intensifying. He feared and realized he couldn't stop thinking about money. His mind screamed, money, money, I want more money. He seemed to lose control of his mind. Kale, both fearful and angry, mentally cursed, damn it, why am I like this? I silently observed all his reactions. Suddenly he spoke slowly, if I join the mercenary group Kylie, can I earn a lot of money? Kylie lifted his head upon hearing this. His mind was now highly sensitive to that word. Kale thought frantically, money, he's asking if he can earn a lot. Suddenly he lost control, of course with your skills. Sitting atop a mountain of money is only a matter of time. Naturally, add a bit of my business acumen as well. He reached toward Dai, eyes gleaming with greed. Wizard, do you want to do a big deal with me? Dai widened his eyes at the one who had lost control. His own eyes now shimmered gold, Kale's surging mana peaking. It seemed ready to engulf Kale entirely. Dai looked at the result joyfully. Finally, I have filled the channels with golden mana. Kale, still out of control, shouted, we will seize John Green's fortune, at least hundreds of millions. Even billions, can you guess how much he owned? Dai observed his expression to assess. Now that it's filled with gold, is he controlled by greed? Dai pondered. He probably doesn't carry that much on him. Perhaps stored elsewhere, he replied, of course. Kale continued, in the surface world the bank is C.D. Morgan. In the underworld they call it Ignis. All his wealth is stored there. He knew all of John's information. His company had been fully liquidated 2 years ago. He had severed ties with relatives. All that remained were guards hired with money. If we get the Ignis card and the code, it's done. Dai continued to lure Kylie. How can we get the code? He also pulled something from his pocket. Kylie took out a photo, placed it on the table, and looked at Dai. With this, Kale withdrew his hand. Jay froze when he clearly saw what was in the photo, silently exclaiming, a blue stone deer. He slid his gaze over the picture and realized, no, the deer doesn't have a gem on its forehead. Jay looked up and asked Caleb, is this photo edited? Kyle held the photo and smiled with a nod. That's right, you're sharp. He spoke with smug calculation. We'll use this as bait to get the card and the password. Jay propped up his chin and looked at Caleb thoughtfully, trying to figure out what scheme he was preparing. Holding his wine glass, he said, Caleb, what do you want me to do? If everything has been calculated carefully, all that's left is to put it into action. Caleb held the photo, closed his eyes, and began arranging the plan in his mind. Caleb called out a name, Michael, then continued. I want you to deal with that young mage who is always clinging to the old man. Caleb said irritably, I've tried everything, but he has no intention of leaving that old man. He watches Michael and John at all times, leaving no opening at all. Caleb had to admit he was completely loyal to his master. Even a biological son might not be that devoted to his parents. Thinking of Michael, he said angrily, if it comes to a fight, he'll be the hardest card to deal with. He smiled and said to Jay, if you can take care of Michael, Mage, then everything else will be easy. If we succeed, I'll give you 10% of all the money in John's account. Jay took a sip of wine, calculating silently. This went against his principles. Debts had to be settled fairly, kindness repaid with kindness, evil repaid with evil. He fell into deep thought. If I'm not attacked first or don't have a special reason, I won't hurt anyone. Jay had not forgotten his original goal either. However, to pay the entry fee for Feiyu City, I need far more money than I have now. Jay recalled his past and his promise to Humphrey. Please find my older brother. He had always kept those words deep in his heart, and I have to keep that promise too. Just then, Kyle took out a card, held it in his hand, and said to Jay, this is my Ignis bank card. That old man must have one just like it. Jay focused on the black card in his hand. In the lower right corner was an embossed line of text, Kyle's name. Jay looked at it and remained silent for a long while. In his mind, he was planning his next move. After thinking for a while, Jay suddenly sat up straight and said, all right, I'll do it. The scene shifted to the next day, in front of a large mansion. Tiny Philip was surrounded by a group of burly men. Seeing the one-sided force before him, all he could do was force a friendly smile and ask, has everyone had breakfast? Philip asked carefully and cautiously, gentlemen, why does everyone look so upset? It turned out that before they split up, Jay had instructed Philip about these people. I have something to do, listen to the kids report. At the time, Philip had asked worriedly, by myself. The group was delighted when they saw Philip's frightened reaction. That's right, when you're standing in front of us, that's exactly how you should react. Tremble the moment you see us. Another person thought excitedly, we are the bloody clay of 13th Street. Philip tried hard to remember Jay's instructions. Be strong. If you show weakness, they'll swallow you alive. You're an inspector. Jay's voice still echoed in his head. The way he put it, they were no different from contracted underlings. Seeing Philip act so timid, one of the gang members teased him. Well, this information is very useful, isn't it? Before he could finish speaking, a hand suddenly snatched the information sheet from him and tore it apart. Philip seemed to go mad, shredding the paper into 100 pieces before throwing it up in fury. You call this information? Under everyone's stunned gazes, he continued shouting, "It's garbage." Even if homeless people saw this pile of scrap paper, they'd only use it to start a fire. Philip tore up one sheet after another, shouting, "Useless, worthless." Meanwhile, Jay seemed to sense something. He felt worried, wondering how Philip was doing. As he walked, Jay thought to himself, if possible, I'd like to put a little courage and confidence into his vessel. Over the past few days, he had been experimenting everywhere with wandering children. After meeting Kyle, he had tested injecting emotions into other vessels. After several experiments, Jay reached a conclusion and realized a few things. First, I can't inject emotions into just anyone. Jay remembered their reaction. Passers-by, shop owners, orphans, homeless people. I could do it with most of them. Jay also realized that there were still people he could not affect no matter how hard he tried. Back then, Veronica could only sense a little. I could feel the mana moving somewhere. Jay summarized, Philip and Veronica are typical examples. Jay continued analyzing. Second, the amount and type of emotion I can inject are also limited. He thought, I can only amplify emotions that already exist inside a vessel. In other words, I can't create an emotion someone has never had. In addition, the limit when injecting emotions is only about half the vessel's capacity. Jay concluded that if he wanted to fill a vessel with one emotion, like what happened with Kyle, I have to place those emotions artificially, then slowly nurture them through words and actions so they can develop naturally. He continued analyzing thoughtfully, and this led to the third point. It's really difficult. After the experiment, Jay realized that injecting emotions was extremely difficult and mentally draining. I need to practice until I get used to it so I can use it more effectively. He even tested it on himself. And finally, the most important thing, I can't inject mana into myself. Jay thought quietly, if I want to deepen my own emotions, the only way is to experience them directly. After walking and thinking for a while, Jay stopped at the end of the alley and slowly turned around. He looked toward a corner behind him and spoke coldly, "How long do you plan to keep following me?" There was no one behind Jay at that moment, and no one answered him. Suddenly, in the middle of the alley, the outline of a pair of legs gradually appeared. A person spoke, "Even though I used invisibility magic, you still noticed me right away." That person took off the hood of his cloak, looked at Jay, and could not help praising him. "You really are impressive." Jay thought to himself, Michael. He sighed inwardly, "I've been followed quite a lot lately." Jay leaned his back against the wall and casually asked, "Invisibility magic?" Michael answered honestly, "It's a basic spell taught at the Magic Tower, but it seems you haven't graduated or anything." Jay thought with some suspicion. "The Magic Tower?" He turned and questioned Michael, "Then why were you following me?" Michael immediately answered in a fluster, "About that, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to follow you." He scratched his face awkwardly and stammered, "I just didn't get the chance to call out to you." Jay cut Michael off and asked directly, "Tell me your purpose." Suddenly, he shouted in embarrassment, "How can you use magic while hiding your mana circle?" Michael admitted honestly, "Back at the hotel, I couldn't sense any circle at all." Jay glanced at him and Michael continued voicing his doubts. "I can't understand how that happened. I've never heard of any technique that hides the circle while casting magic." Jay looked at the color of the mana radiating from Michael and judged it. Pale purple, curiosity. It seemed he really was curious. Jay calculated that there was still time before his appointment, so he also shared frankly with Michael, "It's simple. I just don't need to use the mana in my own circle." He asked blankly, "What?" Jay patiently explained, "I use the mana in the air." Jay held out his hand to demonstrate. Like this, as soon as he finished speaking, a burst of fiery mana suddenly shot out through the air, making Michael's jaw drop. He looked at the scene before him and said in disbelief, "That's impossible. Mana in the air is extremely difficult to control. Even graduates of the Magic Tower only use it in emergencies." Michael marveled inwardly. "This level is completely different." Jay withdrew his hand and asked, "You didn't feel mana moving from my circle, did you?" Michael widened his eyes and stammered, "Right. I couldn't sense even the slightest fluctuation." He admired him inwardly. "Even the professors can't do this. Just what circle is he? Fourth, second, fifth." Jay looked again at Michael's mana. The color of his mana had changed, deep purple, admiration. At that moment, he suddenly realized he could amplify that emotion. Jay quickly released a stream of mana to stimulate Michael's mana, but it was quickly pushed back by its owner's mana. Jay withdrew his hand and looked at it in deep thought. Or is he also someone whose emotions I can't interfere with? What exactly are the conditions? Suddenly, Michael spoke apologetically. "I approached you out of nowhere and questioned you, yet you still answered me kindly. Thank you." After saying that, Michael bowed to Jay and said goodbye. "Well, I have to return to the representative now." Suddenly, Jay turned back and asked Michael a question out of nowhere. "It seems you respect him a lot." However, Michael's eyes still showed excitement and admiration as he answered, "Of course." Michael replied with deep reverence, "There is no one in this world as upright and devoted to making the world a better place as Representative John. He uses his wealth to donate, do charity work, and distribute food for free. And he even does it personally." He bowed in gratitude and continued, I myself was once saved by him when I was a lonely child wandering the streets. Thanks to his help, I was able to study at the Magic Tower. At that moment, Jay suddenly interrupted him with a meaningful remark. But he doesn't seem like that kind of person. When Michael heard that, he suddenly froze. He quickly put away the excited expression from earlier. Michael asked in confusion. What did you say? Jay continued. It doesn't sound logical at all. A donation means giving without expecting anything in return. But the John I know isn't that kind of person. Jay did not notice, or deliberately did not notice, the change in Michael and continued speaking. Could it be that he truly received nothing from the people he helped? Or were those recipients already John's friends? If so, then it would make sense. Who wouldn't be willing to help their friends? Suddenly, Michael seemed extremely angry and shouted, cutting Jay off. What do you know? Following his emotions, eagles came rushing in and circled around Michael. A fierce surge of mana erupted from around him. Michael declared with absolute certainty. He is a good man. He angrily pointed toward Jay and ordered seriously, take back everything you just said. Jay widened his eyes. A hint of surprise appeared on his face. He thought just now a hawk appeared from inside his cloak. What kind of spell is that? Michael stretched his hand forward and the hawks all looked toward Jay at once. He warned, if you don't apologize, I'll tear you to pieces. Jay slowly closed his eyes and the elements of manipulation, control, connection, and embodiment appeared in his mind. His conversation with Greyhound surfaced in Jay's thoughts. His voice rang out. Those who use manipulation and control attributes are rare, even among mages. An image appeared of a hand controlling two creatures. Raymond continued, they can use mage power to control living beings. From ordinary animals to dangerous magical beasts, it is said mages can turn them into loyal subordinates. Michael looked toward Jay and urged him, apologize, otherwise. Jay stood motionless and replied coldly, I don't think I said anything offensive. Hearing that, Michael grew even angrier. He clenched his teeth tightly. Michael swung his hand and a hawk shot forward before crashing into the ground. Jay quickly dodged the attack. He thought to himself, that speed and destructive force. Michael's hawk beat its wings in the air. It raised its head and stared straight at Jay. Jay lifted one hand to shield his face. He thought magic enhancement. Michael moved a few fingers and from behind him, two more hawks shot into the air. Michael swung his hand while lowering his body, and the two birds behind him charged straight forward. Jay kept his usual calm expression. He lowered his head, even as the two enemies rushed toward him like arrows. Jay lifted his foot and stomped hard on the ground, splitting it into pieces. A stream of red mana flowed from his body. In an instant, Jay shot into the air. Just as the two hawks arrived, Jay landed on a nearby utility pole. He thought, so command magic can be used that way. It actually looks useful. Below, Michael swung his hand and three chains slowly appeared. He shouted, what do you know about him? Michael's creatures attacked Jay one after another. As Jay ran from them, he thought, I think I can understand why Kaylee couldn't do anything to Ron, even with a whole swarm of subordinates. Jay jumped onto a rooftop. A thought appeared in his mind, if the hawks close in and move among them, they would hesitate to use guns or blades for fear of hitting their comrades. Jay looked toward a nearby hawk and reflected. Even if they hit the subordinates, the damage wouldn't be significant. Jay glanced down at Michael as another thought appeared. I don't understand why he's angry. Michael raised one hand and one of his creatures charged toward Jay. Jay calmly watched the enemy. But first, I have to deal with these things. Jay raised one hand, and a surge of pure white mana radiated from his palm. Jay summoned shields in front of him, blocking the hawk's flight path. Hawk paused for a moment. It seemed hesitant after Jay's defensive move. Beneath the mask on its face, Michael's creature frowned. Its eyes were filled with anger. The hawk turned around, flapping its wings as it flew away from where Jay stood. Jay looked up at Michael's creatures. He thought, it seems this method isn't working. If possible, I want to take them down without seriously injuring them. Jay glanced downward. Michael's voice rang out loudly, apologize right now. Michael drew his hand back toward himself. He warned, this is your last chance. The chains binding the hawk's legs suddenly began to glow. Jay looked toward the chains, his mind filled with helplessness. That's it. Jay reached his hand forward and power flowed out. He decided he had to break those shackles. The chains binding the creature's legs suddenly trembled. They swayed in the sky. Jay shot a stream of magic into the hawks. Michael witnessed the entire scene. He was shocked. The hawks had been controlled by Jay. They seemed to lose control, circling in midair. Michael's face showed clear fear. Flustered, he wondered, is he attacking my magic too? How can this be happening? Jay remained calm. He tried to suppress Michael's power. Michael frowned and clenched one hand tightly. He thought to himself, no, I've already used almost all my mana. Michael's connecting chains gradually weakened. In panic, he thought, if the connection is broken, I'll lose all my subordinates. Sweat poured down Michael's face. He angrily gritted his teeth in helplessness. Michael raised his face toward the sky. He shouted loudly and a massive surge of power was released. A flash of light lit the sky and the three hawks shot past Jay. All three creatures swooped down and merged into Michael's body. He had taken them back into himself. Michael panted heavily. It seemed that after that move, he had exhausted all his strength. Michael's body grew weak, and he collapsed to the ground. From high above, Jay jumped straight down in front of Michael. Michael's body trembled in waves. Drops of sweat fell onto the road. He thought helplessly, damn it. Jay narrowed his eyes slightly. An energy sphere appeared inside Michael's body. Jay thought, hasn't he already run out of mana? Michael braced both hands against the ground. His voice gave in, I lost. Do whatever you want. Michael frowned, his voice sounding weak as if speaking on someone's behalf. He doesn't deserve to be insulted like this. Jay stood motionless and remained silent. His eyes were still fixed on Michael. Jay pulled his hood over his head. He calmly replied, I'll ask the rest of my questions later. I don't have much time. Michael cried out in shock. What? Michael was left behind. He sat motionless, watching Jay walk away. The scene shifted. In the middle of a vast wasteland, a herd of stone deer could be seen in the distance. Jay's voice rang out, their movement speed is terrifying. They got here in just one night. Hale smiled. He continued, during migration season, they barely sleep. They force themselves to reach a place with food and eat their fill. Jay looked back. He wondered, can you guess why this migration came earlier than usual? Hale glanced toward the herd of stone deer. He replied, I think it's because their habitat is running out of food. Jay looked into the distance through his binoculars. He thought, because of the black rain. The land has turned into black soil. Plants cannot grow in places like that. Jay turned toward Kale. He asked, the plan to lure John out starts at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Right? Kale smiled and replied, that's right. Kale looked toward the two towering cliffs nearby. He explained, at 1 o'clock tomorrow afternoon, I plan to drive a herd of stone deer into the valley and trap them there. I'll lure Ron there and take the card and password. Jay was impressed and exclaimed, what a thorough plan. Kale smiled brightly and replied, it's an honor. Jay propped his chin on one hand. A thought suddenly crossed his mind, it really is a good plan. The scene shifts to the front of a house. Louis and Jay were standing at the door. Jay thought, if everything goes as planned. Louis lowered his face slightly, his eyes filled with coldness, and suddenly spoke. Lord Mage. Jay looked toward Louis. Louis's voice rang out, Representative John wants to see you. Outside John's mansion. Lights illuminated the entire estate beneath the night sky. A solemn voice rang out, Sir, I have brought the mage here. I will take my leave now. Jay stepped into a room. At the nearby table, John lifted the teapot and poured tea into a small cup. Then John poured tea into the other cup. He smiled and said, thank you for accepting my invitation at such a late hour. Sit down. John extended one hand forward. He politely introduced it. This is Lepina, a specialty of District A33. John raised both hands. He chatted. The night wind has been rather cold lately. This will drive away the chill you brought in from outside. John gestured toward the teacup, politely inviting Jay. Please try it. Jay lifted the teacup close to his face. He stayed silent, his eyes fixed on the tea for a long while. Jay parted his lips slightly and brought the teacup toward his mouth, preparing to taste it. Across from him, John remained silent, lowering his head slightly with a sinister smile on his lips. Jay set the teacup down on the table. He asked, why did you call me here? John replied, all right, let's get straight to the point. John rubbed his hands together, his gaze affectionate. He said, I want to make you an offer. Jay asked curiously, what offer? John lowered his voice and spoke meaningfully. You know, people only keep a dog as long as it is still useful, right? John clasped his hands together. He slowly said, when it no longer has value, you throw it away. Keeping it only wastes money. John narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly, his tone full of danger. To put it plainly, I want you to deal with Lei. Then, sitting up straight with both hands on his thighs, he continued, to be honest, I didn't expect him to actually find Lo. Quite impressive, but when the dog dies, there is no need to pay the reward anymore, right? John's earlier conversation with Kale surfaced in his mind. His voice rang out. Coincidentally, the desert canyon he suggested yesterday for driving those Loke into is the perfect place to dispose of a dog. Jay sat motionless. After a long silence, a thought appeared in his mind. This guy. The memory of his first meeting with John surfaced in Jay's mind, and he thought. Even during their first meeting, an image appeared in Jay's mind. He concluded, he is just as greedy as Lei. Jay spoke in a low voice. He questioned him, why should I help? Michael seems like a capable mage too. John placed one hand on his head and muttered in frustration, Michael is useless. An image of Michael suddenly appeared, and a trembling voice rang out mockingly, like a rigid tree that simply snaps, never learning to bend. He is too naive, full of youthful passion. John continued, Michael would definitely oppose my plan. An image of Michael appeared in John's mind as he objected. What are you talking about, sir? John continued, no, before that, he would be deeply shocked because he has always regarded me as the kindest person in the world. John placed one hand on his forehead and slowly said, the truth is, I am not that kind of person, but changing the world alone is impossible. A memory suddenly appeared in John's mind, and he said, everyone must face reality when they set out, and in the end, they become a villain. In John's memory, someone's body lay in a pool of blood. Ron planted his cane on the ground and said with a smile, if he meant to stab me in the back, then he should have done a better job. John placed one hand on his head and said, I thought Michael would eventually reach that stage too, but he did not. After tomorrow's battle, I intend to dismiss him, John concluded, his tone ice cold. Useless dogs must be removed. Jay frowned and interrupted. What if I refuse? John chuckled and offered. Then I will promise you an enormous reward. How much do you want? Jay lowered his head slightly and replied, you probably don't have enough money. John was a little surprised and asked, what did you just say? Jay crossed his arms and said in a low voice, you are broke. That is why your mercenary group was stolen from you. John suddenly burst into loud laughter. He mocked him. I treated you as a decent mage, and yet you are this insolent. John opened his eyes, the corner of his mouth curling upward. He said, if you knew what you just drank, you would be startled. Jay realized something and interrupted. Don't tell me you put something in the tea. John lifted the teacup close to his mouth. He said, have you heard of Tikixin? Without taking the antidote regularly, you'll die of heart failure caused by the poison. I put it in. Jay shifted his eyes away. His mind grew clearer. I knew it. The image of Jay drinking the tea flashed back, he thought. He was way too eager to force me to drink the tea. Jay lifted the teacup close to his mouth. He pretended to drink the liquid in the cup. I was only pretending to go along with it. The tea Jay pretended to drink had actually soaked into the surface of the carpet. A trembling voice rang out, this is a rare poison, and there is no antidote in remote districts. And only I know where the antidote is kept. Joe looked toward Jay. He smiled and said, now you understand your situation, don't you? The trembling voice echoed. Then I'll see you tomorrow at 1 o'clock. The antidote is in my hands, so don't even think about running away. Jay stepped out of the room. His mind exclaimed, how interesting. Images of Kaylee and John appeared in Jay's head. As he walked, he thought, even without me getting involved, they've already turned their spears on each other. Kaylee wants to pull me into the mercenary corps, while John wants a loyal dog to replace Michael. Suddenly, Jay looked ahead. He recognized the figure of someone very familiar. Jay shifted his gaze out toward the balcony. A blue flame hovered in midair. Someone's voice rang out. Michael really did show up. He let out a sigh and thought, I got too worked up this morning and ruined something important. What should I do now? Jay approached from behind. He spoke up, making Michael jump. Is there something outside? Michael turned around and stepped back a few paces. He cried out in panic, Jay, when did you get here? Jay looked at Michael. He thought, looks like he doesn't know I just met John. Michael lowered his hood. He asked, puzzled, you said you would ask the remaining questions, so did you come here for that? Michael nodded rapidly. He apologized sincerely. I'm truly sorry about what happened this morning. No matter how angry I was, I shouldn't have acted so rudely. I'll accept any punishment. Jay stood motionless. He said, you'll accept any punishment? Michael lowered his head. He replied, yes, anything within my ability. Jay looked toward Michael. He said calmly, then tell me the activation principles behind familiar magic. Michael cried out in surprise. Understood. The principles of familiar magic. That's all. Jay replied coldly, answer my question. Michael raised a hand and scratched his cheek. He said in a low voice, all right. Then I'll begin by explaining the principles of elemental bonding. Jay said, okay. The scene changed and time gradually passed into midnight. Michael's voice rang out. That is the principle behind familiar magic. Michael raised one finger. He explained, the important part is understanding the physical traits clearly. And the familiar's personality, you have to understand them thoroughly. Jay listened intently. His hand wrote detailed notes in the notebook he was holding. He asked, are there cases where familiars are abandoned? Michael replied, yes. An image of summoner's creatures appeared in Michael's mind. He continued explaining, if they are incompatible with the mage, or if they have completed their mission, they are returned to nature. Sometimes if the bond weakens, a familiar may run away first. Jay replied, I see. Jay lowered his head, resting one hand on his chin in thought. He spoke up then. Jay lowered his hand, his eyes looking straight ahead. He asked, do you know anything about rainbow? Michael lowered his face slightly. He answered, if you're talking about that rainbow. An image of a turtle appeared in Michael's mind. He smiled and said, isn't that the turtle that sprays rainbow-colored water and lives under the Elton River? Jay was silent for a moment, his voice slightly disappointed. Anything else? Michael raised a hand and scratched his cheek, his voice stammering. That's all I know. Jay asked further, then what about the earth vortex that John is looking for? Michael sank into thought. Jay continued pressing him, and what about the city of mages? Michael answered honestly, isn't that more like an urban legend? Jay frowned, his mind filled with disappointment. This guy isn't helpful at all. Michael placed one hand behind his neck and said timidly, I'm sorry, I usually don't pay attention to rumors like that. Jay changed the subject. He asked, then can you tell me about the upper districts? Michael clenched his fists, his voice full of excitement. That I can do. An image of a map and a group of people appeared. In Michael's mind, he explained that the distance between districts grew shorter as one traveled upstream along the Elton River, and the upper districts become more like cities than regions. What's more, from District 35 onward, each district has its own administrator. You could call them a kind of familiar of the district. So each district maintains autonomy and operates like an independent small city. I come from District 36, so I can really feel the difference. Jay took notes in his notebook. He nodded. I see, this information is very useful. Michael blushed and replied shyly, it's nothing, I'm the one who caused trouble. Jay closed the notebook in his hand and spoke, there's one last thing. Michael answered, yes, please ask. Jay stepped forward. His voice suddenly lowered, full of seriousness. What does respect mean to you? Hearing this, Michael widened his eyes, surprise written clearly across his face. The scene shifted to a towering canyon. A line of text appeared. The next day, 1 p.m., Yellow Desert Canyon. David pointed around. He shouted, hurry up and find it. Its body is green, move it. Ba Yuan shoved the stone deer aside and yelled, get out of the way, you bastards. Nearby, John's group stood watching. In front of him were Calais and Jay as well. John leaned on his cane with both hands. He wondered, so you mean the blue Locktia is among them? Dave looked back. He smiled and replied, yes, there is no mistake. My team is searching right now, so please wait a moment. Kale suddenly leaned close to Dave's ear and whispered, babe, we are looking forward to your performance. Going back 2 hours, Veronica could not help but exclaim, oh my goodness. Philip's voice followed right after. I could believe it if it were Kylie, but John. Unexpectedly, Dave replied calmly, we will begin this afternoon. You two stay in this area, we do not know what surprises might happen. He quickly agreed, all right, I will stay here and keep gathering information. After hearing that, Veronica could not help suggesting, I want to go with you. Dave warned her, it is very dangerous, you could die. But she answered with firm resolve, it is fine, if I die then I die. When Philip asked her back, are you not afraid of dying? She answered shakily, I am very brave, I am not afraid. A lie, thought suddenly surfaced in Dave's mind. Veronica specializes in defensive magic, so at the very least she can protect herself. He thought, but many people will die, can her mind endure that? Wait, am I worrying about Veronica? It is not as if I am deliberately letting these emotions show. On the other side, Veronica had made up her mind. Dave, let me come with you. Facing her determination and eagerness to go, Dave was rather hesitant. In the end, he decided, fine, after receiving his approval. Veronica immediately brightened up. I will get ready right away. Sitting off to the side, Philip silently sighed. She is pretty terrifying too. But aloud, he only said, oh, all right. Back in the present, shouts kept ringing out. Hurry up, find it, the one with the blue body, find it now. There was even cursing. Get out of the way. Looking down from afar, it was a scene that could not possibly be more chaotic. Faye sat in Veronica's lap, trembling nonstop when she heard the commotion. Hurry and find it, a blue body should be easy to spot. Seeing this, Veronica immediately patted it gently and comforted it. It is all right, Ven. Everything will be fine, do not be afraid. After calming Faye down, Veronica looked up at the scene before her again. Though she did not say it aloud, she told herself in her heart, Dave, be careful. Outside, the urging rang out once more. Hurry up, the client is waiting. In contrast to them, Dave merely stood there silently without saying a word. After giving his order, Kale glanced toward him with calculating eyes. He was recalling what Dave had said while they were still in the car. There is a chance magic will not work, so shoot Mihai when I give the signal. After hearing those words, Kale quickly replied, all right. He even added afterward with firm certainty, we will wait for your signal. Behind them, John was looking at Dave with appraising eyes. He thought to himself, they said they would use lightning magic to wipe out nearly all of them at once. Recalling that moment, Dave had proposed, but just in case something goes wrong, why do you not shoot Kyle yourself on my signal? As John touched the gun carefully hidden inside his coat, he silently sighed. This boy is young, but he is extremely useful. Now John and Kale both shared the same thought. They could not let this capable hunting dog slip from their grasp. They had to pull him into their own mercenary group at any cost. Back to Dave, who was standing alone up ahead. He seemed to be deep in thought about something, so he only stared at what was in front of him. He recalled someone once saying, those beasts are not dangerous. As soon as you get close, they panic and run away. Then Dave thought to himself, Locktia are gentle and do not attack other creatures first. Meanwhile, the unfamiliar man was urging impatiently, hey, move it, you are blocking the way. Seeing that, Dave wondered half doubtfully, wait, even after being attacked, they are still standing still. Then Dave had no choice but to use his power to verify. As soon as he saw the streams of red, sinister energy, he calculated, with this level of rage. On the other side, that man suddenly discovered something. A second later, he immediately shouted, found it, over there. The man's voice was delighted as if he had struck gold. A blue Locktia, it really exists. Haley was stunned when she saw it and blurted out, what? They found it. Only Jay calmly confirmed it. It was there from the start, right after they discovered it. Lynn spoke up and gave the signal. Now, Kaylee and John immediately remembered the promises from earlier and cast friendly looks. His lips began moving with mysterious words. It seemed everything had already been part of Jay's plan. Now then, begin. As soon as Kaylee heard the signal, she immediately pulled out her gun and fired at the other side. John was not to be outdone either. He smiled triumphantly and pulled the trigger. However, very soon after that, both of them froze for a moment. When Kaylee's subordinates saw that she had been shot, they panicked completely. Captain, only then did she belatedly realize that something was wrong. Damn it! On the other side, John, who was about to collapse, also realized it. We were tricked. Michael knew nothing about their agreement, so when he saw that scene, he was even more stunned. Boss. On the other side, Kaylee's subordinates began raising their guns. Those damned mercenaries, wipe them all out, the opposing side responded just as fiercely. Well said, wipe out those bastards. The two sides fought fiercely with both guns and words. You sons of bitches, die, the man on the other side hurriedly reassured him. Do not move, I am giving first aid. When John saw him standing still, he shouted roughly, What are you standing there for? Hurry over and save me. Seeing this, Michael immediately warned him, hold it tight. If your chest opens up, the wound will tear. It will rip wide open. But inside, he wondered, protection. Did Jay shield me? Faced with the situation, Jay only asked coldly, why should I help you? John immediately strained his neck and argued, because I have the antidote. Michael was shocked when he saw his master shouting an order, hurry and cast magic on my hand. Only then did he realize something strange about the situation. Antidote, what do you mean? Suddenly, Michael sensed something charging straight toward them. A second later, a terrified scream rang out, the rock lizards. All of a sudden, they emerged. As they charged forward, they suddenly let out a scream that seemed to tear through the sky. Right after that, the rock lizards collapsed, blood spreading across the ground. Michael looked at the chaos before him and thought to himself, damn it, these contracted beasts are not suited for fighting people. In this situation, they are useless. First, I need to evacuate the master. Thinking this, he said, Master, I know it hurts badly, but please endure it. While tightening the cloth to stop the bleeding, Michael said, I am sorry. Meanwhile, he blamed himself, if only I knew healing magic. Then Michael began glancing to the side. This new vehicle was still intact. Suddenly, he remembered something and his expression changed completely. Across the road, ignoring the noisy scene, Jay was calmly getting into the vehicle. Seeing that, Michael immediately shouted, Jay. Then, while carrying John on his back, he begged him, please take the master inside the barrier, afraid Jay would refuse. Michael added, he is losing too much blood. I am begging you. But instead of acting, Jay only called his name coldly. Michael, then he asked, in this situation, do you know whose fault it is? When Michael heard him say, half of it is because of the person you are carrying, he exclaimed in shock, what? The space suddenly shifted to a completely different place. The gloomy sky looked as if it was about to rain. A long line of people stood waiting for their turn to receive help. As John handed out supplies, he kept responding to their thanks. Do not mention it, we should help one another. Then he suddenly saw chaos near the corner of the wall. A heated argument was taking place. This brat keeps telling me to give it back. What? I do not know anything, you little. I saw everything. After words stopped working, violence took over. You brat, do you want a beating? At that moment, Michael was so frightened that he curled up. Just as the fist was about to come down, a hand suddenly grabbed it. John arrived in time and questioned him. What are you trying to do to a child? The man immediately denied it. That is not it. As soon as he finished speaking, Gabriel turned and accused him. This kid stole my relief supplies. I was only trying to take them back. Little Michael automatically pulled out his empty pocket to prove it. I did not take anything. Look, I have nothing. I am innocent. Seeing that, Gabriel became furious again. You must have hidden it somewhere. So John had no choice but to mediate. Calm down first. If you want, I will give you more supplies. Do not worry. Only then did the man gradually get his anger under control. If you say so. After negotiating for a while, Gabriel finally agreed to leave. After that, John walked over to check on him. Are you all right? Michael avoided John's gaze and replied, no. Unexpectedly, the man only asked gently, then why did you take the supplies? Hearing this, Michael immediately denied it in a rush. I told you I did not take them. My hands are empty. Hearing that, John simply stared at him and gave a helpless smile. Finally, he spoke and exposed him. Not your hands, behind your back. Now little Michael was immediately exposed. How did you know? John answered calmly, I am from a nomadic tribe. After saying that, he wondered aloud. From the beginning, you could have waited your turn. Why did you take them? The boy answered sadly, you said each person gets one portion. Then Michael continued, but I have a sick younger sister at home. Her legs are weak, so she cannot stand in line, so I took an extra portion for her. After clearly explaining his reason, he apologized awkwardly. Hearing this, John only fell silent and said nothing. A while later, Michael's cheerful voice rang out this way. Then came the man's helpless voice. Wait, slow down, kid. Carrying the supplies, he happily confirmed again. Are you really giving me all of this? After hearing that, John said, yes, but remember your promise to that man earlier. Then Michael answered with a bright smile, of course. No more bad deeds and I will live properly. Seeing an innocent child fall into such hardship, John could only sigh helplessly. After walking for a while, the two of them finally arrived at Michael's home. He called out happily, I am back. Look, this is going to surprise you. Unfortunately, Ryan did not respond at all and only lay there motionless. Her body was covered in black spots. Little Michael could not believe his eyes and stammered Ryan's name. Then he dropped the supplies in his hand. He was about to run over quickly to check his sister's condition, but John stopped him. among the homeless people who could not avoid the black rain. Black spots appeared all over their bodies. An infectious disease spread, gradually paralyzing and killing them. Children were especially vulnerable to this disease. In the end, Michael could only lean against the man and sob. Late that night, he finally spoke in sorrow. "Thank you for taking care of my sister's burial." John replied it was nothing. After pausing for about a minute, he suddenly called out, "Hey, kid." Then John unexpectedly offered, "If you have nowhere left to go, do you want to come with me?" When Michael heard him ask, being alone is lonely, isn't it? He was deeply moved. Back in the present, he was quietly listening to Jay speak. "Last night, John called me to the hotel and made a proposal. He said we should get rid of the mercenary group because they were no longer useful, then take their advance payment and all their belongings." John lay battered on his back, yet he still could not help shouting, "Don't listen to him, Michael." In the end, Jay revealed everything. Because he was afraid I would refuse, he poisoned the tea. "Didn't you ever suspect anything?" Remembering what John had said earlier, Michael finally began to reconsider. Seeing that Michael was still stunned, Jay continued, "Kylie once made a similar proposal too, tempting John so she could steal his property. And of course, finding the address was a lie. All of this happened because of those two people's greed." Hearing this, John suddenly shouted, "Michael, don't listen to him." Jay said no more and merely remarked coldly, "How interesting." After a long while, Jay added, "Even though you know everything, you still respect him." In the end, Jay gave the order, "Veronica, lower the barrier and let them in." Michael immediately replied gratefully, "Thank you, Jay." But before Michael could stay happy for long, Jay spoke again. "But I have one condition." Michael answered in a rush, "I'll do anything." Jay simply said, "I don't need anything from you." The moment John heard Jay call his name, he flinched in terror. Right after that, Jay said without any hesitation, "Hand over the Ignis bank card and the password." Faced with Jay's cold attitude, John could only grit his teeth without saying a word. After handing it over, he trembled with rage. "My money." Hearing that, Michael turned to comfort him. "I'm sorry, please endure it a little longer." Then he asked, "Jay, if you have a first aid kit, may I borrow it? Or do you know healing magic?" As soon as Michael said that, the car door quickly swung open. Veronica stepped out and asked, "Jay, may I heal his wounds?" Jay immediately hesitated and replied, "Veronica, you think dealing with someone who once tried to kill you is the right thing to do, but Veronica is." Just then, John screamed, "That's right, so it was here." That was because he had seen Fan lying snugly in her arms. John seemed to unleash all the strength he had left as he charged toward Veronica, or more precisely, toward Fan. "Give it to me." Ignoring Hector, he shouted, "With only that I can restore my company and revive it." Faced with John's madness, even Fan was badly frightened. Then Fan could not help running away. John chased madly from behind. "Stop right there, I need you." But after taking only a few steps, John was already gasping for breath. "With you, I can restore my company." Suddenly, he froze, his pupils shrinking as if he had just experienced something terrifying. It turned out to be because of Kyle. After firing, Kyle said, "Restore it. You're hurting my ears, shut up." Seeing John collapse, Michael immediately rushed to his side. This time, he could no longer control his emotions. "Chairman John." As he caught John, Michael shouted, "Chairman John, you must not lose consciousness." He pressed his hand tightly against the wound to stop the bleeding, muttering constantly, "You can't leave us like this." Suddenly, a stone deer appeared and prepared to attack Michael. Now he could only stare as it drew closer and closer. Then Michael turned back to look at John, Chairman John. In his heart, he told himself, "I will stay by your side until the very end." Watching everything from start to finish, Jay was deeply puzzled. "Why?" He asked coldly. "You can still respect that man even if it means risking your life." Michael stammered, unable to speak properly. Jay calmly added, "I truly don't understand." Hearing Jay's words, Michael could only stammer his name, Jay. But Jay simply continued calmly, "I understand why you respect John. It is because he rescued you from the slums. But what I cannot understand is that there were moments when your respect for John should have collapsed." After saying that, Jay continued, "John tried to steal the mercenary team's money." Jay's calm voice kept echoing through the chaotic space. "He poisoned me and turned me into his hunting dog." Recalling that moment, John had mercilessly called Michael a useless man. Then Jay revealed bluntly, "He even once planned to abandon you." But Michael answered without any surprise, "Is that so?" So Jay exposed how John had done countless dirty deeds while building his business empire. "Even now, your emotions show me that something still remains. So why has your respect still not cracked at all?" Faced with Jay's question, Michael hesitantly replied, "Yesterday, you asked me what respect means." After saying that, he continued, "I'm not smart enough to give some elegant definition, but I have my own opinion." After speaking, Michael suddenly gave a bitter and sorrowful smile. This made Jay stare blankly for a moment in confusion. After a while, Michael finally explained, "The person I respect is someone different from everyone else. For a child, simply growing up healthy is already something precious. And then there are people who make us want to become like them." Then he added faintly, "But they shine from somewhere far too high." Michael's voice seemed to catch in his throat. "So high we don't even dare dream of becoming like them." He quietly confessed, That is what he is to me. I realized that no matter how hard I try, I can never shine the way he does. Michael tried to sound calm as he said, I know he is no longer the person he once was. He admitted that. The thought I once tried so hard to deny, today I can no longer deny it. At this point, Michael suddenly raised his voice. But so what? He spoke with a strange stubbornness. When I chased after that star, I never lost my direction in life. As he recalled his childhood memories, Michael said, even if that star has gone out, the path I walked was never a lie. Of course, now that star can no longer be my guiding light. He stated firmly, but so what? What does that change? I swore loyalty to him. Michael's hand gripped the wound on John's chest tighter and tighter ever since he saved me. He is the person I respect most. And even now, he is still the person I respect. Though John was dazed, he heard every word. Michael, on the other side, said through emotional tears, and he is the person I will continue to respect. That is my answer to your question. Jay fell silent after hearing that and said nothing. But then Michael called his name, Jay. A sudden question left Jay stunned. Do you have someone you respect like that? Someone you want to become? One person appeared in Jay's mind. Remembering that time, Niles had warned him. You have to leave your opponent a way out. Otherwise, when they are cornered, they will fight you to the death. Then, on another day, he stood there talking to someone else. Do not think about expanding the shop into District 4. Hector has had his eye on that area for a long time. Then Jay remembered Niles generously handing something over. This is the pay you earned after running around for a month. We are all just trying to survive. So take care of yourself. In the end, Jay thought to himself, my words and actions on the surface are no different from his. Now he simply stood quietly and watched as everyone gathered around him. Boss, may I discuss something with you? Niles, how about stopping by for a drink? Then a thought suddenly flashed through Jay's mind. Everyone in the district loved Niles. Jay thought to himself, the colors reflected in the bowl were so vivid. He is someone with deep emotions, completely different from me. Jay wondered, if I were someone like Niles, would I be able to fully feel that rich spectrum of emotion? Someone living a life I could neither understand nor imitate. Gradually, Jay found his answer. Was the feeling I had back then respect? Then did I respect Niles? Just then, a mocking voice rang out. So this is where you were hiding, our dear customer. Vector swaggered forward and added, or rather, filthy traitors would be more fitting. After signaling his men to stop firing, he asked contemptuously, you dared to shoot at our leader? Michael turned back and stared at the scene behind him in disbelief. The Calais mercenary unit, all the guards, had they all been taken down? Then Vector spoke again. The money and time lost because this operation failed, and the blood shed by our leader and comrades. As soon as he finished speaking, he aimed his gun barrel at Jay. Then he threatened, we will make you pay for it with blood. Michael thought in panic, those are specially made bullets. Even Jay cannot block all of them with a shield. So he said, Jay, I will handle things here. Please take the representative and leave. Afraid Jay would refuse to go, Michael added, please. But Jay said there is no need. Hearing that, Michael turned back toward him in surprise. Then he was stunned to discover that Manhwa was surging behind Jay's eyes as they gradually shifted from turquoise to a mysterious purple. Anyone can form the first magic ring if they try hard enough. But from the second ring onward, everything is completely different. Remember, Grail had said back then that each new ring requires orbit stability to increase exponentially. With ordinary training methods, one could never reach the next level in an entire lifetime. He said calmly that what Jay needed to go further was enlightenment. As Jay summoned Mana, he thought, no one can determine exactly when enlightenment will occur. He clenched his fist and murmured that it varies from person to person, so no universal standard can be set. Remember this, Jay told himself, I have to become stronger. Mana always answers those who are honest with themselves. At last he settled on one thought, to chase the rainbow, and so Jay successfully summoned Mana. Chains surged out continuously from every direction, and Jay's power officially erupted. Its strength kept rising, directly proportional to his mana. They flew toward the stone deer, instantly stopping them from running away. Seeing everything stall, Vector urged them impatiently. Why are you still standing there? Break the shield. When his subordinates saw the stone deer suddenly charging toward them, they cried out in panic. What is this? Weren't all the beasts already running away? So he had no choice but to order, damn it, fire, you filthy animals. You dare attack humans, but because they had received Jay's mana. The stone deer possessed incredible strength and sharp perception, to the point that the mercenaries cried out in shock, impossible. They dodged every bullet, only now did Vector feel everything beginning to change. He started to panic completely as the stone deer, as if whipped into a frenzy, kept attacking the mercenary unit. Continuous screams echoed. Spare me, how is he dodging all of this? Michael thought, stunned. Impossible, he's recreating the summoning spell I just learned, just by watching and listening. As he glanced at Jay. Jay was equally astonished, and he's controlling multiple summoned creatures at once. Now Jay was fully focused on manipulating mana. After a while, the mysterious purple in his eyes finally faded. The stone deer had finished dealing with the mercenary. Now the vast space was left with only Michael and Jay. At this moment, Michael could only exclaim, truly a prodigy. Meanwhile, after attacking the enemies, the stone deer returned to their normal state, now licking each other's wounds. The scene was so peaceful, it made one think the aggressive stone deer had just been an illusion. While Jay was observing the situation, Veronica ran over, panicked, calling his name. Jay, retracting her words, immediately reported. The gem on its forehead disappeared. Over there, the smaller side was crying and shaking their heads, clearly hurt. Veronica was anxious. Jay, are you okay? John, bewildered, wondered, is it just a mutated creature with different skin? Then he added, I tried to capture it for study. Maybe I was mistaken because of sunstroke. As John denied it, Michael spoke. No, sir, he smiled gently, adding, perhaps you aren't mistaken. Because you're not the type to easily forget what you've seen. Jay glanced down and thought he's about to die. Just then she hesitated and called Jay. Veronica then pointed upward, extremely panicked. Look over there, an unimaginable scene appeared before their eyes. A stone deer with immense power appeared, radiating a dazzling light. Even a precious gem was embedded in its forehead. Unlike the other stone deer, it remained calm facing them. The sudden appearance of this special deer left Jay and Veronica wide-eyed. Michael, witnessing this for the first time, was speechless with surprise. John could only widen his eyes at the scene. His lips moved, before he could react, the special stone deer stepped forward. It walked steadily towards them, leaving everyone in awe. Gradually John's face showed clear reluctance and an indescribable emotion. Despite his efforts, he couldn't speak, only managed to exclaim. The deer suddenly spoke, you're the one who saved me back then. Jay, hearing this, wondered, what is this? Suddenly something caught his attention. Why does looking at that gem evoke such a familiar feeling in him? As the deer approached, John's reaction grew stronger. Seeing it within reach, his hands trembled violently. After many near misses, John finally touched it. This moved him deeply. Truly, it's you, beautiful, but before long the deer arched its body, escaping John's grasp. Suddenly, the gem on its forehead emitted a strange light. It seemed to activate a mysterious and powerful force. And indeed it did. Soon, water suddenly spouted from the front, targeting the other ordinary stone deer. Jay watched in awe. Before long, the water transformed into a heavy downpour. Puddles formed, directly reviving the barren desert. John, surprised, commented just like before and spoke along. Sir, this is truly a magnificent sight. At that moment, John's trembling voice rose. Michael, take this. Michael asked in surprise, what is it? He calmly replied, an Ignis bank card opened under your name. Then John added, the password is the date we first met. Since this is the finale, I should at least pay you severance. For Michael, this was like a lightning strike on a clear day, leaving him stunned. After reacting, Michael insisted, please don't say that, you'll be fine. Then stubbornly added, you will definitely be fine. Now Michael's optimism was painfully heartfelt. Then we can return to work. Or if you're tired, we can take a vacation together. Then John couldn't resist interrupting, shut up. He began to speak cruelly. You're too naive and useless, so I can't use you. Trash, not enough to hurt you, John added. Michael, someone like you is no longer needed, disappear. Tears streamed down his face, yet he kept saying, leave here immediately, useless. After speaking, John pushed him away forcefully. Michael's mood plummeted. He stammered, sir, but then tears began flowing uncontrollably. I've served you for 18 years. Michael stepped forward and held his hand. It's truly a great honor, sir. Even after saying this, tears kept falling. But a satisfied smile had already spread across his face. Now John could no longer hold back and admitted, I truly was a fool. Then he passed away peacefully, cradled in Michael's arms. The rain still had not stopped falling. Veronica was deeply moved as she witnessed the scene. A mysterious purple light suddenly appeared in the dark space. As soon as Jay saw him stand up, he asked, are you planning to move John's body? Michael replied, yes, we need to give him a proper funeral. Fortunately, the district's equipment was still intact. Then he quietly asked Jay, was I truly that much of a burden to him? Veronica immediately objected, that can't be true. Jay also denied it. That's not it. Hearing this, she turned to look at Jay in confusion. Jay then spoke up as well. John treated you strictly because he was worried about you. Thinking back to that time, Jay believed that during his final conversation with John, he had known that when John mentioned Michael, his heart was filled with white mana. Because of that, Jay was certain that to John, Michael was probably like family. That was why John did not want to entrust him with dirty work. In the end, Jay concluded, simply put, he cared about you. Meanwhile, Michael spoke hesitantly. But without him, he blamed himself sadly. I am just someone who cannot shine on my own. But Jay immediately rejected that self-deprecation. That's not true, Jay continued frankly. You seem like someone who can live and achieve what you want. This left Michael utterly surprised. Are you talking about me? Jay did not confirm it again, but in his heart he thought, I cannot inject emotions into Michael. He quietly recalled the past. The people he could not inject emotions into all shared one trait. A tiny star the size of a fingernail floated at the center of their soul. And that star most likely symbolized conviction, the strength to firmly believe in what they thought was right. Deep in Jay's heart, that very star gave them a great advantage in achieving their goals. Jay believed that such conviction could not be easily shaken. Thinking this, he spoke, you will do well. Though Michael was a little surprised at first, he gladly accepted those words. Thank you. After that, he turned and left, leaving Veronica and Jay behind. Only after Michael had gone did she speak excitedly. Jay, what you said just now was really nice. But Jay simply replied, I only said what I truly felt. Meanwhile, Veronica kept smiling as she said, when you used enslavement magic on that earthhorn just now, you realized something for a moment, didn't you? Then she added, there is no way I would fail to notice such powerful mana. Have you formed the second circle? Hearing that, Jay immediately denied it. No, it is 1.5 circles, higher than the first circle but not yet at the second. Veronica could not understand and asked, what does that mean? But he only said, I will explain once we return to the base. She thought in disappointment, so you are not planning to tell me right now again. But she still continued asking, what exactly was that earthhorn just now? Veronica looked into the distance and went on. It vanished into the sky along with a beam of light. It was truly beautiful. Just then, Curiosa's voice rang out. It truly was beautiful, so beautiful that I could not take my eyes off it for even a second. Then, with a voice full of regret, he said, I should have caught it. But I could not. If I had tried, I might have shattered like an ice statue. As soon as Jay saw him, he asked in confusion, where did that come from? Curiosa's smiling face changed completely the moment he saw Jay. Veronica was extremely startled. Is the shadow of the mask moving? Hearing this, Curiosa pretended to ponder and said, that issue is no less important. As soon as he finished speaking, he asked, what is your true identity? Seeing that Jay still did not say a word, Curiosa continued, no matter how I look at it, I simply cannot understand. You are not even a homunculus. And yet you are this emotionless. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. On top of that, you can even manipulate other people's emotions. That is a technique only doctors can use. Hearing this, Jay silently assessed him. This guy is dangerous. He used his skill and then discovered that Curiosa was a fourth circle mage. Jay immediately sent a silent message to Veronica. If a fight breaks out, run straight to the car, I will follow. She replied, all right, I understand. Seeing that Jay said nothing, Curiosa began to lose patience. Hey kid, why aren't you answering? He kept pressing him. I told you to answer me, didn't I? Hurry up and answer me. But Curiosa was still met only with dead silence. This ignited the fury inside him. Curiosa repeated only one sentence over and over. Answer me right now, answer me. He even launched into a threat. Before I tear you apart. But Jay simply stared at him calmly without the slightest trace of fear. Veronica was the complete opposite. She was so frightened that her face turned pale, feeling as though mana was crushing her body. Just then, Veronica's trembling hand was held by another hand. She looked at the owner of that hand in surprise, silently calling his name in her heart. Jay. Meanwhile, Curiosa still wore that ferocious expression as he spoke. If you do not answer right now, I will kill you. I will kill you. Yet Jay did not care in the slightest and even challenged him calmly. Try it if you can. His emotional ratio was abnormal. Pale purple mana was flooding his body. It was exactly like when Jay injected artificial emotions into Kylie. And the emotion tied to that flow of mana was, thinking this, Jay said, go ahead and kill me. Immediately after that, Jay added, if you kill me, the only one who can answer your questions will disappear forever. That was curiosity. Just as expected, Curiosa had shown an opening. Kid, enough with those cheap scare tactics. Jay replied calmly, you just spoke as if you could read my emotion. Then do you think I am the kind of person who lies for no reason? He calmly raised the point. I am the one asking questions, and you are the one who must answer. You had better answer. If you answer, I will answer in return as well. Suddenly an attack appeared right beside the two of them, terrifying Veronica. Curiosa answered excitedly. Are you proposing an exchange of questions? Fine, that sounds fair, just as he said. I do not know what you are curious about, but I ask one, you ask one. Jay quickly cut him off. The exchange rate is 4 for 1. Afraid it was not clear enough, he explained again, you ask 1, I ask 4. After hearing that, Curiosa could only grit his teeth and ask, are you joking? Kid, but Jay simply said, if you do not like that ratio, I can adjust it a little. 3 for 1, any lower than that and I will not agree. And so Curiosa began to calculate. Is this damn brat playing with me? Forget it. I have nothing to lose. If I do not like it, I can just kill them all. After a while, he finally decided. Fine, kid. What do you want to know? Jay's voice rang out again. First question, reveal your identity clearly. He answered smugly, I am Curiosa. As soon as he finished, Curiosa continued, the ring you are holding, Walter's ring. I am a high-ranking member of Madrid, the organization Walter once belonged to. Hearing that, Jay wondered, a ring exactly like Walter's, while he was still lost in thought. Curiosa spoke up again with a warning, do not waste time. Lying is useless because I can read your emotions. That made Jay think deeply. Curiosa. He recalled it. That was one of the names that had appeared in the photograph Walter possessed. After confirming it, Jay continued, good. At least we do not need to worry about lies. Second question, where did you suddenly appear from? It seems you had been watching me from before. Cariosa did not bother hiding it and answered directly, I was hiding in John's shadow. I witnessed every moment from the time John met you, though in the end I moved into the shadow of another corpse. Another question was raised. Third question, why were you hiding in John's shadow? He calmly continued, I was only following the organization's orders to monitor Blue. When Jay heard that unfamiliar name, he instinctively wanted to ask about Blue, but Cariosa flatly refused. Your turn is over. Now it is my turn. As soon as his turn came, Cariosa asked directly, how did you get Walter's ring? The answer Jay gave was more brief and concise than ever. I killed him. After receiving that answer, Cariosa suddenly froze, but very soon after he returned to normal. So that is how it was. He had always been an idiot anyway. Cariosa even took the chance to mock him, a blindly loyal fool. How pitiful. Hearing that, Jay thought to himself, just as I predicted, there was no reaction when he asked. Cariosa does not truly care about Walter, but about the ring. Next, Jay asked another question. Your turn is over. Now it is my turn. How did you know I had Walter's ring? Raising his own ring, Cariosa explained. Every high-ranking member has a ring like this. They are objects granted by the doctor. Cariosa's voice rang out evenly. Those rings can sense one another's locations and are engraved with a modified binding spell. Hearing this, Jay could not help thinking, a binding spell. Back then, Mr. Graham only detected and removed the energy-draining spell from the ring. Could that binding spell be so sophisticated that even his eyes could not recognize it? The question he wondered about most at that moment was, if that is true, then what kind of person is the doctor who cast that spell? But Jay did not say it aloud. Instead, he asked another question, the second question. Tell me about the rock deer you call Blue. Why is your organization monitoring it? Cariosa agreed happily. Fine, I will tell you. It is not exactly a major secret anyway. With that, Cariosa began to explain. The one we call Blue is a mystical creature that the organization has been monitoring for a long time. The blue gem on its forehead is the source of its power. Then he added, they say the gem, along with its memories, is passed on to the successor when the previous one died. After hearing that, Jay understood, so that is how it is. Veronica, on the other side, also began to think. Rock deer only live for about 15 years. I thought it could not be the same one from several decades ago, but if the memories are passed down, then it makes sense. Jay moved on to a new question. Next question, tell me about the organization Margaret. Cariosa answered in boredom. Margaret is the organization founded by that doctor. Its executives operate independently across the continent, following his orders. There are too many to count, with all kinds of divisions and names. Jay calmly assessed him. You do not seem very loyal to the organization. You only say everything when I ask. But afterward, Cariosa spoke up again. Right, then it is my turn. What is your identity? Before Jay could answer, Cariosa hurriedly asked another question. Are you a homunculus? Faced with that question, Jay only said, I do not know what a homunculus is. A second later, Jay calmly added, but I am human. Remembering the countless emotions and experiences from his childhood, Jay suddenly felt his throat tight. He could not say another word. Just then, Veronica's small hand gently tightened around his. Although she said nothing, the determined look on her face gave him an immeasurable amount of strength. This was completely outside Jay's data, so he was extremely surprised. Then Jay continued, I am just a human. I belong nowhere, just a wandering orphan. After hearing that, Cariosa replied with a trace of satisfaction. I see, human. Some things would not fit if you were one of the proud, many-layered race. Before he could enjoy himself for long, Jay quickly spoke again. Now it is my turn again. Tell me about that doctor. And so Cariosa began a long explanation. The doctor is the head of Margaret. He also raised every current executive. After pausing for a second, he added, but no one knows his true identity. He always hides his face behind a mask and glasses, then uses a voice changer. Jay thought to himself that the adult holding those children in that photo had to be the doctor. Even so, he asked outwardly, the power stones the members carry, I heard they were issued by the organization. Cariosa replied with a hint of surprise in his voice, you know quite a lot, do you not? The doctor hands them out like military gear. But they are fakes. This time Jay was the one surprised. Fakes, Cariosa revealed calmly. The one the doctor keeps is the real one. After saying that, Cariosa added, he has a gem with the exact same shape and size as the one embedded in Blue's forehead. Only the color is different. Hearing that, Jay blurted out, the rainbow was split into 7 pieces. Cariosa did not expect him to know that too, so he said, so you know about the rainbow? Jay replied calmly, there is no mage who does not. Meanwhile, Veronica thought to herself, he looks so excited. Cariosa spoke again carelessly, you are thinking the doctor's gem might be one piece of the rainbow, that he built the organization, and sent the executives to gather the remaining pieces. After saying that, he tapped along and said, I think so too. But Jay ignored it and only asked his next question. You can read other people's emotions. So what do you mean when you say only the doctor can manipulate emotions? Now Cariosa frowned again. I can sense emotion. Whether I want to or not, it is a curse. All because of that damned doctor, the one I want to tear apart. Jay asked curiously, you hate him that much? But Cariosa answered angrily, do you think such a weak phrase is enough to describe my rage? While Veronica stood beside them, silently impressed. He follows up his question so smoothly. Jay had already continued pressing him. Then why are you still following him? As soon as he finished speaking, a surge of power suddenly erupted. This time, Cariosa was truly furious. If I could, I would have cut him down long ago. If not for that damned ability of his. After saying that, he spoke with rare seriousness. That is exactly why I feared you when I saw you. Your emotions are abnormal. It is almost as if you feel nothing at all. Then Cariosa spoke in a gloomy voice. And when you controlled mana in the air, I saw you amplify another person's desires. Now Jay no longer bothered to hide it. I am also searching for the rainbow somewhere. Then he asked in rapid succession, how can I meet the doctor? Is the doctor a mage? How many rings are there? Hearing that, Cariosa replied wearily, what are you talking about? Even if you meet the doctor controlling emotions. Suddenly, he froze for a second, as if he had discovered something extremely strange. As Cariosa looked at him, he thought, this brat does not sense emotions at all. Meanwhile, Jay still spoke. You understand now, I do not feel emotions, and even if I do, I can suppress them in an instant. Those words seemed to accidentally hit his sense of humor. For some reason, Cariosa then agreed to this proposal. Fine, kid, I will tell you how to meet the doctor. Cariosa smiled coldly, his tone full of disdain. That professor, without the ability to control other people's emotions and force them to obey him, is so weak that he could die from the slightest touch. He shrugged lightly and continued, so taking the rainbow piece from him would be child's play. Jay kept his gaze calm and asked directly, then where can I find him? Cariosa chuckled softly, his eyes flashing as he prepared to use his ability. You will not find him. In the moment Jay let his guard down, he quickly made his move and took the ring from him. Cariosa raised the ring. His voice sank as if he were performing a ritual. I will adjust the ring's screening magic for you. He slipped the ring onto his hand, and a dim light radiated from the metal surface. Cariosa looked at Jay and continued explaining its new function. Now you can use it to find the locations of your friends, the other executors. Of course, the others, whether executors or assassins, will not be able to find you. Jay closed his eyes for a moment, sensing the flow of mana spreading from the ring. I can sense 4 other rings, excluding Cariosa's ring. Jay continued to focus, pinpointing the locations of the remaining targets. All of the remaining rings were located along the Elton River. He opened his eyes, his voice dropping as he understood what he had to do next. You mean I have to defeat all the other executors? Cariosa smiled meaningfully, as if he had been waiting for that question all along. Exactly. When they fall one by one, the professor will be forced to show himself. Now, I have told you how to meet the professor. Cariosa tilted his head, his gaze sharpening as he turned the question back to Jay. Now it is my turn to ask a question. How can you control other people's emotions? The moment the question ended, Jay's expression changed at once, becoming heavier. Jay looked straight at him, his voice turning cold as if he were guarding an important secret. I cannot tell you that. Cariosa frowned, clearly displeased with the outright refusal. What? Veronica flinched slightly. Jay narrowed his eyes, his voice low and skeptical. What did you just say? He stood there calmly. His cold gaze replied, when we agreed to exchange questions, I never said I would answer all of yours. Jay spoke decisively as if to end everything. Besides, this exchange ends here. I have nothing more to ask. A flood of questions ran through his mind, but Jay restrained them. Actually, I have many things I want to ask. He remained cautious, his gaze slightly darkening in thought. But I don't know how Cariosa will act if his curiosity is satisfied. He gritted his teeth, his expression growing uncomfortable. The arrogant kid. Cariosa raised his hand, mana gathering around him as if signaling an attack. I will tear you apart. Jay remained still. His sharp eyes noticed the anomaly in the other's expression. Deception, his body showed curiosity rather than anger. Veronica stepped forward, quick to intervene before things became dangerous. You should save what intrigues you most for last. That way you can preserve your anticipation. She kept her voice calm, offering a simple example. That is why I always leave the strawberry on top for last. The moment she spoke, the space seemed to freeze. Both sides fell silent. Veronica felt awkward, realizing she had said something odd. I mean, she muttered inwardly, her face slightly flushed. Why did I even interfere in this? He smirked slightly, seemingly persuaded by her unexpected explanation. Makes sense. Cariosa stared at Jay, his eyes flashing unpredictable interest. White child, I will keep an eye on you. His voice carried a strange mix of anticipation and delight. As the red child said, I will save the greatest joy for last. Cariosa chuckled lightly, his eyes gleaming with pleasure at the thought of what lay ahead. I am looking forward to you. The surrounding space began to swirl. His body gradually dissolved into the strange vortex. Then, until we meet again, arrogant child. The space fell silent as Cariosa vanished, leaving the two standing in bewilderment. Veronica gasped, clutching her chest, still not fully calm. I thought I was done for, but will we be okay? She frowned in thought, her gaze still fixed on where he had disappeared. We didn't answer what he was most curious about. Jay extended his hand calmly. Hold my hand. He explained briefly, his voice even. I intentionally didn't answer because that was exactly what he was most curious about. That way I can continue to use him to my advantage. Jay continued, now let's return to our resting spot. He looked at her thinking that Veronica had maintained the barrier throughout the battle. She needed rest. She forced a smile, her body trembling slightly from exhaustion. Understood, honestly I feel like I'm about to faint too. The two moved quickly, getting into the car and leaving with tension still lingering. Jay focused on driving. His gaze fixed ahead while Veronica stared blankly outside. Suddenly she gasped, eyes wide at something in the distance. Jay, Veronica pointed ahead, her voice urgent as if she had spotted something important. Jay looked, he followed her point, tilting his head to glance at the distant scene with caution. On the high mountain ahead, a herd of stone deer stood still as if waiting. Leading the herd was the familiar blue stone deer, alongside little Fen. It called happily, eyes bright upon seeing the two below. She smiled gently, emotions swelling at seeing Fen safe. Fen, I thought you had left with your family already. Veronica tilted her head, her voice soft as if speaking to a close friend. Did you come back to say goodbye? The mother stone deer looked down, eyes gentle as if understanding their feeling. It slowly closed its eyes, bowing as a sincere thank you to the two. Jay was silent, sensing the genuine gratitude from the creature. He closed his eyes slightly, returning the unspoken greeting and appreciation. She waved, smiling softly as she said her final farewell. Goodbye, Fen, grow up strong and healthy. After speaking, Veronica sat down, her body gradually relaxing after the recent emotions. She smiled gently. Her voice carried relief. It's such a relief to see Fen happy with his family, and we even got a proper goodbye. Veronica turned to Jay, her gaze more serious as if wanting to ask something. But hey, Jay, she hesitated slightly, yet decided to speak. I have a question, you don't mind, do you? Veronica faltered, her eyes worried as she prepared to ask a sensitive question. She took a deep breath, then asked what she still didn't understand. What did he mean about controlling emotions? After asking, Veronica looked at him, eyes expectant yet anxious. Jay remained silent for a moment. His gaze darkened as if considering something. It seemed the time had come. He kept a calm voice, eyes forward. I will explain everything once we return to the area. The server approached the table, placing a bowl of soup and smiling kindly. The food has arrived. Philip nodded lightly, reaching for the dish politely. Thank you, he smiled, pushing the plate of food toward Jay while introducing the restaurant. This place is famous for tasty, cheap, and generous portions. You must be tired after today, eat while it's hot. Philip suddenly remembered something important. Lynn looked up with curiosity. Oh, what about John and Kylie? Is the plan going smoothly? He placed his hands on the table, eyes serious as he prepared to speak. First, there's something I need to tell you. Jay paused slightly as if considering how to phrase this properly. He looked directly at them, his voice deepening as he revealed his ability. I can see other people's emotions. Jay put his hand on the table, speaking calmly and clearly. Every mana has a color and I can see those colors with my eyes. He continued, eyes darkening as he described how emotions influence it. When a person feels a certain emotion, the corresponding colored mana begins to move. And I can tell what they're feeling by looking at the color of the mana gathering in the container near their heart. Philip widened his eyes, asking, so that means you're seeing our emotions right now? Jay nodded lightly, confirming it naturally without hesitation. Exactly, Veronica lowered his head in thought. Mana has colors. If that's true, the entire academic world would be turned upside down. He shook his head. Unable to fully believe the absurd claim he just made, I found it hard to accept. Emotions have colors and you can see them. Day looked straight at the two of them, his voice steady as he began describing what he saw. Looking at your containers, I see dark blue mana, which usually represents confusion. Day shifted his gaze to her, observing more closely before speaking. Looking closely at Veronica's container, I see shame, disappointment, regret, and a bit of disorientation. Veronica immediately blushed, quickly speaking to stop him out of embarrassment. I believe you. Can you stop now? Philip chuckled lightly, interjecting half jokingly. Besides, he's not the type to lie, quite surprising. He wiped his face, his voice lowering as he revealed more of his ability. Moreover, I can manipulate other people's emotions. Day turned to call the waiter. His tone was normal, but nothing happened. Sorry, she asked, startled. What? He frowned, repeating the key word with a suspicious tone. Manipulate. The waiter approached the table, bowing slightly with politeness. Do you need anything? He took out money, speaking casually. I forgot to tip you. Day placed the coin on the table, pushing it gently toward the waiter. Here, your tip. The waiter's eyes lit up, surprised and delighted at the tip. Thank you so much. Even a superhuman, really generous. Veronica panicked. Philip tilted his head, astonished, whispering, "It's just a superhuman." He kept bowing repeatedly, clearly moved by what seemed a small gesture. Thank you so much." He waved his hand lightly, his voice soft as if signaling the conversation was over. "All right, I understand, you may go," Day continued explaining. "Simply put, I can inject an emotion into someone else's container." He continued more seriously. "Of course, I can only do it if that emotion already exists in their container," he responded honestly. Amazing, Philip suddenly remembered something important, asking cautiously, "Have you ever injected emotions into us before?" Day shook his head lightly, answering straightforwardly, "Not yet. Some people's emotions can't be manipulated, including yours." He sighed in relief, truly relieved. Philip leaned back in his chair, nodding in realization. Either way, this is a big advantage for future trips. Veronica softly called his name. With a serious gaze, Day, she looked at him directly, voice slowing as if probing the truth behind it. "Are you hiding anything else from us?" Day looked straight at him, voice slowing as if inspecting the hidden truth. "I also—" Day paused slightly, his gaze darkening briefly before continuing. "I cannot sense emotions." Veronica and Philip froze, eyes wide at the unexpected revelation. He continued explaining, his voice steady as if speaking of a familiar truth. "More precisely, my emotional range is very narrow." Day continued explaining, his tone steady as if describing a familiar fact. "Even if I focus fully, I can only sense a few types, and they last only briefly." Imagined reactions appeared in his mind, his voice filled with unease. "What? This is the first time I've known this, a bit scary." She echoed, somewhat chilling. Day sat silently, eyes distant as imagined thoughts gradually formed, but reality is different. Philip just nodded lightly as if understanding. "I see." She looked at him, voice gentle but not fearful. "I've found you strange from the start." He chuckled lightly. "Yeah, everything makes sense now." Veronica nodded, her expression relaxed as if a long-standing question had been answered. "Indeed." Day looked up, eyes wavering as he realized their reaction was completely different from his imagination. "Why? Why aren't you scared or finding this weird?" She smiled, tilting her head at him. "Come on, we're friends." Philip propped his hands on the table, speaking naturally as if it were obvious. "As a friend, of course you'd understand." Veronica suddenly changed her attitude, resting her chin on her hand and looking at him mischievously. "Day, you have to speak up too. Say that Veronica and Philip are my friends, and Veronica is the most beautiful in the world." He immediately turned to object, looking helpless at that overconfidence. "Veronica, have you ever heard of something called a conscience?" Watching the two of them teasing each other, he felt a new emotion rising within. Day closed his eyes slightly, as if realizing something important about this relationship. "Friends, I get it now, we're friends." The next day, Philip walked beside the two and said, "Really? So that was what happened with John and Kylie." The deer already had the blue gem and then a red-level manager named Curiosa. He continued thinking. His voice lowered. "Maybe from now on we have to trust the red-level managers. They're getting more and more dangerous." Day kept walking steadily, eyes forward, replying calmly, "Yeah, but we're also going upstream on the Elton River." The plan didn't change much. Veronica frowned, doubtful about the accuracy of the information received. But is that information trustworthy? What if those kids were lying? The three suddenly stopped in front of an old house, the surrounding space falling silent. She looked around, eyes widening in surprise as she realized there was unexpectedly a clue about the black rain here. Philip stepped forward, knocked on the door, and called politely, "Is anyone here? Hello." He waited a moment, then said when there was no response, "No one inside." He stood behind, eyes focused as he sensed something. Someone was inside. Day looked directly, using his power to detect mana signs inside the house. A faint image appeared in his mind. "I see a container with black mana behind the door." Philip didn't hesitate, pushing the door open to step inside with curiosity and slight caution. He began scanning around and said, "There's really no one here." Veronica stayed outside, calling after him as she saw him enter. Day approached a large wooden crate in the corner. His eyes serious, he called out calmly but firmly as if he already knew the owner's identity. "Uncle Hender." He continued speaking, eyes fixed on the crate. "I want to talk to you about the black rain." Philip stood behind, saying, "So there really was someone here." And she stared at the chest, whispering softly, "Inside a chest." He breathed a sigh of relief as he finally escaped the tight spot. "Thank you for pulling me out." Hender scratched his head awkwardly, explaining why he ended up in that strange situation. "I hid because I thought you were debt collectors. Unexpectedly, I got stuck." He looked at him, a hint of sympathy rising at the unfortunate circumstance. "Poor guy." Veronica frowned slightly, silently complaining at the strong smell of alcohol. Hender stood steady, eyes becoming more serious as he brought up the important topic. "You mentioned asking about the black rain." He stared at Day, eyes slightly unusual as if realizing something. "Not you." Hender's eyes fixed on the bottle in Day's hand, pupils trembling with shock. Epsilon number 3 and in black no less. Realizing the true value of the rare bottle, he immediately lunged to grab it. Day remained calm, eyes sharp as if forcing cooperation. "Could you tell me the detail?" Hender clenched his jaw, hands trembling from frustration and discomfort. at not getting the bottle. He slowly recounted. These sprouts aren't ordinary. They don't die even in the black rain. They sprout even in polluted soil. I didn't water them, yet they grew on their own. Veronica watched the strange sprouts with curiosity. I've never seen these plants in any botanical book. This is the first time I've encountered these sprouts. He crossed his arms, connecting the details, then asked, "You mean they grew from the seeds you received and planted, right?" He scratched his head, slightly embarrassed, recalling the event. Actually, someone had dropped them. Edel sighed, eyes becoming distant in recollection. About 3 months ago, I saw a traveler collapse in the desert. He shrugged, voice slightly embarrassed but honest about initial thoughts. I thought he was dead, so I checked if there was anything to take. As Handel reached to search, the person who seemed dead suddenly sprang up, grabbing his wrist and startling him. Lucas's voice weak as if about to expire, hands pleading desperately, "Give me food." Lucas took the portion offered. Without hesitation, he began eating ravenously. Lucas wiped his mouth, then sighed in relief. "Thank you. Tastes awful, but at least I can eat. I'm still a little hungry." Or clenched teeth muttering, "That madman ate 16 boxes of food in a row." Lucas's eyes grew serious, talking about repaying the debt. "I can't leave this debt unpaid." Lucas reached into his pocket, pulled out a small item and lightly tossed it to him, eyes calm. "Take this." Handel caught it. Immediately he thought about its value rather than meaning. "Is this a precious living seed? How much could it sell for?" he asked again. "What kind of seed is this?" Lucas had no intention of explaining further, just gestured, "Try it, just try it." Lucas's voice carried one last time in the sandstorm. Soft but clear, "When the time comes, you will know for yourself." Handel's eyes still looked annoyed as he remembered that strange meeting from the day before, then he spoke irritably. "Yes, that was all he said. He was clearly giving me." He sighed, his face both sullen and somewhat interested as he recalled it. "Even though it really annoyed me, I was also quite curious." Handel began gesturing with his hand. He described it again. Not only could the living seeds grow without water and remain unaffected by black rain, but he also showed me something strange called magic. On top of that, he was handsome too, another astonishing result. His gaze grew distant as he remembered that traveler. His voice lowered, filled with suspicion. "It felt as though I was looking at something that was not human." Handel kept shaking his head. He still seemed unable to make sense of that strange person. He ate an unbelievable amount, yet gave off an extremely mysterious feeling. After listening from beside them, Philip kept analyzing it in his mind. A mage who is not human. He turned his eyes toward her, his gaze serious. "Veronica, what do you think? Do we need those seeds?" She hesitated for a moment, then quickly nodded. "Ah, yes, I think they will help with finding a way to treat magic poisoning." He turned back to look at him, his tone very relaxed. "Handel, how many seeds do you still have?" He remembered, thought for a moment, then said, "They were stuffed somewhere in a corner of my house. Probably around 4 seeds, but why?" He did not hesitate at all, his eyes calm as he made the offer. "Very simple. We will buy them all for 10,000 spirit crystals each." Handel blinked a few times, clearly surprised by the number he had just heard. "Seeds, huh? Let me see." His mind quickly began calculating. A flash of greed appeared in his eyes. "Isn't this a huge opportunity? He really does look like a noble family's child. If I play this right, I can drain him dry of every coin he has." He pretended to be dissatisfied. "Don't you think that price is too low?" He kept his calm gaze. "Then how about 12,000 spirit crystal?" Handel crossed his arms, his eyes cunning. "Think carefully now." His expression did not change at all and his voice became more decisive. 15,000. I will not pay any higher." He showed his dissatisfaction, thinking, how stingy. Handel raised an eyebrow. His voice dragged out as though he were making a reasonable proposal. "If you pay 30,000 spirit crystals, I will consider it. That is a total of 120,000 spirit crystals. Otherwise, I will have to refuse." Suddenly, a deep, violent voice rang out from behind them, cutting off the negotiation. "Found you." His eyes were full of killing intent, fixed on him like a beast that had caught his scent. "Handel, you bastard, you finally showed your face. Do you still remember what I said last time?" He tightened his grip on the hammer and stepped closer, wearing a cold smile as his voice sank. "The next time you fail to repay your debt, we'll hunt you down and beat you to a pulp. Hiding here, are you? Today is the day you die." Without hesitating for even another second, the man raised his hammer high, cruelty flashing in his eyes before he brought it down. "You're dead." Handel backed away in panic, his whole body trembling. He hurriedly raised both hands to shield his face. Jay stood still and watched the scene before stepping forward and saying, "Shall I help you?" Mana flowed around his body, forming an invisible resistance that stopped the descending blow. Handel's eyes widened in shock and he stammered, unable to hide both his fear and astonishment. "Magic. He thought he is." Jay glanced lightly toward him and said calmly, "I can use it too." Handel swallowed dryly, sweat pouring from his forehead. The thoughts in his mind grew even more chaotic. A mage. Handel immediately bent down and begged, his voice trembling with despair. "Please, I am begging you, please save me." Jay turned his head to look at him. His gaze was cold. 120,000 spirit crystals. Think carefully. After all, this is your life we are talking about." Handel's voice cracked with panic. What? His mind kept screaming, damn brat. Jay remained standing in front of him, his eyes completely steady. This is not the time to hesitate. Handel trembled and said, but Jay tilted his head slightly, his voice calm yet carrying invisible pressure. The fee will keep rising, 130-40. In the end, with no other choice left, he shouted in despair, fine, 120,000, I will pay. After resolving the trouble, the three of them quickly returned to the car and immediately left the area. Veronica leaned back in her seat, her voice gentle but filled with curiosity. Speaking of which, I wonder what kind of person that traveler is. Jay stayed focused on driving and replied calmly, he is most likely someone traveling through many areas to research the Black Rain. For now, that possibility seems the highest. A hint of hope lit up in her eyes when she heard that guess, as though she had found a clearer direction. Really? If so, that would be wonderful. Jay noticed the unusual expression on Philip's face as he sat silently, so he asked directly, Philip, is something bothering you? Jay continued observing him, his sharp gaze as if he had already seen through his emotions. I can tell just by looking that you are upset. Philip gave a faint, forced smile and lowered his eyes. I cannot hide it anymore. Nothing gets past you, Jay. Philip sighed softly, his voice sinking. It is just that in District 48, I could not find even the slightest bit of information about my mother. He lightly clenched his hand, disappointment clear in his eyes despite his attempt to stay calm. I did not expect to find her immediately, but I thought there would at least be some kind of clue. Jay stayed silent for a moment, then spoke with certainty. I am sure your mother did not go too far. There is a limit to how far one person can travel. Jay continued, his eyes still facing forward while his voice carried clear reassurance. I believe we will find a clue in the next area. Philip gave a slight nod, his gaze softening a little when he heard those encouraging words. Yes, I hope so too. The car gradually slowed down and came to a complete stop. He immediately opened the door and stepped out. Jay's voice was brief but clear, announcing their next destination. We're here. He raised his head and looked ahead. His eyes narrowed slightly as he confirmed the location on the map in his mind. Area 47. In Day's mind, he quickly recalculated the distance and travel time. This time it took 8 days. Each area is taking less than a day. Veronica hurried after him and asked worriedly, Day. She turned to look at him, uncertainty in her voice. Why did you say we should change our approach? The gangs might target us. Day gave a slight shrug. His gaze was calm, as if he had already calculated every possible risk. It's fine. Philip did not understand and repeated, it's fine. He turned his back. His voice grew lower, as if he were reaffirming his decision to himself one more time before taking action. Yes, Day's gaze turned ice cold, and his entire presence changed as mana began circulating around his body. His voice carried unmistakable killing intent. That was my goal from the start. The sky gradually turned dark gray. Gentle gusts of wind swept through the empty street, making the air grow even colder. A thug was approached right before his eyes, and before he could react, he was struck hard and sent flying into the water. Day stepped forward and slammed his foot against the wall right beside the man's head. Answer me. He leaned down slightly, his voice low but full of pressure. Who is the leader of your gang? Veronica watched from behind and sighed inwardly. This is already the 26th time. The man trembled. His eyes were filled with panic, and his voice stammered as he tried to answer in order to stay alive. 15. She frowned slightly when she heard the familiar name repeated yet again. Delusion again, he stood beside her, raised his head, and added before that it was Dunning right. Day pulled his foot back and ordered in a cold voice, Go tell your leader that I have business to discuss. Tell him to come to Fronen Inn on 16th Street. The man quickly nodded over and over, not daring to delay another second. Yes, he clasped his hands behind his back, his gaze thoughtful as he began analyzing the situation in this area. It looks like 2 gangs are dividing this area between them. Philip continued speaking, his tone even but clearly analytical. For an area this large, there should be at least 5 gangs, maybe even several dozen. But so far, only those 2 names have appeared. He nodded slightly at his own reasoning. That means they have the ability to control that many people. Philip took a light breath and delivered his final conclusion with a somewhat tense expression. On this scale, they must have at least 200 people, he thought to himself. 200 people? He walked ahead in silence. In his mind, his thoughts quickly shifted in a more favorable direction. Then that's good news. The more manpower they have, the easier it will be to gather information. After walking a little farther, she suddenly stopped, her eyes lighting up when she spotted a bookstore by the road. Veronica pointed toward it. There was a hint of excitement in her voice. Day, look over there. Her eyes were expectant as she made her suggestion, clearly not wanting to miss this chance. Can we stop here for a bit? I want to see if they have any materials about the Black Rain. He did not object and replied. Sure. As soon as they stepped inside, Veronica was immediately overwhelmed by the scale of the place. It's huge. She quickly walked deeper inside. Her gaze became focused again and her voice was full of determination. Then I'll look for research materials. Philip also headed in another direction, interest in his eyes. I'll go that way. I want to learn more about finance. See you later. He stood there for a moment, his gaze sweeping across the vast library space. Jae's gaze stopped on a woman standing nearby. Her familiar appearance made him unconsciously pay more attention than usual. He raised his head and looked at the bookshelf in front of him. His eyes settled on a row of colorful illustrated books, and a simple thought briefly appeared in his mind. Picture books, a memory suddenly returned, the image of a woman telling stories to children echoing in Dae's mind. It carried a vague feeling he could not name. Come to think of it, Mrs. Viola often told the children many interesting stories. He paused slightly. His gaze lingered longer on those books, as if he were searching for something familiar from the past. I wonder if those stories are in these books. Just as Dae reached out and touched a book on the shelf, it unexpectedly slipped out of place and fell to the floor. The woman nearby turned around, bent down to pick up the book, and handed it back to him with a gentle smile. Oh, you dropped this book. Lena held the book out toward him. Her gaze was friendly but also carried a hint of curiosity as she observed Dae. Here you go. He took the book, but his expression suddenly changed when he looked closely at the face of the woman before him. She tilted her head slightly, noticed something unusual in his gaze, and spoke up to ask. Her tone remained calm. Is something wrong? Lena continued looking straight into Dae's eyes. This time there was a touch of probing in her voice when he did not respond right away. Is there a problem? Dae's gaze briefly swept around, then stopped on the empty space before him as he replied. No. Cold deductions flashed through his mind as he observed the energy. Radiating from the other person's body was the aura of a second circle mage with a red gem. Jae lightly clenched his hand, sensing the ring, but there was no reaction at all. Walter's ring did not react, so she was not an executive. His gaze lowered, as though tracing each line of chaotic emotion. But the strange thing was, Jae quickly analyzed in his mind. His eyes sharpened. Her body contained an unusual amount of negative emotion. She should have been suffering from mana poisoning, yet she looked completely normal. Was she controlling her own emotions? I should investigate this. From behind, Philip's voice rang out, breaking his train of thought and pulling Jae back to reality. There you are, Jae. He walked closer with a stack of books in his arms. His face looked a little tired, but he still gave a faint smile. Great, could you help me carry these? Jae froze briefly for a moment. His eyes still held a trace of lingering thought. He suddenly stood still. Jae wondered inwardly, his gaze still following the woman's figure. Is there something that surprising? A strange association suddenly flashed through his mind as he compared their facial features. Now that I think about it, she looks like Philip. Lena smiled faintly, her gaze sweeping over the two of them before she spoke with goodwill. He must be your companion. Philip looked slightly dazed by the unexpected remark. She looked at the stack of books in Philip's arms. Her eyes carried a hint of surprise and curiosity. How impressive. You look so young, yet you are already reading books this difficult. He awkwardly tried to say something, his lips parting, but the words had not yet formed. Excuse me, may I? Lena nodded lightly, turned around, and left. Her gentle voice echoed back from behind. Well then, I will be going first. Her footsteps gradually faded, leaving behind a passing farewell full of hidden meaning. I hope we meet again. The two of them stood still, watching Lena's back disappear into the library and vanish from sight. Jae turned to him, his gaze becoming serious, and his voice lowering as he raised an important question. Philip, do you think that woman could be your mother? Philip froze slightly. His eyes wavered. I do not know either. Philip lowered his head a little. His voice slowed as he tried to make sense of the situation in his heart. I am not sure. If she were my mother, would she not have recognized me? Another possibility flashed through his mind, making him lower his head as his eyes grew troubled. But what if she was deliberately pretending not to recognize me? Jae narrowed his eyes slightly, observing Philip's expression, while a vague guess surfaced in his mind. Is he afraid? Afraid that his mother abandoned him? Jae spoke calmly, his steady voice seeming to pull Philip's thoughts back to reality. I do not think so. She is a mage, and her necklace also has a red gem. Philip paused slightly. It was as if he had just remembered an important detail he had overlooked. A necklace? Now I remember. Jae's eyes remained thoughtful. His voice was decisive. Let us investigate just to be sure. Philip nodded lightly, quickly regaining his composure. I will add her to the intelligence team's list. Philip glanced around the bookshelves, then turned back and asked, by the way, Jae, have you chosen any books yet? Jae answered quickly, not yet. Just then, Veronica walked closer and said, are you two both here? Philip was just about to explain when she quickly caught up with the conversation, looking excited. What? Someone who looks like Philip's mother came here. Philip waved his hand lightly, looking uncertain, his voice somewhat awkward. No, she only looked a little similar. Veronica tilted her head in thought, a spark of hope flashing in her eyes. But who knows? She smiled faintly, as if trying to encourage him on this long journey. Maybe you will be the first among us to achieve your goal. An unfamiliar voice suddenly rang out, cutting into their conversation. What did you just say? Junin stepped forward, his tone mixed with warning and irritation. I told you not to cause trouble in Melem's territory. Do you have a problem? Melem immediately shot back, his eyes icy and his voice full of killing intent. Do you want to die, Junin? Jay took a slight step back. He lowered his voice and said to Veronica, "Those two are Melem and Junin, right?" She looked back and forth between both sides, her eyes becoming cautious. "It looks like they came looking for us." Veronica frowned, not understanding why those two had suddenly started arguing. "But why are they arguing so quietly?" Junin stepped forward and pointed straight at Jay's group. His voice carried anger. "So it was you people who dared to touch our men. Did you think you could mess with my gang and still walk away peacefully?" He glanced toward Melem, making his contempt and annoyance obvious. "Melem, move aside, do not interfere, weakling." Melem glared at him. His voice dropped into a provocative growl. "What? You are the one who should move aside, want to fight?" Junin did not hesitate, his eyes flashing fiercely. "Yeah, let us do it." Philip stood behind them, frowning as he observed the situation, then whispered, "Their relationship is even worse than I thought." Veronica looked anxiously at both sides and said, "If this keeps going, will they not really start fighting?" Jay silently observed, his gaze calm, but his mind had already begun analyzing the situation. Maybe. He narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing the fluctuations of mana and noticing something unusual in their emotion. But instead of anger, they were filled with hesitation. "It looks like they are only trying to scare each other." Jay let out a light breath and made a decision when he saw that the situation could spiral out of control. Even so, if this continues, it could escalate into a major problem. "Since I'm already here, I might as well settle this." He slightly raised his hand, eyes cold as he silently activated his ability. Invisible energy crept through. It gently seeped into Milam's body unnoticed. The power continued to spread, slowly infiltrating Junin's body discreetly. Both suddenly froze. A wave of discomfort rose that they couldn't understand. Thoughts of unease flooded their minds simultaneously. An unusual irritation surged. "Oh, why is he so annoying today?" He gritted his teeth, eyes sharpening with intensity. "That bastard." He clenched his fists, negative emotions surging and twisting his thoughts. "Did I hate him this much all along?" Both froze for a moment, as if pushed to their limits by their own emotion. The last of their restraint shattered, and both of them nearly lost control under the surging wave of emotion. "I can't take it anymore," Junin roared, his voice filled with killing intent. He ordered his men without the slightest hesitation. "Kill them all," one subordinate panicked. He hurriedly reminded him, "Boss, you said we weren't supposed to fight no matter what." Melon spun around, shouting loudly. He could no longer maintain his earlier calm. "What are you still standing there for? Fight," the subordinate faltered, his voice trembling. "But you said we'd be at a disadvantage if we fought." He spoke through clenched teeth, his gaze cold as ice, directly threatening his own subordinates. "Shut up and kill them all. I'll personally deal with anyone who keeps standing still." The subordinates on both sides looked at one another for a moment, then rushed forward together, and the atmosphere instantly descended into chaos. Shouts rang out as one subordinate swung his weapon. He charged forward with clear killing intent. "Die, you bastards!" In the middle of the brawl, someone else screamed in pain after being hit by a sudden blow. My hand, my hand!" Jay, Philip, and Veronica stood silently amid the chaos. Their eyes followed the battle before them. Jay lowered his gaze slightly. In his mind, he began analyzing the movement patterns of emotions. There were only two paths. Either they faded away or they grew stronger. Jay continued observing and noticed a clear change in the emotional flow of the two opponents. In the second case, if emotions accumulated beyond the critical point, his gaze sharpened as he imagined the inevitable consequence. They would explode outward through action. Jay watched silently, understanding that the actions unfolding before him were merely the result of lost control. Emotions that shattered all balance, like that would lead to unpredictable action. But once those emotions were exhausted, no matter how. He exhaled softly, his gaze easing as he realized the law of balance was gradually returning. Even a vessel that had once shattered would return to equilibrium. Jay looked at the two people locked in combat, as if confirming his own reasoning. Just like now, his eyes shifted slightly as he thought. Their anger had clearly subsided, even though they were still fighting. Perhaps because of their pride amid the chaos, both Junin and Melon Batchel shared one exhausted thought. "I don't want to fight anymore." He froze for a brief instant. His eyes wavered as he began to doubt his own actions. "Why am I fighting?" Melon shouted, "You bastard!" He pointed straight at him, his voice filled with anger and the suspicion of betrayal. "You think I don't know you kidnapped our people?" Junin immediately shot back, his eyes flashing with fury at being blamed. "Bullshit, you're the ones who took them." Melon gritted his teeth and kept pressing him. He leveled an even heavier accusation. "You sold them to another organization." Junin could no longer hold himself back and his anger flared again. "Damn it. I'll kill you." Just as both sides were about to charge at each other again, Jay suddenly stepped forward to intervene. Junin whipped around, his eyes blazing with anger at being stopped. "You?" Melon also turned immediately, his voice full of irritation. "Who do you think you are?" Melon warned him through clenched teeth, refusing to accept interference from an outsider. "Don't get involved." Jay said nothing and simply raised his hand. An invisible force instantly pressed down on the two of them. Junin suddenly felt pain spread throughout his body. His mind was flooded with confusion. What the hell? What is this absurd power? Junin cried out, "My hand!" Melon trembled as well, his eyes filled with shock as he realized the gap in their strength. Terrifyingly strong, is this really human power? Melon swallowed hard, his eyes wavered as he realized just how vast the difference in strength was between them. I was really going to fight someone like this. Jay slightly relaxed his hand. The invisible pressure vanished with it, restoring their freedom. He looked at both of them with a calm gaze, his voice not loud, yet enough to draw their attention. Have you two vented all your anger now? Junin and Melon both froze. What? Jay did not give them time to react further and continued speaking in a decisive tone. Then talk. He folded his arms, his eyes becoming serious as he began asking questions. So, children in this district keep going missing? Junin nodded. His expression grew heavy when the matter was mentioned. That's right. Junin clenched his fist, filled with fury as he blamed the other side. It was definitely him. I can't believe you sold orphan companions just because you were short on money. Melon immediately refuted him, his eyes no less intense. You're the one who kidnapped them. Junin frowned, his face showing both irritation and surprise at the absurd accusation. What? Since when did I? Jay continued asking. While searching for the missing children, you didn't find any clues. Junin shook his head, a trace of helplessness flashing through his eyes as he remembered. Nothing at all. They just suddenly disappeared. Melon suddenly paused. It was as though he had remembered something important. Now that I think about it, Melon frowned and began recounting a detail he had never examined closely before. Because the children kept disappearing. We started patrolling in pairs. Then another child disappeared. His eyes darkened as he recalled the moment when something strange happened. The child who was with them immediately searched for traces, but when they reached a dead end, the other child had vanished. Melon clenched his hand, his voice lowering as he mentioned the most frightening detail. Only a patch of red light remained. When Jay heard that, his eyes shifted slightly, and his mind immediately connected the information he had just heard. A patch of red light. He pondered for a moment, and his reasoning quickly led to a familiar possibility. If it was red light, it was very likely related to the red level. Jay looked down. His gaze turned serious as he looked straight at both leaders. Do you want to find the children again? He answered without hesitation, his voice firm. Of course. They are our family. Jay gave a slight nod, his voice dropping with determination. Then from now on, do as I say. Jay stood upright in the middle of the street, his eyes unwavering. I will save those children. Right after that, he raised his hand slightly and activated magic, leaving an invisible mark on their bodies before saying, good. Jay looked around once, his voice calm but carrying a clear command. Now all of you spread out. He folded his arms, his gaze sharp, and continued giving instructions. Just do what you normally do on the streets. Now go. The underlings quickly nodded. Yes, Junin stepped forward and called out to Jay with a serious yet worried expression. Jay. He looked straight at him, his voice deepening as he asked the important question. Can we really find the missing children this way? Jay did not answer right away. His quiet gaze observed the surroundings as he began calculating in his mind. I wonder if they suspect anything. After a brief silence, Jay spoke in a calm voice that seemed to stun everyone listening. Today, a child here will disappear. Junin froze, his eyes widening. What did you say? In Jay's mind, the fragments of information quickly linked together into a logical chain. According to their statements, someone disappears every 2 or 3 days. Jay continued analyzing, his gaze gradually growing more focused. And the most recent disappearance was 3 days ago. I am certain that red light will appear on the street again. If the red light they mentioned is truly magic, then his thoughts delved deeper into the nature of magic. Magic is simply a gathering of mana, a combination of separate components. Jay closed his eyes slightly for a moment, as if reconstructing the entire operating process in his mind. If the components still retain even the slightest trace of their original form, I can identify the moment the magic was activated and the process that followed. He opened his eyes, his voice becoming decisive. Do not worry. Just protect me. From now on, I have to focus. He and Malin exchanged a brief glance, then nodded at the same time. Yes, understood. Jay slowly bent one knee beside the still lake, letting his mana spread throughout the surrounding space. He closed his eyes and focused all his awareness on tracking every tiny movement. Within the hazy wave of energy spreading outward, Jay frowned slightly. I can sense it now. His thoughts became sharper, analyzing every detail of the magical structure, the position and shape of each element, as well as their density and trajectory. Let me try expanding my sensing range. Jay lightly clenched his hand, controlling the mana to spread farther. Beyond the initial limit within his invisible field of vision, he detected a group of underlings gathered together. At Tavern 18-2. In another direction, another person's tracking mark was still clearly within his sensing range. At that very moment, a sudden wave of killing intent closed in from behind him. He opened his eyes in surprise, his breathing briefly turning rapid before quickly steadying again. The man approached him, his voice low and expectant. Did you find it? Veronica also asked. Did you find it? Before he could answer, Jay sprang to his feet, his gaze locking onto a distant direction. She cried out in shock. Jay, in his mind, the sensory map gradually became clear. It led him through street after street. Street 18-2, I am sure it is this way. When he stopped before the destination, Jay saw a red glow covering the area. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze turning icy as he realized its nature. A field of red light. The glow suddenly tore through the air and shot away. It swept past Jay's eyes in an instant. Without hesitation, he immediately used his power. His body burst forward in pursuit, and Jay dashed through the space. The distance quickly narrowed bit by bit. In his mind, all the information gradually formed a clear conclusion. I am certain now. His thoughts continued guiding him like an infallible compass. At the end of this stream of light, Jay's eyes grew colder as he reached his final conclusion. I will find the source of these disappearances. When he stopped, he frowned slightly and looked around. An abandoned house. He thought as a quick analysis appeared in his mind. I can sense binding magic. Did that light release the child here? Philip spoke first, his voice slightly hurried. Jay, we finally caught up. He stopped and asked, are all the missing children here? Jay answered with certainty, there is a very high chance. Veronica stepped forward and reached out to sense the barrier, her expression gradually becoming gray. There is a very powerful sealing barrier here. I am not skilled enough to break it. She turned to the two of them and offered a temporary plan with some hesitation. Should we pile things up and climb over the wall? Jay shook his head. Going straight in would be dangerous. We do not know who the opponent is. Veronica suddenly came up with another idea, her eyes lighting up. Then how about this? She pointed down at the black cat, smiled, and turned to introduce it. This is Nero. I mentioned him before. He narrowed his eyes at the familiar cat. You mean that stray cat wandering around outside the market? Since when did you get so close to him? Veronica stroked his soft fur. Animals have always liked me since I was little. She began explaining her plan. I will share my senses with Nero as my contracted partner. That way I can see, hear, and feel everything Nero senses. Philip folded his arms in thought, then nodded. That should ensure safety. We can use the cat to observe the inside of the mansion. Veronica turned to him, her eyes carrying a hint of expectation. Day, do you want to try sharing senses? She tilted her head, speaking softly to guide him. Sharing senses requires a strong connection, so try giving it your whole heart. Veronica smiled, attempting the simplest illustration, like saying, nice to meet you. The cat suddenly bristled, bared its fangs, and let out a loud, displeased scream. She sighed lightly, shrugging slightly as the reaction wasn't too surprising. As expected, it didn't work. Day looked at it and thought, makes sense. It's not just a difficult technique, it also requires a connection. Strong emotions. Veronica blinked as if she had remembered a more feasible approach. Let's try this. She handed him some complex notes with various magical formulas. I've tried improving the sense-sharing formula. Even with a weak connection, it can still be done. Day glanced at the decorative symbols, eyes flickering with surprise. So many formulas. Did she really prepare all this for me? Veronica waved lightly, trying to ease the pressure on him. We can't try everything today. Take it slow. Day shook his head, eyes calm as if he had made his own decision. Not necessary. He stepped forward, voice low but resolute. I can try them all at once. She paused for a moment, eyes clearly showing astonishment at that bold intent. He plans to try all these spells at once. Jay looked at the cat retreating, sensing the fluctuations in its emotion. Is it scared? He slowly bent down, gently stroking the trembling cat's head. Inside, Jay sent a clear, unhidden thought. Nice to meet you, I won't harm you. He closed his eyes to merge his consciousness fully into the mana flowing to the small creature. A few seconds later, Jay opened his eyes, his gaze changed noticeably. Philip leaned over, curiosity evident in his voice. Did it succeed? Veronica asked immediately. Jay, can you see? In this new view, he noticed a reflection of himself through the cat's eye. Jay whispered as he saw himself from a different perspective for the first time. So this is how my face looks. He nodded slightly, voice calm but carrying clear confirmation. It worked. She and he almost spoke in unison, unable to hide their surprise. Really? Veronica exhaled in relief, clutching her chest as if a heavy burden had lifted. It worked, thankfully. I wasn't sure if any of it would actually work. Jay turned his gaze toward the mansion. His eyes returned to their usual cold state. Now, let's investigate. He gave a subtle signal, directing Nero to start moving forward. We enter the mansion. It nimbly approached the mansion's large door. Its small body slipped through the shadows. Inside, it was pitch dark. The space was suspiciously silent, though it still looked clean. A faint red aura brushed past its feet, cold and uncomfortable. Through the connection, Jay observed every detail around with intense focus. Clean and tidy indeed. His thoughts continued analyzing the scene's abnormalities. This place should have been abandoned long ago. The cat stopped in front of a door where soft laughter echoed. Jay squinted through the connection, pinpointing the sound's origin. It sounded like children laughing. Suddenly, he was startled. The vision showed no one inside. I can't see anyone just then. Lena's voice came from right ahead, gentle yet full of implication. Oh my, what a lovely guest is this? Lena still held the black cat, her eyes showing disdain. You shouldn't be here, she eyed Jay carefully. Jay's eyes revealed unprecedented surprise. How did you get in here? As he glanced at Lena, Jay quickly recalled his memories of her. This woman is the one from the bookstore, the mage I suspected belongs to Ink. Jay continued to immerse himself in thought. He watched Lena's back. Did she kidnap children and bring them here? Lena turned abruptly. She held the cat, intending to leave. I'll have to guide you out. Jay's mind was still full of thoughts about Lena. He continuously asked himself for what purpose. At that moment, Lena continued speaking. She walked ahead, her high heels stepping slowly. Truly, it was surprising. Lena closed her eyes as if recalling something. I never expected the young man I met at the bookstore to be a mage. Lena lifted the black cat in her arms. When her eyes met the cat's, a mysterious smile appeared. You are indeed an interesting mage. After a while, Lena gently set the black cat down and continued speaking slowly. You must be in a hurry to use magic like that. Lena squatted down. The black cat was settled on the doorstep. Lena looked at the cat and asked, Then how about having lunch with me? Lena glanced at the cat. In the cat's yellow eyes, a small spark appeared. You will also have a good time with the children. All right, I'll wait. Jay was slightly pensive, as if he was thinking about something. At that moment, Jay was sitting on the bed. Veronica came over and asked with concern, Jay, are you all right? Philip also came to visit Jay, immediately following up on Veronica's words. Is someone there? Is it dangerous? Jay answered slowly, leaving Veronica surprised and stunned. Monica and Philip, the owners of the mansion. I think meeting her directly should be fine. A new day had arrived. Lena, wearing a bright, radiant smile, opened the door to welcome her guests. The next morning, those guests turned out to be Jay, Veronica, and Philip. Both Veronica and Philip looked worried. Jay alone was extremely determined. Lena welcomed them, saying, the young archmage and his friends. After the greeting, Lena led Jay's group inside to tour her castle. After they had walked for only a short while, Veronica noticed something strange. She asked her friends, all the lights are off. Philip noticed it too. His face grew more and more worried. Even after 3 days, they're still all off. Jay, however, said nothing, because he was busy piecing everything together. Just before coming here, I received a report that Dunnan had disappeared. Jay's hand seemed to sense something. That made him even more certain of his judgment. I can feel the binding magic I placed on him coming from inside. I'm certain he's somewhere in this mansion. Lena led Jay's group into the dining room. Inside, the children had already prepared the meal and were waiting for her to come in. Miss, hurry up, we've been waiting forever. The boy holding a plate of food spoke up and invited Lena to eat with them. Let's eat together. The little girl also smiled happily. While she was at it, the girl proudly showed off the good deed she had just done. We laid out the knives and forks exactly the way you taught us. Veronica could not help being shocked by what she saw. She whispered to Philip, were they really kidnapped? Jay, however, did not seem to pay attention to that detail. Instead, he wanted to find Dunnan as quickly as possible. I don't see Dunnan. At that moment, Lena finally spoke. She introduced Jay's group to the children in front of them. Before we eat, I brought a few guests today. The moment Lena finished speaking, the children's faces suddenly changed. They will be eating with us, so please treat them kindly. Even so, in less than a moment, their faces lit up again. They smiled brightly and warmly welcomed them. Hello, nice to meet you. The children around them also came over to greet Jay's group, as if they were very hospitable. Which street are you from? You're really handsome. Since you're our mistress's guests, please sit over here. At the dining table, everyone chatted and laughed happily, and one little boy asked Philip, does it suit your taste? Even so, Philip was still a little unused to such enthusiasm. He replied somewhat cautiously, yes, it's delicious. Hearing that, the children felt relieved. Elsewhere, Jay was still calmly observing. That's wonderful. Jay looked toward Lena, silently judging in his mind what might happen in the future. The negative emotions inside her are still overflowing. It wouldn't be strange if she exploded at any moment. Jay looked more closely at Lena's neck. The necklace radiated a pure light that contrasted with Lena herself. Could that necklace be suppressing her emotion? Right after finishing his observation, Jay spoke. He turned his gaze toward Lena and asked, we came here to look for our missing friends. Jay continued. We followed that light to this mansion. Hearing that, Lena touched her cheek with her hand. She showed no sign of surprise. Oh my, and I was being so careful. Lena did not answer Jay's question right away. Instead, she placed a hand on her chest and said, perhaps I should introduce myself first. I am Lena. I came here to recuperate. Lena, the mistress of the mansion, continued telling the story of her life. Both Jay and Philip listened attentively. I had an unfortunate accident 10 years ago. Lena continued recounting the painful past from that year. the image of a woman inside a dark room. It felt as though my entire world was collapsing, and I found that I couldn't take even a single step outside. Back then, Lena had cried a great deal, as if she had been in terrible pain. But recently, I found a way to overcome that sorrow. Lena brought the story back to the present. She looked at the children, the street children she had now rescued and taken in to live with her. Lena's face was filled with happiness, but deep inside her heart there was still another strange emotion. We lived together very happily. Jay detected it, he thought silently and tried to piece the events together. That's the kind of emotion I saw yesterday. Jay searched through what he knew about mana. He knew what kind of mana this was. Pale orange mana, this is what people call maternal love. Suddenly, Lena's hand on the table clenched tightly. Jay quickly noticed it. He looked toward Philip and realized that inside Philip's heart, there was a kind of mana connected to Lena's mana. Does he feel some kind of connection to her because of what happened 10 years ago? Philip was probably separated from his mother around that time too. Veronica had noticed several inconsistencies in Lena's story. She spoke up indignantly. You say you're saving them, but did you ever ask what they wanted? Lena showed no interest in Veronica's question. She turned to Jay and asked him, when did you begin learning magic, young mage? Lena suddenly became unusually enthusiastic. She bombarded Jay with questions. Do you have a favorite food? I'm quite curious about how you've lived until now. Wasn't living on the streets difficult? Jay keenly noticed something unusual about Lena. He thought to himself, she's asking me far too many questions. Then Zay looked deep into Lena's heart. He detected another type of mana. Whenever she looked at him, a certain emotion grew stronger. Zay continued analyzing the situation. It seemed he had many questions in his mind, regret and obsession. Why was she reacting to him like this? What made him different? From the other children, Zay was lost in thought when Veronica whispered to him from beside him. Hey, Zay. While watching the children eat their fill, Veronica voiced what had been troubling her. But don't you sense the leftover mana from the other children? She said she didn't use magic to control their minds. Zay also turned his gaze toward the children. As he listened to Veronica, Zay thought it over. But do you really think they're here of their own free will? Then Zay gave his answer without the slightest hesitation. I don't think so. Zay looked at the children. These children were still laughing and talking happily, yet they seemed to have no emotions. Not a single one of them had any emotions in their vessel. Hearing this, Veronica was also stunned. What? The children laughed and talked while eating, and although they looked very happy, their minds did not waver at all. Zay realized their vessels were empty, just like his own normally was. Zay then looked at the children smiling brightly elsewhere and gave his assessment. But they're acting as if they have emotion. Zay coldly judged the situation. This is also a red sound level ability. Seeing that Zay did not seem very focused, Lena stood up and drew their attention. Oh my, look at me. Lena left her seat and walked straight to the door, smiling as she went. I forgot to bring out dessert. Please wait a moment. When the children heard this, they were very polite to Lena and stopped eating. Yes, missed the moment Lena left. The children seemed to become different people, completely unlike how they had been earlier. One child spoke up, his tone clearly uncomfortable with Zay's group's presence. You came to take us back, didn't you? Seeing the other side's attitude, Veronica quickly explained. Yes, Junin and Melum are looking for you. After hearing that, the child not only failed to thank her but also rejected Veronica's kindness. There's no need, so you should just go back. After hearing the boy's words, Veronica was extremely surprised. What? Boston was completely resolute. We're not going back. Bale also chimed in. That's right, we like it here. Bale continued talking about what Lena had done for him. It seemed he was very grateful to Lena. Miss Lena treats us very well. She gives us delicious food, warm clothes, and even teaches us how to read. Life on the streets can't compare to this place. A timid little girl spoke up. The girl rubbed her small hands and continued. Yes, Mistress is a good person. I don't want to disappoint her. The other children also voiced their support. Me too, I want to make her happy. I'll do anything I can to keep living here. Gradually, the children became hostile toward Jay's group. So if you're planning to stop us, we'll do whatever it takes to stop you. Lena had returned, bringing in a cart full of desserts. Did I keep you waiting long? When the children saw the dessert cart, they became excited. They all shouted at once, No, miss, I want dessert. Lena slowly placed each cake on the table. They were cakes that looked extremely delicious. After finishing the preparations, Lena said a few words to the children and Jay's group. I prepared something special for all of you. Lena warmly invited them. Please try it. As soon as Jay looked at the dish, he realized something was wrong. This dessert, the cake was drizzled with bright red syrup. A small cherry sat on top of it. Jay touched it with his fork. It's laced with an addictive drug. The children smiled, but their smiles were extremely fake. They urged Jay's group to hurry and eat it. Come on, try it. That's right, Mistress made it for you. Seeing that Jay's group was still hesitating, the children began to reproach them. Veronica started not knowing what to do. What's wrong? Aren't you going to eat? Are you planning to ignore her kindness? Not knowing how to behave properly, Jay's group finally ate the cake. Seeing this, Lena was extremely satisfied, revealing an unreadable smile. Suddenly, a syrup-stained fork fell to the floor, as if something unexpected had happened. Lena remained standing at the head of the table, witnessing the scene she had long desired. All the children had fainted. It seemed she had achieved her goal. Only now did Lena reveal a clearly sinister smile. One morning, in a room flooded with summer light, a group of children was carrying a boy on a stretcher. Leading the group was Boston. The unconscious child on the stretcher was none other than Jay. It seemed Jay was pretending to be unconscious because he could still move slightly. Sure enough, Jay opened his eyes wide as though he was examining the situation around him. Earlier, as a precaution, Jay had given 3 pills to his friends. Here, take these. Veronica recognized what they were as soon as she saw them. She asked in surprise, "These are fever reducers." Jay explained why he thought the whole group should take the medicine. "Fever reducers? I think it's best for us to take them before entering the mansion." Jay recalled his earlier experience trying to piece the events together. When Nero entered the mansion, I saw a familiar herb in the corner of the garden beside the entrance. In Jay's mind, he imagined a tree with red fruit that he had seen that day. It looked very appetizing. It was called breakout. It wasn't very famous because consuming it directly had no effect, but if processed in a specific way, it could become a powerful anesthetic. Jay recalled his past experiences when Neos had supported him a lot. Back in Zone 50, Neos taught him how to use various herbs. Jay held a small antipyretic pill in his hand and stared at it. "So, I also know how to counter them. I just need a medicine to counteract its effects." Veronica and Philip were taking antipyretics while Jay continued to question himself. The current question was how that woman knew and could use it. Dark herbs were usually used only in hidden alleys. At this moment, Jay was taken to another room, lying on a bed. Around him were books and toys. Once the tasks were done, the children had no more duties. They left the room, leaving Jay behind. He opened his eyes to observe the surroundings. Then, using his own abilities, Jay located Veronica and Philip. "I can sense Philip and Veronica not far from here." It seemed we were all in separate rooms. Jay touched a small stuffed bear on the bed. Couldn't help but be surprised. Now Jay had private space to carefully examine the room he was in. He was inside it. Looking closely, the room's furnishings were small, like a child's room. As Jay observed, he heard someone making noise. He turned toward the sound. It turned out the one calling for help was Dunlin. Jay immediately recognized him as Junin. As Jay prepared to rescue Junin, he noticed movement near the doorway. It was Lena. Lena swung the door open. Junin faced Lena, breaking into a cold sweat. Lena strode past the bed where Jay lay. Fortunately, Jay had already pretended to faint. Junin, upon seeing Lena, was terrified and jumped back. Seeing this, Lena comforted him. "Oh, don't be so afraid. Soon you'll feel more at ease." Jay opened his eyes slightly. He also wanted to observe what was happening outside. What was she planning to do? Lena took off the necklace she usually wore around her neck, holding it in her hand. She gave a strange smile. The necklace was draining all of Junin's emotion. He appeared to be in extreme pain. Jay had witnessed too much already. He was confident he could assess Junin's emotion. After draining Junin's emotion, Lena held up the gem and smiled with satisfaction. Jay, on the other side, was still thinking. He was being pulled into that gem. Once his emotions were drained, Junin's container became empty and he could no longer resist. Lena, directly facing Junin, was also satisfied. She held the gem tightly in her hand. Then Lena moved toward the bed where Jay lay, preparing to act. Lena looked at Jay's closed eyes and revealed long-hidden feelings. "Mother wants to see you. My son, this time I will protect you." After saying these sentimental words, Lena continued holding the necklace, intending to drain Jay's emotions. However, this technique seemed ineffective on Jay, so Lena's expression showed some disappointment. Seeing her plan fail, Lena was puzzled. "Why doesn't it work?" Jay thought to himself. Useless. At that moment, Jay suddenly sat up and used his ability. "From the start, I had no emotions for it to absorb." Lena was extremely shocked, apparently not anticipating this move. Jay planned to attack Lena with his magic, hurling it straight at her. However, Lena quickly used her own magic to evade Jay's attack. Her magic teleported her. After using it, Lena's body was slightly weakened. She panted heavily. Jay asked, "So you used that ring to turn the other children into puppets?" Jay displayed his power to assert dominance, and also had a few questions for Lena. "Where did you get that ring?" Seeing Jay's power, Lena seemed a little fearful. She questioned him. "How did you wake up?" Jay did not answer Lena's question. Instead, he went straight to what had long puzzled him. "What were you planning to do with the children?" Hearing this, Lena immediately denied it. "I had no such intention." Lena had seen Jay's powerful magic. She kept insisting, "No, I had no intention at all." Jay looked at the ring Lena held in her hand. He silently assessed. The ring was keeping Lena's emotions from exploding. Still, it had limits. Jay quickly devised a plan of action. "First, I need to dispel those emotions." Lena was increasingly frightened and retreated. "I just want my son." Jay immediately disagreed internally. However, before he could finish thinking, something happened. "No, you're wrong." Both Jay and Lena realized there was noise coming from the floor above. The lights in the room suddenly went out. Lena looked up toward the ceiling. Gradually, an unprecedented look of fear appeared on her face. At this moment, Jay and Lena still faced each other in the room. Lena looked at Jay, and memories of a massacre suddenly surged back. Lena suddenly heard mournful cries ringing in her ears from the children calling for mother, and the cries of mother grew louder and louder. Lena's face changed. The emotions inside her vessel went out of control. Mother, mother! Lena's emotions grew stronger and stronger, like a crimson storm swelling inside her. When everything reached its limit, the emotions exploded. At that moment, Lena clutched her head in pain. She sank to her knees as if her entire world had collapsed. Jay witnessed Lena losing control, but he also noticed something else. The floor beneath his feet was about to shatter. Lena used magic and vanished, leaving only Jay in the room. Jay quickly grasped the situation and thought of a way to follow Lena's trail. I have to chase her. I've identified the color of the mana she used. Jay thought he might be able to use colorless mana if he drew on the colorless mana in the air. As he was thinking, Jay suddenly froze, remembering Veronica's warning. Jay, you shouldn't use the mana in the air. Veronica had been sincerely worried about Jay. Jay did not want Veronica to worry. If you overuse it, you'll suffer mana poisoning. I don't want you to transform again. Thinking of Veronica, Jay decided not to use that dangerous power anymore. He switched to another option, Plan B. He would look for evidence first. For now, he had to find out why Lena had suddenly erupted. Jay decided to search the area for more clues. Only after that would he look for Lena. The answer was probably somewhere in this room. While searching, he found a photograph at his feet. The photograph caught Jay's attention. He picked it up and let out a sigh as if he had realized something. In the torn photograph were a woman and a little boy. The mother was Lena and the child was a handsome boy. Jay focused on the boy. He concluded, he really looks like me. Jay quietly reasoned it through and discovered a new clue. So that was why she was interested in me. What is their relationship? Jay opened the desk drawer and saw a blue notebook. It was probably a child's diary. There was a drawing on top with writing underneath. Today I cooked with mother. It was so much fun. Mother taught me magic. Mother is the best. Today I took a family photo with mother. Jay turned the pages one by one and skimmed through them, but there were no more entries. As Jay seemed to connect the events more and more, his eyes widened in shock. If the last day was 10 years ago, then he should be about my age now. I've never seen any child like that. On the final page, it was no longer a child's diary, but Lena's handwriting. Mother couldn't protect you, I'm sorry. As he was focused on reading the diary, Jay suddenly noticed something strange and quickly went on alert. He turned in one direction. Dunan seemed to have lost consciousness. He picked up a chair and prepared to throw it at Jay. Dunan was furious, and yet there were no emotions in his mind. How dare you put Lady Lena in danger? Jay realized the problem and analyzed the situation. Dunan, that shell doesn't have any emotions at all. Jay looked at the enraged Dunan and questioned himself. And yet he's acting as if he's angry. Why? Jay watched Dunan charge toward him. He was bewildered. How can something so unreasonable happen? Jay's eyes were filled with astonishment, and his curiosity grew even stronger. What exactly is that thing? Dunan held the chair, his face full of murderous intent, but Jay quickly dodged the attack. Although the attack missed, Dunan did not lose his composure and questioned Jay's actions. How dare you lay a hand on Lady Lena? Then Dunan raised his fist at Jay. His face was clearly filled with rage. I will never forgive you. Dunan punched Jay with great force. Jay raised both hands to block the blow. His entire body was unharmed. While Dunan attacked with all his might, Jay calmly observed the situation. Dunan's whole body was covered in enhancement magic. After assessing the situation, Jay realized that Dunan was not much of a threat either. Even so, he was only stronger, not especially skilled. As they fought, Dunan suddenly stopped because the ground and floor began shaking once again. Dunan abruptly screamed as if he were losing control. Get out of here now. Seeing the situation, Jay thought to himself, looks like I can't stall for any longer. Jay clung tightly to Dunan's body. I have to hold him back. At that moment, Dunan was extremely surprised. Then Jay immediately used magic to suppress Dunan. Dunan screamed in agony. Not long after, Dunan had been completely restrained. He collapsed onto the floor. After finishing the job, Jay quickly opened the door and went out. He wanted to find Philip and Veronica. I have to find Philip and Veronica. The children from earlier appeared again. It was as if they knew Jay would come outside. Over there he is. Lee led the group, looking furious. Then he ordered the children behind him. How dare you attack the lady? Catch him. Palace pointed straight at Jay and ordered the other children to catch him. Over there, kill him. But tricks like these were nothing to Jay. He quickly used magic and vanished without a trace. Jay rushed behind Palace's group so fast that they had no time to notice him. Seeing this, Palace was extremely annoyed. He hurriedly ordered the other children, hurry, catch him, chase after him now. Jay relied on his magic, and then located Philip and Veronica. It seemed they were somewhere nearby. Finding Philip was not difficult at all. Before long, Jay spotted Philip standing out from far away. Get away, damn it, all of you. Philip had climbed onto a tall bookcase. He was holding a broom to drive away the children below. Don't touch me. The children underneath wanted to drag Philip down at any cost. Reach a little farther, Tom. Grab his leg, pull him down, and kill him. Before long, one child had grabbed Philip's ankle. It looked as if they had caught Philip, but no, Jay would never let that happen. He struck the child who had grabbed Philip in the neck. Another child noticed that someone had interfered. He whined. Philip stood there and witnessed everything. This kid. Philip was still standing up high. He was overjoyed to see Jay. As for Jay, he had already dealt with everything. Once it was safe, Philip finally dared to climb down. As he climbed, he calmly asked, "What is going on?" Jay did not wait long. He immediately turned away. He wanted to hurry and rescue their friends. "I will explain once we find Veronica." On the way to rescue Veronica, the two of them heard a strange sound. Philip spoke up and asked, "That voice?" The two quickly ran in the direction of the sound. It turned out to be Veronica's voice. Philip ran over and shouted, "Veronica!" Philip was about to ask whether Veronica was all right, but the scene before him left him frozen. "Are you okay?" Veronica was using magic to suppress the children. They cried out, "What is this? This is scary. Let me down." Veronica was not exactly pleased about having to do this. "You guys." After seeing the current situation, Philip seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. He said, "Looks like you are still fine. You are a mage after all." Veronica was also very glad to see that her companions were unharmed. "Thank goodness you two are safe." Veronica, of course, felt that something was wrong. She anxiously asked Philip and Jay what happened. The mansion suddenly shook and then they rushed into the building. Hearing this, Jay still stood there without moving and calmly replied, "As you can see." Jay repeated the situation from earlier, as if he wanted to confirm something with Veronica. "After the lights came on, she ran away, and that is the reason." Veronica confirmed it. "That is right." Philip felt very puzzled by this point. He rubbed his chin and asked Jay, "But why did she run away when she saw the lights?" Hearing this, Jay took something from his leather pouch and was about to show Philip. "And Veronica, maybe because of this." Jay handed the photograph to Philip. The moment Philip saw the photo, his expression suddenly changed. "I found it in that room. It is probably Miss Lena's family photo and a child's diary." Veronica stood right behind Philip. The two of them read the diary together. Veronica showed pity. "No." Veronica still had countless questions. She asked further. Philip's expression suddenly darkened. Jay was observing as well. "This boy must be Miss Lena's son. Could he already be dead?" Veronica rubbed her chin. She remembered what she had been taught. Her tone carried a trace of sympathy for Lena. "The professor once told me about this. He called it psychological trauma. Perhaps when the lights came on, her painful memories resurfaced." After Veronica finished explaining the theory, she returned to what needed to be done most urgently right now. "But for now, we also need to save all the children in the mansion. Jay, what do you think?" Jay did not answer Veronica's question right away. Instead, he turned toward Philip and asked, "Philip, what do you think?" Philip felt a little surprised. He was somewhat flustered when Jay asked for his opinion. "Me, you are asking for my opinion?" In response, Jay remained completely calm. Yes, Philip looked at Jay's behavior, and with his natural intelligence, he realized that Jay must have discovered something. "I am sure Jay knows." Philip thought this to himself, as if denying it on his own. Based on what was written in the diary, there was no way Lena could be my mother. Philip looked at the current situation again. He saw that things were very dangerous now. Moreover, the entire mansion was collapsing quickly. "If we do not leave here right away, it will be very dangerous." Philip looked at Jay and quietly thought to himself. It seemed he was growing more and more fond of Jay. Even so, Jay still asked for his opinion, because he respected his decision. After thinking for a while, Philip began to speak with difficulty. Philip placed a hand on his chest. He voiced his truest thoughts. "I want to save Miss Lena. That is how I truly feel." After hearing this, Jay did not hesitate at all and followed Philip's wish. Veronica also seemed very pleased. "All right, then let us go save her." Jay gave Veronica an order. "Take the children outside. Philip and I will go to Miss Lena." Veronica quickly answered. Yes, all three of them carried out this dangerous mission under intense time pressure. "Hurry, we don't have any time left." Philip and Jay both ran quickly up the stairs. At that moment, the building was about to collapse. Upstairs, Philip heard a piercing scream. He turned his eyes toward the sound. Jay and Philip followed it and arrived at a closed chamber door. "Break down the door, get back, get out of here now." Philip was not entirely sure, so he asked, "Is Lady Lena in there?" Suddenly, a powerful surge of magic burst out through the door, where Jay and Philip were standing. Philip saw the scene in front of him, along with the power from moments before, and had no idea what was happening. "What is this?" In front of Jay and Philip was Lena. She was surrounded by an enormous surge of magic. Like a storm, Lena was screaming in terror, as if she could no longer control herself. When Philip saw the scene before him, he became extremely worried. He stood frozen in place. Lena had lost control and the space around her was being destroyed. Philip was about to take another step forward to stop Lena. At that moment, Lena screamed, "No, my son." Lena continued releasing a massive surge of magic, sending everything around her flying in every direction. "Don't come near me." A large cabinet flew straight toward Philip. Jay quickly blocked it to protect Philip. Lena was still screaming. On the other side, Jay was struggling to protect Philip. "Don't you dare hurt my son, you monsters." Philip relied on what Veronica had told him. Then he explained, "This must be because of the psychological trauma Veronica mentioned. She thinks we're the enemy." After hearing Philip, Jay did not answer. In his mind, he was thinking about the ring and the enormous amount of mana. The mana she was releasing had far exceeded the level her magic circle should have been able to withstand. The mana in her ring had gone out of control, stirred up by the emotional outburst of its vessel. Jay explained the current situation to Philip. Her vessel won't be able to withstand these emotions. If this continues, it will shatter. Hearing that, Philip became very alarmed. "What?" Philip continued uncertainly. "Then if we want to stop this from happening," Jay answered briefly, "we have to calm her down." Jay turned to Philip in the middle of the crisis and asked, "Do you know any way to help someone calm down?" Philip rested his chin on his hand and thought. Not long after, he immediately came up with a solution. He could empathize with them. Encouraged by the conversation, Philip clenched his fist and said everything he was thinking. As for Chan-an, he could share that emotion with him. Jay did not seem to understand this very well, so he asked Philip again. "Empathize?" Philip explained Lena's situation, as well as the way to help Lena escape from it. "Listen, Lady Lena never had anyone to share her pain with before. You just need to listen to her, hold her, and gently pat her back. Empathize with her and let her know that you understand." Philip explained what he had just said in more detail to Dan. After all, emotions can be contagious. Hearing this, Jay suddenly seemed to understand something. He came to a realization and thought to himself, "Contagious? Is that why I unconsciously cried along with her back then?" Jay remembered the day he had held Veronica. Their emotions really had been exchanged. After hearing Philip's advice, Jay decided what he needed to do. He said, "If I want to do what you said, I have to get close to her first." Jay planned to go over there and reach Lena's heart because he was worried about Philip. "I'm not good at sensing or empathizing with other people, but if Philip, who has no magic power at all, steps into that storm." Even so, Philip volunteered. "I'll do it." Philip placed his hand on his chest. At that moment, something suddenly burned brightly in Philip's heart. "I can understand the pain of the emptiness that comes from losing family." For an instant, Jay saw a kind of incredibly warm mana. He was astonished. Seeing how determined Philip was, Jay decided to help him. He wrapped a barrier around Philip. "All right, then I'll shrink the barrier and concentrate all my mana on protection. The shield will protect you." Jay did not forget to add another protective shield for his friend. He was extremely thorough. "I've also strengthened it with reinforcement magic." When Philip saw Jay using magic so skillfully, he could not help but marvel. So magic can be used like this too. Finally, Jay gave Philip a few reminders before Philip carried out this difficult mission. "I used too much magic power on the first floor, so I can't reinforce it any further now. Be careful, Philip." Hearing Jay's warning, Philip thanked his friend. "All right, thank you, Jay." After that, Philip quickly stepped into the chaotic mana field where Lena was. "I'll come back." Philip had great difficulty stepping into such a chaotic mana field. He raised his hand to block the fierce wind. This wind is insane. Objects in the room flew in every direction. Philip seemed close to being unable to endure it any longer, feeling as if his strength was being drained away. At that moment, Jay was still doing everything he could to keep Philip safe. A large cabinet was about to crash toward Philip, so Jay used magic to warn him. Philip managed to dodge it. "Be careful, Philip." Philip found the voice he had just heard extremely strange. He was also somewhat surprised. "Jay's voice is still echoing in my head. Is this also magic?" Meanwhile, Jay told Philip that he needed to complete this difficult task quickly. "Philip, you have to hurry." Hearing that, Philip seemed to snap out of his daze. "Sorry." By this point, Jay was starting to feel drained. He struggled to maintain the barrier, and his mana was being depleted very quickly. Looking at the situation, Jay silently assessed their current predicament. Before him was a massive storm. This was no ordinary storm. The main components of this mana were weakness and exhaustion. Jay's hands gradually began to tremble. He was finding it extremely difficult to control his magic. The closer Philip gets to Lady Lena, the harder it is for me to focus my magic power on him. If this keeps up, on the other side, Philip was also struggling. He was panting heavily and drenched in sweat. Philip forced his way through the storm. He clutched his head, feeling as if he was about to collapse. "I don't have any strength left." While he was trapped in negative thoughts, Philip suddenly heard a loud sound right in front of him. "At this rate, I'm going to fall." Philip had almost reached Lena. Lena was screaming desperately very close to Philip. Philip saw the scene before him and felt his heart ache terribly. Lena was screaming in the middle of the crimson mana storm. It was hard to control those tangled emotions, those screams. She could not overcome the pain of losing her family, and now she was wailing as if her heart had been torn apart. Philip suddenly remembered the past when his mother kissed him on the forehead and said, "Philip, wait here for me, all right? I love you, my son." And then Philip's mother left, with no telling when she would ever return to him. The image of his mother in Philip's mind slowly faded into the past. He could no longer remember his mother's face. "Mother," Philip communicated with Jay. He wanted Jay to do this. It seemed he had some kind of plan. "Jay, shrink the barrier around me to the bare minimum. Instead, use your mana to strengthen me." Seeing this, Jay became worried for Philip. "You'll get hurt." Philip was already injured and yet his expression did not change at all. It's fine, it doesn't matter. Philip stepped even closer to Lena. Lena had noticed Philip and there was a hint of fear in her eyes. Philip kept moving straight toward Lena with unwavering resolve. There was also a bitter sorrow in his eyes. Seeing this, Lena backed away. It seemed she did not want Philip to come any closer. Don't come near me. Stay away. Lena kept trying to avoid Philip. Philip reached out his hand, intending to do something. Stay away. Philip hugged Lena tightly, as if he wanted to comfort this grieving mother who had lost her child. Philip was covered in scratches as he held Lena, and comforted Lena by saying, it's all right now. Lena seemed to remember something and tears kept streaming down her cheeks. She spoke a name, Ross. Philip was no exception. He was crying too, but he still spoke up to comfort Lena. I'm sure you want to see him again too. Lena was still crying, but a glimmer of light had appeared in her eyes. At that moment, Lena threw her arms around Philip and sobbed. As Lena held Philip and cried, the space around them gradually returned to its original state. The storm had vanished. When the red storm completely disappeared, all Jay saw before him was Philip and Lena holding each other, comforting one another. Seeing Philip embrace Lena, Jay felt a strange sensation he had not experienced in a long time. How strange, Jay looked on, and a tear slowly slipped from the corner of his eye. A corner of his heart suddenly grew warm. Jay cried right there in the ruined space. Destroyed just like this. I think I've felt this way before. Jay recalled an experience from his own past. It was not a very happy experience. I first felt it under that bridge, and Jay remembered the times when he wanted to avoid his problems alone. Ever since then, I've always been running away from it. Back then, were there tears like the ones he had now? I've always been running away from it. Jay's tears kept falling, but it seemed he did not hate this feeling because now it was welling up from the depths of his heart. Jay suddenly remembered beautiful fragments of his past with the people dear to him. Then he also remembered the painful memories of the past. Jay, run, Jay. At this point, Jay remembered that he too had once shed tears just like today. I can't. Jay touched the emotions of his past self. Tears fell from his eyes without him realizing it, and Jay looked at his own reflection. He saw a person crying, yet filled with real emotion. I have to face it. A vast surge of magic was enveloping Jay's heart. This pain, at that moment, alongside his tears, true strength and emotion had taken root in Jay's heart. Jay placed his hand over his chest, gripping his heart tightly. It was as if he had realized something. Jay's heart now held emotion. That emotion was something truly beautiful. It's complete. At that moment, a black vortex appeared before Jay. It slowly emerged in the room where Jay, Philip, and Lena were. Jay was utterly shocked by this strange phenomenon. It seemed he knew what it was. Jay could name this entity. Kyogyosa appeared before Lena and Philip. Kyogyosa. Kariosa raised his bandage-wrapped hand, as if he was about to do something next. Then Kariosa immediately charged straight ahead. However, Zay used magic to block Kariosa's attack. This made it extremely difficult for him. I can't move. Is this weakening magic? Kariosa collapsed to the ground, struggling to prop himself up and barely managing to speak. Besides binding magic, did it learn weakening magic too? That damn kid. Zay stood before Kariosa, threatening him and warning him not to do anything. Don't you dare lay a single finger on either of them. Emotion now filled Zay's eyes. The same was true in his heart. If you want to die, then go ahead and try.